Meteor crisis, glaciers looming, the wrath of nature. This world has plunged into an era of catastrophe. As personal shelters are invaded by marauders, Lin Fan is merely an observer, only to retaliate with a cunning strike of black and black. How utterly shameless. Let's go for it. The marauders are enraged. After 3 days and nights of relentless fighting, they despairingly realize they cannot even breach Lin Fan's door. When corporate shelters are engulfed in chaos, Lin Fan enjoys his solitary existence. As the official shelters face food shortages, Lin Fan glances at the leftover beef stew. It's gone cold, better discard it. Years later, as the catastrophe subsides and others celebrate their emaciated survival, Lin Fan appears well-fed, having gained several pounds. Chapter 1. The Falling Meteor. The Shelter System. According to observations, a meteor will strike the Earth's surface tomorrow morning, with the landing site unknown. Citizens are advised to minimize outdoor activities. Experts predict that the meteor's arrival will bring terrifying high temperatures, severely damaging the ecological environment, and is highly likely to usher in an era of catastrophe. The United Nations boldly retorts to environmentalists for more details. Tune in. Upon opening his phone, Lin Fan is bombarded with a flurry of notifications. Meteor falling. Global catastrophe. Is this day finally upon us? Lin Fan muses. As one of the largest fruit suppliers in Qinghe City with modest assets, he had already begun preparations upon hearing news of the approaching meteor. Now that it is indeed coming, his anxiety diminishes considerably. His underground shelter spans an impressive 500 square meters, complete with a living room, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, storage, and a plant cultivation room. It is hardly inferior to some official shelters abroad, even rivaling certain corporate shelters in Huaxia. Reclining on the sofa with his eyes closed, Lin Fan reflects on his dwindling resources. Although he still has hundreds of thousands in funds, in the face of impending doom, it is akin to a pile of worthless paper or a mere string of numberless useful than 2 oranges. The shelter still lacks a diesel generator. I wonder if it will arrive today. Once the news of the meteor was confirmed, the market began bartering goods. Lin Fan traded 100 kilograms of fruit for a diesel generator, an imported model of exceptional quality that would last a long time. It should arrive today, although many industries have faltered in this apocalypse. Logistics remain robust. Yet, it seems the logistics sector has also become unstable of late. World, blue star, anomalous fluctuations detected. Catastrophe trajectory identified. Binding the strongest shelter upgrade system begins. As Lin Fan ponders, a voice echoes in his mind. A system? Isn't that something from fantasy novels? Assessing the completeness of the host shelter. Assessment complete. Information as follows. Level, rudimentary shelter. Description, possesses certain shelter functions, but limited in coping with extreme conditions. A phantasmal interface appears before Lin Fan. Is this real? Lin Fan finds it hard to believe, yet his expression darkens upon seeing the system's evaluation of his shelter. Damn it, he had exhausted his fortune, meticulously modifying the shelter based on a guide created by a renowned doomsday enthusiast, adding numerous devices and enhancing most functions capable of wiping out a crowd if placed externally. And yet, it is deemed rudimentary by the system? What are the standards of the system? The ethereal system interface materializes a 3D model of Lin Fan's shelter composed of blue light, vividly showcasing all the rooms within. System task issued. Task: enhance the shelter. Task rating: simple. Your shelter lacks power generation equipment. Please install it promptly to prepare for potential extreme environments. Task reward: 200 points, level 1 material recipe. Shock-resistant brick, white blueprint, insulated suit. A small box appears in the upper left corner. The recent task is summarized as task: enhance the shelter, and at Lin Fan's will, the task's detailed information can be checked at any time. Points, recipes, blueprints. Seeing the task rewards, Lin Fan decisively rises to gather his belongings, preparing to retrieve the delivery. Gazing at the alloy crossbow resting on the shelf, he hesitates briefly. This crossbow was custom-made by a friend, boasting formidable power, with the bowstring crafted from steel wire rather than the typical cowhide, significantly enhancing its durability. However, it still lags behind firearms in terms of power. Its only drawback is the slow reloading process, requiring all of Lin Feng's strength to draw the bowstring for loading. I might as well take it. One never knows what could happen on the eve of apocalypse. Lin Feng murmurs, eyeing the alloy crossbow. Weapon, alloy crossbow. Quality, subpar. Crafted from inferior materials and techniques, this is hardly more than scrap sufficient for hunting pigs. Lin Feng gazes at the information that appears before him, bemused, as if the system is boasting of its excellence. Achievement unlocked. System binding. Achievement reward. 10 points. 10 points? What use are they? As Lin Feng ponders, the information before him shifts. Weapon. Alloy crossbow. Upgrade options. 1. Material 10 points 2. Structure 100 points 3. Technological aspect 200 points. Lin Feng comprehends the updated information. Tentatively, he speaks, system, upgrade the alloy crossbow in the material direction. Command received. Initiating upgrade. The alloy crossbow before Lin Feng is suddenly enveloped in a sphere of light, obscuring the process. Seconds pass, and the alloy crossbow reveals itself anew. Lin Feng gasps in surprise. The once metallic, gleaming alloy crossbow has transformed into a sleek, matte black crossbow, maintaining its size, yet featuring a bowstring made of a material Lin Feng has never encountered. Both the bowstring and the crossbow are entirely black, adorned with glimmers of silver, adding a touch of elegance. This dark crossbow would surely prove effective for stealthy attacks at night. The information regarding the alloy crossbow has also changed. Weapon, high polymer alloy crossbow. Quality, acceptable. The alloy crossbow has undergone a comprehensive upgrade, with enhanced material, sturdier body, and easier string draw. Upgrade options. 1. Structure 50 points 2. Technological aspect 200 points 3. Energy aspect 500 points. Lin Feng's heart races upon seeing the updated information. He draws the bowstring, and indeed it requires little effort. Loading an arrow, he aims a steel plate. Bang! The bolt pierces through a 4mm steel plate with brutal force, its power more than doubled. Glancing at the crossbow in his hands, Lin Feng rushes out the door, silently proclaiming, "The system is impressive." He opens the door and walks 5 or 6 meters, turning around a corner to open another door. This double-door passage structure prevents marauders from directly entering the shelter if they breach the first door. Lin Feng has installed mechanical crossbows in the passage, though less powerful than the alloy crossbow. They still possess considerable lethality, catching intruders off guard with a right-angle configuration. Exiting through the double-door passage, Lin Feng emerges from the shelter and approaches the garage, disregarding the system's scathing remarks about it. Clatter! Lin Feng lifts the roll-up door, revealing his steed. A black-painted, alloy-bodied pickup truck equipped with an 8-cylinder engine, turbocharger, and anti-slip shock-absorbing tires stands like a dormant steel beast, poised for action. Lin Feng spent a great deal on this pickup, which boasts exceptional performance. He hops in, turns the key, and the truck trembles slightly as the engine roars to life. Lin Feng's adrenaline surges and excitement courses through him. The steel beast is now ready to hit the road. Chapter 2. The Mighty Crossbow. Rewards obtained. Along the way, the once congested streets lay desolate, devoid of any passersby. Lin Feng's robust pickup truck raced down the road, the thunderous roar of its engine audible from a mile away. Moments later, Lin Feng entered the Wanrong community, a designated pickup point for deliveries. He immediately spotted the delivery station within the community, its doors ajar. Fortunately, the parcel was still retrievable. After parking the vehicle, Lin Feng slammed the door shut and alighted. Not far away, behind one of the community's buildings, an individual furtively peeked out, fixating on Lin Feng's pickup truck, licking his lips. Lin Feng retrieved a diesel generator and, alongside the delivery worker, hoisted it into the truck bed. Excellent. Once I install the generator back home, the task should be deemed complete, Lin Feng mused to himself. As he exited the community, having driven only a few dozen meters, he was compelled to halt. Several obstacles had suddenly appeared on the roadway, effectively blocking his passage. Lin Feng surveyed the newly erected barriers. They hadn't been there on his arrival. Had someone already harbored ill intentions before the apocalypse? He snorted disdainfully. Producing his polymer alloy crossbow, fortunately, he had come prepared. A group of individuals approached from behind the barricades, brandishing steel pipes and knives, exuding an air of menace. Among them was a tall man, his face marred by a prominent scar stretching from the corner of his left eye to his right jaw, giving him a fearsome appearance. "Get out of the vehicle," the man barked, his gaze towards Lin Fan's pickup tinged with avarice. The meticulously modified steel beast stood in stark contrast to their dilapidated van. Lin Fan lowered the car window and leaned out, a shadow flickering past. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the group. One individual turned pale, clutching his thigh, which now bore a gaping wound, blood gushing forth. The metal crossbow bolt had impaled his leg, pinning him to the ground, a testament to the formidable power of the polymer alloy crossbow. The group was taken aback by the sound. He possesses a crossbow. The leader, a man with a scarred face, darkened visibly, stating in a grave tone, "Its power is immense. It cannot be drawn back now." The others, upon witnessing the bolt embedded in the ground, felt justified in their fury and charged towards the large pickup truck. Bang! Another dull thud echoed. Another leg was struck by an arrow, the cries of agony ringing out. Suddenly, the entire group fell silent, stunned. The ferocity on the scarred man's face was frozen in shock. Lin Fan extracted a steel arrow from the passenger seat, loading it into the crossbow. Peering out of the window with a smile, he regarded the group with an air of confidence. The polymer alloy crossbow in his hands resembled the eye of death. Anyone in its sights would feel an icy dread. "Relax, my brother, let us converse civilly." The scarred man forced a strained smile, swallowing hard. Realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, Lin Fan calmly instructed, "Do not obstruct. Remove the roadblock." The scarred man turned, gesturing emphatically, shouting, "Clear the roadblock." Ignoring the two groaning subordinates on the ground, he took it upon himself to remove the obstruction. The other subordinates hurried to assist. Moments later, the roadblock was cleared. Lin Fan's pickup roared to life, akin to a colossal beast bellowing, and after a brief pause, surged forward. Those individuals could only witness Lin Fan's departure, powerless to act. The scar-faced man approached his two subordinates to assess their injuries. After a brief moment, he rose and, licking his lips, gazed in the direction Lin Fan had taken. "A pickup. A powerful crossbow. This individual, he has etched himself into my memory. Boss." A few eager subordinates emerged from behind the residential complex, whispering excitedly into the scar-faced man's ear, "Boss, that batch of goods has been moved by Old Song." The scar-faced man nodded. "We strike tonight. Prepare yourselves." After uttering these words, he again fixed his gaze on the path Lin Fan had followed, licking his lips once more. Upon returning to the shelter, Lin Fan moved the diesel generator into a spacious room within the refuge. Mission: enhance the shelter completed. Distributing rewards. Congratulations. You have earned 200 points. Level 1 building material recipe: shockproof brick, white blueprint, insulating suit. Before Lin Fan lay 2 sheets of paper. One detailed the recipe for the remarkably unique shockproof bricks, while the other was the blueprint for the so-called insulating suit. Lin Fan first picked up the blueprint for the insulating suit. White blueprint, insulating suit, production requirements, basic processing equipment, natural flame retardant fiber, vacuum aluminum coating, finished product, ordinary level insulating suit, ordinary level. Lin Fan was taken aback by the classification of this finished product. Despite the enhancements to his high polymer alloy crossbow, which had doubled in power and loading speed, he could only achieve a modest rating. Surely, this insulating suit would allow him to thrive amidst molten lava. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement as he grasped the other sheet of paper. First-tier building material recipe: shock-resistant brick, required for production, basic processing equipment, coal gang, fly ash, tailings, marine silt, production ratio, 1:3:8:6, final product, ordinary shock-resistant brick, ordinary. Once again, it is merely ordinary. Lin Fan felt a surge of anxiety. However, what puzzled him was, what exactly is the basic processing equipment? System. What is this basic processing equipment? Basic processing equipment is a device that processes materials based on blueprints and recipes. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was taken aback. He had never even heard of such a thing. Where could he possibly acquire it? The technological level on Blue Star is insufficient to produce basic processing equipment. Please use points to upgrade. Seeking a 3D printer for the upgrade may reduce the points required. The system provided this hint. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could manage it with points, he was content. Although he currently possessed only 200 points, he believed everything would eventually fall into place. Yet, he lacked the necessary materials for the recipe and blueprints. Does the system have any technology to synthesize these materials? The materials required for the recipe and blueprints have already entered the realm of industrial resources, and aside from the official shelters, no one would hoard such items. Lin Fan could even believe that the official stockpile was likely minimal. The system remained silent, directly manifesting a piece of information before Lin Fan. Material Synthesis Workshop. Unlock the Material Synthesis Workshop by meeting the following conditions. 1. A closed space of at least 50 square meters. 2. Material Synthesis Machine, 100 points. Lin Fan gazed at the conditions, feeling a flicker of excitement. The raw material synthesizer requires only 100 points, and it is also suitable for a 50 square meter room. Why not give it a try? Without hesitation, Lin Fan walked into a small storage room. System. Upgrade the Raw Material Synthesis Workshop. 100 points have been spent. A flash of information crossed Lin Fan's mind. The balance of points on the virtual interface dwindled to 100. A rectangular machine materialized out of thin air, occupying half the space. It was quite an imposing structure. Wow. Lin Fan gazed at the raw material synthesizer before him. The massive body was entirely composed of metal, with a broad conveyor belt on the left continuously rolling. And on the right, a dark outlet loomed. Chapter 3. Trade. Upgrade the alloy crossbow once more. Raw material synthesizer quality. Rudimentary. The machine materialized by the system is rather basic. To enhance the user experience, further upgrades are necessary. Upgrade options. 1. Capacity, 50 points. 2. Synthesis rate, 100 points. 3. Conversion ratio, 300 points. 4. Technological advancement, 1,000 points. Is it merely rudimentary? Lin Fan had anticipated an ordinary quality. But that was of little concern. He could gradually enhance it with points later on. The operation of this raw material synthesizer is exceedingly simple. One merely needs to place the basic materials on the conveyor belt, and they will be transformed into blueprints and the required materials for recipes. However, the conversion is not a 1:1 ratio. As the refinement of the materials increases, so does the quantity of raw materials needed for conversion. Perhaps future upgrades will yield better results. Now, he only needed a 3D printer. Lin Fan took out his laptop, entered a series of URLs, and accessed a site named The Eve of Descent. The website of the Shelter Exchange Forum is teeming with various talents. Lin Fan's shelter has greatly benefited from the wealth of experience shared on this platform. He navigates to his friends list and clicks on the avatar of a little sheep, which is sticking out its tongue and drooling. Is the little sheep here? The little sheep has proclaimed itself the equipment mentor of the forum, possessing extensive knowledge about the apparatus within the shelters and providing valuable advice to many capable individuals looking to establish their personal sanctuaries. After a few seconds, the chat window trembles slightly. Yes. Fruit Tycoon, are you looking to trade again? Lin Fan, known by his online moniker Fruit Tycoon, has previously exchanged numerous items through this forum, and his friends are quite familiar with him. Indeed, do you have a 3D printer? A 3D printer? What do you need that for? It's quite useless. Aside from the official shelters that utilize it to print certain specialized materials, others have long discarded it as scrap metal. So you don't have one then? Lin Fan furrowed his brow. From the little sheep's words, he had deduced that they both resided in the same city, Qinghe City. With a meteor set to fall at dawn tomorrow, if the little sheep did not possess a 3D printer, time would be against him. Hee. Who do you think I am? I am the equipment mentor of our forum. Upon reading this, Lin Fan sensed a glimmer of hope. However, if you want it now, I cannot deliver it. Lin Fan swiftly typed on his keyboard. Are you in Qinghe City? Huh? How did you know? That's excellent. I am also in Qinghe City. Please send me your address, and I will head over immediately. On the other side of the computer, the little lamb was astonished. It was unexpected that the king of fruit trading and the forum resided in the same city. All right, I will send you the address. A string of addresses was promptly delivered. Upon seeing the address, Building 2, Room 308, Wanrong Community, Lin Fan couldn't help but shake his head. This child was far too naive, revealing the location of his sanctuary so easily. If Lin Fan were a malicious individual, this information would be utterly reckless. However, it was a surprise that the little lamb lived in Wanrong Community, where Lin Fan had just visited. Lin Fan entered his storage room and retrieved 20 pounds of fresh fruit. Currently, he had 200 pounds of fresh fruit resources left, sufficient for his solitary indulgence in the shelter, not to mention the plethora of canned fruits he had amassed. Carrying the fruit to the door, he set it down on the ground and picked up his polymer alloy crossbow. After the recent events, Lin Fan had recognized the formidable nature of this weapon and the terrifying aspects of human nature. With the remaining 100 points, he pondered whether to strengthen it further. Although the crossbow had been upgraded in power and arrow speed, it could only fire one shot at a time. When faced with numerous adversaries, Lin Fan would still find himself in a precarious situation. System, Enhance the structure of the polymer alloy crossbow. Command received. Upgrading initiated. The virtual interface before Lin Fan displayed a transformation from 100 to 50 in the upper right corner. Simultaneously, the crossbow in his hand underwent a remarkable change. Enveloped in light, it revealed a completely new design after a few seconds. It remained dark in hue, yet its weight had doubled, making it nearly impossible for Lin Fan to stabilize with one hand. Beneath the arms of this crossbow lies a substantial area adorned with a frosted texture, designed for a firm two-handed grip. Weapon: high molecular alloy crossbow. Quality: ordinary. Following a system upgrade, the alloy crossbow has undergone a comprehensive enhancement, resulting in a sturdier body and a more effortless draw of the bowstring. It features a built-in rapid-fire magazine for bolts, transforming it into a repeating crossbow. Maximum arrow capacity: 1010. Upgrade options: 1. Technological path, 200 points. 2. Energy path, 500 points. This crossbow is heavy and formidable. Its upgraded structure enabling single shot to rapid fire. Once an arrow is released, Lin Fan need only draw the string again without the hassle of replacing the bolt. Impressive. Lin Fan marveled at the black crossbow in his hands. All is in readiness. It is time to embark. Lin Fan lifted some fruit and exited the shelter. As twilight approached, the sun dipped toward the horizon, leaving a lingering glow on the western landscape. Driving his large pickup truck along the silent road, he felt a twinge of nostalgia upon witnessing the scene. The apocalypse is truly upon us. In Wanrong community, you two stay here and keep watch. Scarface instructed his injured subordinates. Yes, boss. They replied in unison, though their eyes betrayed a hint of bitterness. Following their injuries, Scarface's demeanor towards them had markedly soured. He nodded coldly and descended the stairs with the remaining subordinates. Upon reaching the target's residence, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone home? Scarface cleared his throat, straining to listen intently. On the other side of the alloy door, the sound of light footsteps approached, ultimately halting before the entrance. A melodious female voice resonated, enchanting in its clarity. Is this the Fruit Tycoon? Scarface, momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, swallowed the retort I am the enforcer that had risen to his lips, then responded with a hint of bravado. Yes, I am the Fruit Tycoon. Please hold on. The voice continued. I've modified the door, so it may not open. Scarface muttered to himself, Fruit Tycoon. What a ridiculous title. However, upon hearing the subsequent words, he softened his tone, replying amiably, All right, I am not in a hurry. At that moment, Scarface noticed that the door before him had been specially altered. Thankfully, he had refrained from resorting to brute force, for such an action would not only have rendered the door inoperable but also risked alarming any potential witnesses. Listening to the commotion from beyond the door, he subtly signaled his subordinates. The mere sound of that enchanting voice stirred excitement among Scarface's men, who envisioned a beautiful woman behind the iron gate. They eagerly readied themselves, anticipating the moment the door would swing open, ready to seize both supplies and women without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lin Fan observed the dimming twilight, turning on the headlights of his large pickup truck, casting away the shadows before him. He was now but a stone's throw from Wanrong community. Chapter 4. It's you again. With a soft sigh, Lin Fan parked the vehicle and approached Building 2. He spotted two young men at the entrance, their faces strikingly familiar. The two subordinates also recognized Lin Fan, their throats constricting with a gulp as they stared at him in stunned silence. Lin Fan cast them a sidelong glance, clutching the fruit as he ascended the stairs. The two men exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. One of the anxious henchmen urged, Hurry, call Brother Dao. Another trembling subordinate fumbled in his pocket to retrieve his phone. Brother Dao? What's the matter? At that moment, Scar sat on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. Just as the two subordinates were about to speak, Scar's booming voice thundered from the other end. Quickly, gather all the meat, fruits, and supplies. We need to load them into the vehicle shortly. Boss, what about this woman? Nonsense. Of course, we take her with us. Once the boss is done, perhaps we can enjoy some leftovers. Old song. Your granddaughter is truly a vision of beauty. Ha ha ha. Once we retrieve the supplies from Fushin community, we'll head straight to the shelter. Ha ha. The henchman, engaged in moving the goods, laughed boisterously. Scar frowned and commanded, Move faster. The jesting subordinates immediately fell silent, focusing earnestly on their task. In the corner of the living room, an elderly man in his 60s and a young girl were tightly bound with ropes, cloth stuffed in their mouths. The old man's face resembled a withered tree, lined with numerous wrinkles. Dressed in a simple Zhongshan suit, he trembled with rage, his eyes reddened. The young girl, with delicate features and smooth skin, was teary-eyed, her gaze glistening with sorrow, evoking a sense of compassion in those who beheld her. With a hiss, Scar took a drag from his cigarette, the smoke swirling around him as he felt quite pleased. Bringing the phone closer, he continued, "What happened? Brother Dao, that kid came back this afternoon. He's already upstairs." Scar halted his smoking action, coughing violently. "What did you say?" "That kid has returned this afternoon." Two underlings were on the phone, nodding vigorously in agreement. A flicker of surprise flashed in Scar's eyes. Could it be that the granddaughter of Old Song was indeed the one they were waiting for? Scar's mind raced with connections, affirming his suspicions. That young man surely wasn't armed with a crossbow, and even if he were, he likely had only a few arrows. This presented a splendid opportunity. Scar's heart raced at the thought of that black pickup truck, and he licked his lips in anticipation. He flicked the cigarette he had been holding aside and said in a somewhat serious tone, "I have a task for you too. Listen closely. Keep a close watch on that young man's vehicle. I'll be going down to retrieve it shortly." The two underlings were taken aback, and Scar continued, "I will also help you two settle the score." Instantly, the two underlings were moved to tears, sobbing, "Boss." There came a series of knocks at the door. "All right, you two, keep a close eye on it." Scar ended the call. The several underlings in the room tensed at the sound, fearing it was law enforcement at the door. Rumor had it that Old Song's son had not merely gone missing but had entered the authorities' grasp. Why be anxious? Go. Open the door. It's that young man from this afternoon, Scar whispered, wary of alarming the proverbial snake. The underlings hesitated, caught in a moment of indecision. After all, that young man was armed with a crossbow. "Whoever opens the door will be rewarded after I finish with this girl." Scar's words stirred a few hearts. Despite Old Song's rugged appearance, his granddaughter was a true gem, one of those goddesses that they, in their current state, could never hope to encounter. This left them marveling at the peculiarities of genetic inheritance. In the corner, young Ruashi's eyes glistened with tears, as she could already envision the grim fate that awaited this group of thugs. A few of the eager subordinates discreetly cast glances at young Ruashi, their eyes widening in astonishment. At that moment, she resembled a delicate flower, her fair face adorned with tear streaks, exuding an aura of fragile beauty. Without hesitation, one of the subordinates dashed forward to the door. Lin Fan knocked, but after a prolonged silence, he furrowed his brow. He glanced up at the room number 308. Just as Lin Fan was lost in thought, the door suddenly swung open, and a young man lunged at him with a furious shout. Startled, Lin Fan swiftly dodged and delivered a kick to the young man, sending him hurtling backward. In the periphery of his vision, Lin Fan caught sight of the scene inside. An elderly man and a young girl were bound in the corner, while several familiar faces loomed nearby. Connecting the dots from the two subordinates he had seen downstairs, Lin Fan understood the situation. In a flash, he drew his polymer alloy crossbow and, with a swift motion, aimed an arrow at the charging subordinate. A blood-curdling scream erupted from the young man, akin to the wail of a slaughtered pig, as the arrow pierced through his thigh, pinning him to the ground with excruciating force. Tremors coursed through his body, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Lin Fan quickly reloaded the crossbow, directing it toward the individuals inside. Scarface, upon hearing the anguished cries from outside, felt a surge of delight. That kid had already expended one of his arrows. He could have no more than two left. In the dimly lit room, young Ruashi, bound in the corner, stared in astonishment at Lin Fan, who appeared as if he had descended from the heavens. Could it be that he was the fruit magnate? The few henchmen in the room were frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Lin Fan stepped inside slowly, firmly gripping the crossbow in his hands. He had anticipated that the apocalypse would push some individuals to breach societal boundaries. Yet he had not expected it to occur so swiftly. After all, the end was not to arrive until tomorrow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Lin Fan meticulously counted the number of individuals present. Excluding the one outside who had already been pierced in the thigh by Lin Fan's shot, he had 9 bolts remaining, sufficient for each person in the room. Muffled sounds escaped young Ruashi in the corner, while her grandfather, Old Song, watched Lin Fan's crossbow with keen interest. Lin Fan acknowledged young Ruashi with a slight nod. He then turned his gaze to the scarred man seated on the sofa and remarked coolly, "You possess quite the audacity." The scarred man, eyeing the crossbow in Lin Fan's hands, briefly exhibited a glimmer of eagerness, soon overshadowed by a chilling expression. He despised being targeted by others. Gradually rising to his feet, he spoke, "Young brother, I advise you not to act impulsively. There are 7 of us, and you possess but a single bolt. As soon as he uttered those words, one of the astute henchmen among his group grasped the implication. The scarred man was suggesting they should rush Lin Feng to seize his solitary bolt. Meanwhile, the elder's gaze shifted away from Lin Feng's crossbow, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. The crossbow's arms were twice the size of a standard one. This weapon was undoubtedly extraordinary. Perhaps this young man will surprise him. Yang Ruoxi naturally understood the implication behind Scar's words. She felt a sense of urgency and attempted to warn Lin Feng. But in the next moment, whoosh, crack, a shadow darted past. Chapter 5. Who says I have only one arrow? What? Scar suddenly saw a dark figure rushing towards him. And then a sharp pain shot through his thigh. Ugh. Scar let out a muffled groan, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his face paling. Lin Feng swiftly pulled the bowstring back, reloading with precision. A subtle smile curved his lips as he calmly declared, Who says? I possess but a single crossbow bolt. Everyone present was taken aback, plunged into astonishment. The crossbow bolt embedded in Scar's thigh pinned him to the ground, the searing pain rendering his leg numb and immobile. Lunatic. Scar silently cursed within, wondering which sane person would suddenly unleash an arrow. His subordinates stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Boss, they murmured, swallowing hard. Yang Ruoxi's beautiful eyes sparkled with an inscrutable glow. This fruit tycoon is rather impressive. Meanwhile, her grandfather's keen gaze remained fixated on the crossbow in Lin Feng's hands. Indeed, it is an exceptional bow. The old man was overjoyed. Lin Feng smiled gently, and then, boom, crack, 6 resounding blasts echoed. Ah, my leg. The 6 subordinates cried out in agony simultaneously. Each of them bore a crossbow bolt in their legs. The fallen scarred man was enveloped in an icy chill, utterly stunned. A profound cold seeped from the floor, slowly slithering up his body like a venomous serpent, bringing with it a bone-chilling frost. This man, at that moment, the scarred man's pupils constricted as he sensed a trace of familiar ruthlessness emanating from Lin Feng. A figure that still instilled fear within him surfaced in his mind. The scarred man instinctively shuddered. He resembled him. Lin Feng gazed at the 6 men sprawled on the ground, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Safety had been achieved. He dared not underestimate this group of opportunists who would dare to break the law on the eve of the apocalypse. Lin Feng approached the 2 individuals bound in the corner, tearing away the cloth from Yang Ruoxi's mouth. Well, Yang Ruoxi inhaled the fresh air eagerly, then stared blankly at Lin Feng. His face was chiseled and strikingly handsome, exuding a masculine allure. His large, piercing eyes sparkled with an indescribable depth, causing Yang Ruoxi to blush unconsciously. Particularly when Lin Feng drew closer, the faint scent of his cologne made her heart race. Observing Yang Ruoxi's dazed expression, Lin Feng gently furrowed his brow. Could it be that she was so frightened as to be rendered speechless? Such a lack of composure. Are you a little lamb? Lin Feng crouched down, untying the ropes that bound Yang Ruoxi while inquiring, Where is the 3D printer? Take me to retrieve it. Yang Ruoxi, recovering from her stupor, replied with a slight blush, I am indeed a little lamb, and you must be the fruit tycoon. Lin Feng's strikingly handsome visage left Yang Ruoxi momentarily entranced. Ahem. The elderly song beside her coughed, pulling Yang Ruoxi back to reality. The old man wore an expression of deep concern. He sensed something amiss. Although this young man's allure rivaled that of his own youth, an unsettling feeling enveloped his heart. Yang Ruoxi's cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as she spoke in a voice as delicate as a whisper. I am Yang Ruoxi. Lin Feng nodded. Where is my 3D printer? Yang Ruoxi responded. Taking a deep breath, she massaged her sore arms and declared, You follow me. I am fully prepared. Rising to her feet, she approached the scarred man and delivered a forceful kick. Humph. The scarred man let out a muffled grunt. The angle of her kick was exceptionally precise, draining the color from his face and leaving his body hunched like a shrimp. His companions, witnessing the scene, turned pale with fear. Yang Ruoxi glanced back, and the once mocking group immediately averted their gazes, wary of incurring her wrath. She shot them a fierce glare before striding towards a room. Lin Feng regarded Yang Ruoxi with newfound respect. Even he would have struggled to withstand such a blow. The scarred man, bent over, narrowed his eyes, a flicker of rage flashing within, though he swiftly concealed it. Lin Feng and Yang Ruoxi entered the room, while the still-bound elder Song let out a sigh. Truly, he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately succumbing to another sigh. The cycle of fate is indeed just. Who can escape the celestial wheel? Old Song began to sigh. It was only at this moment that Yang Ruashi realized she might have been a tad too forceful earlier. As her thoughts wandered, Lin Feng behind her displayed a glimmer of excitement. He had discerned the true purpose of their visit. The 3D printer was right before them. Lin Feng gently pushed Yang Ruashi aside and strode purposefully towards the machine. Yang Ruashi was utterly bewildered. Did she not hold as much allure for him as that device? Finally, they had acquired it. Lin Feng gazed at the 3D printer with fervent anticipation, the tension in his heart finally dissipating. "Thank you," he exclaimed, cradling the 3D printer as he made his way outside. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed the 20 pounds of fruit he had left there and suddenly recalled its presence. Yang Ruashi watched Lin Feng hurriedly depart, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. However, in the next moment, Lin Feng returned. Seeing his beaming smile brought a smile to Yang Ruashi's face as well. "Wait," she began, but her words were interrupted. Thud. She felt a sudden weight in her hands. Confused, she looked down to discover the hefty 20 pounds of fruit. Lin Feng assured her, "Rest assured. I will not take more than what is rightfully yours. Though this 20 pounds may seem modest, in these apocalyptic times, it is far more valuable than your 3D printer." Just as Yang Ruashi was about to protest that it was unnecessary, she felt the weight lift again as Lin Feng reclaimed the fruit from her grasp. Bewildered, she stared at her empty hands. "Of course, I took care of the crowd outside for you. Consider it a fair trade for your 20 pounds of fruit." Lin Feng's logic was impeccable, and his tone exuded confidence. This was a splendid feat. If Lin Feng's late father could witness this event, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of comfort from beyond. After all, in the face of apocalypse, even the slightest resource could be a matter of life and death. Yang Ruashi? Lin Feng carried the fruits and the 3D printer into the living room. Upon observing the 7 disheveled individuals, he furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he sternly commanded, "You lot, hurry up and get out." The henchmen of the scar-faced leader exchanged glances, enduring the pain in their legs, and limped out, supporting each other. Yang Ruashi, bewildered, emerged from the bedroom. After the thugs exited, Lin Feng turned and smiled, saying with concern, "Remember to close the door." After Lin Feng departed, Yang Ruashi belatedly shut the door. "Good granddaughter, quickly help Grandpa untie me." Old Song, still bound, appeared quite miserable. At this moment, Yang Ruashi finally snapped back to reality and began to free her grandfather. Yet, her mind was consumed with immense curiosity about Lin Feng. Who exactly was he? Lin Feng placed the fruits by the door and prioritized moving the 3D printer downstairs. The 7 thugs, looking woeful, gingerly descended the stairs, wincing in pain with every movement. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Feng approached his large pickup truck and loaded the 3D printer into the truck bed. From behind the vehicle came astonished voices. "Boss, did that kid manage to do it?" 2 of the lookout henchmen limped out from behind the truck. However, upon recognizing who it was, their faces turned pale. Trembling like 2 quails, Lin Feng spoke coolly, "I'll give you 1 second to leave my car." In an instant, the 2 subordinates bolted, leaving one to wonder how they managed to run with their injuries. Lin Feng turned to ascend the stairs once more to retrieve some fruit. Upon seeing Lin Feng pursue them, the 2 men, struck by terror, disregarded their wounds and fled with all their might. The bandages wrapped around their injuries came undone, blood seeping through as they ran. Lin Feng watched the 2 figures recede into the distance, unable to suppress his astonishment. As he made his way upstairs, the 7 men had only just reached the 2nd floor, where they busied themselves with the fruit. Lin Feng descended without casting a glance at the ruffians. After loading the fruit into his vehicle, he started the engine and departed from the scene. At the entrance of the building, Scarface watched the retreating pickup truck, fury flashing in his eyes. One day, he vowed, Lin Feng would pay for this affront. Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was now 21:23 on October 31st, 2020. He had ample time before the dawn of the next day. He made a brief detour to a construction site, where he gathered some building materials. By the time he returned home, it was nearly 2300 hours. He swiftly positioned the 3D printer beside the raw material synthesis machine. "System, upgrade," Lin Feng silently commanded. Insufficient points. 3D printer quality. Subpar, a rudimentary attempt by a primitive civilization at manifested technology. Though the machine is inadequate, it undeniably marks a significant advancement in technology. Upgrade options. 1. Basic processing equipment, 100 points. Upon reading the information that appeared before him, Lin Feng felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. He currently possessed only 50 points, which was woefully insufficient. Just as Lin Feng was engulfed in sorrow, a message suddenly appeared before him. 1 hour remaining until the daily points settlement. He glanced at the time on his phone, which read exactly 11 p.m. Sighing, he decided to wait a little longer. Lin Fan set an alarm for midnight, intending to take a short nap. Ding ding ding. The incessant ringing of the alarm jolted Lin Fan awake. Still somewhat disoriented, he heard the system's voice echo in his mind. Daily points settlement begins. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan instantly became alert. First time binding with the system, you feel elated, earning 3 points. After teaching the Apocalypse thugs a lesson, you feel a twinge of worry, earning 5 points. Successfully completing a task for the first time, you feel joyous, earning 2 points. Realizing you lack processing equipment, you feel disheartened, earning 5 points. On the way to trade, you feel a sense of purpose, earning 5 points. Once again punishing the thugs, your heart begins to relax, earning 10 points. A heroic act of saving a damsel in distress captivates her, earning you 50 points. A sudden shift in logic leaves the young lady despondent, earning you 50 points. Having gathered the necessary equipment, yet feeling despair due to insufficient points, you earn 10 points. Daily settlement complete. Today's evaluation, excellent. An additional 10 bonus points awarded. Points earned on October 31st, 13,514, automatically rounded to 149. Lin Fan gazed at the 149 points he had accrued, clenching his fist in triumph. Yes, now, he is able to upgrade. System. Initiate the upgrade of the primary processing equipment. Upgrade commencing. Upgrade completed. Lin Fan's 199 points have dwindled to 99, and within mere seconds. The machinery before him underwent a remarkable transformation. The 3D printer and raw material processing equipment fused seamlessly, still occupying half the room. The machine's exterior was crafted from a black metal adorned with shimmering specks, and a control platform, approximately 1 meter tall, emanated an aura of high-tech mystique, truly extraordinary. Wonderful, Lin Fan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He placed the anti-shock brick formula on the control platform and stepped outside to gather raw materials. Once the materials were in place, the machine roared to life. The primary processing equipment emitted a resonant sound as time began to flow steadily. Half an hour later, a pile of bricks had materialized at the machine's outlet in considerable quantity. Anti-shock brick. Quality, ordinary. Bricks with excellent anti-shock capabilities. Lin Fan summoned the three-dimensional interface of the shelter. System. Reinforce the shelter. This reinforcement will consume 50 points. Reinforcement commencing. Lin Fan's points dropped to 49, and suddenly, the shelter trembled. Reinforcement successful. All the bricks that had emerged from the primary processing equipment vanished without a trace. Mysteriously, Lin Fan felt that his shelter had become sturdier, more secure. Even an 8th-level earthquake could be withstood for a while. That should suffice, Lin Fan murmured to himself. Now, he only needed an insulated suit. Lin Fan placed the blueprint for the insulated suit on the control platform and began the processing. Moments later, with a soft hiss, a garment emerged from the outlet of the processing equipment, still radiating warmth, accompanied by a cloud of white mist that swiftly dissipated. The insulating suit was revealed. Its broad white base adorned with elegant red patterns was quite striking. Lin Fan picked up the suit, noting its lightweight design. Custom tailored to his measurements, fitting him perfectly. Insulating suit. Quality, ordinary. Primary heat-resistant protective clothing, still a considerable distance from an all-encompassing protective suit. Upgrade options. 1. Fire resistance, 100 points. 2. Protection, 100 points. 3. Insulation, 100 points. Holding the insulating suit, Lin Fan felt a profound sense of security. He glanced at his phone to check the time. It read 0:42, indicating approximately 6 hours and 18 minutes until the meteor's descent. The first notification on his phone was from the official source. Live coverage of the meteor's descent. Witness the cataclysm. Lin Fan opened the shelter's communication forum, where a countdown had also appeared at the top of the page. Time until meteor impact. 6 hours, 17 minutes, and 32 seconds. Lin Fan skimmed through the posts, most of which expressed anticipation for the meteor's fall, eager to capture the moment for posterity. This elicited a cold smile from Lin Fan. When the meteor truly descends, and resources become scarce while societal structures collapse, they would surely rethink their enthusiasm. Putting away his phone, Lin Fan lay down on his bed, feeling a flicker of excitement for the meteor's impending arrival. However, unlike others, he possessed the confidence that he would thrive amidst the impending apocalypse. How thrilling! A smile crept across Lin Fan's lips. The countdown to the meteor's descent stands at 6 hours, 15 minutes, and 13 seconds. November 1st, boom, bang. Lin Fan, sound asleep, was abruptly roused by a series of explosive noises. As he awakened, he reached for his phone, glancing at the time displayed, 6:57 a.m. Lin Fan's pupils dilated in shock. Only 3 minutes remained until the meteor's fall. In the next instant, his phone erupted with a cacophony of notifications. The news alerts synchronized, each declaring, "Meteor fall. Live coverage by Penguin. Witness the celestial fire plummet up close." Streaming live on Catastrophe. Shark Live. Join the super popular young lady to watch the meteor shower. Central official ultra-high-definition broadcast. Lin Fan gasped at the notifications. The meteor was imminent. He clicked on the official broadcast, and the screen revealed a blue sky tinged with a hint of red. At that moment, dawn had just broken. Through the screen, Lin Fan beheld the serene beauty of the pale blue sky as the enormous crimson sun ascended slowly beyond the horizon, casting its vibrant rays across the expanse. Suddenly, the barrage of comments surged. "Look at the top right corner. Wow, it's really a meteor. My goodness. Make a wish. Are you kidding? Still wishing?" Lin Fan turned his gaze to the top right corner, where a fiery red dot, barely discernible, was racing towards them, its size increasing with alarming speed. As the meteorite collides with the atmosphere, it ignites, illuminating the sky as if it were ablaze. The once azure heavens transform into a brilliant crimson. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless roars echo in Lin Fan's ears, heralding the meteorite's arrival. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Fan feels a dryness in his throat, a profound fear of nature's wrath enveloping his heart. He raises his cup to his lips, sipping water and taking deep breaths, gradually dispelling that fear. He possesses a system. In this apocalyptic world, he will thrive without trepidation. The meteorite, magnified on the screen, looms ever closer, soon occupying half the sky, evoking both madness and dread. Subsequently, streams of white vapor emerge, each topped with small warheads, encapsulating the pinnacle of human technology. Fuel propels these missiles, which collide with the meteorite, resulting in explosions that generate plumes of black smoke. Yet the meteorite remains unscathed. These warheads, much like humanity itself, futilely strive to combat calamity. The onlookers before the screen are rendered motionless, their bodies trembling in terror as they gaze at the ever-enlarging meteorite. Annihilation. A true annihilation. Lin Fan regards the colossal meteorite with utmost seriousness. It is immense. The entire sky is consumed by the meteorite, allowing people to discern the pockmarked craters and scars left by celestial collisions. Boom. Missile after missile, each exponentially larger than the last, ascends. They are nuclear warheads. Will nuclear weapons suffice? Fuel them up. The barrage of comments surged once more, elevating the collective anxiety of the crowd to a palpable tension. Yet, in the following instant, despair enveloped them. The nuclear detonation merely left a mark of modest significance above. In a scientific refuge somewhere in Huaxia, a researcher fiddled with the instruments before him, his visage suddenly contorting in terror. "Supervisor, this meteorite contains a unique metal." The supervisor, clad in a lab coat, hastened forward, his eyes glued to the readings on the device, spiraling into madness. Abruptly, the official live broadcast succumbed to a black screen. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a thunderous roar erupted. The earth trembled. The meteorite had struck. The entirety of Blue Star quaked twice. Countless individuals succumbed to unconsciousness beneath the violent tremors. Lin Fan's sanctuary only shuddered twice before resuming its normal state. Clutching his mobile phone tightly, Lin Fan fell into deep contemplation. Remarkably, he remained unscathed. With a deep breath, Lin Fan sought to calm his racing heart. The outside world was likely. He licked his lips, feeling a dryness that deterred him from dwelling on the thought. At that moment, notifications appeared. Achievement unlocked. Witnessed. You have witnessed the onset of the apocalypse. The first step towards the demise of Blue Star. Achievement reward. Multi-phase epic quest. Upgrade. Upgrade again. Daily task system. Details as follows. Quest. Upgrade again. Quest rating. Epic. This is merely a harbinger of a global catastrophe. You must continuously enhance your refuge. Task requirement. Strengthen your shelter to the ordinary level. Task reward. 10,000 points. An epic grade random item. The first phase of the task will commence in 1 hour. Lin Fan gazed at the information before him, steadying his thoughts. Daily task system activated. From now on, tasks will refresh daily at 6 p.m., with varying levels of difficulty and quantity, up to a maximum of 3 tasks at a time. Uncompleted tasks will be replaced upon refresh. So the host should take heed. Daily task refresh. Congratulations on this refresh. You have received 2 tasks. Daily task. Exploration. Task rating. Simple. You are filled with curiosity about the world following the meteorite's fall. Boldly venture forth and explore. You possess the capability. Task reward. 10 points. Daily task. Harvest. Task rating. Ordinary. Acquire at least 10 pounds of resources from the searing exterior. Task reward. 100 points. Blueprint for a white quality Falcon handgun. Lin Fan examined the task information before him, feeling considerably more at ease. A sense of eagerness enveloped his heart. Thankfully, he had the system. Lin Fan calmed his emotions and entered the shelter forum, only to find that its name had transformed into Meteorite Fall, Doomsday Shelter Exchange Forum. At that moment, several fragmented posts were being refreshed, created by individuals like Lin Fan who had not been rendered unconscious, seeking information within the forum. Certainly, those who remained unscathed by the tremors must have been equipped with specialized devices or situated in a strategically advantageous location. One particular post caught Lin Fan's attention. Do not venture outside. The temperature out there is at least 100 degrees. Please, heed my warning. Stay indoors. Following this, a video was shared depicting an outdoor swimming pool, its water boiling and releasing white steam, an undeniable testament to the extreme heat outside. Lin Fan's mouth fell agape upon witnessing the footage. It was truly horrifying. The conditions beyond were alarming. Yet, he redirected his focus to his daily task. Daily task. Exploration. His gaze fell upon the insulated suit stored in his wardrobe. His throat tightened slightly, and an unusual spark ignited in his eyes. He yearned for adventure. Chapter 8. It feels like summer outside in the research shelter of Qinghe City. A group of scientists was calibrating their instruments. One of them exclaimed, "The data is in. The temperature outside is at least 100 degrees. Wearing firefighting gear would allow you to step out, but only briefly. Our firefighting suits cannot provide complete thermal insulation." The supervisor, clad in a white lab coat, scrutinized the data flashing across the screen, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The metals capable of altering the course of history lay nestled within those meteorite fragments. Yet the searing heat obstructed their access. He could scarcely contain his impatience. "Supervisor, it is conservatively estimated that the temperature will not drop below 40 degrees until dawn tomorrow, making it safe to venture out," remarked a researcher. The supervisor in a white coat took a deep breath. His gaze fixed intently on the instrument, displaying an external temperature of 100 degrees. "Then it shall be tomorrow. Remember, speed is of the essence." "Understood." Lin Fan, clad in a white base heat-resistant suit adorned with fiery red patterns, stood hesitantly at the threshold of the shelter. "Just do it." With a resolute determination, Lin Fan pushed open the door of the refuge and stepped outside. He savored the sensation the suit provided, cool, lightweight, and comfortable. It was as exhilarating as enjoying an ice pop on a scorching summer day. Indeed, it was remarkably effective. As soon as he emerged from the shelter, Lin Fan was taken aback. The sky above was a clear azure, unmarred by clouds, yet streaked with erratic white trails reminiscent of a child's doodling. The earth lay in ruins, the air was turbulent, and waves of heat distorted the atmosphere. Not far away, skyscrapers had collapsed, presenting a scene akin to hell. Lin Fan walked along the streets ravaged by meteorite impacts, enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of his own heartbeat. In this sweltering world, no one dared to venture outside except for Lin Fan. Gazing at the shattered landscape before him, he felt a sense of disorientation. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure and sniffed. Although the heat-resistant suit shielded him from the heat, it did not block out the odors. The stench of the asphalt under the sweltering temperatures was unbearable. Lin Fan glanced towards the upper left corner of his illusory interface, where the taskbar resided, displaying 3 concise missions. Task: Exploration completed. Return to the shelter to claim rewards. Task: Upgrade. 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 Having fulfilled the prerequisites, the return to the shelter was initiated. Lin Fan stretched his back and retraced his steps, for he had yet to partake in breakfast. Upon arriving at the sanctuary, he removed his thermal suit and noted that even within the confines of the shelter, comfort surpassed that of the suit. After enjoying a meal, Lin Fan seized the opportunity to claim the rewards for his exploration task, acquiring 10 points. The remaining points in the upper right corner transformed into 59. Task. Upgrade. 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 Commence the first tier task. First tier. Upgrade the restroom to a standard level. Restroom upgrade branch task. No clogs. Task rating. Difficult. To live a fulfilling life, the first step is to possess an exemplary restroom. The first step to an exemplary restroom. To have a toilet that never clogs and is self-cleaning. Task hint. The source of the cataclysm has brought forth wondrous extraterrestrial metals. Procure them to fabricate a toilet. Task rewards. 1,000 points, first tier body enhancement liquid formula. Lin Fan found himself momentarily at a loss for words upon viewing the newly activated branch task, uncertain of how to respond. Nevertheless, upon further contemplation, the significance of a restroom became apparent. The shelter's facilities were connected to an upper cesspool, should it become clogged or full. Lin Fan was reluctant to undertake the arduous task of clearing it. He focused on the task hint. The source of the cataclysm, he pondered, was that not a meteorite? A meteorite imbued with extraordinary metals? Lin Fan grasped the system's subtle suggestion. Not only must he venture forth to seek supplies, but he must also remain vigilant for meteorites. A slight headache began to form. Ding, ding, ding. Lin Fan's phone suddenly rang. Upon retrieving his device, he noticed a message on the refuge forum from Xiaoyang. Tycoon, are you there? Lin Fan promptly replied, I'm here. My grandfather wishes to see your crossbow. Meanwhile, on the other end, Yang Ruashi felt her cheeks flush slightly, while Old Song eagerly awaited Lin Fan's response. Had it not been for Old Song's earnest pleas, Yang Ruashi would not have inquired, well aware of the paramount importance of weaponry in a post-apocalyptic world. Lin Fan hesitated upon reading the message. The task, Harvest, promised him the blueprint for the Falcon handgun, rendering the crossbow less significant. Although formidable, it could not compare to firearms. A brilliant idea struck him. If he could procure 10 pounds of supplies from Yang Ruashi, would that not also constitute a harvest? With this thought, he sent a message to her. It's possible, but you will need to exchange it for 10 pounds of supplies. Any type will suffice. Upon receiving this message, Old Song trembled with excitement and urged, trade with him, quickly. No one understood the extraordinary capabilities of the crossbow better than he did. Yang Ruashi bit her lip upon reading his response. 10 pounds of supplies was neither too much nor too little. She and her grandfather could manage with a bit less. Just as Yang Ruashi was about to type her reply, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Once we retrieve the supplies from the Fushan community and take refuge. That group of ruffians once declared their intention to seize resources from Fushan community, yet on that fateful day, they were all pierced in the thigh by Lin Fan's crossbow bolts, making it highly probable that they were unable to transport anything. Yang Ruashi's eyes brightened, and she hastily remarked, I know where that gang concealed their supplies yesterday, though I am uncertain if they have moved them. Upon reading her message, Lin Fan's expression also brightened. The scarred individuals had sustained injuries from him, rendering it quite likely that they had not relocated the goods. Very well. Share the address with me, and I shall investigate. I cannot provide the exact location, only that it is within the Fushan community. Lin Fan searched his mind for information regarding the Fushan community. If his memory served him correctly, it was situated near the old district of Qinghe City, characterized by its dilapidated state, frequented only by a few elderly residents. After contemplating for a moment, he made a resolute decision. He possessed insulated gear and could venture forth to investigate. All right, I will take a look. Should I find supplies, I shall deliver the crossbow to you. Lin Fan replied, then rose to don his insulated suit and retrieve the crossbow, heading towards the garage. Upon witnessing this development, Yang Ruashi's expression shifted dramatically. She quickly replied, no. The external temperature is 100 degrees. The human body cannot withstand that. Yang Ruashi stared at the screen, awaiting Lin Fan's response. Yet, after several minutes, he did not reply. Her face turned pale with dread. Could it be that he had ventured out and succumbed to the heat? Yang Ruashi collapsed onto her bed, her countenance filled with despair. On the other side, Lin Fan sat in his dark, imposing pickup truck, hastening towards Fushan community. The clock read 8:10 a.m. An hour had elapsed since the meteorite fell, and the outside temperature soared to a sweltering 100 degrees. Lin Fan had already been outside for quite some time. Inside Scar's refuge, a group of ruffians had shed their clothing, leaving only their undergarments, each one lamenting the oppressive heat. Boss, the temperature outside is unbearable. We cannot venture out, one underling exclaimed, panting heavily. Scar peered through the window at the wavering air outside, his face etched with irritation. The supplies located in Fushan community were of paramount importance to them. If they could not retrieve them swiftly, it could lead to dire consequences. One of the subordinates had been fixated on his phone when he suddenly shouted, "Boss! Boss!" Scar furrowed his brow, sweat dripping down his face. "What is it?" "The authorities announced that the temperature will drop after midnight tomorrow." Scar rose, snatched the phone, and scanned the news, letting out a sigh of relief. Yet, for some reason, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. "I must be overthinking it," he murmured, wiping the sweat from his brow. Meanwhile, Lin Fan sat in his pickup, music playing softly. I gazed towards the heavens. Above the moon, how many dreams soar freely. Yesterday is forgotten, drying out the sorrows. I long to reunite with you on that vast road. Lin Fan hummed along, swiftly arriving at the location of Fushan community. It must be this place. Lin Fan stepped out of the vehicle, and as his shoes made contact with the ground, they emitted a hissing sound, the soles melting under the intense heat, releasing a pungent and unpleasant odor. Lin Fan sniffed and proceeded into Fushan community. Fushan community is one of the oldest neighborhoods in Qinghe City. Situated far from the city center and lacking convenient transportation, thus most of its residents are elderly. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, its heat reminiscent of the remnants left by a fallen meteor, radiating feebly. The dilapidated buildings of Fushan community appeared precarious under the oppressive heat, much like the elderly inhabitants who seemed to be on the verge of fading away. Surely, no one lives here anymore. Lin Fan murmured as he gazed at the darkened structure before him. Official and corporate shelters had accommodated some of the elderly, while the residents of aging communities like Fushan had either scattered or departed. As Lin Fan entered the neighborhood, he noted that Fushan community comprised only 5 apartment buildings, each standing 4 stories tall, and it would not take him long to investigate. He began his search. Nothing in the first building. Lin Fan quickly descended and made his way to the second building. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he faintly heard whispers. Lin Fan paused, straining to listen. Soon, he pinpointed the source of the sound. It was just above him. Lin Fan ascended the stairs briskly, gripping his crossbow tightly. Behind a plain iron door, he heard persistent moans, weak and feeble. Lin Fan, cautious and alert, held his crossbow at the ready, approached the iron door, and stepped inside. As he pushed the door open, he beheld an elderly woman with graying hair collapsed on the floor, the groans emanating from her lips. Lin Fan, holding a crossbow, surveyed his surroundings and, finding no one, felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Grandmother, are you all right?" He crouched down and gently turned the elderly woman over. Her lips were parched, and her mind seemed clouded. Beside her lay a porcelain bowl, steaming with hot water, its temperature soaring above 90 degrees. Lin Fan lifted the bowl and assisted the woman in drinking. Though the water was scalding, the urgency of the situation left him no choice. He pinched the acupoint on her upper lip, rousing her from her stupor. Yet, her clarity of mind remained elusive. He carefully relocated her to a cooler spot and offered her more water. After a considerable time, she began to regain her senses. "Grandmother, are you feeling better?" Lin Fan inquired. The elderly woman weakly shook her head and replied, "I'm fine, thank you, dear child." Observing the woman before him, Lin Fan felt a pang of confusion. "Grandmother, why didn't you go to the official or corporate shelters?" The old woman shook her head and rasped, "I have lived in this place for most of my life. I do not wish to leave." Lin Fan fell silent, contemplating her words. Indeed, the apocalypse had arrived with startling abruptness, disrupting the fabric of daily life. Yet, for some elderly individuals, the specter of death intertwined with the catastrophe offered no intimidation. The decision to seek refuge was rendered inconsequential. His emotions were tumultuous as he lingered for a while longer until he noticed that the elderly woman was able to move. He then set off to continue his exploration. At last, Lin Fan discovered a trove of supplies within the 5th building, a room brimming with instant noodles, bottled water, canned goods, and other easily preserved provisions. A smile illuminated his face as he beheld the bounty before him. A discovery was made. Lin Fan drove over in his pickup truck and began transporting the supplies. The quantity was immense. A single vehicle could scarcely accommodate all of it, nearly exhausting Lin Fan's personal stockpile. It was truly a delightful surprise. After several trips, Lin Fan finally managed to clear the area. Mission, exploration, completed. Return to the shelter to claim rewards. As he exited the Fushan community, Lin Fan hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to leave some supplies for the elderly resident. After a brief reflection, he resolutely departed. Everyone has their own choices, and times have changed. Now, it is the apocalypse. The pickup roared to life as it sped away from Fushin Community. Yang Ruashi, clutching her laptop, wore a look of frustration. The fruit tycoon still had not responded to her messages. She truly felt as if he had perished from the heat the moment he left the shelter. Alas, it's all your fault, Grandpa. Yang Ruashi pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Old Song shared her dismay, pondering whether the young man might indeed have met his demise. After all, it had been quite some time without any word from him. Just as both were enveloped in their gloom, a knock echoed through the air. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Ruashi's heart raced at the sound. Little lamb, are you there? Lin Fan's voice called from outside. Upon hearing it, Yang Ruashi's face lit up with joy, and she dashed to the door. Ah, big shot. Wait a moment, I'll open the door for you. Old Song, however, was left in a state of shock upon hearing the voice. This young man. He glanced at the swirling air outside, utterly stunned. It was at least 80 degrees out there. How did he manage to come here? According to the knowledge of the old man's song, it is utterly impossible to maneuver freely in an environment of 80 degrees, even while clad in firefighting gear. With this thought in mind, the old man's song rushed out. But the next moment, he nearly stumbled and fell flat on the ground. Yang Ruashi, upon seeing Lin Fan outside the door dressed in a white and red patterned heat-resistant suit, almost lunged forward. Ah, why haven't you replied to my messages? I thought you had perished from the heat. Yang Ruashi complained. Lin Fan did not engage her, and instead revealed his formidable weapon, its dark sheen catching the light. Wow! Yang Ruashi exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the weapon. Did you find supplies? Yes, quite a substantial amount. I owe you my gratitude for the information. The late-arriving old man Song gazed at Lin Fan's heat-resistant suit, utterly astonished. In Chapter 10, Lin Fan casually conversed with Yang Ruashi, unaware that she was an enthusiast of weaponry. The moment he produced a crossbow, she displayed an expression of sheer fascination, her eyes sparkling with delight. Upon noticing her grandfather's arrival, she handed the black crossbow to him. To her surprise, the old man's Song pushed the crossbow aside, turning to Lin Fan with a tense expression and stating, I will trade my granddaughter for a look at your heat-resistant suit. Yang Ruashi? Instantly, her fair, jade-like face flushed with a gentle hue, the blush cascading down her smooth, delicate neck, presenting a charmingly bashful appearance. She slightly lowered her head, her fingers nervously clutching the hem of her garment. The unexpected compliment left Yang Ruashi unprepared. What? Lin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. His gaze settled on Yang Ruashi. Lin Fan's eyes pierced like scorching lasers, incessantly sweeping over her, causing her eyes to redden, nearly on the brink of tears. Could he be a lecher? Could my fragile form withstand such scrutiny? Yang Ruashi's heart raced wildly, spiraling into chaotic thoughts. I refuse. Lin Fan snorted disdainfully. What? Upon hearing this, Yang Ruashi froze, her eyes misting over. Old Song, too, thought he had misheard. In this apocalyptic era, a precious maiden, especially one so striking, offered freely. How could one refuse? Lin Fan's expression darkened, his teeth clenched as he declared, my shelter is small. The supplies barely suffice for one. With her added, resources will be depleted. What then? Yang Ruashi. Old Song. Realization dawned on Yang Ruashi. With a slam, she forcefully closed the door, angrily exclaiming, you can just stay in your shelter alone. A faint tremor of tears laced her voice. Old Song's hopes for the insulated suit were swiftly extinguished. Lin Fan, awkwardly wanting to rub his nose, found it obstructed by the suit. How could he not comprehend the implications? It was merely a matter of circumstance. With the shelter still in its infancy, he lacked the energy for romance. Stretching his back, Lin Fan dismissed the earlier incident and departed from Wanrong Community. Upon returning to the shelter, he removed the insulated suit, comfortably settling onto the sofa to claim his rewards for the completed tasks. Watching as his points in the upper right corner increased to 69. The remaining tasks now consist solely of task, upgrade, 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 and toilet branch upgrade task, no blockage. Presently, the quest for meteor fragments looms large. Lin Fan gazed at the no blockage task, feeling quite vexed, devoid of any clear direction. Throughout his journey, he had keenly observed the changes around him, finding nothing amiss. Perhaps tomorrow would suffice. After all, this matter is not urgent. Lin Fan reclined comfortably on the sofa, picked up his phone, and accessed the shelter forum to browse through posts. He was about to showcase a grand performance of a giant scrambled egg. Will the Bandit King continue to update in this apocalypse? Who possesses a silicone girlfriend? What shall be done on these tedious nights? Upon encountering the third post, Lin Feng's mind involuntarily drifted back to Yang Ruashi's rosy visage. Slap. Lin Feng smacked his own face, feeling a surge of heat. He hastily retreated to the restroom to splash his face with cold water, attempting to regain his composure. Gazing into the mirror at his masculine, handsome face, a bitter smile crept across his lips. He felt a tinge of regret. The great spiritual leader Che Guevara once articulated, after enduring immense pressure, the emotions that find no refuge within the human heart will manifest through various forms of movement. As time passed, the crimson sun descended in the west, and the stifling atmosphere gradually became more bearable. Within Scar's shelter, the sounds of undulating commotion echoed from a room. A few subordinates were lewd grins. The boss is quite something. It's been an hour already. What's the big deal? I could do it too. With that puny frame of yours, you couldn't do anything. Accompanied by a low growl, the sound intensified momentarily before diminishing into feeble gasps. The door creaked open, and Scar emerged, his visage flushed yet resolute, his steps unwavering. Observing the subordinates gathered at the threshold, a smirk of triumph graced his countenance. Upon his appearance, several of the young men hurriedly surged inside. One, swift enough, dashed in and closed the door behind him. Gazing at the enticing scene within, he swallowed hard, like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. However, mere minutes later, the subordinate re-emerged, his steps unsteady. The others regarded him with disdain. Scar leisurely ignited a cigarette, exhaling tendrils of smoke. After a brief interlude, another subordinate exited, prompting Scar to declare, "Bring forth another woman." Upon hearing his command, the men outside nodded in unison and fetched another woman from an adjacent room, ready to continue the grim proceedings. Scar not only seized resources in this apocalyptic eve but also returned with several women. He had sensed the impending chaos when the authorities began erecting shelters. This time, the end truly had arrived. Societal order would ultimately crumble. Even if the officials dispatched enforcers, how long could they maintain control? Once a mere drifter with no achievements, he now aspired to become a tyrant of the apocalypse. Scar reclined on the sofa, smoking one cigarette after another, his eyes gleaming with fervor. His mind abuzz with visions of future plans and ambitions. Soon, that individual would kneel before him. The image of that person flickered in Scar's mind, but in the next instant, it seemed to come alive, mocking him with a chilling laugh. Scar jolted back to reality, drenched in cold sweat. Time passed. A faint light illuminated the window, heralding the arrival of a new day. Scar arose, having spent the night in wakefulness. Get up. Get up. Let's swiftly gather supplies while the temperature is still low. He roused his few subordinates. I'm so tired. Last night was quite the thrill. Nonsense. You were the quickest last night. They jested. After a brief morning routine, they followed Scar out the door. After leaving a few subordinates behind, Scar locked the shelter's door to prevent anyone from fleeing. Two vans set out under the dim light of dawn. Moments later, they halted at the Fushin community. Scar lit another cigarette, placing it between his lips. This batch of supplies represented the initial capital for his ambitious survival plan amidst the apocalypse. The thugs ascended the building, floor by floor, until they reached the storage area. Upon arrival, the group was rendered speechless. Scar, feeling somewhat weary, glanced at the empty room and pulled the cigarette from his mouth, delivering a sharp slap to the back of the leading subordinate's head. "What are you dawdling for? Keep moving." One timid subordinate quietly remarked. "Boss, this is where we store our supplies." Chapter 11. Only Lin Fan can live at leisure. November 2nd. The day following the apocalypse. This day marked the greatest setback in Scar's life. His grand plan for dominance in the desolation lay in ruins. Scar dashed into the room, the empty space unable to contain his fury. The group of subordinates exchanged glances, their whispers barely audible. In Scar's eyes burned a fierce flame. This room had shattered everything he held dear. In an instant, the fatigue from the previous night's vigil struck him with a final blow. He perceived an encroaching darkness, a swirling mist that enveloped him, gradually consuming him. Boom. Before Scar lay only darkness. Alas, boss, brother Scar. His body, heavy and unyielding, collapsed as he slipped into unconsciousness. After what felt like an eternity, Scar opened his eyes. The circle of his subordinates had parted, granting him a breath of fresh air. He exhaled deeply, as if awakening from a distant dream. The emptiness of the room served as a stark reminder that what he had witnessed was no mere illusion. The concerned murmurs of his followers fell on deaf ears. He could only observe their lips moving in silent inquiry. Scar made his way to the bathroom. Turning on the faucet, the water flowed warmly, splashing against the basin. He gazed into the mirror, tracing the scar on his face. The silhouette of that person re-emerging vividly in his mind. In that moment, his dilated pupils sharpened, regaining their focus. He steadied himself, a serene expression settling on his features. With the faucet turned off, Scar washed his hands simply and stepped out of the bathroom. Looking at his subordinates, he had already regained his composure. He declared in a clear voice, "Search the surroundings for any potential hideouts. My supplies cannot have vanished into thin air." The group dispersed, scouring the area. Scar settled onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette, his gaze fixed on the flickering ember. His countenance remained unchanged, yet beneath it lay an enigmatic depth akin to the abyss, leaving others perplexed. "Boss, we found her." A young subordinate rushed back in a frenzy. Scar extinguished the cigarette in his hand and coolly instructed, "Lead the way." They arrived at a two-story building, the 4th floor. Scar stood before the elderly woman's humble refuge, gazing at the flimsy iron door in the empty room, his face burning as if he had been dealt a severe blow. "Search." A group of henchmen streamed in, and the elderly woman sat on a dilapidated sofa, her eyes half closed, seemingly dozing off, entirely oblivious to the thugs surrounding her. "Boss, there's nothing here. This old wretch has pitifully few supplies. Hardly any food." Scar approached the elderly woman, his icy gaze fixed upon her. "Madam, has anyone visited the Fushan community recently?" The old woman slightly opened her eyes, which, despite their cloudiness, sparkled with clarity as she scrutinized Scar. She then shook her head, indicating no. Scar observed the elderly woman, her lifeless eyes evoking memories of the past, and he understood. He stood up, a sculpted smile gracing his face, and declared, "Everyone, out." The henchman paused in surprise but quickly complied and exited. Scar placed his large, calloused hands on the woman's head and neck. "Madam, this apocalypse is not an era in which you can survive." Upon hearing these words, the elderly woman's previously serene eyes lacked any glimmer, yet at that moment, she smiled. "Thank you, young man." With that, Scar tightened his grip, and the woman's neck emitted a sharp crack. The elderly man gradually fell silent. Scar lit another cigarette and murmured, "Take care," as he stepped outside. He took the supplies and headed to the property management office of Fushan Community, where there might be surveillance cameras. After speaking, Scar descended the stairs, leaving his subordinates momentarily stunned, trembling as they recalled something, too frightened to look back. They gazed at Scar's departing figure with increasing trepidation. His eyes shone brightly. He possessed the ability to perceive certain truths about the world and the connections within them. The loss of supplies was not without remedy. In the surveillance room of Fushan Community, Scar contemplated the figure clad in a white and red insulated suit, who appeared approximately 2 hours after the meteorite's descent. When he spotted the black pickup truck, Scar understood. On November 2nd, at 5:28 a.m., the scientific team from the official shelter of Qinghe City set out, seizing the precious time before sunrise to search for the meteorite. By 5:32 a.m., Scar had unraveled the mystery behind the missing supplies and departed from Fushan Community. Heading towards a specific location, various corporate shelters began their day's labor, while individuals from smaller private shelters emerged to survey the world in the aftermath of the meteorite's fall. Everyone was engaged in meaningful endeavors, striving to survive in a world transformed by catastrophe. Yet, at that moment, Lin Fan lay in the comfort of his soft bed, sleeping soundly, occasionally smacking his lips in blissful slumber. The disparities between individuals are sometimes simply destined. "Ah," Lin Fan yawned, awakening to rub his bleary eyes and pulled out his phone to check the time. "Goodness, it is already 9 o'clock. Lin Fan was utterly astonished upon realizing the time. He had never anticipated that he could sleep so soundly in a world newly ravaged by catastrophe. What a bold heart he possessed. Commencing daily point settlement. The system detected Lin Fan's awakening, and the ethereal blue interface began to tally the points for November 1st. You witnessed the fall of a meteorite and were not rendered unconscious by its forceful impact. You felt exhilarated, earning 20 points. You ventured out for a while, observing the familiar land shatter, which caused you great sorrow, earning 3 points. You received news of supplies and ventured forth to investigate, earning 2 points. The information regarding the supplies proved true, and you acquired a substantial amount of resources, which brought you joy, earning 50 points. You accepted a crossbow as a reward for the information, but regretted losing something far more significant, earning 3 points. You did not obtain any news about the meteorite's descent, which left you feeling dejected, earning 2 points. Daily settlement complete. Today's evaluation, astonishing. An additional 5 points awarded. November 1st. Earn points, 80 for 84. Total points accumulated, 155. Well, that is quite satisfactory. Lin Fan stretched lazily, loosened his joints, and after completing his morning routine and breakfast, he turned his gaze toward today's daily tasks. Daily tasks have been refreshed. Today's task quantity: 1 task, Wasteland Wanderer task rating. Simple traverse at least 5,000 meters in the desolate world. Task reward: 10 points. A rather mundane task with little distinction, Lin Fan could easily complete it in a short span of time. However, his attention subsequently shifted entirely to the rewards of the task, harvest. He had returned too fatigued yesterday to claim it. Claiming task rewards: 100 points. White quality Desert Eagle pistol blueprint issued. White blueprint, Desert Eagle pistol. Production requirements: basic processing equipment, forged steel, rubber. Final product: ordinary Desert Eagle pistol. The requirements for crafting the Desert Eagle pistol are not particularly demanding, and Lin Fan is capable of producing it. He placed several pieces of raw iron and rubber products onto the conveyor belt of the basic processing equipment, then pressed the blueprint onto the control panel. Now, he must wait. The remaining time on the control panel is a full 6 hours. He will only be able to retrieve the finished product around 4 in the afternoon. This agonizingly slow pace almost compels Lin Fan to expend points for an upgrade. The basic processing equipment is a fusion of a 3D printer and a raw material synthesizer. But upgrading still requires navigating 2 interfaces. Gazing at his ethereal blue interface displaying 255 points, having just completed the harvest task and gained 100 points. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment before resolutely opting for the upgrade. If he were to explore again at 4 in the afternoon, it would be too late. Even the yellow flowers would have wilted, and he would miss the warmth of a fresh meal. System: utilizing 100 points to enhance the synthesis rate of the raw material synthesizer. Command received. Commencing upgrade. The rudimentary processing equipment occupying half of Lin Fan's space underwent a transformation. The once black metal, adorned with speckles of starlight, began to shimmer. After a few moments, the section of the raw material synthesizer before Lin Fan transformed. It retained its enigmatic black hue, yet the area of the starlight expanded, as if aspiring toward a higher realm of sophistication. Rudimentary processing equipment. Raw material synthesizer upgrade entry modified. High-efficiency raw material synthesizer quality, barely acceptable. The system's rudimentary manifestation of the machine has undergone an upgrade, resulting in improved operational efficiency. Upgrade options: 1. Capacity, 50 points. 2. Conversion ratio, 300 points. 3. Technological aspect, 1,000 points. Excellent. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing the system's assessment post-upgrade. Now, he glanced back at the control panel, noting that the original 6-hour processing time had been reduced to merely 2 hours, a remarkable tripling of efficiency that was truly astonishing. The ensuing 2 hours were spent idly scrolling through his phone. Meanwhile, the official research team of Qinghe City tirelessly traversed the streets affected by the meteorite fallout, diligently searching for clues. Clad in unappealing, yellow-based attire, they ambled along the thoroughfare. "Have you found anything yet?" inquired the bald supervisor of the research team. "No. I suspect that the metal possesses a magnetic field that interferes with our detection instruments." The researchers, clad in hastily modified thermal suits, adjusted their instruments. The supervisor sighed, lamenting the elusive extraterrestrial metal near Qinghe City, which remained undiscovered. However, the quality of the thermal suits was indeed subpar. Were the personnel from the daily department merely idling? The suits, produced overnight, were not only excessively cumbersome but also exhibited poor thermal insulation. The temperature within the garments continued to rise, causing great discomfort to the sedentary researchers. "Supervisor, the temperature inside our suits is quite high. Perhaps we should find a place to rest for a while?" Suddenly, a melodious and gentle female voice interjected. Finally, it has arrived. Upon hearing this voice, all the researchers felt a surge of hope. It was Tang Qing, the only one in the entire research department brave enough to confront the supervisor. Gratitude swelled in the hearts of everyone present. The supervisor snorted, but did not oppose Tang Qing's suggestion this time. "Then let us find a place to take a break," he said, his expression unfriendly. "Hooray! Long live Tang Qing." The researchers cheered, further darkening the supervisor's countenance. If only Tang Qing had a modicum of emotional intelligence, she should have discreetly informed him earlier, allowing him to play the benevolent role. Dressed in a thermal suit that was clearly a size too large, Tang Qing acknowledged with a hum and continued to probe for the meteorite's location. The others watched her work diligently, uncertain of what to say. Several female researchers attempted to call out to Tang Qing, but were restrained by their peers. Since she wished to continue her exploration, they decided to let her be. feigning sincerity. Such exertion yields no rewards. The tone of those uttering such words is tinged with bitterness. Tang Qing possesses the capability to rival two teams in the research department, and she is an ardent scientist, with her focus solely on research. Yet, the most lamentable aspect is that Tang Qing is a stunning beauty. As she continues her quest for meteorite signals, it leaves some onlookers eager to witness her reveal a well-toned physique after shedding her thermal suit, somewhat disheartened. Even the supervisor's face betrays dissatisfaction, to be honest. He had just consented to the break with the intention of admiring Tang Qing's figure. Now, that opportunity has vanished. The corpulent supervisor is quite vexed. Is there no end to this? If you're not tired, continue scanning the signals. The supervisor can only vent his frustration on the other ordinary researchers. After an arduous 2 hours, Lin Fan finally achieved his long-desired objective, acquiring the Desert Eagle pistol. He gazed at the entirely black Desert Eagle, its robust frame, dark muzzle, and substantial weight filled him with exhilaration. Honestly, what man does not appreciate a formidable weapon, especially one like the Desert Eagle, bolstered by the system's special enhancements? Lin Fan concentrated, and the information about the Desert Eagle materialized on the blue interface before him. Weapon, Desert Eagle. Quality, common. The renowned Desert Eagle, which, it is said, has merely undergone a slight modification, magazine capacity, 99, can be equipped with a magazine. Required ammunition type, 357 Magnum. Upgrade options, 1. Special bullets, 10 points, 2. Mini self-aim, 100 points, 3. Magical area strike, 500 points, with a sense of satisfaction. Lin Fan picked up the bullets produced by the primary processing equipment and loaded them into his pistol, to ensure he was well prepared. He also prepared several additional magazines for unforeseen circumstances. It was time to venture out. Lin Fan felt a sense of ease, wielding a formidable weapon, ready to vanquish any foe, be it divine or demonic. Approaching the wardrobe, Lin Fan hesitated as he gazed at the thermal suit before him. Perhaps it would be wise to upgrade the thermal suit as well. System. Upgrade the thermal suit. Enhance its protective capabilities. Commencing upgrade. Upgrade complete. Thermal suit attributes updated. Thermal protective suit quality, common. A thermal protective suit with heat insulation and basic defensive functions, still a fair distance from achieving full spectrum protection. Upgrade options, 1. Fire resistance, 100 points, 2. Oxygen supply, 300 points, 3. Insulation, 100 points, after upgrading the thermal suit. Lin Fan noticed his points had diminished to 55, as if he had returned to square one. The once white suit now boasted yellow patterns, creating a striking red and yellow contrast. Lin Fan seized a fruit knife and, with a swift motion, plunged it toward the newly enhanced thermal suit. Chapter 13. Meteor Shards. The protective thermal suit bore but a faint white mark, which Lin Fan effortlessly wiped away, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Donning the suit and gripping the fierce eagle pistol, he exited the shelter. Contemplating the task of traversing the wasteland, Lin Fan opted not to take his large pickup truck onto the road. After some reflection, he resolved to head first to the tallest edifice in Qinghe City, the Qinghe Technology Building. He had always found it astonishing that the tallest structure in Qinghe City was, in fact, a technology building. At this moment, the clock edged toward noon. The sun hung in the sky like a weary office worker, indifferent to the shattered blue planet beneath it, still radiating heat. However, this temperature was inconsequential to Lin Fan. The soil of the green belts flanking the road had long since cracked, resembling the flaky crust of a custard tart. Perhaps I should indulge in a tart later, Lin Fan mused upon seeing it. The shelter was equipped with an abundance of facilities, which Lin Fan had anticipated. The streets remained eerily silent as he swiftly reached the uppermost level of the Qinghe Technology Building. Standing on the rooftop, Lin Fan surveyed the entirety of Qinghe City. Suddenly, he spotted a group of individuals clad in unsightly yellow fire suits in the northwest. Were they scavenging for supplies or searching for meteorites? Lin Fan squinted. If they were indeed hunting for meteorites, he would need to hasten his pace. Judging by their appearance, they likely belonged to the research community of Qinghe City. The fallen meteorite was substantial, and its fragmented remnants could be scattered across the globe. At present, the nearest fragments to Lin Fan were those in Qinghe City, and he had no intention of relinquishing them to others. With a sweeping glance, he took in the entirety of Qinghe City. Aside from the collapse of several buildings, certain areas still ablaze, and a fissure splitting the earth in the east, the city of Qinghe appeared largely unchanged. Lin Fan suddenly noticed a flicker in the northwestern direction, stirring a peculiar sensation within him. There was a meteorite. Whether it was an illusion or not, the feeling was profound. Observing the group of researchers in the northwest, Lin Fan hastily descended the stairs. He had to reach the meteorite fragments before them. Of course, if necessary, he could resort to intimidation, though it was not out of the question that they might be armed. The signal grew increasingly intense. Tang Qing navigated swiftly between the buildings, her device indicating that the distance to the meteorite was diminishing. Almost there. A smile broke through her face, partially obscured by her yellow firefighter's suit. Lin Fan began to sprint down the street. Having anticipated the impending catastrophe, he had prepared himself through rigorous trainings, equipping him with some degree of fortitude to face this apocalypse. As he traversed the asphalt road, reeking with unpleasant odors, and maneuvered around obscured structures, he drew closer to the spot he had previously glimpsed. Meanwhile, in a nearby building, a personal shelter housed a young couple, their faces etched with terror as they beheld Scarface. Scarface, wielding a fruit knife, gently tapped the husband's face, who remained motionless, helplessly watching as Scarface's lackeys carried away their supplies. One of the henchmen, while hauling the goods, caught a fleeting glimpse through the bleached glass. Noticing a figure in a white base with red and yellow patterned clothing darting past below. "Why does this clothing seem somewhat familiar?" murmured the younger brother. "What is it?" Scar, upon hearing his words, instinctively inquired. "I just saw someone wearing a white outfit with red and yellow patterns running past." Scar's hand, which had been rhythmically chopping at the fruit, faltered, and a look of astonishment spread across his face. He rushed to the window's edge and caught sight of Lin Fan's figure darting out of the community. Upon recognizing that familiar thermal suit, a predatory smile akin to that of a lion on the hunt emerged on Scar's face as he licked his lips. "I found you. Everyone, hurry and follow me. After we gather the supplies, kill the men, and bring the women back to the shelter." "Yes, boss." No, please. I'll join you. Don't kill me." A cruel smile crept onto the face of one of Scar's subordinates, who, along with others, ruthlessly snapped the husband's neck. The terrified wife witnessed this horrific scene, trembling uncontrollably, before letting out a scream and fainting. This will certainly save the thugs a great deal of trouble. The group of marauders hastily scooped up the unconscious wife, taking the opportunity to take advantage of her. Scar, accompanied by his band of followers, descended the stairs. His eyes brimming with exhilaration, an unexpected thrill coursed through him. "I found it." Suddenly, the detector in Tang Qing's hands emitted a series of beeps. The weary researchers, who had been taking intermittent breaks, felt their spirits lift at the sound. "Ah, wonderful. We have finally located it. We can return sooner." The researchers donned their firefighting suits, invigorated, and hurried towards the source of the signal. The corpulent supervisor, having risen from a cool spot, huffed and puffed as he followed suit. Tang Qing gazed with rapturous fascination at the meteorite fragments that lay a mere 10 meters before her. This particular fragment had fortuitously traversed a building, embedding itself on the first floor. Soon, other researchers hurried over. At the center of a modest impact crater, measuring only 4 to 5 meters, lay a diamond-shaped meteorite fragment, quietly emanating a soft, ethereal glow. Its entire surface shimmered in shades of blue, resembling a precious gem, and in the absence of sunlight within the building, it appeared to breathe, radiating a delicate luminescence that was breathtakingly beautiful. Could this truly be a meteorite? It resembled a gemstone. But let us not be foolish. A throng of female researchers gazed at the glowing blue fragment with longing in their eyes. This meteorite fragment was astonishingly exquisite, far surpassing the allure of any diamond. As everyone succumbed to the fragment's enchanting allure, Tang Qing stepped forward, striding towards it. "Wait, detection," she called back without glancing over her shoulder. "There's nothing to worry about. No radiation. I've already checked." The other female researchers looked at Tang Qing, who was approaching the meteorite, with envy in their eyes. Meanwhile, others readied their collection boxes. The corpulent supervisor watched Tang Qing's retreating figure, swallowing hard. Though clad in a bulky fireproof suit, her devilish figure could not be concealed. "I will possess you, Tang Qing," the supervisor thought to himself. Tang Qing approached the breathtaking fragment of the meteorite with a heart brimming with excitement. As she drew nearer, this woman, whose mind was predominantly occupied with scientific research, found herself irresistibly captivated by the celestial piece. It was truly exquisite. Tang Qing murmured, her gaze becoming somewhat dreamy. The edges of the fragment were flawlessly smooth, radiating a delicate blue hue, while the center displayed a milky white. pulsating with a blue light that emanated as if in rhythm with the meteorite's breath. Instinctively, Tang Qing reached out her hand to touch the meteorite fragment. Ah, she gasped. This fragment is scalding. Tang Qing stared in horror at her fireproof suit, now singed and blackened. What is happening? Are you all right? Upon hearing Tang Qing's exclamation, several researchers hurried over. Their astonishment was palpable as they beheld her scorched hand. The fireproof suit is damaged. What is going on? Supervisor Fat Pig approached with impatience, but upon observing the meteorite in Tang Qing's charred suit, he regained his composure. Immediately, measure the surface temperature of the meteorite fragment. A look of seriousness crossed Supervisor Fat Pig's face. Soon, the temperature of the meteorite's surface was recorded. Supervisor, this fragment reaches a staggering 800 degrees, and remarkably, the temperature only affects the surface. It does not alter the surrounding temperature. Hearing this, Supervisor Fat Pig's pupils constricted. Indeed, this meteorite fragment was extraordinary, likely containing metals of great significance. Then, as a thought struck him, it made sense. Otherwise, the government would not have issued an immediate order to collect meteorite fragments. Supervisor, it seems that our storage box will not be able to retrieve this meteorite fragment. After measuring the surface temperature of the fragment, a group of researchers found themselves at a loss. Tang Qing bit her lip. The mysterious metal lay before her. Yet it remained unattainable. Just then, amidst the collective helplessness, a young man's voice suddenly emerged from behind. The researchers turned to see a figure dressed in a thermal suit of white adorned with red and yellow patterns standing behind them. Lin Fan observed the circle of researchers, who were occupying space without contributing, and seized the opportunity to slip into the crowd while they were momentarily distracted. What are you doing? Who are you? The group of researchers admonished Lin Fan, who had appeared unexpectedly. The supervisor, resembling a plump pig, furrowed his brow, sensing something peculiar about Lin Fan's thermal suit. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Lin Fan advanced directly towards the meteorite fragment. As he gazed upon the exquisite piece, a sigh of relief escaped him. He had finally found the material for the toilet. Lin Fan extended his hand, prepared to grasp the meteorite fragment. Danger! Tang Qing, closest to the fragment, exclaimed sharply, reaching out her cumbersome hand towards Lin Fan. Noticing this, Lin Fan slightly furrowed his brow and deftly evaded Tang Qing's grasp, securing the meteorite fragment in his hand. Ah, my heavens! The surrounding researchers instinctively closed their eyes. Their specially designed firefighting suits could scarcely endure the fragment's temperature, and now this man's hand was surely at risk. However, after a while, they did not hear Lin Fan scream. Upon opening their eyes, they beheld Lin Fan steadily grasping a fragment of the meteorite. Ah, he has obtained it. How is this possible? What material is his heat-resistant suit made of? Tang Qing looked at Lin Fan firmly holding the meteorite fragment, unable to believe her eyes. Who is he, truly? Beneath the cumbersome firefighting suit, Tang Qing's beautiful eyes flickered with astonishment. Step aside, Lin Fan said coldly. The researchers around him quickly reacted. Wonderful. We can take it back. Let us hurry. I have long to return. The surrounding researchers erupted in cheers. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, puzzled. What was happening? Why did it seem as though he was the one who had retrieved it for them? He moved toward the exit. Wait, where is he going? No, he is not one of us. The portly supervisor greedily eyed Lin Fan's heat-resistant suit, having never encountered a suit capable of withstanding temperatures of 800 degrees. Wait a moment. The supervisor called out, causing Lin Fan to halt. What is it? Do you need something? The supervisor's chubby face squinted with intrigue. Young man, that meteorite fragment belongs to our research institute, or rather, it is a strategic material requested by the official authorities of Huaxia. Oh, Lin Fan nodded, then continued on his way. The surrounding researchers were left in stunned silence, and Tang Qing was particularly taken aback. Watching Lin Fan stride toward the exit, the supervisor was completely dumbfounded. Shouldn't a normal person comply and return the meteorite fragment upon hearing such words? As Lin Fan's figure receded into the distance, the corpulent supervisor gritted his teeth and commanded, Go. Stop him. The surrounding researchers immediately surged forward. Lin Fan, encircled by the researchers, furrowed his brow. You wish to impede my progress? Brothers, this is what the Huaxia authorities desire. It can significantly advance the course of human evolution. Indeed, brother, we can trade a box of canned meat for it. These researchers attempted to obstruct Lin Fan, irresistibly drawn to the enigmatic meteorite fragments. Akin to a ravenous demon encountering a transcendent beauty, this meteorite holds immense value for me. Lin Fan replied courteously. Upon hearing this, a female researcher revealed a mocking smirk beneath her fireproof suit, her tone laced with derision. Of great use in your hands? The other researchers burst into laughter. Lin Fan surveyed the group, his patience wearing thin. Do you ordinary folk truly comprehend the gravity of your actions? You merely seek to gain a little advantage, don't you? Hurry, our time is precious, at most, 2 boxes of canned meat. Now, send the meteorite fragments to the shelter with us. The researchers around him displayed repugnant expressions. Lin Fan's anger reached a boiling point. Once, he held immense respect and admiration for the elder generation of scientists. But these researchers now filled him with disdain. Suddenly, a gunshot reverberated through the stillness of the apocalypse. The air fell silent, the atmosphere thick and stagnant like a pool of stagnant water. The group of researchers surrounding Lin Fan stood frozen in place. Upon hearing the gunshot, the overweight supervisor became rigid, cold sweat enveloping his body. Trembling, he thought to himself, he has a gun. The sound of the gunshot reverberated through the floors, causing the scarred figure searching for Lin Fan to halt, akin to a shark catching the scent of blood. He has been found, and there's gunfire. Upon hearing the shot, a look of nostalgia crossed the scarred man's face, but it was soon replaced by confusion. What kind of gun is that? He hadn't recognized it. Nevertheless, the scarred man urged his subordinates to quicken their pace. That kid had undoubtedly run into trouble. The boy wielded a crossbow while his adversary possessed a firearm. He must extract the location of the safe haven from the boy before it's too late. Without hesitation, the scarred man took off running. Lin Fan holstered his weapon and calmly stated, Now, I intend to take this piece of meteorite. Who is in favor? He turned to face the others. Who is against it? The researchers, who had been so boisterous moments ago, now resembled quaking quails. Too frightened to speak further. I oppose. Tang Qing stepped forward from the back, her voice carrying a chill. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan fired, the bullet charging forth like an enraged bull. Ah! Holy crap! The other researchers screamed in terror, each one nearly paralyzed with fear. In front of Tang Qing, a small pit had formed, with a bullet embedded within it, and the surrounding concrete had been marred by the impact. Tang Qing's body trembled slightly, and she remained motionless. Next time, it won't just be the ground that I target. With that, Lin Fan brandished the meteorite and made his way outside, pushing open the glass door and leaving that floor behind. Tang Qing, filled with reluctance, followed him. Oh, Tang Qing, don't go. He is just a madman. Her colleagues whispered in caution. Nevertheless, Tang Qing resolutely pursued him. This meteorite was beneficial to the nation and humanity. It must not be allowed to fall into Lin Fan's hands so easily. As Lin Fan exited the building into the bright sunlight, he squinted, having grown accustomed to the darkness within. Ah, be careful, Tang Qing warned as she noticed something in front of them. Lin Fan, sensing something amiss, quickly shifted his position, only to see a shadow approaching him swiftly. It was an advertisement board. The sign hanging from the building was plummeting. Lin Fan retreated back inside, his heart racing as he watched the board crash to the ground, cold sweat pouring from him in torrents. Death had been alarmingly close. Just then, a voice rang out from outside. Boss, I saw that guy come out. He is definitely dead. Are you an idiot? If you kill him, where will I go to ask about the shelter's location? The voice of the scar-faced man reached Lin Fan's ears. So that was it. A cold smile crept across Lin Fan's face as he raised his weapon, the wild eagle, aiming ahead. Scar hurriedly rushed towards the location of the billboard, fearing that Lin Fan's demise would be catastrophic. He had meticulously planned this setup to rescue Lin Fan and extract the location of the refuge. However, he never anticipated that his foolish subordinate would engage in reckless behavior. As he approached the billboard, a sudden sense of crisis enveloped Scar, prompting an instinctive dive to either side. Bang! The wild eagle let out a piercing cry, and the bullet from Myo Gu Nen whistled through the air. Scar swiftly dropped to the ground, rolling behind a shattered sedan for cover. Damn it! Scar cursed under his breath. Boss! His subordinates, upon hearing the gunfire, rushed towards him. Lin Fan, confronted by the thugs before him, continued to fire. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out, and one of the advancing subordinates was struck in the abdomen, blood gushing uncontrollably while the others fled in terror. Lin Fan had missed 2 shots. He shook his head, lamenting his lack of experience with firearms, feeling utterly inept. Had he known, he would have upgraded the Wild Eagle's micro-auto targeting system. Frustration gnawed at Lin Fan as he contemplated his blunder. Yet, glancing at the subordinate he had shot, who was on the brink of death, a tremor of unease coursed through him. It was his first experience with taking a life. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Achievement unlocked. Outlaw. You have taken a life. You are now classified as an outlaw. Achievement unlocked. 10 points and a sense of guilt buff. Another accomplishment completed. However, Lin Fan's expression was far from pleasant. The guilt buff, on the surface, appeared to be anything but beneficial. Buff system activated, returning to the shelter for further assessment. Tang Qing, standing behind Lin Fan, witnessed the scene unfold. He had killed. He had taken a life. At that moment, Tang Qing felt an overwhelming sense of dread. A person who had been alive just moments ago was now lifeless. A chill surged from the depths of her being, spreading throughout her entire body. Tang Qing's teeth chattered uncontrollably. Scar, upon noticing the demise of one of his subordinates, cursed under his breath. Did you see who it was? Scar, concealed behind a sedan, inquired of the trembling subordinate who had just rushed over. The subordinate, still in shock, with ashen lips, stammered, "Boss. It was that guy? He wasn't crushed." "What?" Scar was taken aback. "That kid now possesses a firearm? How could that be? Gun control in Huaxia is exceedingly stringent. Even he couldn't procure one. Damn it." Scar pounded the car in frustration but quickly regained his composure, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes. He turned to his dazed subordinate, steadying him, and instructed, "You stand by the car, and when he approaches, stab him." With that, Scar produced a gleaming silver knife and handed it to the trembling subordinate. The subordinate, with a quivering voice, pleaded, "No. Boss, I want to live a few more years. Damn it. Hurry up." Scarface forcefully thrust a knife into his hand and kicked him out. "Listen, if you accomplish this task, you shall be my sworn brother, and within the shelter, you will wield power equal to mine." The previously terrified subordinate, upon hearing these words and witnessing Scarface's earnest gaze, felt a surge of determination within. To prepare for any eventuality, Lin Fan methodically reloaded the 5 bullets he had just fired and cautiously approached Scarface's hiding spot. The knife-wielding subordinate, filled with trepidation, swallowed hard. If he succeeded, he would be able to savor the provisions and women of the shelter. Hearing Lin Fan's footsteps, he focused intently. 1 step, 2 steps. Lin Fan was drawing ever closer. Now was the moment. The subordinate, fixated on the advancing shadow, lunged forward, thrusting the gleaming knife with all his might. As the blade pierced Lin Fan's body, a look of rapture spread across the subordinate's face. It was a success. He would be the second in command in the boss's shelter. Ecstatic. The subordinate turned to celebrate, but in the next instant, he froze. His leader had vanished. Lin Fan, unfazed, regarded the knife that had barely penetrated. Die. The subordinate, horrified by Lin Fan's voice, turned back to see his knife lying on the ground, and the spot he had attacked merely bore a white mark. What kind of clothing is this? The subordinate gazed in terror at Lin Fan's thermal suit. Bam! Lin Fan pulled the trigger, and a hole appeared in the subordinate's forehead. Next life, be more mindful, Lin Fan murmured to himself. As Lin Fan turned to glance behind the car, the figure of the scarred man had vanished. He retraced his steps to the entrance of the building, surveying the surroundings, only to find that the fleeing assailants had also disappeared. They certainly fled with remarkable speed. Lin Fan beheld the disarray at the entrance, his gaze resting on the 2 lifeless bodies he had dispatched. A surge of emotions welled within him, excitement flickering in his eyes, though soon subdued. After a few moments, his expression regained its composure. Next time, he shall meet his demise. The image of the scarred man loomed in Lin Fan's mind. Chapter 17. Tang Qing. Upon hearing the knocking at the door, Lin Fan's instincts heightened. Could someone be tailing him? He discreetly grasped the handgun resting on the table. A perfect opportunity to test the weapon. Approaching the door, Lin Fan activated the surveillance monitor. The sight of the person appearing on the screen left him momentarily astonished. How could it be her? Standing outside was none other than Tang Qing. With a swift motion, Lin Fan flung the door open, startling her. Yet, in the next instant, the dark muzzle of the gun was aimed squarely at her forehead. I believe I mentioned. You have but one chance. Lin Fan spoke coldly. Simultaneously, he scrutinized Tang Qing, who was wielding a peculiar device, pondering its significance in her arrival. Tang Qing met Lin Fan's gaze, inhaling deeply before placing the device on the ground. She raised her hands, signaling her desire to enter the sanctuary. Observing her actions, Lin Fan stepped forward, narrowing his eyes. Are you truly unafraid of death? Tang Qing stood her ground, facing Lin Fan, who obstructed her passage. She removed her mask, revealing a delicate visage, pale and glistening with a fine sheen of sweat. Her eyes were clear and bright, complemented by elegantly arched brows, and her long lashes fluttered gently. A fine sheen of sweat adorned her fair neck, a testament to her hurried breaths after chasing Lin Fan, her face flushed with a hint of crimson. Another beauty rivaling Yang Ruashi. Lin Fan found himself momentarily captivated by the tall figure of Tang Qing before him. After taking a few deep breaths, Tang Qing felt a twinge of anxiety. Before her stood a genuine thug, a man who had taken lives. As she observed Lin Fan's momentary distraction, a wave of apprehension washed over her. She should not reveal her appearance. After a brief daze, Lin Fan regained his composure and regarded Tang Qing with a probing gaze. "What is it that you seek?" he inquired. Tang Qing lifted her chin, her clear eyes meeting his unwavering stare. Summoning her courage, she declared, "I seek fragments of a meteorite." As she spoke, a bead of sweat trickled down her forehead, gliding along her flushed cheek and disappearing beneath her sturdy firefighting uniform. Lin Fan scrutinized Tang Qing intently, and she sensed an unsettling tension in the air. Was she not simply walking into the jaws of a tiger? If he were to covet her beauty, it would spell disaster. After being gazed at by Lin Fan for several seconds, a deeper hue of embarrassment colored Tang Qing's face, her lashes fluttering as fear began to creep into her heart. "Very well," Lin Fan finally replied. Tang Qing was taken aback, disbelief etched across her features. Lin Fan stepped aside, saying, "Come in." With that, he nonchalantly entered the refuge. Tang Qing hesitated at the wide-open entrance of the shelter, feeling a sense of foreboding. After a moment's contemplation, she followed him inside. Since Lin Fan did not force her even when he had a gun, there should not be any issues. As Tang Qing stepped into the refuge, she was greeted by a refreshing breeze. She could vaguely sense the cool air circulating, prompting her to marvel at the excellence of the air system. Lin Fan entered the small kitchen to tidy up. "Can you cook?" he inquired as he peeked out from the kitchen, enjoying the coolness. Tang Qing was momentarily taken aback by the question, but soon responded, "Yes." "Can you make egg tarts?" "Egg tarts?" "Yes." With her answer, Lin Fan nodded and returned to the kitchen. Tang Qing, relishing the cool air, removed her outer garment. Dressed in a firefighter suit, she wore minimal clothing, just a snug sports tank top that clung closely to her form. Lin Fan gathered the necessary ingredients and stepped out of the kitchen. Upon exiting, he was struck by the sight before him. Tang Qing was seated on the sofa, her firefighter suit beside her, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, gleaming like satin. Although the light green sports tank top enveloped her tightly, it could not conceal the pronounced curves of her figure, which exuded vitality and grace. She breathed in small, measured breaths and suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Turning her head, she locked eyes with Lin Fan. He gazed at her silently for nearly a minute before blinking. Without a trace of embarrassment, he stated, "All right, go make me a few egg tarts, and I'll give you the meteorite fragments." "Really?" Tang Qing found it somewhat unbelievable to hear Lin Fan's simple request. She thought, as the thought crossed her mind. Her cheeks flushed a deeper crimson. To that extent, she would absolutely never acquiesce. Dispelling her fanciful notions, Tang Qing swiftly rose and made her way to the kitchen. As she passed by Lin Fan, the delicate fragrance clung to him, lingering in the air. Lin Fan inhaled deeply several times, attempting to calm his tumultuous emotions, yet the enticing scent continued to waft around him. Suddenly, Tang Qing's voice broke through Lin Fan's reverie. She had inspected the ingredients and realized she was short on aluminum foil. Upon emerging, she found Lin Fan lost in the enchantment of her fragrance, which rendered her already flushed cheeks even more vibrant. Tang Qing had never experienced such a moment, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Fan snapped back to reality, offering a polite yet slightly embarrassed smile as he turned his face away. However, his inner turmoil persisted. "I haven't found the aluminum foil," Tang Qing said softly, her voice barely above a whisper, her beautiful face resembling a radiant sunset tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Lin Fan smacked his forehead, recalling that he indeed had not prepared the foil for the egg tarts. Nevertheless, he had a solution. "All right, I will fetch the aluminum foil. You wait here," he declared, striding towards the primary processing equipment. Although he lacked the foil, he could certainly create it. Tang Qing returned to the kitchen, her mind still echoing with the image of Lin Fan, eyes closed, gently lifting his nose to savor her scent. She too lowered her head slightly, inhaling the fragrance that enveloped her. The scent was utterly absent. Tang Qing, her cheeks flushed, began to blend cream, milk, and sugar in precise proportions. As she stirred, her thoughts inevitably wandered to Lin Fan, his face radiating a robust masculinity. It seemed He possessed a hint of charm. With this thought, Tang Qing gently patted her own face. Tang Qing, what are you thinking? After a couple of stirs, she felt a slight discomfort in her abdomen, and a blush crept across her face. She needed to find a restroom. Since leaving the shelter that morning, she hadn't had the chance to relieve herself, initially confident that she would soon locate the meteorite fragments, yet time had slipped away. Tang Qing endeavored to endure, yet her bladder protested vehemently. Ultimately, she could no longer hold back. With her face aflame, Tang Qing exited the kitchen and glanced around. This was her first experience using a restroom in a stranger's home, and moreover, a man's. The thought made her stunningly beautiful face burn with embarrassment. How mortifying. Tears welled up in her eyes. Upon locating the restroom, she tiptoed inside. Closing the door behind her, she sat on the toilet, suppressing her inner shame and silently praying that Lin Fan would take his time with the tinfoil. Chapter 18. Tang Qing never wanted to see Lin Fan again sigh. Tang Qing relaxed as she washed her hands at the sink, the flush on her cheeks finally fading a bit. It had been an excruciatingly awkward experience. Just thinking about the events that had transpired made her wish for a hole to hide in. Yet, surprisingly, the toilet had been quite comfortable. She wondered what brand it was. Tang Qing instinctively turned her head to glance at the toilet. There, the pristine, star-speckled meteorite alloy toilet stood quietly, resembling a vigilant guardian. What a splendid toilet! A spark of delight flickered within her upon seeing it. However, as she gazed at the delicate contours of the toilet, her brows furrowed slightly. This toilet, had she not seen it before? In an instant, the toilet before her merged with the memory of a meteorite fragment she had once encountered. Wait. Tang Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. This must be a joke. She dashed to the side of the toilet, her fingers brushing its edge. The familiar texture confirmed her suspicion. This exquisite toilet was indeed the meteorite fragment she longed for. Why? Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Tang Qing cried out in despair. Hearing her anguished scream, Lin Fan, who was awaiting the completion of the primary processing equipment for tinfoil, rushed over. Upon entering the restroom, he found Tang Qing in a state of utter desolation, clutching the toilet, her cheeks stained with tears. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Tang Qing could no longer suppress her fury. Just as she was about to voice her outrage, Lin Fan remarked with a perplexed expression, Your XP is actually a toilet? Tang Qing sat there before the toilet, her sturdy firefighting suit pressed against the floor, resembling an embrace. Mistaking her anger for embarrassment over her peculiar XP, Lin Fan was taken aback. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Tang Qing fell into silence, her mind a blank slate. He was speaking of what? XP? The toilet? Sigh? Is that truly the case? Lin Fan was utterly astonished. Goodness, is the object of desire so close at hand? Tang Qing was completely dumbfounded, feeling somewhat lost. It wasn't until Lin Fan departed that she regained her senses. It is not as you think. Tang Qing could no longer maintain her composure and hurriedly ran outside. Upon exiting the restroom, she spotted Lin Fan lounging on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. The mere thought of precious meteorite fragments being utilized for such a purpose ignited a relentless fury within her. Lin Fan said gravely, Rest assured, I shall not divulge your peculiar XP. Furthermore, quickly prepare some egg tarts for me. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan added, and remember to wash your hands. Not this matter. Tang Qing, incensed, approached Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon him. Why did you use the meteorite fragments to create a toilet? Lin Fan paused his phone activity. He also comprehended the reference to someone's XP being a toilet. Oh, you mean that? That piece of meteorite is my trophy. How I choose to use it is my prerogative. At that moment, Tang Qing felt her blood surging rapidly, her face reflecting an intense expression. Her delicate, oval face, flushed from the accelerated blood flow and dilated capillaries, displayed a countenance of indignation. Lin Fan looked up, sensing that Tang Qing not only lacked the terrifying demeanor typical of an angry woman, but was, in fact, somewhat endearing. His calm gaze met hers as Tang Qing, visibly irate, rummaged through Lin Fan's refuge. After a brief moment, she emerged from the restroom wielding a small hammer. Upon witnessing this, a cold glimmer flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He swiftly grabbed the pistol from his desk and followed her inside. The moment he entered, a scream pierced the air. Ouch! Tang Qing clutched her small foot, tears welling in her eyes as she stared at the severed head of the hammer lying beside its wooden handle. Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Tang Qing shot him an annoyed glare. Adopting a serious expression, Lin Fan retrieved a small shard of meteorite from his pocket, remnants from the time he crafted a toilet, and gently tossed it to her. Here, Take this and hurry up with my egg tarts, or I might just kill you. With that, he holstered his gun and exited the restroom, leaving Tang Qing to her devices. Yet, a glint of lethal intent flickered in his eyes. After all, this world had no shortage of women. Moments later, Tang Qing emerged, limping slightly, cradling the meteorite shard as though it were a precious gem, and made her way to the kitchen. Lin Fan observed this with a subtle nod, acknowledging her compliance. Resuming his position on the sofa, he fiddled with his phone, and as the sweet aroma wafted from the kitchen, he swallowed hard, contemplating its enticing scent. Before long, Tang Qing appeared, presenting a platter of egg tarts. Lin Fan, noting her cumbersome firefighting gear, expressed concern. Why not take it off if it's inconvenient? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, a faint blush crept across Tang Qing's face as she pouted and muttered, "Mind your own business." Lin Fan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the golden, tender, and creamy egg tarts resting on the table. His stomach grumbled. He cast a sidelong glance at Tang Qing's abdomen, realizing the sound emanated from her. Observing the plentiful number of tarts, he pondered whether Tang Qing had deliberately used an abundance of his ingredients as a form of retaliation. "Let us share them," Lin Fan proposed. Tang Qing, I shut tight, feigned ignorance. However, her stomach audaciously protested with another round of growls. "I won't eat," she reiterated. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's expression turned icy as he seized his handgun and aimed it at her forehead. "Tang Qing," Lin Fan engaged the safety on the weapon. "Your refusal to partake, does that imply these egg tarts are compromised?" Under the menacing gaze of Lin Fan's firearm, Tang Qing felt a surge of frustration. In a moment of defiance, she seized a piece of tart and brought it to her lips. The familiar sweetness, the creamy yolk, the flaky crust. The unique aroma of the dessert enveloped her palate, invoking a sense of comfort and liberation. Observing Tang Qing savoring the egg tart, Lin Fan finally lowered his weapon and indulged in one himself. Minutes later, the once full platter of egg tarts lay empty, devoured by the two. Tang Qing, having satisfied her hunger, gazed at Lin Fan before her, feeling that he was not as detestable as she had previously thought. Lin Fan yawned, easily succumbing to fatigue after a hearty meal. "Let us head out," he suggested. "Leave that detection device behind." Tang Qing rolled her eyes, relinquishing the device before departing from the shelter. Lin Fan picked up the device and examined it for a while, only to discover that the meteorite fragment he had transformed into a toilet had rendered the instrument devoid of its tracking capabilities. Perhaps this was for the best. He yawned again and reclined on the sofa, drifting into an afternoon slumber. Upon her return to the research shelter, Tang Qing found that the scientific team had already regrouped. As she entered, the members greeted her with expressions of keen interest. "So, Tang Qing, did that guy give you a hard time? Did you manage to get the meteorite fragment?" Anger surged within her at the mere thought of Lin Fan. She produced a small piece of the meteorite fragment from her pocket. "Look." The group gathered around her, intrigued. "Is this real? Is it truly a meteorite fragment?" They exclaimed in astonishment, noting its diminutive size. Tang Qing sighed in exasperation. That insufferable fellow had actually used a meteorite fragment to craft a toilet, an unforgivable act. Suddenly, she paused, realization dawning upon her. That guy, he had only been back in the shelter for mere minutes. How on earth had he accomplished this? To transform a piece of high-temperature meteorite into a toilet in just a few minutes was beyond her comprehension. She was left in shock. "Tang Qing, the supervisor is looking for you." Jolted from her thoughts, she replied, "Oh, I'll be right there." Tang Qing returned to her dormitory and donned a white lab coat. As she stepped out, a dull ache emanated from her foot, struck earlier by a hammer. She found herself stumbling slightly as she walked, and her colleagues paused in surprise at her disheveled appearance, their gazes tinged with a hint of malicious speculation. Once she had departed, the whispers began. What happened to her walking like that? She seemed fine just a moment ago. I suspect it could only be one thing. Someone who wields a gun surely isn't easy to deal with. A shared glance among the gossipers revealed the unspoken thoughts lurking in each other's eyes. TSK. Sacrificing for science? Goodness. Such double entendre. Impressive. Should we consider doing the same next time? Their eyes gleamed with envy, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves. "Supervisor, did you call for me?" Tang Qing entered the supervisor's office. Upon hearing her voice, the corpulent supervisor's face brightened, but his expression soured when he noticed her unsteady gait. "Tang Qing, what happened to your foot?" he inquired, feigning casualness. "Oh, it's nothing, just a sprain on the way." A hint of embarrassment crept onto Tang Qing's face. After all, who would believe she had been struck by a hammer? A flicker of anger crossed the supervisor's eyes. "The fragments you brought back, though few in number, hold significant value for our research. Really? That's wonderful. Tang Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. The supervisor nodded and continued, "You've worked hard this time. I've already assigned a team to study the meteorite fragments." What? Tang Qing stared in astonishment at her supervisor. She lacked the authority to conduct research. Huh. Lin Fan rose from the sofa, invigorated after a refreshing afternoon nap. With all tasks accomplished, he found himself at a loss for how to occupy his time. How tedious. Lin Fan casually perused his phone, finding little amusement. He retrieved his computer from the storage and began to indulge in previously downloaded games. As time slipped away, evening soon approached. Lin Fan hastily consumed his dinner, awaiting the system's assessment. As the clock struck midnight, the notifications began. Commencing daily point calculation. You have crafted the Wild Eagle pistol, enhancing your personal safety. Earn 10 points. You have upgraded your thermal suit to a thermal protective suit, increasing your safety. Earn 20 points. You climb to a high vantage point, surveying Qinghe City, elevating your state of mind. Earn 5 points. You retrieve the materials for the toilet. Earn 10 points. You fired a shot to uphold your dignity. Earn 5 points. Thanks to Tang Qing's reminder, you evaded a life-threatening incident. Earn 50 points. You completed the toilet task. Earn 10 points. You savored a delectable egg tart, lifting your spirits. Earn 5 points. You repaid kindness with menace, intimidating your benefactor Tang Qing. Earned 1 point. You enjoyed a splendid afternoon. Earned 2 points. Daily assessment complete. Today's evaluation. Excellent. Extra points awarded. 10 points earned on November 2nd. 10, 811, 119th total points. 1. 044. Lin Fan felt a surge of indignation upon seeing the column labeled "Biting the Hand That Feeds." He exclaimed to the system, "Do not slander me unjustly. Do not bully a mere 25-year-old comrade. How have I betrayed your kindness? I clearly treated her to egg tarts. I even gifted her a fragment of a meteorite that I used as a table support. This is utterly unreasonable." Lin Fan silently criticized the system, yet it paid him no heed. On November 3rd, at 7 a.m., Lin Fan rose from his bed with a sigh. Each day he awoke on this spacious double mattress. He was greeted by the emptiness of the other side, much like the void within his heart. After a brief reflection on life, Lin Fan hastily got up to prepare breakfast. Daily tasks refreshed. Task: treat yourself. Task rating: simple, prepare a grand meal for yourself. Task reward: 10 points. Lin Fan nodded at the newly generated task. Daily tasks were typically straightforward and quick to accomplish, which he found rather agreeable. He could only indulge himself during lunch. After finishing his meal, Lin Fan opened his computer once more, determined to conquer the Ashen Judicator. Ding! As Lin Fan immersed himself in Dark Souls 3, he realized it was already noon. Toilet upgrade task cooldown complete. New task activated. Toilet upgrade side quest. Wastewater treatment task rating. Ordinary: your toilet requires a device capable of purifying wastewater. Please construct a wastewater treatment machine. Task reward: blueprint for the White Home Guardian. Upon encountering the objective of constructing a wastewater treatment machine, Lin Fan was taken aback. He had anticipated that this toilet upgrade would necessitate a wash basin instead. However, he realized that such a device was indeed absent from his shelter, making it an unexpected requirement. System: how many points are needed to materialize a wastewater treatment machine? Ding! A wastewater treatment machine requires 1,000 points. It can be integrated into the shelter's plumbing system, processing all wastewater from the refuge. Future upgrades will allow for a self-circulating clean water system. Startled by this information, Lin Fan exclaimed, "Self-circulating clean water? Incredible! Materialize it for me." Order received. Commencing materialization, please select a location. The blue virtual three-dimensional diagram of the shelter reappeared before Lin Fan. He chose to place the wastewater treatment device beneath the toilet, integrating it into all of the shelter's plumbing. Materialization complete. The blue digits in the upper right corner sharply decreased, tragically dwindling to 44 points. Alas, it felt as if he had returned to square one. Life is arduous. Lin Fan sighed. The information regarding the newly materialized wastewater treatment machine appeared before him. Wastewater treatment device, quality: ordinary, capable of purifying wastewater, transforming it into a liquid with slight impurities. Upgrade options: 1. Purification, 200 points. 2. Mysterious side, 1,000 points. 3. Technological side, 1,000 points. Chapter 20. The Dawn of Chaos. Lin Fan gazed at the upgrade options of the wastewater treatment device with a sense of frustration. How is it possible for a mere wastewater treatment device to possess an entire mysterious side? Can it really transform wastewater into something akin to Harry Potter? Beep. Congratulations on completing the toilet upgrade branch task. Wastewater. Distributing rewards. In an instant, a blueprint materialized before Lin Fan. Blueprint for White Home Guardian. Required materials. Basic processing equipment. Steel. Chip. Any level. Final product. Ordinary Home Guardian. A Home Guardian. Lin Fan scrutinized the image on the blueprint, which increasingly resembled a mechanical dog. Contemplating the blueprint, Lin Fan mused, I have everything except the chip. System, can I exchange points to manifest a chip? Initiating task. Toilet upgrade branch task. Comfort. Task rating. Ordinary. Install temperature control devices and a music player in your toilet. Task reward. White chip manufacturing machine. Lin Fan. Goodness. So this was waiting for me. Temperature control devices? Lin Fan pondered deeply. His shelter was only equipped with underfloor heating. Did that not qualify as a temperature control device? Currently, the temperature control devices are quite challenging to procure. Lin Fan retrieved his computer and logged into the refuge forum, where he could only turn to the omnipotent netizens for assistance. He entered the discussion group. Fruit Tycoon. Good brothers, do any of you possess temperature control devices? Apocalypse Hero. Damn. Captured a fruit beast alive. I want to leech off you. Is the fruit master here to trade again? Still for fruit, I presume? Little sheep. Diving. JPG Lin Fan observed the rapid responses from the netizens and remarked, well, this time I won't offer fruit. I have mechanical crossbows and wish to exchange for temperature control devices, preferably not too large. He had 2 mechanical crossbows placed in the corridor. And now that he possessed a pistol, he certainly had no intention of using the crossbows. Apocalypse Hero. Damn. Mechanical crossbows. Where does the Great One live to have mechanical crossbows available? I want to leech off you. I truly do not have any temperature control devices. Such items are exceedingly rare. Little sheep. Diving. JPG after reading I want to leech off you's comment, Lin Fan felt quite helpless. Indeed, where could he possibly obtain such items? After idly chatting in the group for a while and receiving no useful information, he decided to abandon the quest. Meanwhile, Yang Ruashi, clad in a cool spaghetti strap dress, was lounging on a bamboo mat, engrossed in her phone. Suddenly, she spotted the message from Lin Fan and wrinkled her delicate nose. This deadbeat. Why isn't he replying to me? It infuriates me. Yang Ruashi sent 2 diving emojis, but Lin Fan seemed indifferent, which vexed her even further. However, the next moment, she muttered to herself, what on earth does this deadbeat need temperature control devices for again? It is truly peculiar, Yang Ruashi murmured. Grandfather, do we have any temperature control devices? She called out. Hearing her words, Old Song, who had been dozing in the living room, furrowed his weathered face like dried tree bark. Temperature control devices? Where do you expect me to procure such a thing? He retorted, his displeasure evident. Do I appear to be a temperature control device? Yang Ruashi fell silent. Old Song rose from the sofa and took a couple of steps, feeling something amiss. Why would his granddaughter need a temperature control device when she had nothing to occupy her time? The face of Lin Fan flashed across Old Song's mind. Damn. The cabbage has been uprooted by a pig. Old Song's expression darkened in an instant. Lin Fan donned his insulated protective suit and grabbed his handgun before exiting the shelter. He intended to search for any temperature control devices in the vicinity of Qinghe City. If he found one, he would dismantle it and transport it back to the shelter. Moreover, he aimed to eliminate the threat posed by Scarface. That man was far too reckless. Lin Fan climbed into his small pickup truck, gazing at his stubborn, dark vehicle with a sense of nostalgia. Come on, brother. Put in a little more effort. Once I earn enough points, I'll upgrade you too, he said, stroking the steering wheel. The pickup seemed to understand his words, roaring to life with an especially loud engine noise. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Fierce. He drove onto the street. Outside, there was little change from the previous days. However, the air temperature had notably dropped to just over 30 degrees. And the streets were now populated with a greater number of scavengers. The term scavenger is one that Lin Fan has recently learned from a forum, describing those individuals who, lacking sufficient resources, are compelled to establish personal shelters. Merely a few days have passed, and these individuals, due to their inadequate supplies, have taken to the streets in search of provisions. However, there is little to be found on the streets. According to the information gleaned from the forum, certain corporate and official shelters have already commenced agricultural activities, while some foreign shelters have even begun to rear livestock. Lin Fan remains unperturbed. Having prepared well in advance and having secured supplies from Scarface, the asphalt road, scorched by persistent high temperatures, has begun to crack, resembling parched skin. Observing the fissured road, Lin Fan reflects on the potential devastation if Blue Star were to possess a Gaia consciousness. Supermarkets and small shops have been breached by scavengers seeking resources. Lin Fan shakes his head at these scavengers, pondering why they do not opt for the official or corporate shelters. Although these shelters may lack the freedom enjoyed in personal ones, they at least provide a safeguard against starvation. It is rumored that work is required in such shelters, whether it be cleaning, cooking, or maintaining the refuge, which is undeniably arduous. Lin Fan, thriving in his personal sanctuary, harbors no desire to criticize the choices of others. Recognizing that each individual's path is uniquely their own, his black pickup truck speeds along the road, drawing the attention of many. Suddenly, Lin Fan notices a group of young scavengers surrounding a woman. At this moment, the woman's face was etched with terror, and her spirit appeared to be waning. "What are you going to do?" she cried out in fear. "What is your name? What do you want?" A group of young men, their eyes gleaming with malice, chuckled. Indeed, had they not anticipated this? Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan recalled what he had observed on the forum. Many scavengers had banded together, resembling a band of marauders, openly plundering well-stocked personal shelters. Even the enforcers were unable to intervene effectively. These scavengers were cunning. Among them were individuals whose intentions extended beyond mere supplies. They sought women instead. As the saying goes, to die under the peony is to be a spirited ghost. The chaos brought forth by the cataclysm was beginning to reveal its true face. "No, help me." The woman began to scream. One scavenger seized her, beckoning her closer. "You." The surrounding scavengers regarded the scene with indifference, some even displaying a glint of interest, eager to partake in this grim spectacle. Chapter 21, The Jester? With a sudden rip, the thin fabric of the surrounded woman's clothing tore apart, exposing large swathes of her pristine skin to the open air. Panic consumed her. She had merely ventured out in search of supplies, never anticipating the assault of these scavengers. "No, please, I beg you." Her cries were heart-wrenching, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lin Fan watched in dismay as so many preyed upon one. If it was unseen, it would be forgotten. However, since it has been witnessed, it is merely a trivial act. With a swift motion, Lin Fan leaned out of the car window and fired a shot near the scavengers. To his astonishment, due to the micro-targeting feature he had activated, a bullet struck one of the scavengers directly in the chest. The air fell into an eerie silence. The onlookers, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, stood frozen in shock. This stillness lingered for a few seconds before being shattered. "Ah, someone is dead," screamed an unattractive, rotund woman. The wounded scavenger slowly lowered his head, gazing at the blood that flowed profusely from his chest. Trembling, he attempted to staunch the bleeding, but in the next moment, blood gushed forth. The scavengers beside him turned pale, believing they had encountered law enforcers. One by one, they swiftly crouched down, covering their heads with their hands, their faces etched with terror. The leader of the group was on the brink of madness, internally screaming, "Why? Why are there enforcers here? It has been 3 days already." Lin Fan coolly remarked, "Get lost." Upon hearing this, the scavengers fled like frightened rabbits. Lin Fan cast a glance at a woman whose clothing lay tattered, her body partially exposed to the open air. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Goodness, those few individuals were certainly not picky. After encountering women of the caliber of Yang Ruoxi and Tang Qing, ordinary people had become rather uninteresting to him. Lin Fan gently pressed the accelerator, preparing to depart. "Please wait a moment." The woman beside him approached hesitantly, her complexion pale, seemingly still reeling from the recent shock. "Is there something you need?" Lin Fan inquired as she drew closer. Upon a closer inspection, the woman appeared to be more composed than he initially assumed, possessing a commendable level of poise. She murmured, "Do you have any food?" After a brief pause, she added weakly, I could offer my body in exchange." Lin Fan was taken aback before grasping the implication of her words. Meanwhile, she discreetly scrutinized his face. It dawned on him that she must have mistaken him for an enforcer and perhaps even desired his company. A sardonic smile crept onto Lin Fan's face. "I save you, and you covet my body, lusting after my status. That is unnecessary. I have no interest in you." Initially, Lin Fan intended to suggest she seek refuge at the official or corporate shelters, but given her demeanor, it seemed she would not lack for sustenance in the future. He felt no inclination to continue the conversation, pressing down on the accelerator as the black pickup truck surged forward with exhilarating speed. There is a saying in the apocalypse, every manner of living exists, and he had no right to judge others. Qingha City, a relatively small town with a modest population, housed merely 3 official shelters, and just one corporate refuge. Thus, it took Lin Feng 4 hours to traverse the entirety of this small city at full throttle. He parked the vehicle by the roadside and lowered his head to sip his tea. There was nothing at all in Qinghe City. What utter nonsense. In the span of 4 hours, Lin Feng managed to acquire merely a large speaker, which he salvaged from a scrapyard, simply because it appeared clean. He hoped that this speaker would be accepted by the system. Lin Feng felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed likely that he would have to expend a considerable number of points to upgrade it later. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced through his thoughts. Lin Feng looked up to see a woman standing beside his car window, clad in a simple white t-shirt and very short denim shorts. Upon seeing her, he struggled to suppress his inner disdain. "Li Jingjing, what are you doing here?" Li Jingjing rolled her eyes and replied in a delicate tone. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" It was only then that Lin Feng noticed several individuals standing beside her, both men and women, whose lax demeanor suggested they were from the Jianlong Corporation as shelter. Li Jingjing, observing Lin Feng's ruggedly handsome face, was surprised to find that he had become significantly more attractive over the years, almost making her fail to recognize him. After glancing at the dashing Lin Feng, her attention shifted to the peculiar attire he was wearing. "Aren't you hot in those clothes on such a warm day?" Lin Feng responded with a cold smile. "That's not something you need to worry about." A man beside Li Jingjing furrowed his brow. "Jingjing, is this person your friend?" Li Jingjing nodded. "He is my high school classmate." "Even if he is your classmate, what kind of attitude is that?" The man retorted, clearly displeased. Li Jingjing's face displayed a semblance of humility as she remarked, "It's nothing." Lin Feng, during his high school years, was expelled for fighting, which may have made him somewhat cynical, but he possesses a good heart. Upon hearing this, those around them wore expressions of sudden realization. Their gazes towards Lin Feng tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Lin Feng found himself repulsed by Li Jingjing's pretense. In their high school days, she was notorious, having once entertained 4 older men in a single night, a scandal that sent ripples through the entire school. He deemed her the epitome of audacity and preferred to maintain a safe distance from her. Furthermore, when Lin Feng was expelled, he severed ties with his high school peers. Thus, Li Jingjing remained oblivious to the fact that he later became one of the largest fruit suppliers in Qinghe City. This ignorance also reflected her own lack of success. For who in Qinghe City did not recognize the young and accomplished fruit mogul? Lin Feng, disinterested in engaging with her, started the engine, preparing to leave. However, Li Jingjing initiated conversation. "Lin Feng, you're not hiding out in a personal sanctuary, are you?" Lin Feng impatiently turned to her, articulating each word with precision. "Listen. Do not compel me to reveal your past. Now, step aside." At his words, Li Jingjing's face paled with fury. The man beside her contorted in anger, clenching his fists, ready to react. "Hey, do you even know how to speak?" sneered a voice from behind, as others joined in mockery. "Jingjing, look at you, pitifully scavenging alone, trying to pull you into Jianlong." Unaware of the gravity of the situation, I shall state this plainly. Those who lack sufficient education often struggle in navigating the complexities of life. Li Jingjing's face was etched with confusion, her gaze towards Lin Feng tinged with resentment. She detested any mention of her high school days. The man reached for Lin Feng's car door, intent on dragging Lin Feng out to teach him a lesson, to vent his frustrations for Li Jingjing. Chapter 22. The news of the temperature control device yet. In the next moment, this man regretted his actions. A foolish grin spread across his face. "Brother, don't do this." Lin Feng tightened his grip on the handgun, his expression devoid of mirth. "Who is your brother?" Lin Feng pushed open the car door and stepped out. The raucous crowd fell silent, their bravado dissipating. With a calm demeanor, Lin Feng held his firearm, directing his gaze towards Li Jingjing. At that moment, upon seeing Lin Feng brandishing a gun, Li Jingjing's complexion paled. She had not anticipated that he would draw a weapon. Her lips quivered as she weakly uttered, "Lin Feng." Lin Feng abruptly interrupted her. "Enough. I do not wish to hear your words. Load the supplies you have gathered onto the truck." The surrounding individuals were momentarily taken aback, their faces subsequently contorting with anger. Although the supplies they had amassed were meager, they had invested considerable time and effort into collecting them. How could they possibly relinquish them to Lin Feng? A few among them began to question the legitimacy of Lin Feng's firearm. Lin Feng snorted disdainfully, noticing that several individuals had begun to exchange furtive glances. Bang! The gun in Lin Feng's hand discharged, the acrid scent of gunpowder filling the air as a bullet struck a nefarious individual. "Ah!" The man let out a pained cry. Upon hearing the gunshot, everyone felt a jolt of apprehension. It was a gun. A real gun. Li Jingjing trembled in fear, unable to fathom that Lin Feng would resort to such violence over a mere disagreement. "Hurry, Do not make me repeat myself. Lin Feng aimed the firearm, a wild eagle, at the man who had just attempted to pull open his car door. With that single shot, everyone swiftly sprang into action. Lin Feng shook his head at the scene before him, deeming these individuals despicable. Soon, the scant resources they managed to gather were placed into Lin Feng's vehicle. He returned to the car, ignited the engine, and departed from the site, leaving behind those who seethed with indignation. After a considerable pause, the leader of the group finally turned to Li Jingjing. Who was this man? Acquiring a firearm in Huaxia was no trivial matter. Li Jingjing's expression was one of discomfort. Her understanding of Lin Feng had remained stunted since high school. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Lin Feng stored the looted supplies in the warehouse. Throughout the day, he had managed to acquire a few meager resources and a large speaker. One could only blame the authorities for their foresight when the meteorite fell, as they had promptly begun preparations, stockpiling supplies to maintain societal order as much as possible in the aftermath of the disaster. Given that Qinghe City was a small town with lax regulations, it was surprising that not even beggars roamed the streets. According to information gleaned from the forums, cities like Kyoto, Magic City, and Jinling still maintained some semblance of order, with formidable enforcers upholding the fractured peace. Lin Feng unloaded the large speaker from his vehicle. It stood over a meter tall and was quite heavy. Upon transporting the large speaker to the bathroom, Lin Feng summoned the system in his mind. System. Is it possible to upgrade this large speaker? No sooner had he spoken than a three-dimensional projection of the shelter materialized before him, swiftly zooming into the bathroom. Scanning. Scan complete. Large speaker. Rating. Inferior. The large speaker favored by the elderly women of Blue Star. No upgrade value detected. Lin Feng's expression darkened upon reading these words. Good heavens. It lacks any upgrade value. With no other choice, he placed the large speaker onto the conveyor belt of the primary processing equipment, resigning it to become raw materials. After completing this task, Lin Feng retrieved his computer and began to peruse the messages left for him on the forum. There were numerous messages, the majority of which were requests for fruit, offered in exchange for various materials. Alarmingly, Lin Feng stumbled upon a selfie of a man who proposed to exchange his body for fruit. Startled, Lin Feng swiftly blocked him. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he felt a twinge of pain in his eyes. It was quite the visual assault. He continued to browse. Suddenly, a message from a user named Young Master Liang caught Lin Feng's attention. It was of great value. A series of images revealed a temperature control device that Lin Feng had long yearned for. Without hesitation, he clicked on Young Master Liang's profile, which displayed a blurry silhouette, faintly recognizable as that of a man. Hello, I am the Fruit Tycoon, Lin Feng typed eagerly, sending a message to Young Master Liang. He anticipated a wait for a response, but to his surprise, a reply came swiftly. The tone suggested that the other party was equally eager, as if they too were anxiously awaiting at their computer. Young Master Liang, hello, I possess temperature control equipment. Do you have a mechanical crossbow? It is evident that young Master Liang appears to be in some distress, urgently in need of a weapon. Lin Feng replied, Indeed, I have a mechanical crossbow. I am only selling one, accompanied by 20 crossbow bolts. Having said that, Lin Feng sent over the photographs of the crossbow he had prepared earlier. Excellent. That will suffice. Where are you? How can I deliver it to you? The temperature control device is quite substantial. Without any pause, 2 messages arrived in quick succession. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and responded, Where are you? I can drive over. Are you familiar with Qingyan City? Upon reading this message, Lin Feng nearly burst into laughter. Qingyan City is merely adjacent to Qinghe City, with both cities alongside Qingyuan City, all situated within the same province of Qing. Certainly. I am in Qinghe City. I shall come over immediately. After Lin Feng replied, it seemed that young Master Liang was momentarily stunned. Not expecting Lin Feng to be in such close proximity, Lin Feng gathered his belongings, took his pistol, and prepared for the journey to Qingyan City, which would take approximately 3 to 4 hours. If all went well, he could return by evening and treat himself to a sumptuous meal. Cheerfully, Lin Feng got into his car. ISNT, everything turning out splendidly? With a light heart, Lin Feng set off. However, it would not be long before his mood shifted. Along the way, Lin Feng encountered numerous official exploration teams searching for those in distress. Upon finding them, these teams generously provided food to help restore their strength. Lin Feng could not help but feel a sense of contemplation upon witnessing the scene before him. Only in Huaxia could such a situation unfold. If it were in the United States, it would not merely be food that would be seized, but perhaps even clothing. The once crowded road had transformed into a vast expanse, and Lin Feng observed numerous drivers, all engaged in the pursuit of resources and women. These were the scavengers banding together. Lin Feng found himself increasingly perplexed. Why had he not encountered any enforcers along his journey? It was indeed strange. He shifted his gaze away from the passing scavengers, as they had noticed his scrutiny and appeared somewhat hostile. Lin Feng had no desire to provoke trouble unnecessarily. He did not seek conflict. Yet he was not averse to it. As he exited Qinghe City, Lin Feng was taken aback by the shattered road beneath him. He had underestimated the implications of the meteorite's descent. In stark contrast to Qinghe City was undeniably a fortunate survivor. Chapter 23. Captured. In the meeting, the road gaped open, revealing deep chasms, with pipes clearly visible below. In the distance, some buildings were shrouded in blackened remnants, bearing large scorch marks, and the air was thick with an unpleasant burn odor. Lin Feng even detected a faint whiff of decay, reminiscent of mildly decomposing corpses. His heart trembled at the sight of Qinghe City. Please stop the vehicles ahead. Suddenly, a black and white vehicle approached from the village entrance beside the road. It was the enforcer's patrol car. Upon seeing this vehicle, Lin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. The enforcers of Qinghe City. An unsettling anxiety enveloped his heart. Lin Feng slowly brought the car to a halt. He had heard that the order in Qinghe City had not yet deteriorated, so it was best to cooperate obediently. A law enforcement vehicle pulled up beside him, and a competent female officer emerged. She appeared to be in her 20s. Youthful and striking, with a natural face devoid of any makeup, yet undeniably captivating. Standing slightly shorter than Lin Feng, she wore her uniform with an air of authority, though it might evoke a peculiar interest in some individuals. "Hello, officer," Lin Feng called out, leaning out of the window to greet her. Qin Muyan glanced at Lin Feng's appearance and inwardly mused that he was quite handsome. She retrieved a small notebook from her pocket and inquired, "What is your name? Where are you from, and what brings you to Qinghe City?" Lin Feng intended to respond truthfully, but at that moment, a sudden sense of unease enveloped him. Encountering law enforcement, anxiety buff activated. Lin Feng. "Oh no. System, don't do this." His previously clear thoughts became chaotic, and he began to stutter, his words faltering. Qin Muyan's elegantly arched brows furrowed with concern, and her delicate fingers pressed down firmly on the carbon pen, leaving a deep mark on the page. Taking a deep breath, she sighed. "I apologize, sir. I must ask you to accompany us." Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. The handgun concealed on him was a serious concern. If the officer discovered it, he feared he would never retrieve it. Although he was uncertain whether firearms were still prohibited in Huaxia, even without a ban, the formidable power of his Falcon handgun would certainly warrant scrutiny from the law enforcement authorities. Lin Feng's unease was clearly etched upon his face, amplified by the weight of his guilty conscience. Observing Lin Feng's reluctance to exit the vehicle and the erratic darting of his eyes, Qin Muyan noticed beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Enough said, it was evident that this individual harbored secrets. With swift precision, Qin Muyan stowed away her notebook and drew her standard-issue sidearm, her tone growing decidedly more serious. "Sir, please exit the vehicle and cooperate with our inspection." At that moment, an older law enforcement officer emerged from the vehicle, sensing that something was amiss. Lin Feng found himself ensnared by the aim of two standard-issue firearms. Damn it. The accursed guilty conscience. He cursed inwardly, realizing he had no choice but to comply and step out of the vehicle. As Lin Feng alighted, Qin Muyan seized him with astonishing speed, forcefully slamming him against the pickup truck. The impact left Lin Feng dazed, astonished by the officer's strength. In that instant, Qin Muyan caught sight of a protrusion at Lin Feng's waist and swiftly retrieved it. Gazing at the dark weapon in her hand, she was momentarily taken aback. Lin Feng attempted to summon his strength, but the dreaded guilty conscience rendered him powerless. This was utterly infuriating. He roared inwardly, vowing that one day he would deliver a resounding blow to this female officer, returning the force he had endured. Meanwhile, the older officer began searching Lin Feng's pickup, a mocking smile spreading across his face as he brandished a mechanical crossbow. Lin Feng's journey in Qinghe City culminated in a rather unfortunate predicament. Within the dimly lit confines of the Qinghe City Enforcer's Sanctuary, Lin Feng found himself seated across a table, his hands firmly restrained by handcuffs. Opposite him sat Qin Muyan, who, with a notebook in hand, meticulously inquired, "Name? Lin Feng. Age? 25. Gender?" Lin Feng remained silent, gazing at Qin Muyan. "Gender," she reiterated with insistence. "Female." As Qin Muyan inscribed the response in her notebook, a moment of realization washed over her. She glared at Lin Feng, who merely rolled his eyes in return. Despite the routine nature of the questioning, was it really necessary to inquire about gender? Was it not evident? Lin Feng felt a sense of exasperation. What brings you to Qingyun City? To exchange supplies. Lin Feng now engaged in the conversation with a newfound confidence, his initial apprehension gradually dissipating with the passage of time. What do you intend to exchange? A mechanical crossbow. Where did you acquire the handgun? Passed down through generations. Qin Muyun paused in her note-taking, her expression one of indignation as she regarded Lin Feng. At the entrance to the Qingyun City Enforcer's Sanctuary, Qin Muyun handed Lin Feng the handgun and mechanical crossbow, stating, "In these extraordinary times, we shall not confiscate your arms. However, you must refrain from using them for criminal activities. Understood?" Her demeanor was that of a moralistic lecture. Lin Feng stifled a yawn and glanced at the time. Indeed, he had squandered an entire hour. Lin Feng jested, "I apologize. But I believe you are ill-suited to be an enforcer. You would rather excel as an educator." With that, he took the handgun and crossbow, turning away without a glance back. In the brief moment that Qin Muyun was taken aback, Lin Feng had already distanced himself, observing his retreating figure. She felt a flicker of confusion. There was something inexplicably familiar about Lin Feng, as if she had encountered him before. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. Recalling how Lin Feng had been anything but straightforward, constantly diverting the conversation. Lin Feng arrived at the designated location set by young Master Liang in his small pickup truck. Young Master Liang was considerably more cautious than young Ruoshi, opting not to exchange in his refuge. As he watched the furtive approach of young Master Liang from a distance, Lin Feng felt a twinge of annoyance. Why was Qin Muyu not present? If she were here, young Master Liang would undoubtedly have enjoyed a day out with the law enforcement department. "Do you have Erdwo too?" Young Master Liang inquired cautiously. Lin Feng was taken aback. Upon arriving, Liang had insisted on a secret code. "I don't have Erdwo too, but how about Mao Tai?" He replied. "Never mind. Do you have Lao Baigon?" "It's sold out." Upon hearing the agreed-upon code, young Master Liang's face lit up with delight as he hurried over. "Brother, you finally made it. I've been waiting here for over an hour. I asked everyone I encountered, but not a single soul could provide me with an answer. I thought you had stood me up." Young Master Liang was a rotund fellow, with a round face and large ears, appearing to weigh at least 200 pounds. Lin Feng attempted to envision a scene where young Master Liang, in a furtive manner, encountered someone and whispered, "Do you have Erdwo too?" Lin Feng smacked his lips, thinking to himself, what a remarkable individual. Chapter 24, Successful Transaction. All right, where is the item? Lin Feng's time was limited, as he still needed to return and treat his appetite. Young Master Liang waved his hand and said, "Follow me. The temperature control equipment is rather large, and I cannot move it alone." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a pang of concern that his pickup truck might not accommodate it. However, his worries dissipated upon seeing the actual equipment. Two machines, equipped with rollers at the base and joined together, stood quietly behind the building. The black spray-painted bodies were enveloped in a silvery exterior, and the control interfaces were quite simple. Young Master Liang guided Lin Feng to the rear of the building and turned to say, "If you only need the temperature controller, this is the one. However, I will not be providing the microwave heating device. Even this large apparatus was left over from my purchase. If you wish to use it, you'll need to connect the circuitry and plumbing. Currently, obtaining heating devices is challenging, but the temperature controller is not particularly valuable." Lin Feng approached and caressed the temperature controller. The cold metallic shell was robust, and the small plastic casing possessed a certain degree of hardness. Overall, Lin Feng felt quite satisfied, though he wondered if the system would approve. He attempted to lift the machine briefly. It was manageable but undeniably heavy. Clapping his hands, he declared, "All right. Let us hoist it onto the truck. I'll fetch the crossbow for you." "Excellent." Young Master Liang became enthusiastic upon hearing the confirmation. Two individuals joined forces to hoist the temperature control device onto the pickup truck. Upon acquiring the crossbow, young Master Liang immediately loaded a bolt and aimed it into the distance for a test. The bolt soared through the air, forcefully embedding itself into the building. After inspecting the goods, Lin Feng wasted no time and pressed the accelerator to the floor, speeding towards Qinghe City. At that moment in Qinghe City, Scar sat on a sofa in a personal refuge, smoking a cigarette. The swirling smoke enveloped him, shrouding his features in a hazy white mist. His subordinates displayed no semblance of compassion as they ruthlessly assaulted the proprietor of the refuge. A middle-aged man lay on the ground, battered and bruised, gasping for breath. His eyes filled with fury as he shouted hoarsely, "Do you not fear the enforcers? You lunatics. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he glared maliciously at Scar. Scar inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke that thickened around him. In a raspy voice, he remarked, I dislike the way he looks at me. Several of his underlings immediately understood. A moment later, the refuge was filled with anguished screams. The middle-aged man cried out in torment as his eyes were brutally removed, blood cascading from his empty sockets as he writhed in agony on the floor. Scar, observing the suffering of the man before him, seemed to envision Lin Fan's fate. That day, after surviving, Scar had fled in a state of panic with his subordinates, eventually arriving at an unexpected location. Similarly, he beheld a scene beyond his imagination. Upon witnessing that spectacle, Scar laughed. The blazing sun above transformed in an instant into a divine blessing. Even the sweltering air bore a certain beauty. A young subordinate approached, interrupting Scar's reverie. Boss, we've moved all the supplies. There are plenty of canned goods, but fresh food is somewhat scarce. Also, we discovered his daughter. She appears to be only 8 or 9 years old. Upon hearing this, Scar turned his gaze to the young man. He was in his 20s, with tousled blonde hair, a physique not particularly robust, but bearing a hint of muscle. Clad in short sleeves and shorts, the young man, noticing Scar's scrutiny, deliberately straightened his posture. Scar locked eyes with him and discerned a mixture of fear, admiration, desire, and an exhilarating eagerness, along with a deeper, more insidious ambition. The young man swallowed hard, lowering his gaze, lost in thought. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, Scar struck the young man's face. He was sent sprawling, his frail body crumpling to the ground like paper. Scar rose to his feet. The other subordinates, perplexed by the turn of events, assumed the young man harbored ill intentions that Scar had uncovered. Immediately, several of Scar's fervent followers surged forward, seizing the young man and delivering a barrage of punches. The young man emitted a series of anguished sounds, ultimately spitting blood from the corner of his mouth. Scar approached, stating, Do you understand why I struck you? The others ceased their assault as the young man trembled, uncertain of his transgression. He gazed fearfully at Scar, trembling as he stammered, I truly do not know. Scar nodded. Go and eliminate that child, and you shall comprehend. Several thugs released the young man, who now grasped the reason behind his beating. He scrambled to his feet and dashed into the bedroom, intent on snapping the little girl's neck. However, upon truly encountering the child's bewildered, innocent gaze, he hesitated. Tears stained her cheeks, and her clear eyes peered at him, devoid of understanding as to why these intruders had invaded her home. The child looked at the young man and, in a moment of defiance, bit him fiercely. He winced in pain, yet gazing at the little girl before him, he found himself unable to proceed. Wow! The girl began to wail loudly, and panic seized the young man. At that moment, Scar's voice resonated from the living room. Have you dealt with it? If so, hurry up and come out. Startled, the young man gritted his teeth, placing his hand upon the child's neck, his expression contorted with rage. The veins in his arms throbbed ominously. He withdrew his hand once more. He could not bring himself to act. The sound of Scar's footsteps approached from behind. Upon entering, Scar observed the young man crouched on the floor, unable to harm the little girl before him. Humph. Scar scoffed. What is this? Unable to act? The young man bowed his head, trembling, his complexion pale. How could you have done it before? Scar's words struck like thunder, and the young man understood. He bitterly spoke. I understand, boss. Scar no longer paid heed to the young man, inhaling a puff of smoke and coldly uttering, hurry up and take care of it. Upon hearing these words, the young man trembled, his gaze complex as he looked at the little girl before him. Finally, he closed his eyes and reached out to grasp the girl's delicate neck. Her soft skin was as fragile as gossamer, and as he tightened his grip, a brittle sound emanated from her weak windpipe. The young man let out a low growl. Crack. He felt the sensation of breaking in his hands, his body drenched in sweat. In the living room, Scar turned to a nearby subordinate and inquired, What is that kid's name? The subordinate respectfully replied, Ji Ping. Scar nodded slightly. Chapter 25, Settlement. A new day had dawned. At last, Lin Fan returned. Yet by then, Qinghe City had succumbed to the cloak of night. Lin Fan stepped out of the pickup truck, emerging from the garage to gaze at the starry sky. The pitch-black night was speckled with a scant few stars, appearing remarkably beautiful, yet this apocalyptic calamity had arisen because of them. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan inhaled the cool air, now refreshed after settling. He returned to the refuge, closed the door, and silently summoned the system. Install the temperature control device. Lin Fan had not moved the temperature control device from the pickup, realizing that the garage was also part of the refuge. Command received. Beginning installation of the temperature control device. The system projected a three-dimensional model of Lin Fan's refuge once more. And a red light appeared atop the pickup truck bed in the garage, indicating the temperature control device he had exchanged for. In Lin Fan's mind, this temperature control device had been installed in the restroom. Installation complete. The system emitted a pleasant sound, leaving him uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination. Well, a portion of the task was accomplished, but he still needed a large speaker. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. Let us leave it at that for now. He glanced at the clock. It was nearly 9 p.m., and he had yet to dine. To fulfill his daily tasks, he needed to prepare a hearty meal. Though it was only worth 10 points, even an ant's leg is still meat. Lin Fan entered the kitchen and began to busy himself. 30 minutes later, he emerged with a steaming bowl of rice and a plate of spicy diced chicken. The bowl of fragrant white rice, enveloped in rising steam, mingled with the tantalizing aroma of the spicy chicken, truly whetting one's appetite. Lin Fan placed the rice and spicy chicken on the table but refrained from using his chopsticks. Instead, he pulled out his phone, snapped a photo, and posted it on the forum. In the shelter forum, he could be considered a veteran. The moment the photo was shared, it elicited a chorus of lamentations. Spicy diced chicken. Damn it. Who's the jerk posting food late at night? So envious. The official shelter only has stir-fried cabbage. Our corporate shelter is even worse. Only 2 meals a day. Is this what a personal shelter is like? How infuriating. Old thief. Various comments flooded in, each expressing envy towards Lin Fan. There was no denying it. Personal shelters offered such freedom. Lin Fan began to indulge in his meal, savoring the tender, fluffy grains of rice alongside the fiery diced chicken, which boasted the succulent texture of chicken mingled with the numbing sensation of Sichuan peppercorns and the intense heat of chilies. A single bite transported him to a realm of bliss. He devoured his food with remarkable speed, for the spicy chicken was a quintessential accompaniment to rice. Before long, he polished off 3 substantial bowls of rice. Daily task. Reward your stomach upon completion. Task reward. 10 points of experience are being distributed. Lin Fan's points in the upper right corner shifted to 54. Having finished his meal, he leaned back comfortably on the sofa, his stomach content. As he browsed through the forum, following his recent post, numerous individuals began to indulge in midnight snacks and share their updates. How I despise him. I've exhausted my provisions for tomorrow. I pleaded with my brother for half an hour before he finally agreed to prepare a late-night snack for me. What a family. Able to afford midnight snacks. I missed the days of enjoying beer and crayfish at night. Goodness. Quiet down upstairs. Please stop. Lin Fan chuckled at these posts, finding them utterly entertaining. After playing with his phone for a while, he felt drowsy. He completed a brief evening routine before retiring to bed. As the sun began to rise, the incessant buzzing of his phone attempted to rouse him from slumber. The alarm he had set the previous night disrupted his rest. Glancing at the time, he noted it was just past 7. No rush. Groggily, he silenced the alarm, intending to steal a few more moments of sleep. However, at that moment, the system's exhilarating voice resonated. Daily points settlement begins. Upon hearing these words, Lin Fan immediately perked up. Good brother, if you're discussing this, I certainly won't feel drowsy anymore. You immersed yourself in the soul of light. Enduring a dreadful morning, your mood soured, earning 5 points. You wandered through the forum, failing to glean any useful information, further darkening your spirits, earning 2 points. You encountered a high school classmate who repulsed you, worsening your mood, earning 1 point. You received news about the temperature control device, lifting your spirits slightly, earning 5 points. You were stopped by the enforcement officer, Qin Mu Yun, plunging your mood to an all-time low, earning 1 point. You finally obtained the temperature control device, significantly improving your mood, earning 10 points. You treated yourself to a delightful meal and tantalized countless netizens. Despite the moral transgressions, your mood returned to normal, earning 50 points. Daily points have been tallied. Today's evaluation. Dismal. No additional points awarded. Points earned on November 3rd, 74. Total points accumulated, 128. This Lin Fan gazed at the tally of his points, his expression darkening. System. You have gone too far. Why is my mood so dismal? Lin Fan attempted to lodge a protest, but the system paid him no heed. He had no choice but to relent. November 4th daily tasks have commenced. The new notification sound brought Lin Fan a measure of joy. Let me see. What is today's task? Task. Day of rest. Task rating. Simple. No going out. Take a day to rest. Task reward. 10 points. Lin Fan pondered. Why did he feel something was amiss? What was happening these past 2 days? He glanced at the task thumbnail in the upper left corner of the interface and scoffed derisively. Did they think a mere 10 points could purchase Lin Feng's yearning for freedom? I tell you, system, this is impossible. Lin Feng vehemently denounced the system. Yet it remained unresponsive to his protestations. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. However, he was determined to venture out. Those 10 points were hardly worth it. Dressing in his thermal protective suit and armed with a handgun, Lin Feng exited the shelter. Daily task. Day of rest failed. The moment he stepped outside, the system's notification echoed in his mind. He entered the garage and refueled his small pickup truck before heading towards the center of Qinghe City. He was still in search of a usable sound system that could be upgraded. Yet, he remained baffled as to why a restroom required a sound system. Was it to ease the struggle of nature's call with music? His thoughts wandered until he nearly collided with a tree, prompting him to clear his mind and focus on the road ahead. He had scoured the recycling station but found only a dilapidated speaker. It seemed he would have to resort to unconventional methods. An ingenious idea struck him. Surely, there was a large speaker at a certain location. After contemplating its whereabouts, he set his course directly for the largest KTV in Qinghe City. If there was no suitable speaker available, he would simply dismantle one himself. One must not be overly rigid in life. Lin Feng arrived at the largest KTV in Qinghe City, known as Sing Bar. Gazing at the tightly shut door before him, he found himself devoid of any tools. After a brief search around, he discovered a brick, yet it seemed utterly futile to attempt to force it open. Alas, unable to gain entry? Lin Feng, holding the brick, felt a wave of dismay wash over him. Not far away, a team from the Jianlong Refuge Exploration Squad approached. They looked at Lin Feng, who stood at the entrance of the KTV, with expressions of confusion. Leader, does that fellow intend to enter the KTV for a bit of leisure? Inquired a young team member, noticing Lin Feng's aimless wandering at the doorway. The leader of the exploration team, a man in his 40s, nearing 50, with graying hair and pronounced wrinkles on his face, possessed a pair of astute eyes. Caught off guard by the sudden question, he momentarily faltered. Surely, no one would seek merriment at a KTV, would they? The leader found himself in a quandary, unsure of Lin Feng's circumstances. Among the group, a lean individual's eyes sparkled with insight. He pondered a potential scenario. Leader, could it be that lad is hoarding supplies inside? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of realization flashed in the leader's eyes. It was indeed a possibility. It must be noted that no one would venture into a KTV for amusement in these times. The rest of the team began to grasp this notion, their expressions brimming with excitement. Sing Bar KTV was indeed the largest in Qinghe City, boasting an impressive area of 1,000 square meters. Considering Qinghe City is merely a small town, such an extensive space was no trivial matter. While this group engaged in fervent discussion, Lin Feng continued to scan his surroundings in search of a suitable tool. Lower down, the slender figure urgently urged as he observed Lin Feng scanning the surroundings. The leader and the others reacted swiftly, crouching down to evade Lin Feng's gaze. Phew, they narrowly avoided exposure. Witnessing Lin Feng's actions, the slender individual became increasingly convinced that Lin Feng was indeed concealing supplies within the KTV. This fellow was merely surveying for onlookers. It was likely. Leader, what shall we do? The other team members were aflame with excitement, aware that their standing in the shelter correlated directly with the quantity of supplies they could procure. If they could transport all the resources from this KTV, their status would be unparalleled. In that event, everyone would be akin to the leader. With an additional 2 pounds of meat each month, the slender one licked his lips, recognizing this as a fortuitous opportunity not to be missed. The leader was equally exhilarated. His murky, aged eyes were now filled with avarice. Let us do it. He is but one man. Arm yourselves with knives. The moment he opens the KTV door, we shall strike while his guard is down. Ha ha. How astute. You are indeed cunning. As the crowd rallied, their spirits soared. They concealed themselves in the shadows, awaiting the moment Lin Feng would breach the KTV. Yet, to their dismay, Lin Feng attempted to smash the door with a brick, but it was utterly futile. Forget it. I'll return for a proper tool. Lin Feng discarded the brick onto the ground and strode away. At this, the group of explorers hiding in the corner was left utterly dumbfounded. Huh? No. How did he leave? The thin man was taken aback by this scene. However, he quickly thought to himself that this was not good, and he urged, hurry. We might have been exposed. That fellow has noticed us. Upon hearing this, the leader's expression darkened significantly. Nevertheless, the thin man continued, but fear not. While the monk can run, the temple remains. The supplies are right here. We are the people of the Jianlong Sanctuary. Let's go. Return and gather the others. After a brief analysis, the members of the exploration team comprehended the situation. Quickly, let's go back and call for help. At this moment, the team members became increasingly diligent, scrambling back with great haste. The leader looked on in admiration, turning to the thin man and exclaiming, "Impressive. Truly a young man's spirit." A flicker of pride flashed in the thin man's eyes. Lin Fan, however, was unaware of these events. He was driving back, and most of the hardware stores in Qinghe City were closed. It was impossible for him to acquire tools by raiding any of the shops. After approximately half an hour of driving, Lin Fan finally returned to his sanctuary, retrieved some tools, and then set off again. It was nearly 9 o'clock, and a group of scavengers still roamed the streets of Qinghe City. Observing these scavengers, Lin Fan could not fathom why they preferred to rummage through garbage daily rather than join the official or corporate sanctuaries. The loud rumble of the pickup truck echoed down the road, and some scavengers cast unwholesome glances at the vehicle. However, those who recognized Lin Fan quickly grabbed their companions, whispering urgently in their ears. One by one, they reacted with alarm, their gazes towards Lin Fan now tinged with fear. Lin Fan observed the changes among the scavengers, shaking his head in disbelief. The situation was truly dismal. There were not so many scavengers in Qinghe City. It was all due to the efforts of the enforcers. As for Qinghe City, Lin Fan had begun to form certain conjectures. Upon arriving once more at the Changba KTV, Lin Fan found himself lost in contemplation upon witnessing the scene before him. The entrance of the KTV was thronged with people, 3 layers deep, with nearly 100 individuals gathered. The atmosphere was electric, as many awaited the opportunity to move items, eagerly gazing at the entrance. Suddenly, the door swung open with a shrill cry, igniting a frenzy among the crowd. With a resounding crash, the door was violently dismantled. Lin Fan stood in shock. A group of members from the Jianlong shelter team, brimming with enthusiasm, took charge of the situation, while Lin Fan remained in a daze. A sharp-eyed individual spotted him and shouted, "That's him." In an instant, all eyes turned toward Lin Fan. The faces of nearly 100 people glowed with fervor. Relishing his predicament, Lin Fan was bewildered. "What is happening?" "Hey, we've claimed your supplies." A voice boomed as the crowd continued to jeer at him. Lin Fan was astonished. He had supplies at the KTV? How was he unaware of this? From the throng emerged a young man, impeccably dressed in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. He was tall, yet his heavy eye bag suggested a life of excess, causing him to appear somewhat unsteady. Approaching Lin Fan, the young man regarded him with an impassive expression and introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Zhao Zhongxin, the vice president of Jianlong Pharmaceuticals." Lin Fan recognized the man before him as Zhao Zhongxin, whom he had encountered at a banquet hosted by Jianlong. How curious. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. Upon reflection, he deduced that Zhao must have caught sight of him while he lingered at the entrance of the KTV. Zhao Zhongxin removed his gold-rimmed spectacles and retrieved a cleaning cloth from his suit pocket, exhaling softly as he meticulously polished his glasses. "I shall be frank. This batch of supplies belongs to us now. Naturally, you will not be at a loss, for I extend to you an invitation to join our sanctuary, offering you a managerial position overseeing 100 individuals." Chapter 27. A Bold Heist. How amusing. Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle at the audacity. "And what if I choose not to join you?" he asked, his expression inscrutable. "Not join?" Zhao Zhongxin's eyes narrowed into mere slits, reminiscent of a cunning wolf. A cold smile crept across his face as he approached Lin Fan, extending his right hand in a gesture intended to strike Lin Fan's cheek. A flicker of cold light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Just as Zhao's hand was about to make contact, he halted abruptly, turning away towards the KTV. "Though we find ourselves in tumultuous times, we remain civilized people. I offer you 5 boxes of canned meat and a box of canned fruit as a gesture of our utmost sincerity." After walking a few meters, Zhao Zhongxin paused, squinting as he glanced back at Lin Fan, his face adorned with a smug smile. "What do you think?" Lin Fan regarded the ostentatious demeanor of Zhao Zhongxin with a silent derision. He was a far cry from his uncle, Zhao Jianlong. However, this presented a splendid opportunity that Lin Fan could not afford to miss. Observing the crowd gathered around the Jianlong shelter, he feigned uncertainty. Zhao Zhongxin, upon noticing Lin Fan's expression, felt a surge of confidence. Lin Fan hesitantly uttered, "Well, all right, but I must see the canned goods first." His choice surprised Zhao Zhongxin, yet he dismissed it without concern. With a casual gesture, Zhao Zhongxin summoned several burly men from a vehicle parked behind, who approached him bearing several boxes. "Hand them over," Zhao Zhongxin commanded, then turned his attention away from Lin Fan. Lin Fan suppressed his inner excitement. feigning disappointment as the men loaded the cans onto his vehicle before joining the main group entering the KTV. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Fan mused, "Zhao Zhongxin, are you wise or foolish?" He glanced at the 6 boxes of canned goods being loaded onto his vehicle, an unexpected windfall. With a sigh, he thought how splendid it would be if today's daily task were to collect such treasures, 10 points. Prepared with his eagle pistol, he anticipated Zhao Zhongxin's imminent emergence. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, an enraged voice echoed from within the KTV. "Damn it! Kill him!" Leaning against the vehicle, Lin Fan could distinctly feel the tremors of the earth as a horde of people surged out of the KTV. The burly men encircled Zhao Zhongxin, whose countenance was dark and his pallid-eye bag swayed with his movements, suggesting his frail condition. Observing Zhao's fierce demeanor, Lin Fan scrutinized him closely. Zhao halted a mere 5 or 6 meters before Lin Fan, gritting his teeth as he spat. "You dare deceive me, brat." Lin Fan merely smirked. "When did I ever claim that there were supplies in the KTV?" At that moment, Zhao was entirely consumed by rage. He gestured sharply. "Seize him. Eliminate him. Instantly." The men beside Zhao glared with ferocity, emanating a chilling aura that hinted at their potential for violence. It was evident that these individuals had likely taken lives before. The members of the exploration team stood frozen, paralyzed by the menacing atmosphere. The slender man, in particular, appeared utterly dazed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Disaster loomed. The hulking figures drew knives from their waists and advanced menacingly towards Lin Fan. Some members of the exploration team shut their eyes in fear, unwilling to witness the impending violence. Just as the assailants closed into within 3 or 4 meters of Lin Fan, the sound of gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp reports resonated through the air, startling nearby scavengers who were observing the scene. The sound was all too familiar. It was gunfire. Upon hearing the shots, Zhao's mind swiftly regained its composure. I approached the formidable men surrounding Lin Fan, who now lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their abdomens as blood oozed through their fingers. Their eyes filled with an overwhelming dread of death. Lin Fan's assault had been exceptionally ruthless, targeting their midsections. Had he shown any restraint, their numbers and audacity would have made it far more challenging to assert his dominance. The damage to their internal organs rendered them utterly incapacitated. Not to mention the tremendous power of the fierce eagle handgun in Lin Fan's grasp. At that moment, Zhao Zhongxin finally discerned Lin Fan's visage, youthful, with distinct facial contours radiating a rugged masculinity. Strangely, Zhao felt an unsettling sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this individual before. Lin Fan's icy glare bore into Zhao Zhongxin, plunging his spirits into despair. He perceived a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from Lin Fan, chilling to the bone. What do you intend to do?" Zhao Zhongxin managed to maintain a semblance of composure, though the members of his exploration team trembled behind him, desperate to flee. Death loomed ominously before them. Lin Fan regarded Zhao Zhongxin with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young Master Zhao, you truly wield impressive authority." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Zhao Zhongxin's forehead, an instinctual feeling of impending doom enveloping him. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, "What do you want from me?" In response, Lin Fan stepped closer, leveling his firearm at Zhao Zhongxin. Bang! A projectile whizzed past Zhao Zhongxin's ear, grazing it and ruffling his hair. Blood began to trickle from his ear, and a searing pain radiated outward, marking the onset of his torment. The pain had spread across his entire face, igniting a searing sensation. After firing the shot, Lin Fan aimed the gun at Zhao Zhongxin's forehead. In that instant, a shadow of death loomed over Zhao Zhongxin. Lin Fan remained silent, waiting for him to provide an explanation. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Zhongxin offered, "I can provide you with 5 more boxes of meat cans and a box of fruit cans." Yet Lin Fan did not lower his weapon. "Add 2 more boxes. That is truly all I have at my disposal." Zhao Zhongxin's face contorted with rage, his eyes bloodshot. "Each of us shall add 2 boxes, Lin Fan stated calmly. Zhao Zhongxin clenched his jaw, conceding, "Fine. All right." Lin Fan nodded, clearly satisfied with the transaction. "Send someone to the KTV to bring me a speaker," he instructed, then leaned back against the pickup truck, observing Zhao Zhongxin intently. A realization struck Zhao Zhongxin. Lin Fan had come for a speaker, not for supplies at all. This thought ignited a full-blown fury within him. He turned coldly, surveying the members of the exploration team who had just gone to relay the message. The thin man felt the weight of Zhao Zhongxin's gaze and understood his impending doom. Beside him, the old team leader trembled in fear, fully aware that he was finished, and that his family was doomed as well. "Zhang Shu, you have truly led me to ruin this time," he lamented bitterly. The thin man remained silent, fixating on Lin Fan, determined to etch his features into memory, even in death. "Get the speaker now," Zhao Zhongxin bellowed at the group of exploration team members. A flicker of discontent passed through the eyes of the crowd, yet they dared not express it. Most of them had begun to regret their decision to join the corporate sanctuary. Although the official refuge offered little freedom and required adherence to a uniform management system, at least they would not be treated as slaves or mere servants, as they were in the construction of Long. One by one, the members of the exploration team reluctantly entered the KTV. Shortly thereafter, a group emerged, hauling large speakers. Lin Fan placed the speakers into the vehicle, watching with satisfaction as Zhao Zhongxin loaded 7 boxes of meat cans and 3 boxes of fruit cans before departing. Only Zhao Zhongxin, with a sullen expression, remained. However, as Lin Fan drove back to his sanctuary, a subordinate of Scar on an upper floor in Qinghe City spotted Lin Feng's black pickup truck. His eyes lighting up with surprise, he swiftly retrieved his phone. "Brother Scar, I found that kid. His sanctuary is near the back mountain. I saw him drive past." On the other end, Scar, upon hearing this, revealed a tempestuous glint in his otherwise calm eyes. "Finally, we have located him. Ever since that incident, I knew it would be a fight to the death between Lin Fan and me. It's either him or me. Tonight, we shall raid his home." A murderous intent flickered in Scar's gaze, a knowledge that Lin Fan remained oblivious to. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Lin Fan, with a thought, moved the large speakers to the restroom. System commence. The grand speaker, though rudimentary in quality, served as a barely functional broadcasting device. Upgrade direction: 1, quality 10 points. Lin Fan urged. Command received. The upgrade commenced, and Lin Feng's point balance surged to 118. In an instant, the grand speaker before him transformed, its black body shimmered, gaining a lustrous sheen. After a few moments of anticipation, nothing further occurred. "Is this it?" Lin Fan pondered, rendered speechless. Detection complete. All necessary equipment for toilet upgrade is present. The system announced. Commencing upgrade. A brilliant array of light erupted before Lin Feng's eyes. "Please vacate the restroom," the prompt urged, and Lin Fan obediently exited the toilet, catching sight of its inexplicable glow. A glowing restroom? He mused, lost in thought. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Task: Restroom upgrade branch completed. The shelter upgrade system will enter a 3-day cooldown. Restroom upgrade branch task completed. Comfort. Reward: Chip manufacturing machine issued. Please select placement location. Before Lin Fan appeared a 3-dimensional model of the shelter, with the restroom's previously blue virtual hue now transformed into white. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to position the chip manufacturing machine in the raw material synthesis workshop, alongside the primary processing equipment and the high-efficiency raw material synthesizer. Lin Fan envisioned converting that room into a processing area. With the chip manufacturing machine at his disposal, he would soon be able to produce the Home Guardian. The restroom has been upgraded. A sudden notification from the system appeared in Lin Feng's mind. He grasped the doorknob and stepped inside. Upon entering, Lin Fan gasped in astonishment. The once ordinary tiled restroom had transformed into a luxurious space. The pristine white tiles had been replaced by an enigmatic material that shimmered with a metallic luster. On the walls, 2 small speakers were installed, and as soon as he entered, soothing music began to emanate from them. Ouch! Lin Fan felt a twinge of toothache. Restroom construction completed. Congratulations! Buff unlocked. Effortless relief. Effortless relief. You will not experience constipation or diarrhea while using the restroom. Lin Fan exclaimed in disbelief. What a surprise! A special buff from a mere restroom construction? He was utterly astonished. The overall data of the restroom materialized before his eyes. Restroom, rating, ordinary. This is an ordinary restroom, possessing the most basic capabilities of its kind. Buff gained during usage, effortless relief. Lin Fan stared at the system information, at a loss for words. With such functionality, how could the system still rate the restroom as ordinary? He pondered the potential for future upgrades, imagining the restroom soaring to new heights. Exiting the restroom, Lin Fan proceeded directly to the materials synthesis workshop. A machine over a meter tall stood in the workshop, positioned alongside the control panel. Chip manufacturing machine. Quality: ordinary. Capable of producing chips based on blueprints. Initially capable of constructing Tier 1 chips. Following the instructions, Lin Fan began to operate the control panel. After making the necessary adjustments, Lin Fan placed the blueprints for the Home Guardian onto the workbench. He pressed the button, and the machine roared to life. Template ready, please add materials. Read a line of red text on the control panel. Lin Feng smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to add the materials. He entered the warehouse and transported a portion of the basic raw materials. He placed the steel onto the conveyor belt of the high-efficiency raw material processing equipment, activated the machine, and after 5 minutes, the desired materials emerged from the other side of the conveyor. He added the materials, and the machine commenced its operation. Countdown, 3 hours. Upon seeing this notification, Lin Feng ceased his waiting. He settled onto the sofa and resumed playing that damned game, Soul of Light. Meanwhile, Scar had already surrounded Lin Feng's shelter with his men. "Boss, that kid is inside." Scar nodded slightly. He was astonished by Lin Feng's self-built personal shelter. If he could eliminate Lin Feng this time, his shelter would indeed make for an excellent hideout. He wondered, however, just how spacious it was inside. They planned to act under the cover of night. After surveying the area, Scar felt significantly more at ease and subsequently led his followers away from the site. After walking a short distance, Scar glanced back at Lin Feng's shelter and instinctively licked his lips. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Lin Feng arrived at the workshop, and on the other side of the conveyor, a steel creature approximately 1.5 meters tall had been completed. Lin Feng gazed in wonder at the home guardian he had created, unable to suppress his admiration. Indeed, it resembled a dog. The guardian of the homestead stands approximately 1.5 meters tall and 50 centimeters wide, enveloped in a sleek black exterior. Its elongated limbs and intricately detailed canine head render it strikingly lifelike, reminiscent of a real dog. Lin Feng approached the guardian, pressing the activation button situated at the back of its neck. With a soft hiss, the guardian sprang to life, its eyes illuminating momentarily before falling still again. A compartment gradually emerged from its head. Lin Feng inserted the first-tier chip he had crafted into the slot. The chip-making device, limited to producing only white-grade components, could only create basic first-tier chips. Once the chip was inserted, the guardian was fully animated. It began to move on its tracks. Slightly bowing as various parts of its body emitted mechanical sounds. Suddenly, the mechanical dog leaped off the tracks and, akin to a genuine canine, settled onto the ground. Its cold, metallic eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng. Chapter 29. Night Raid. Lin Feng gently stroked the head of the mechanical dog, feeling its chill. "Good dog," he praised. Yet the creature remained unresponsive. The smile on Lin Feng's lips faltered. He had only equipped the dog with a first-tier chip, which could only process simple commands, precluding any semblance of sentient intelligence. Lin Feng silently vowed to imbue the creature with wisdom. Guardian of the Homestead, quality, ordinary, excellent watchdog. Upgrade options, 1. Low-level intelligence, 100 points, 2. Weaponry, 200 points, 3. Energy, 500 points. Lin Feng chose to overlook its original designation. After issuing a few simple commands, Lin Feng placed the dog in the corridor between the two doors. He replaced the mechanical crossbows meant for defense, which inevitably weakened the shelter's protective capabilities. However, given that the dog's name was Guardian of the Homestead, Lin Feng entrusted it with the duty of guarding the premises while he settled down on the sofa to indulge in gaming. Alas, he met his demise once more. Frustrated, Lin Feng watched as his character was crushed by a monster on the screen. "System, is there anything that can enhance my gaming prowess?" The system remained unresponsive. A glance at the clock startled him. It was already past 9 o'clock, and he had inadvertently spent the entire afternoon gaming. Time to prepare a meal. Lin Feng ventured into the kitchen, opened a can of meat he had acquired from Zhao Zhongxin, thinking it would be a shame not to indulge in it. It was surprisingly fragrant. He savored the meat, juices bursting forth with every bite, leaving a delightful aroma lingering in his mouth. He poured the savory juices over his rice, creating a delectable dish. These canned meats were quite rich in oil and salt, resulting in an utterly delightful flavor. This time, Lin Feng refrained from posting pictures of his meal on the forum, as the canned meat seemed too mundane. It paled in comparison to the colorful and aromatic dishes he usually prepared. After finishing his meal, he lay on the bed, engrossed in his phone. It had been years since Lin Feng had enjoyed such leisurely days. By around 10 o'clock, he fell into a deep slumber. Little did he know that outside the shelter, a crowd had gathered. "Big brother, it's nightfall. Shall we make our move?" Scarface, accompanied by a dozen of his subordinates, surrounded Lin Feng's shelter, even canceling their planned evening festivities for this purpose. Scar closed his eyes, breathing slowly, seeking to calm his restless heart. In the face of significant events, one must maintain tranquility. After approximately 2 minutes, Scar opened his eyes. Beneath the moonlight, his gaze shimmered with an unusual hue, as if a formidable force lay within. Proceed, Scar commanded, and his subordinates approached Lin Fang's refuge. After traversing a short distance without encountering any traps, their hearts eased slightly. In recent days, they had plundered numerous shelters, many of which were fortified with traps. Consequently, several of their brothers had sustained injuries. A group of them filed in and arrived at the first door of Lin Fang's double entrance. Hurry up, you mountain cannon. Several subordinates urged a nimble companion, who had once been a pickpocket. Scar stood at the back, casting a glance at the moon, feeling inexplicably agitated. It seemed that today was not a favorable day for raiding a shelter. But Scar quickly dismissed this thought. It's open. Suddenly, an excited subordinate exclaimed. The surrounding individuals hastily covered his mouth. Lower your voice. Don't alert the snake in the grass. That fellow is armed. The group was left in a state of shock by this reckless individual. Scar remained silent. A gun. Soon, he would possess one as well. Move. One subordinate cautiously peered inside, detecting no traps, and signaled to the others. The group felt a mix of tension and exhilaration. Within resided the master, Lin Fan. He was armed while they launched a night raid against him. If they emerged victorious, the weapons would be theirs. A group of individuals pondered this matter. Suddenly, one of the younger members halted in his tracks. What are you doing? Let's go, urged some of those behind him. The leader of the group swallowed hard, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. It's nothing, continue moving. Just then, another member stopped, straining to listen. Did any of you hear a sound? A sound? Like the noise of machinery? What sound? Good heavens! Could it be that we've stumbled upon a trap? It's possible. Retreat. The band of ruffians, startled by this unfounded noise, hastily stepped back several paces. What is going on? Scarface entered, observing the halted members. Brother, it seems their essay mechanism. Scarface cast a glance down the dark, right-angled corridor and shone his flashlight. Due to the angular design, he could not see what lay behind him. Let us go. No need to panic. Scarface took the lead this time. Suddenly, a grinding sound of gears echoed through the once quiet corridor. Now, everyone could hear it clearly. One of the younger members felt the hair on his body stand on end and stammered, Brother, we should leave. I sense something is amiss ahead. When I was a child, I encountered a tiger in the mountains, and the feeling now is exactly the same. This refuge is definitely suspicious. The speaker's face turned pale, his legs trembling. Upon hearing this, the surrounding members were taken aback. Impressive. Monkey, you've had quite the experience. Scar paused for a moment, sensing nothing unusual ahead. He waved his hand, signaling, continue moving. The young subordinate clenched his teeth and trudged along with the group, inwardly praying to avoid any horrifying encounters. Fate, however, is often merciless, and soon the lad was plunged back into the depths of dread he had once known. As they rounded a corner, Scar and his companion found themselves locking eyes with a creature, its gaze illuminated by an eerie blue glow. Silence enveloped them, the air heavy with tension. The young man once again experienced the chilling specter of death looming near. Everyone held their breath, while Scar directed his flashlight towards the ominous silhouette lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, the creature stirred. It moved with a speed as swift as lightning. With a thunderous crash, Scar felt as though he had been struck by a train. His body sent sprawling. Good heavens! Run! Witnessing Scar being launched by the dark, unknown entity, the others were paralyzed with fear, scrambling away in a desperate bid for safety, cursing the fate that had not granted them swifter legs. The dog, relentless in its pursuit, quickly caught up, its powerful jaws sinking into the rear of a subordinate lagging behind. A chilling scream pierced the air, sending the others racing even faster. Amid the chaos, Scar remained unerringly composed. He raised his flashlight, understanding that all fear stems from the unknown, and if he could unveil the nature of this creature, he might dispel the terror. The beam of light illuminated the creature before him. Scar stared in astonishment at the mechanical dog before him, its entire body enveloped in darkness and gleaming with a metallic sheen. What is this? He gulped nervously as he beheld the robotic canine. Scar's companions had fled, leaving him alone in the corridor of the shelter. The dog charged forward but halted midway, for its duty was to guard the entrance. Taking a deep breath, Scar pressed himself against the wall and cautiously made his way outside. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated in his mind, and his legs went weak. He stumbled just in time to evade the dog's attack. Run! An instinctive feeling surged within Scar. He sensed that this mechanical beast had limited intelligence and would not pursue him. Summoning all his strength, he dashed toward the exit of the shelter. Just as he was on the verge of escaping, an immense force collided with his back, sending him sprawling to the ground. Thud! Scar fell, While the dog stood sentinel at the first door of the shelter, its icy blue mechanical eyes fixed intently upon him. Scar took a moment to catch his breath. Drenched in sweat without realizing it, he exhaled deeply, casting a lingering glance at the dog before turning away. It was a stroke of luck that he had survived. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, who had just settled down to sleep, groggily opened his eyes, sensing a tremor in the shelter. After a moment's pause, he felt nothing further. Phew. That scared me. I thought there was an earthquake. He rolled over and resumed his slumber. The following day, November 5th, Lin Fan awoke from his slumber and, after a brief morning routine, began the settlement of the previous day's activities. Daily Points settlement begins. He ventured forth to seek out a speaker at the singing venue. His spirits lifted, earning 5 points. Unbeknownst to him, he was being watched, which granted him an additional 2 points. A delightful surprise brightened his mood, netting him 10 points. He vanquished 3 assailants, demonstrating his strength and earning 30 points. Through coercion, he acquired supplies, amassing 50 points. Completing a task, he gained a loyal companion, yielding 60 points. That night, his companion repelled a group of marauders, ensuring a peaceful evening and securing 80 points. Daily Points settlement complete. Today's evaluation, excellent. An additional 30 points awarded. On November 4th, total points gained, 23, 724, 261. Total points accumulated, 379. Task, cleanliness. Task rating, simple. Clean both yourself and the shelter. Task reward, 10 points. Lin Fan's countenance darkened upon reading the final piece of information. Last night, was there an attack? Stepping outside his door, he was met with a scene of devastation in the corridor, remnants of torn fabric strewn across the floor, and a pool of dried blood. His companion lay at the threshold, connected to the shelter's circuitry, recharging. Sensing Lin Fan's presence, the creature opened its eyes, though its gaze appeared vacant. Lin Fan felt an intense scrutiny emanating from it. The dog's ironclad body was unscathed, yet blood stained its mouth. Lin Fan stepped out of the shelter and surveyed the chaotic entrance. His first door had been forcibly opened. After a moment of silence, a profound fury engulfed him. A midnight ambush. Had it not been for the dog, he might have met his demise. Despite the temperature hovering around 30 degrees, Lin Fan felt an unshakable chill enveloping him. The dog, in its endearing foolishness, approached Lin Fan, squatting before him, eagerly awaiting his touch. A smile graced Lin Fan's lips as he extended his broad palm to gently caress the dog's cold head. The dog mechanically tilted its head, feigning a sense of enjoyment. Lin Fan diverted his gaze from the outside world back to the dog. Thank you for last night. The dog could not comprehend Lin Fan's words. Yet it seemed to sense his gratitude, instinctively rolling onto its back, exposing its metallic belly and writhing playfully. Good boy. Lin Fan returned to his shelter, reinforcing the entrance with simple measures, and settled onto the sofa to ponder his predicament. He had only offended 2 factions, Scar and Zhao Zhongxin. The conflict with Scar was one of relentless enmity. However, given Zhao Zhongxin's demeanor, it appeared that their relationship was equally fraught with animosity, devoid of any possibility for reconciliation. Even a temporary truce would likely lead to Lin Fan's downfall, given Zhao Zhongxin's character. When Lin Fan departed yesterday, Zhao Zhongxin had not dispatched anyone to follow him. He was wary of Lin Fan's firearm. Thus, the only one seeking his life under the cover of night was Scar. Lin Fan shut his eyes, resting his head against the sofa, murmuring, Scar, the situation is dire. He is in the light, while Scar is shrouded in darkness, which complicates matters. The only stroke of luck lies in the fact that Scar and his men are unarmed. Once they acquire firearms, their fear of him will vanish, and Lin Fan will find himself in an untenable situation. He must contemplate his next course of action carefully. Scar's refuge. At this moment, Scar puffs on a cigarette, exhaling wisps of smoke. Leaning back on the sofa, he engages in deep thought. After a prolonged silence, Scar finishes his cigarette, opening his eyes to reveal a pair of merciless orbs fixed upon the ceiling. It is time to make a move. Scar discards the cigarette but into the trash. Everyone, follow me to the enforcement office. Upon hearing Scar's words, all his subordinates tremble. Boss, they are visibly shaken, their faces paling. The enforcement office in Qinghe City signifies something ominous for them, a truth that requires no elaboration. Scar's tone brooks no dissent. Hurry, let us hope fortune favors us. With that, a peculiar glimmer flashes in Scar's pupils. The reason he dares to seize resources since the onset of the apocalypse is that he understands. He knows the enforcers are struggling for their own survival. Soon, Scar and all his subordinates pile into a van, heading towards the enforcement office. Throughout the journey, the expressions of the subordinates remain unnervingly tense. Lin Fan summons his canine companion, glancing at the balance of his points in the upper right corner. And without hesitation, he decides to upgrade the dog. System, upgrade the dog's weaponry. Command received. Commencing installation of the Home Defender weaponry feature. The points in the upper right corner of Lin Fan's display transformed to 179, and a blueprint unexpectedly materialized in his hands. Chapter 31. The Primary White Recipe. Home Guardian Modified, Quality, Ordinary, an excellent watchdog equipped with weapon modules. Upgrade options. 1. Low-level intelligence, 100 points. 2. Projection vision, 200 points. 3. Energy, 500 points. This new blueprint exhibited enhancements, incorporating additional structures that could be utilized for weapon installation. Lin Fan, accompanied by his canine companion, ventured into the workshop, where, after a brief interval, the dog underwent an upgrade. Now, there was space along its flanks, and a device for weapon assembly adorned its back. Lin Fan crafted 2 frenzy eagles and affixed them to the dog's back. Furthermore, he enhanced the dog's chip with new capabilities, enabling it to wield firearms when it desired to attack. After much contemplation, Lin Fan decided against upgrading the dog's low-level intelligence. He reasoned that as his chip's quality improved, intelligence would naturally follow. Should he choose to upgrade the dog's low-level intelligence now, it would be restricted to a specialized chip, necessitating substantial points for any future enhancements. Lin Fan then retrieved the Frenzy Eagle pistol, expending 10 points to upgrade its special ammunition. He acquired some unique manufacturing techniques for the Nyogunan bullets, including armor-piercing and explosive rounds. The armor-piercing bullets would significantly enhance the penetration power of the Frenzy Eagle, while the explosive rounds would trigger a detonation upon impact, inflicting secondary damage. Clad in protective gear and armed with the pistol, Lin Fan, alongside his dog, set forth into the world. This time, he arrived at the Science and Technology building in Qinghe City. Since Scar had launched a surprise attack on him, he would retaliate in kind. Meanwhile, Scar emerged from the law enforcement agency, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, fortune favored him. Behind him, his subordinates brandished several standard-issue firearms. However, the expressions of the others were far from pleasant, displaying a visage of revulsion. As they traversed the streets, the surrounding scavengers dared not approach Scar and his entourage. Fear was evident in their gazes directed towards Scar and his companions. Striding confidently, Scar relished the attention he commanded. This was merely the beginning. He would undoubtedly rise to become an individual whom all would revere. Suddenly, Scar felt an inexplicable sensation and turned his gaze towards the Science and Technology building, where a figure stood atop, fixated upon him. Due to the angle, Scar could not discern the identity of the person above, yet a sense of familiarity washed over him. In an instant, Scar recalled who it was, placing his hand beneath his neck and sliding it horizontally, the implication of threat unmistakable. On the rooftop, Lin Fan also spotted Scar and his gang, as well as the firearms they wielded. Indeed, had something occurred at the Qinghe City Law Enforcement Refuge? Lin Fan had long anticipated this outcome. He was astonished that Scar and his group had managed to acquire firearms from there. This development was likely to complicate matters significantly. Frowning, Lin Fan clenched his fists. Ding! Curiosity ignited a special mission. The enigma of the missing enforcers in Qinghe City compelled one to venture towards their refuge. The allure of the task's rewards, 100 points and a first-tier explosive bomb recipe, made Lin Fan's pupils constrict with anticipation. Successfully completing this mission would significantly enhance his odds against Scar and his cohorts. Below, several subordinates witnessed Scar's menacing gestures and gazed towards the pinnacle of the technological edifice. Boss, is that the brat? Shall we ascend and confront him? Excitement surged among the group, their frustrations from recent setbacks under Lin Fan's leadership simmering beneath the surface. Scar, nonchalantly lighting a cigarette, replied, "Patience, prepare for tonight. He will surely attempt a nocturnal assault." The subordinates were momentarily taken aback. We are of the same ilk. Scar's eyes, imbued with a profound intensity, fixated on the rooftop, where Lin Fan had vanished from sight. Lin Fan reached the enforcer's refuge in Qinghe City with utmost urgency. Upon arrival, his countenance shifted dramatically. Even from a distance, a nauseating odor assaulted his senses, the stench of decaying corpses. Under the oppressive heat, the aroma was suffocating. Indeed, Lin Fan's complexion paled as he surveyed the shattered refuge. A colossal boulder, marked by signs of erosion, had crashed upon the shelter. likely propelled here by the impact of a meteorite striking a mountain. The upper structure of the entire shelter lay in ruins, the walls marred by traces of blood and remnants of decayed limbs. As for the lower sections, it was likely far worse. Lin Fan gazed at the horrifying scene before him, momentarily lost in thought. It was utterly terrifying. A massive section of the mountain had been hurled into the air. What truly transpired during the meteorite's descent that day? Just how colossal was that meteorite? Lin Fan's heart was overwhelmed with shock. Special task. Curiosity completed. Please return to the shelter to claim your reward. Lin Fan, still reeling from the devastation, failed to register the system's notification until some time had passed. He steeled himself against the tumult of emotions and departed from the site, casting a lingering glance back. Upon returning to the shelter, Lin Fan claimed his task reward. His points now totaling 269. Level 1 demolition bomb recipe, materials required, basic processing equipment, gunpowder, shrapnel, final product. Level 1 demolition bomb, studying the recipe before him. Lin Fan proceeded to the processing room. An hour later, 6 white bombs, each the size of an egg and with a smooth exterior, were produced on the other end of the basic processing equipment. With a mere press of a button, they would detonate upon being thrown. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed as he beheld the bombs. He carefully placed 2 of them into the abdominal compartment of his canine companion. This was a last resort. After Lin Fan positioned the bombs, the dog mechanically lay down, exposing its abdomen and writhing like a creature in distress. Lin Fan inhaled deeply. If possible, he wished to avoid sacrificing his loyal dog, but this was a desperate measure. He had to meticulously plan for his own survival. After all, Scar now possesses firearms. Lin Fan, having completed his preparations, quietly settled onto the sofa to recalibrate his mindset. This time, victory is imperative, defeat is not an option. The night swiftly descended. Lin Fan glanced at the clock. It was 5 p.m., and the crimson sun had begun its gradual descent. The moment to settle scores had arrived. Ding. Task. Vendetta. Task rating. Difficult. You have drawn the attention of thugs. Please swiftly resolve your grievances. Task reward. 500 points. Blueprint for a green temperature regulating board. Upon seeing the system prompt, Lin Fan felt a ripple of emotion stir within, only to swiftly regain his composure. The rewards for this mission were substantial. Survival would yield a significant payoff. Lin Fan readied himself, equipped with 10 magazines, each filled with specialized ammunition. Exiting the shelter, his loyal canine companion trailed closely behind him. Chapter 32. The Final Confrontation. As Lin Fan emerged from the shelter, darkness enveloped the surroundings, with a radiant full moon hanging high in the sky, dispelling some of the shadows, allowing him to discern his path. He had already pinpointed the location of Scar's hideout. During the day, he had observed the movement of Scar and his cohorts from the tech building. There was only one residential area in that direction, making it unmistakably clear, the periphery of Scar's refuge. Some of the underlings exhibited signs of tension, those wielding knives brandishing their blades, while others clutched their firearms. All on high alert. Will that lad come? Rest assured, the boss is never wrong. We'll advance first to obstruct his line of sight. You all better aim carefully. If you hit me, we will have unfinished business. A group of them engaged in discussions over their strategy. Scar stood on the balcony, gazing down below, where he could perceive everything. The moon in the sky cast its silvery glow, and a peculiar gleam flickered in Scar's eyes as he observed Lin Fan beneath him. Sensing an aura akin to sustenance radiating from the latter, an ominous premonition surged within him. Should he eliminate Lin Fan, unforeseen advantages would surely follow. Scar retrieved his walkie-talkie, signaling that he was ready. The ambushed henchman trembled in anticipation. Lin Fan was approaching. Prepare for battle. The knife squad was poised to charge. Damn it. Aim well, everyone. Fear not. Onward. As Lin Fan entered the Ningen community, an ominous air enveloped him. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Breathing deeply, Lin Fan maintained his composure. He had spent the afternoon mentally preparing himself, and now, nothing could unnerve him. This would be his inaugural confrontation with thugs. He took a step forward. Charge. Eliminate him. From the shadows of nearby buildings, several thugs surged forth, brandishing knives, their faces contorted in fury. Go, dog. Without requiring Lin Fan's intervention, the mechanical dog lunged ahead, its blue eyes fixated on the assailants. What the hell? It's that thing from yesterday. Ah, my hand. One henchman yelped as the dog clamped down on his hand, blood gushing forth. It's just a dog. Fear not. Stab it. In the darkness, the thugs, driven by desperation, raised their knives to strike at the dog. Lin Feng smirked, continuously firing his weapon. The explosive rounds wreaked havoc. Every individual struck would find their wounds torn open, instantaneously rendering them incapable of further combat. No, it is not a dog. A marauder, attempting to stab the canine with a small knife, inadvertently struck the iron surface, only to be bitten by the dog in retaliation. Boom, boom. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the corner, and Lin Feng, ever vigilant and prepared, swiftly leaped aside. Bullets whizzed past the very spot he had just occupied. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, his demeanor growing increasingly icy beneath the cold moonlight. Bang! He pulled the trigger, sending a bullet hurtling toward the assailant who had just ambushed him. A faint sound echoed as the bullet detonated within the flesh of that individual, inflicting significant harm. The thug's plan of using knives before guns was utterly futile. The dog alone had effectively dealt with the so-called knife-wielding gang. Meanwhile, those armed thugs, caught off guard by Lin Feng's counterattack, were thrown into disarray. The cacophony of wails surrounding them only deepened their fear. Scarface observed from the balcony with clarity. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, flicked the butt aside, grabbed his gun, and descended. His underlings were no match for Lin Feng. As Lin Feng dispatched several more foes, terror gripped the remaining thugs, some already fleeing. Scarface's confidant, noticing this panic, shouted, "What are you running for? You spineless cowards!" Yet, in the next moment, Lin Feng's armor-piercing round pierced through the iron gate and struck him in the chest. Chaos ensued. The dog had also concluded its battle. Having single-handedly reduced the knife-wielding thugs to tears, Lin Feng surveyed the area where the numbers were greatest, retrieved a bomb from his pocket, and forcefully struck it against the wall, activating it. Whoosh! Lin Feng hurled the bomb into the fray. As the sky darkened, none of the assailants witnessed Lin Feng's actions. Moments later, a thunderous explosion echoed through the air. The brilliant flames captured the expressions of the dying assailants, each one displaying disbelief and a dazed demeanor. Was there truly a bomb? The blast reverberated loudly, reaching even the distant refuge of Jinlong, where many were startled. In an opulent chamber adorned with numerous naked women and portly middle-aged men, the sound nearly rendered them impotent with fright. "What is happening, old Zhao?" inquired an irritable middle-aged man. In the center, another man ceased his movements, his expression grim. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Zhongxin, go investigate what has transpired." "Yes." After Zhao Jianlong concluded the call, one among the attendees shoved a woman, whose physique was rather ample, towards him, saying, "Old Zhao, let us switch. This woman is lackluster." Zhao Jianlong's pupils constricted, yet he remained silent, pushing the beautiful young woman beneath him aside. The man eagerly lunged toward her, while a flicker of cold light flashed in Zhao Jianlong's eyes. Lin Feng had not anticipated the bomb's formidable power. In a moment of exhilaration, he hurled 2 more explosives. Mere seconds later, 2 resounding blasts ensued, the flames engulfing the enemies. Scar's henchmen were obliterated by Lin Feng's explosives. Sighing with relief, Lin Feng noted that a portion of the adversaries had been dealt with. Now, only Scar remained. He vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, uncertain of Scar's potential emergence. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through the air. With a sudden crack, Lin Feng was unable to evade in time as a bullet struck his leg, penetrating his protective gear and instantly engulfing him in searing pain. His vision blurred momentarily, akin to an immense force having mercilessly hammered his thigh, leaving him numb, even to the bone. Stumbling, Lin Feng collapsed to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he fired several shots in the direction from which the bullet had come. Another shot rang out. His wrist was hit, causing the powerful handgun to fly from his grasp. A chilling sense of despair washed over Lin Feng. From the shadows of the dark corridor, Scar emerged. He too was in a precarious state, bearing 2 bloodied wounds on his body from a micro self-targeting system, though neither struck a vital area. Due to the explosive rounds Lin Feng had employed, the wounds were substantial and bleeding profusely. Beads of cold sweat adorned Scar's forehead, and his lips turned pale, yet his eyes were alight with exhilaration. He had succeeded. Scar's steps wavered, almost causing him to topple as he approached Lin Feng. Silently observing him, there was no trace of humiliation in his demeanor. With a calm expression, he uttered, "Die." Lin Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated Scar's ability to endure such pain. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to stand. Meanwhile, Scar aimed his gun at Lin Feng. Bang! Scar's injured body was hurled backward. At that moment, Dog, with a predatory gaze, fixated on Scar, the powerful handgun he wielded poised and ready. Bang! Bang! The formidable power of the handgun stationed behind Dog was unleashed. Yet, Regrettably, Scar remained unscathed. Lin Fang's upgraded micro self-targeting device was affixed to his firearm, a solitary weapon now firmly in his grasp. Scar, lying on the ground, refrained from any hasty movements until the echoes of gunfire faded into silence, at which point he cautiously rose to his feet. Coughing, he clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Lin Fang's shot had inflicted grievous wounds upon him. Even if he were to eliminate Lin Fang, he would succumb to excessive blood loss. After a struggle, Scar managed to stand and retrieve the standard-issue pistol. It was over. Bang. Dog continued to charge at Scar, but at that moment, Scar fired his weapon. The momentum of Dog's advance abruptly halted, as a bullet astonishingly lodged itself in Dog's head, striking the chip within. The materials comprising Dog were not of high strength, merely ordinary iron, allowing the bullet to penetrate with ease. Scar's complexion grew paler, yet a grin spread across his face. He aimed the gun at Lin Fang, who had already risen. The bullets from the standard-issue pistol were commonplace, and Lin Fang could endure their impact. Lin Fang grasped the firearm that had just been knocked from his hands, his gaze icy. Bang! Lin Fang was significantly quicker in pulling the trigger. The sound of the bullet piercing flesh echoed through the air. Scar was hit in the chest, his body collapsing weakly to the ground. Despite the pain, Lin Fang made his way to Scar's side. "It is you who has met your end." Lin Fang spoke. "Is that so?" Scar lay on the ground, his visage as pale as parchment. He chuckled softly. "What is so amusing?" Lin Fang set down his weapon. Scar had sustained 3 explosive wounds and could not survive. Lin Fang tore his clothing to bind his own injuries. "You are ill-suited for this apocalyptic world." Lin Fang paused in his bandaging. "The elderly woman from Fushan community. I killed her," the scarred man muttered, his gaze vacant. Lin Fang's mind flashed back to the old woman who had suffered from heat stroke. Clenching his fist, Lin Fang struck the scarred man's face with all his might. "You beast!" Bang! Bang! Lin Fang unleashed 2 powerful punches, then began to breathe heavily. One of the scarred man's teeth was knocked out, and his mouth filled with blood. Spitting out a mouthful of crimson foam, the scarred man weakly remarked, "That old hag didn't wish to live anyway. You didn't kill her. You merely hastened her departure. That was cruel." The scarred man continued to ramble on. Upon hearing his words, Lin Fang's pupils constricted, as the events of that day replayed in his mind. Coughing, the scarred man grew even weaker. He began to laugh. "I once thought I could become a formidable figure. Alas, everything encountered you." The expression on the scarred man's face began to fade into a daze, his life flashing before his eyes until a voice echoed in his mind. Suddenly, as if experiencing a moment of clarity, the scarred man seized Lin Fang's arm. His eyes widened, right hand gripping Lin Fang's arm with intensity, a mixture of relief and regret shining in his gaze. "Show no mercy. Watch out for him. Help me kill him. Survive. Help me witness the true end of the world." A peculiar gleam sparkled in the scarred man's eyes. Gradually, he fell silent, his grip loosening as his body slumped down. He perished. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open, fixed upon Lin Fang. Lin Fang gazed at the lifeless figure of Scar on the ground, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. The visage marred by knife wounds appeared exceedingly grotesque. Though Lin Fang harbored disdain for him, one could not deny he was a man of grit. Ding! The voice of the system resonated in Lin Fang's ears. "Achievement unlocked. Thug. You are now recognized as a thug. Achievement reward, 100 points. Com buff. Achievement unlocked. Will of the thug. A certain thug wishes for you to inherit his will. Achievement reward, 100 points. Future system task trajectory altered. For detailed information, please return to the shelter." Lin Fang stared at the information manifesting before him, lost in contemplation. He looked at the deceased Scar and murmured, "The will of a thug? Huh." A smirk of derision crossed Lin Fang's face. A thug with delusions of becoming a strongman. Task: grievances completed. Lin Fang chuckled softly, unsure of whom he was mocking. He rose and tended to his wounds with minimal effort. The canine companion lay motionless beside him, its internal chip damaged, rendering it incapacitated and effectively useless. Lin Fang sighed deeply. If he hadn't brought his dog along, he would likely have perished. Yet, Scar managed to hit the rapidly moving dog. I wonder if it was sheer luck or something else. Lin Fang, enduring the pain in his leg, made his way toward Wanrong community, realizing he could not treat the gunshot wound himself. After Lin Fang departed, a young man with tousled blonde hair crawled out from within the corridor. He crawled over to Scar's lifeless body, trembling as he gazed upon the deceased figure. Looking around, he found that all his comrades had perished. A wave of dread coiled around his heart. They are all dead. In the Jianlong shelter, Zhao Zhangxin's expression darkened as he hung up the phone, gritting his teeth. The last time, Lin Feng had swindled him out of 12 boxes of canned meat and 8 boxes of canned fruit, a fact that came to Zhao Jianlong's attention. To placate the discontent of the other shareholders, he had been demoted to the exploration department, now serving as the team leader. Although it was merely a temporary measure, his hatred for Lin Feng ran deep. Exiting the office, Zhao Zhangxin commanded, "Everyone, follow me. A new mission awaits." The members of the other exploration teams, sensing his foul mood, dared not utter a word and trailed behind him out of the shelter. After advancing a short distance, Zhao Zhangxin was compelled to halt, his face grim as he regarded a spot not far away. That was the gathering place of Scar's gang. He hesitated to approach. Yet, the thunderous explosion that had erupted seemed to emanate from that very location. Zhao Zhangxin's countenance darkened further as he caught the acrid scent of gunpowder. A slight frown crossed his brow, sensing something amiss. "Go take a look." Zhao Zhangxin assigned a man for a task. Upon hearing this, the man's expression changed drastically. Ahead lay a stronghold of marauders, a gathering of ruthless killers. "No." The man gritted his teeth defiantly. Zhao Zhangxin's demeanor darkened instantly. Trembling, the man summoned his courage and declared, "We have come here seeking survival, not to serve as your slaves." His words resonated deeply, igniting anger among many who glared at Zhao Zhangxin. For a considerable time, they had been treated no differently than slaves. Observing this rebellious faction of his team, Zhao Zhangxin's countenance grew increasingly grim. This was unacceptable. He needed to discuss the matter with his uncle. Suppressing his fury, he cast a distant glance at the scarred one's refuge before turning away. What a preposterous idea. That place was far beyond his capabilities. He could simply concoct an excuse to speak with Zhao Jianlong without risking his own safety. As Zhao Zhangxin departed, the other members of the exploration team exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with satisfaction. Knock, knock, knock. In apartment 308 of Building 2 at Wanrong Community, Yang Ruoxi, engrossed in her phone on the bed, suddenly heard the sound of someone knocking at the door, stirring her sense of caution. Ever since her harrowing encounter with the scarred one, she had learned to be wary. Straining to listen, she confirmed it was indeed her door being knocked upon. Old Song sat up from his bed, gripping the polymer crossbow he had bartered from Lin Feng, ready for any eventuality. Together, Song and Yang approached the door, both feeling a surge of tension as they peered outside. Knock, knock, knock. The door was struck once more. Yang Ruoxi exchanged a glance with Old Song, then stepped forward to peer through the peephole at the scene outside. Upon seeing it, she swiftly opened the door. A tycoon? Yang Ruoxi gazed at Lin Feng with surprise, but her expression soon shifted. Lin Feng appeared pale, his lips slightly trembling, yet his deep-set eyes remained unchanged, still captivating. Upon seeing the door ajar, Lin Feng exhaled a long breath. He had arrived on foot, but now, with 2 gunshot wounds, returning was utterly impossible. Thus, he had no choice but to seek assistance from Yang Ruoxi. Nevertheless, even in his dire state, Lin Feng maintained his vigilance, concealing a fierce eagle within his sleeve. "What has happened to you?" Yang Ruoxi exclaimed, alarmed at the sight of blood on Lin Feng. Old Song emerged, his brows furrowing upon witnessing Lin Feng's pitiful condition. "This fellow has sustained 2 gunshot wounds?" Old Song's gaze turned scrutinizing as he regarded Lin Feng. Lin Feng staggered inside, his steps unsteady. As if he might collapse at any moment, Yang Ruoxi hurried to support him. "Do you know how to treat wounds?" Lin Feng inquired. As blood continued to seep from his injuries, he felt increasingly cold. Yang Ruoxi, caught off guard by his question, panicked. She was merely an ordinary university student, adept at playful antics, but handling such a serious injury, that was far too daunting. Just as Yang Ruoxi stood uncertain, Old Song snorted derisively and approached. This is a gunshot wound?" His sharp eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded indifferently. "Gunshot wound?" Yang Ruoxi was taken aback. Covering her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes shimmering with disbelief, Old Song let out a cold snort and inquired, "Was that explosion just now caused by you?" Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Old Song nodded slightly and turned to the kitchen to fetch the alcohol lamp. Only Yang Ruoxi and Lin Feng remained in the living room. Yang Ruoxi anxiously gazed at the 2 bleeding wounds on Lin Feng. You this." Yang Ruoxi extended her delicate, snow-white fingers to gently touch Lin Feng's injury. Hiss. Lin Feng couldn't help but flinch. I'm so sorry." Seeing Lin Feng in pain due to her touch, Yang Ruoxi was startled and flustered. Lin Feng's expression darkened. He suddenly felt that coming here was a mistake. Young Ruashi hurriedly dashed into her bedroom, saying, "Hold on, I'll get you a band-aid." Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng nearly fainted. Old Song emerged with a knife, alcohol lamp, and gauze, and upon hearing young Ruashi's words, his face darkened. "A gunshot wound, and you want to apply a band-aid? Isn't that utterly foolish?" Lin Feng watched as Old Song approached, a knife in hand, and inexplicably, his body tensed. The movement of his muscles tugged at the wound, causing blood to flow. Reflexively, Lin Feng aimed his fierce gaze at Old Song. Old Song placed his items on the table, casting a calm glance at Lin Feng's bleeding injury. "Relax," he said, igniting the alcohol lamp and heating the knife. "It will hurt a bit, just bear with it." As Old Song skillfully heated the knife, Lin Feng couldn't help but shiver, sensing that something was amiss. Old Song glanced at Lin Feng's protective suit and said, "Take it off and tend to your wounds." Lin Feng hesitated upon hearing this. "Old man, I have participated in border counteroffensive battles as well. Rest assured." Old Song spoke in a calm tone. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng shivered slightly, his eyes widening in surprise. "A hero of the anti-Japanese war is right beside me?" Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, a sharp pain shot through his thigh. "Ah!" Lin Feng instinctively gasped, but he quickly stifled the sound. He glanced at the knife that had pierced his flesh, which was now deftly extracting the bullet. "Did you not say for me to remove my protective suit?" Lin Feng remarked with a hint of irritation. Old Song nodded. "Do not mind it. I am merely diverting your attention." Almost immediately, Lin Feng felt another sting as a gleaming bullet was extracted by Old Song. Observing the 2 bullets he had retrieved, Old Song mused aloud, "Enforcer standard bullets. Young man, have you killed an enforcer?" His gaze towards Lin Feng grew increasingly unfriendly. At that moment, young Ruashi dashed out from her room, clutching a small medicine box, her face etched with urgency. However, upon her arrival, she was taken aback to see her grandfather seated opposite Lin Feng, 2 bullets lying on the table. Young Ruashi's eyes widened in shock, her lashes fluttering. "Grandpa, you." Noticing young Ruashi's presence, Old Song's expression softened slightly, yet his gaze towards Lin Feng remained probing. Lin Feng subtly moved his hand, feeling the bullet having been extracted, allowing for slight mobility, with no damage to the bone. Provided there was no infection, the wound would heal in a few days. Observing that the old man Song bore no ill intentions, Lin Feng sighed in relief and declared, "I have eliminated the group of thugs known as Scar." Upon hearing this, the old man Song was initially skeptical, while young Ruashi was left utterly astonished. Gunshot wounds, killed, overwhelmed by the shocking revelation. She found it hard to believe that Lin Feng was capable of taking a life. The old man Song rose from his seat, grasping several bullets from the table. His sharp gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng. "How do you explain these bullets? They are standard issue for enforcers. Do not tell me that the enforcer shelter was obliterated by a meteorite, that Scar's gang fortuitously came into possession of these weapons, and that a conflict arose between you, leading you to eliminate them under the cover of night?" Upon hearing Song's words, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He licked his lips, an embarrassed expression crossing his face. "Well, isn't that quite the coincidence? Just as you described." Old man Song said nothing further, merely casting a profound glance at Lin Feng before honorably tending to his wound, wrapping it in bandages. "Avoid strenuous activity in the coming days. A torn wound would be troublesome to manage. Make sure to take plenty of anti-inflammatory medicine," he instructed. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Young Ruashi, curious about Lin Feng's injury, retrieved some anti-inflammatory medication from her small first aid kit and offered it to him, causing Old Man Song to darken at the sight. "Why does the elbow always bend outward?" Old Song cast a disapproving glance at Lin Feng, then shifted his gaze towards young Ruashi. At that moment, however, young Ruashi was captivated by Lin Feng's gunshot wound, feeling somewhat dazed. He was simply too manly. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she stole glances at him. Lin Feng took an anti-inflammatory pill, rested for a while, and prepared to depart. The rewards from the shelter awaited him, and returning there would hasten his recovery. After leaving the Wanrong community, Lin Feng walked for over an hour before finally reaching his refuge. Commencing reward distribution, the points in the upper right corner transformed to 969, instantly enriching him. Lin Feng then turned his attention to the buff section. He noted that the previous guilty conscience buff had vanished, replaced by calmness. Calmness buff remains composed when facing law enforcers, making it difficult to detect flaws. Seeing the effects of this buff eased Lin Feng's mind significantly, ensuring that no complications would arise. He checked his achievements. Will of the Thug. Lin Feng spoke up, feeling somewhat uneasy since obtaining this achievement. The rewards were exceedingly extraordinary. It could even alter the trajectory of future system tasks. Ding. Information as follows. Achievement completed. Will of the Thug. A certain thug wishes for you to inherit his will. Achievement reward. 100 points. Alteration of future system task trajectory. What does this alteration of future tasks entail? Lin Fan inquired, sensing that this might not bode well. After a brief moment, just as Lin Fan thought the system would remain silent, the notification sound chimed. In the future, the host will have the opportunity to trigger will tasks and receive special rewards. Please do not worry. The system's words acted like a tranquilizer for Lin Fan, alleviating his concerns. So that was it. Lin Fan's tumultuous heart gradually found its calm. Sitting on the sofa, he felt an extraordinary sense of relaxation. The greatest threat, the scarred man, had been vanquished, allowing him to enjoy a few days of peace. Lin Fan retrieved a box of anti-inflammatory medication from the emergency kit he had brought back to the shelter. There was a reason for his hasty return. Anything within his shelter could be upgraded. However, due to the lack of necessity for certain items to be enhanced, Lin Fan refrained from using his points indiscriminately to conserve them. Anti-inflammatory medication, quality, inferior, an exceedingly ineffective drug, upgrade options. 1. Infection resistance, 50 points. 2. Fever reduction, 50 points. 3. Pain relief, 50 points. 4. Regulation of inflammatory response, 50 points. In the eyes of the system, this medication, a product of human ingenuity, was deemed utterly worthless. Lin Fan winced at the thought of spending the required points. A single expenditure of 50 points felt like quite the loss, as each upgrade consumed his precious resources and future enhancements would demand even more. Yet, he decided to invest the 50 points to upgrade the anti-inflammatory medication in the direction of infection resistance. Infection-resistant anti-inflammatory medication, single tablet, quality, average, resists 99 of infection-causing bacteria. Effect lasts for 3 days. Upgrade options, lacks medical equipment, cannot be upgraded. As Lin Fan gazed at the solitary tablet of upgraded medication now in his hand, he fell into deep contemplation. How could an entire box of anti-inflammatory medication be reduced to just one tablet? The system is incredibly flawed. Lin Fan silently cursed. After pouring himself a glass of water, he swallowed the pill. With the medication taken, Lin Fan could distinctly feel himself improving. His mind had also become remarkably clear. Indeed, the effects manifested quite swiftly. Although the system had unjustly confiscated an entire box of anti-inflammatory medication from him, the results were undeniably commendable. Lin Fan was now completely at ease. Leaning back on the sofa, he pondered over his future strategies. The foremost priority was to upgrade his sanctuary to a standard level, thereby acquiring the system's epic item rewards. Additionally, it would be prudent to develop more technology to prepare for impending calamities. Prior to the meteorite's descent, experts had predicted that its impact would alter certain ecological environments, urging the populace to brace themselves. Next on his agenda was the creation of a first-tier body enhancement solution. Although the requirements appeared rather stringent and would likely demand a substantial amount of points, with only 2 days remaining before he could embark on a new upgrade mission, he knew he had to be judicious with his points. Contemplating, Lin Fan summoned the necessary conditions for crafting the first-tier body enhancement solution. First-tier body enhancement solution formula. Requirements: gene modification laboratory, water, user's DNA, high-energy substance. Final product: first-tier body enhancement solution. Lin Fan inquired of the system. System: what is required for this gene modification laboratory? Ding. A stream of information materialized before Lin Fan. Gene modification chamber. Unlock the gene modification chamber by meeting the following conditions. 1. A closed space of at least 20 square meters. 2. At least equipped with a gene separator. 1,500 points. Lin Fan's expression remained relatively placid upon reading the first condition, as his shelter boasted an ample 500 square meters, allowing for the easy allocation of the requisite 20 square meters. However, his demeanor soured upon encountering the second condition. Lin Fan inhaled deeply. Everything now seemed to demand points. The steep requirement of 1,500 points for the upgrade dissuaded him from the notion of crafting a gene separator. He resolved to postpone any decisions until new upgrade tasks emerged. After contemplating the future development of his shelter, fatigue overcame him, and he succumbed to slumber on the couch. When Lin Fan awoke the following day, it was already noon. Rising from his repose, he immediately felt soreness and discomfort, as the remnants of his 2 gunshot wounds throbbed faintly. Frowning, he acknowledged that while the pain was bearable, it would nonetheless impede his daily activities. November 6th. Daily tasks activated. Task. Reading. Task rating. Easy. Read at least 60 minutes of books today. Task reward. 10 points. Task. Treat yourself. Task rating. Easy. Prepare a grand meal for yourself. Task reward. 10 points. Lin Fan sighed in relief upon reviewing the newly generated tasks. Fortune smiled upon him this time, as 2 tasks had appeared that required little exertion on his part. Ding! As the system's notification echoed. The moment of reckoning had arrived. After enduring a myriad of experiences yesterday, Lin Fan was certain he had accumulated a significant number of points. A surge of excitement coursed through him, for points were what he desperately needed. You discovered that you were ambushed by thugs last night, leaving you incensed, earning 10 points. You petted your dog, bringing it joy, earning 10 points. You upgraded your dog's weapon system, eliciting its happiness, earning 10 points. You took your dog for a stroll, elevating your spirits substantially, earning 10 points. You gazed from the heights of the technology building, experiencing a further uplift in your mood, earning 5 points. You encountered a group of thugs who threatened you with gestures, resulting in a decline in your mood, earning 3 points. You visited the law enforcement shelter in Qinghe City, witnessing a scene of hell on earth that profoundly shocked you, earning 20 points. You crafted a first-tier white bomb, significantly enhancing safety, earning 20 points. You and your dog launched a night raid on the thugs, taking down the knife squad, earning 50 points. You eliminated the leader of the thugs in Qinghe City, earning their favor, and gained an astounding 200 points. You called for help from Yang Ruashi and unexpectedly uncovered the identity of Old Song as a war hero, leaving you in utter astonishment, earning 50 points. You eradicated unstable safety factors, earning 30 points. The daily points tally has concluded. Today's evaluation. Excellent. Additional 30 points awarded. On November 5th. The total points accumulated reached 41,842 for 160. Currently, your total points stand at 1,379. After the settlement was completed, Lin Fan's points swiftly surged in the upper right corner. The 4-digit blue number filled him with immense satisfaction. Indeed, the points accrued from yesterday were not insignificant. Lin Fan suddenly found himself in a state of affluence. He stretched his back, loosening his muscles. He was now able to move normally, as long as he refrained from exerting himself too much to avoid aggravating his injuries. Lin Fan glanced at his bloodstained, tattered protective suit and decided to destroy it using the raw material synthesis machine. He spent 100 points to create a new insulated protective suit. His points then decreased to 279. Although this new suit could not withstand bullets, it was impervious to ordinary knives, proving to be quite effective against unarmed thugs. Donning the protective suit, Lin Fan armed himself and climbed into his small pickup truck, steering towards the location of the Scarred refuge. He was confident that the supplies belonging to Scar and his group remained intact. Moreover, Lin Fan had compelling reasons to go. Dogsy was still there. This time, he crafted a new chip, which should restore Dogsy's mobility. Of course, if the damage was too severe, he could always bring him back in the pickup. As Lin Fan traversed the desolate streets, the temperature hovered around 35 degrees Celsius, preventing people from lingering for long. However, with the insulated suit, he had no such concerns. Throughout his journey, Lin Fan encountered very few scavengers on the road. At this moment, it is noon, with the sun hanging high in the sky. The temperature several degrees warmer than at other times. The earth has become increasingly parched, the road surface cracked from the intense heat. Lin Fan's pickup truck jolts over the uneven terrain. Shortly, he arrives at the refuge of the Scar. Due to the daylight, Lin Fan can clearly see the devastation wrought by him the previous night. The ground of the community is marred by bomb craters, and the acrid scent of gunpowder still lingers in the air. Makeshift barricades erected by some thugs are riddled with shrapnel, and the ground is strewn with corpses. Their appearance is tragic. Though they perished last night, the bodies have begun to decay under the sweltering conditions, and Lin Fan can smell the putrid stench, which is quite nauseating. Approaching the mechanical dog, Lin Fan removes the iron plate from its head, revealing the circuit board within. Shock washes over his face as he surveys the extent of the damage. A bullet is lodged in the center of the dog's brain, having fortuitously struck the chip, sparing other components from harm. Had it deviated even slightly, the chip would have been irreparably damaged. With utmost care, Lin Fan removes the compromised chip and replaces it with an intact one. A series of clicks resound, and the previously inert dog's eyes emit a faint blue glow once more. The dog awakens, turning its head mechanically to regard Lin Fan. Relieved to see the dog unharmed, Lin Fan reassures it. "Let us go, good boy," as he gently pats its head. He strides towards the refuge of the scar, entering the very building itself. Lin Feng ascends the stairs swiftly, pausing before a door as he hears a sound. Lin Feng extracted a white bomb from his pocket, pressed it, and placed it at the entrance. With a resounding explosion, the iron gate of Scar's shelter was blown away. A thick black mist enveloped the area, and the corridor became saturated with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Only after the dense smoke dissipated did Lin Feng cautiously enter, firearm in hand. The mechanical dog, fully activated, stood ready to assist Lin Feng in the event of an emergency. Upon entering, Lin Feng observed that the Scar's shelter was relatively small, resembling a mere 3-room apartment, utterly inadequate for storing supplies. He speculated that the other rooms in the building must contain Scar's provisions. Hearing noises emanating from this particular room, he decided to investigate first to preclude any potential threats. Lin Feng listened intently and confirmed that there were indeed people inside. Approaching the door, he noted its ordinariness. It was merely a wooden barrier. With a swift kick, Lin Feng struck the door, causing a sharp pain to flare from his wound, eliciting a grimace from him. He failed to breach the door with his kick, but the dog charged forward, crashing into it and forcefully flinging it open. What he beheld inside left him utterly astonished. The room contained a large bed, upon which lay 5 young women, their expressions vacant and devoid of spirit, evidently victimized by Scar and his thugs. Lin Feng felt no excitement at the sight. Only a profound anger surged within him. To confine these women as mere playthings was an act more despicable than that of beasts. The women, upon hearing the commotion at the door, appeared motionless and unresponsive, as if they were waiting for something. They have lost their souls as human beings, reduced to mere puppets, yielding to the manipulation of thugs. Lin Feng could not bear to witness this scene. He averted his gaze. I have slain all the scarred ones. Their corpses lie below. Upon hearing these words, 3 of the 5 women present gradually regained focus, clarity returning to their eyes. They looked at Lin Feng with a mixture of disbelief and excitement. Ah! The 3 women screamed, disregarding their lack of clothing, and hurriedly rushed downstairs. They sought retribution. As the 3 women passed by Lin Feng, he turned his attention to the 2 women in the room, now entirely transformed into puppets, and a pang of bitterness welled up within him. Observing their vacant stares, devoid of any emotion, they resembled cold toys. Strangely, Lin Feng recalled the words spoken by the scarred man before his demise. You do not belong in a world like this. That old woman no longer wishes to live. Lin Feng gazed at the 2 women lying on the bed and raised the gun in his hand. For them, the present had become a hellish existence. Bang! Bang! Without hesitation, Lin Feng fired 2 shots. The bullets struck the women's foreheads. He chose the simplest method to alleviate their suffering. In that moment, as the gunfire echoed, it seemed he glimpsed a look of liberation in their eyes. Whether it was an illusion, he could not tell. Exhaling deeply after discharging the 2 shots, Lin Feng stepped out of the room, releasing a heavy sigh, yearning to expel the turmoil within his heart. Although Lin Feng felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, he understood the necessity of adaptation. Such occurrences would become commonplace in the future. After a brief moment of meditation, he instructed Guzi to force open the doors of the other rooms, which were merely ordinary bedrooms. Upon returning to the living room, Lin Feng reflected on the events of the past 6 days in Qinghe City, which had undergone a profound transformation. Everything had changed, and he could distinctly sense the alterations within himself. The fierce battle from the previous night had elevated his state of mind. Had it been at the outset, Lin Feng might have persuaded the 2 women to seek refuge in the corporate or official sanctuaries rather than resorting to taking their lives. Yet now, ending their existence had, in fact, provided them the greatest liberation. What am I truly thinking? Lin Feng chuckled bitterly, even questioning whether the will of the scar had somehow influenced him. He slapped his face, attempting to dispel these unrealistic thoughts. It was time to remove all the supplies. As for those 3 women, he would leave their fate to chance. Lin Feng contemplated this. He could not possibly share the resources of the Scar's sanctuary with them, as these were his spoils of war. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, who would feel pity for him? With a faint smile, he opened every room in the building, revealing the vast array of supplies hoarded by the Scar before him. The quantity was substantial, sufficient to sustain Lin Feng for an extended period. He also discovered a plethora of fresh meat and vegetables, likely seized by the Scar not long ago. Roughly estimating, combined with the provisions he had stockpiled in his own sanctuary, he could feast for 3 months, enjoying 3 hearty meals a day, each replete with meat. Lin Feng could not help but lament the swift nature of his arrival. He was tempted to embrace the role of a marauder himself. At that moment, he overlooked the achievement he had previously unlocked, Marauder. He began transporting supplies down the stairs in batches. As soon as he reached the ground floor, a horrifying scene unfolded before him. 3 women were kneeling on the ground, their eyes fixated on the corpses of the scar-faced men. Ignoring the putrid stench of decay, they relentlessly bit at the remains. Their faces were contorted in rage, tears of blood streaming down their cheeks, and their movements were driven by an intense desire to unleash their hatred. Their hair was disheveled, and with their nails severed by the scar-faced men, they could only resort to their teeth. One of the women had gnawed through the scalp of one of the scar-faced men, and it appeared she had indeed swallowed part of it. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle sent a chill through Lin Fan's entire being. The phrase "a hell on earth" involuntarily echoed in his mind. The act of cannibalism, could there be a more vivid representation of a living hell? A shiver ran down his spine, but he quickly suppressed such feelings, replacing them with indifference. Those 3 women. Lin Fan shook his head and continued to transport his supplies. The Scarface shelter was replete with resources, and even he would need to make several trips to clear it all. Behind him, Guzzi followed, its back strapped with a box of purified water, while it dragged a box of instant noodles with its mouth, putting forth considerable effort. Lin Fan commenced the transfer of supplies between the Scar-faced shelter and his own. It took him over an hour to complete the task. He loaded the last remaining supplies into the vehicle, which amounted to little more than a half-filled truck, an insignificantly small quantity. Lin Fan gazed at the supplies, contemplating. He decided to deliver the remaining items to Yang Ruashi. It was thanks to Old Song yesterday that he felt compelled to do so. After a moment's reflection, Lin Fan arrived at Wanrong community with the supplies in tow. He began unloading the items as the mechanical dog observed nearby. "Come, carry this box," Lin Fan instructed, placing a carton of canned fruit onto the dog's back before ascending the stairs with the other items, the dog faithfully trailing behind. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Fan rapped on the door. Yang Ruashi, upon seeing him through the peephole, joyfully swung the door open. Her face lit up upon seeing the supplies Lin Fan had brought. Just then, Old Song emerged, his expression darkened. However, upon catching sight of the mechanical dog following Lin Fan, his eyes widened in astonishment, and his wrinkled face quivered slightly. With trembling hands, he approached the dog, marveling at the mechanical marvel before him. Lin Fan placed the supplies in the living room, preparing to take his leave. His visit was solely to express gratitude. Just as he was about to exit, Old Song blocked his path. "Young man, is that dog for sale?" he inquired, pointing at the mechanical canine behind Lin Fan. Lin Fan cast a glance at the loyal dog beside him and shook his head. "I'm afraid not, Old Song." "This dog is not for sale." Old Song gazed longingly at the mechanical dog, convinced that it was far from ordinary. Its intelligence suggested the presence of advanced technology within. Yang Ruashi also took notice of the dog, her eyes sparkling. "Wow, what an adorable dog!" Lin Fan's lips twitched slightly, despite its charming appearance. The dog bore a bullet hole on its head and several scars on its body, presenting a rather fearsome visage. To declare it adorable is nothing short of a blatant falsehood. Yang Ruashi crouched down, attempting to stroke the dog's head. Lin Fan's expression shifted dramatically. "Do not touch it." Yet, before Lin Fan's warning could settle, Yang Ruashi's hand had already made contact with the dog. Contrary to Lin Fan's expectations of the dog biting Yang Ruashi, the canine instead collapsed onto the ground, revealing a metallic underbelly and playfully wriggling its body. Lin Fan was rendered speechless. He had programmed the dog to prohibit contact from strangers. Yang Ruashi glanced up at Lin Fan in confusion. He could only respond with an awkward smile. "It's nothing." Old Song, observing with envy, extended his large, rough hand. Woof woof. The dog, now lying on the ground, immediately flipped over, its mechanical components tensing as it barked, revealing metallic teeth. Old Song instinctively withdrew his hand. Old Song, Lin Fan, Yang Ruashi, nearly bitten by the dog. Old Song's face flushed with anger. He huffed, stood up, and walked away with a stern demeanor. Lin Fan glanced at the irate Old Song, then turned to observe Yang Ruashi. She wore a warm, pure smile that radiated innocence. Meanwhile, the dog remained sprawled on the ground, content to be a good companion. Noticing Lin Fan's gaze, Yang Ruashi looked up and playfully blinked at him, her cheeks adorned with a charming blush. In that fleeting moment, her clear, sparkling eyes struck directly at Lin Fan's heart. Yang Ruashi's jade-like visage shimmered, her fair neck blushing with youthful shyness. For a brief instant, Lin Fan was entranced. Lin Fan departed. Yang Ruashi remained entranced by Lin Fan's masculine and handsome demeanor, her eyes sparkling as she gazed longingly in the direction he had departed. Old Song, observing his infatuated granddaughter, sighed heavily. Reminiscing about a certain matter, he pondered for a moment before addressing her. Xiaoxi, there have been changes in Kyoto. Your father wishes to bring us back. Upon hearing these words, Yang Ruashi's smile froze on her face, and her expression shifted dramatically. The once charming warmth turned into an icy demeanor. What does he have to do with me? Old Song, feeling quite helpless, replied, Xiaoxi. After all, he is your father. Silently, Yang Ruashi retreated to her bedroom, leaving Old Song heartbroken by the sight. Lin Fan returned to his sanctuary. Having garnered a bountiful harvest, supplies were once again plentiful. Standing by the kitchen, he stirred a pot of red date syrup simmering over the fire. The red dates possessed remarkable hematopoietic properties, capable of swiftly replenishing Lin Fan's lost blood. While tending to the fire, he held a book in his hands, titled The Composition of Greenhouses. This tome, dedicated to the construction of sanctuaries, had been purchased long ago but remained unread due to a lack of time. With the recent acquisition of abundant resources, he had become even lazier in his reading. However, this opportunity, presented by the task at hand, allowed him to digest the material. A greenhouse requires light permeability, thermal insulation, and durability. The light transmission rate of an energy-efficient solar greenhouse typically exceeds 60 to 80, maintaining an indoor-outdoor temperature differential of over 21 to 25 degrees Celsius. Lin Fan attentively perused the book, accumulating knowledge for his future greenhouse construction. Time swiftly elapsed, and the system's notification resonated within Lin Fan's mind. Ding. Task completed. Reading. The score displayed in the upper right corner of the virtual blue interface transformed into 1289 points. Exhaling deeply, Lin Fan sipped his warm jujube syrup, feeling a sense of reassurance. Accumulating points gradually, he felt himself growing stronger. Life had returned to a tranquil state, devoid of worries about marauders. And resources were plentiful for indulgence. The shelter was stable, and the recreational facilities were ample. What more could one desire? Lin Fan felt quite content. That evening, he prepared a delightful meal to reward his palate, and his score reached 1299. The day passed swiftly. Ding, ding, ding. The phone resting beside his pillow exerted all its might, striving to awaken Lin Fan. After ringing for several minutes, he finally opened his eyes. For reasons unknown, he had been persistently fatigued over the past few days. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he got up to wash and, after a simple breakfast, he was met with the score settlement. Commencing daily score settlement. You return to Scar's sanctuary and retrieve the dog, who was deeply moved, earning you 10 points. You unexpectedly acquired supplies from Scar, gaining an additional 20 points. You escorted 2 suffering souls to Elysium, which awarded you 20 points. You expressed your gratitude to Yang Ruashi, earning 10 points. The dog harbored fond feelings for Yang Ruashi, granting you 5 points. You examined the composition of the greenhouse, acquiring knowledge about it, which earned you 3 points. You enjoyed a splendid rest, gaining 5 points. The daily points tally has concluded. Today's evaluation was deemed average, resulting in an extra 5 of points. On November 6th, the total points amassed amounted to 73,881, with an overall total of 1,380 points. Daily task, propagation. Task, propagation. Task rating, simple. Complete 1 instance of harmonious existence. Task reward, 10 points. Upon reviewing today's task, Lin Fan fell into a profound silence. System, are you serious? Lin Fan inquired with utmost seriousness. However, the system remained unresponsive. It seemed that Lin Fan's suspicions were confirmed. He sighed, feeling a headache brewing. Setting aside the fact that he lacked a suitable partner for harmonious existence, even if he did, his leg injury rendered him incapable of physical activity. Lin Fan felt he would once again miss out on today's 10 points. With a resigned sigh, he allowed his thoughts to follow the system's line of reasoning. If he were to seek a grand harmony of life, the only possible candidate would undoubtedly be Yang Ruashi. However, his acquaintance with Yang Ruashi is rather superficial. The image of Yang Ruashi crouching on the ground, her fair cheeks tinged with a subtle blush and her eyes shimmering like rippling water, lingered in Lin Fan's mind, evoking endless musings. After allowing his thoughts to wander for a moment, Lin Fan snapped back to reality, retrieving his computer to immerse himself in the game Soul of Light 3. In the afternoon, Lin Fan found himself engrossed in an intense moment of gameplay. Suddenly, a mechanical chime echoed in his mind. He had mistakenly pressed a key, causing his character to roll directly beneath the boss's axe, resulting in an instant demise. Ah, not again. Lin Fan nearly spat blood in frustration. Yet, in the next instant, a prompt appeared before him. New branch mission for shelter upgrade has been activated. Please upgrade promptly. This upgrade direction is bedroom. The mention of bedroom took Lin Fan by surprise. He had not anticipated that the newly unlocked upgrade path would pertain to the bedroom. New task information emerged. Branch mission for bedroom upgrade. Temperature, mission rating. Ordinary difficult. Connect the bedroom to the temperature control system of the bathroom. Alternatively, you could establish a shelter temperature control center. But that would require a significant expenditure of points. You understand my meaning, don't you? Mission rewards, 100 points, 500 points. Blueprint for Green Disaster Detector Epic Quest Clues. Upon reading this task, Lin Fan felt a jolt of excitement. This mission was indeed different. It presented 2 levels of difficulty. Lin Fan took a moment to calm himself and scrutinize the task information. After a while, he grasped the system's intent. The challenge of this upgrade task lies firmly in Lin Fan's hands, with the choice between an easy or a difficult path resting solely upon him. Opting for the easier route promises swift completion, while the more arduous path tantalizes with the prospect of greater rewards. It hardly requires contemplation. A disdainful smile graced Lin Fan's lips as he resolutely chose the difficulty. The so-called blueprint for the Green Disaster Detector sounded impressive. Yet it paled in comparison to the allure of an epic quest. The gravitas embodied in the term epic cannot be overstated. Although Lin Fan was not an avid gamer, he was well versed in the intricacies of the game. System. What are the requirements to upgrade the temperature control center? Ding. The system presented the conditions necessary for the temperature control center before Lin Fan. Unlocking the temperature control center requires the following conditions. 1. A closed space of at least 20 square meters. 2. At least one central temperature control unit. 1,000 points. 3. A room with a complete electrical circuit. Upon reading this information, a smile spread across Lin Fan's face. Look at that. Isn't this just a piece of cake? Without hesitation, he utilized 1,000 points to materialize the central temperature control unit, reducing his points to 380. Please select a placement location. A 3-dimensional model of the shelter materialized before Lin Fan. He mentally carved out a space of approximately 20 square meters. Place it. Command received. Commencing materialization. Within seconds, the small room Lin Fan had created on the blue virtual model of the shelter transformed into a pristine white. Lin Fan stepped into the small room. At this moment, a new machine had been added to the room, resembling the multimedia equipment commonly found in schools. It was square-shaped, featuring a large screen. Room. Temperature Control Center has been established. Information as follows. Temperature Control Center. Evaluation, ordinary. This is a standard temperature control center, possessing numerous shortcomings that necessitate improvement, yet it is barely functional. Connect all rooms to the shelter. Initially select one room to connect for free. The second connection requires 100 points, and each additional room will double the point consumption. Rooms connected to the temperature control center will receive a buff. Warmth. Warmth provides a sense of comfort, boosting morale to 100. It can enhance the existing buffs in the room by 1 level. Lin Fan shifted his gaze to the screen. Displayed upon it was a thumbnail of the shelter, with the area symbolizing the restroom marked in red, indicating 6 words: temperature control, restroom. Through this interface, Lin Fan was able to regulate the temperature. And the implications of this interface suggested that should Lin Fan choose to integrate all rooms of the shelter into the temperature control center in the future, he would reap substantial benefits. Following the task requirements, Lin Fan integrated the bedroom into the temperature control center. On the manipulation interface, the bedroom also turned red. Temperature control, bedroom upgrade branch task, warmth completed. The shelter upgrade task has entered a cooldown period of 14 days. Distributing rewards. Congratulations, you have earned 500 points. Epic Quest Clue unlocked. Epical Quest Clue description. 1. This clue pertains to a certain branch of an epic quest, where the completion of a single clue grants a blue quality reward. 2. Completing more than 2/3 of the clues will unlock the epic quest. 3. Upon the commencement of the epic quest, completed clues will be counted towards the overall completion progress. 4. Task clues will provide additional textual hints as exploration advances. 5. Possessing a single epic quest clue will increase the probability of refreshing new clues in the daily tasks. 6. Some epic quest clues are time-sensitive. Lin Fan gazed at the stipulations of the epic quest, engulfed in astonishment. Merely completing a clue could yield a blue tier reward. The finest quality item Lin Fan currently possessed was a green temperature control panel. Green temperature control panel blueprint. Materials required: precision processing equipment, temperature control center, polystyrene resin. Electronic components, circuitry, crafted product. Excellent temperature control panel. Due to Lin Fan's lack of precision processing equipment, he was unable to fabricate the temperature control panel, leaving it in abeyance. The ethereal interface before Lin Fan manifested new content once more. Epic quest clue, the shattered utopia, textual hint 1. It is the cradle where they birthed evil. The epic quest clue had been activated, and Lin Fan received the first hint. He pondered the enigmatic clue, reflecting on its implications. The cradle of birthed evil? The shattered utopia? What could it possibly signify? Lin Fan's brow furrowed in contemplation. This epic quest clue proved to be even more challenging than he had anticipated, despite the hints provided. Lin Fan remained at a loss for direction. Let it be for now. He relinquished his thoughts, recalling the regulations that stated more prompts would be triggered as exploration progressed. He resolved to take it step by step. Lin Fan retrieved a sheet of paper and inscribed his current to-do list. 1. Gene separation machine 2. Precision processing equipment 3. Epic quest 4. Shelter upgrade mission. Given Lin Fan's present circumstances, crafting the gene separation machine would expedite his enhancement in strength. The precision processing equipment could be deferred, as the so-called temperature control panel seemed rather unimpressive in its literal interpretation. The epic quest was hindered by a lack of clues, thus it would have to wait. Although the shelter upgrade mission was a primary concern, the cooldown period extended a lengthy 14 days. By the time the mission refreshed, it would already be November 21st. Therefore, it had to be relegated to the lowest priority. Lin Fan outlined a rough plan, determining that his immediate focus should be on constructing the gene separation machine and consuming the body enhancement liquid. During this period, he intended to explore actively, striving to accumulate more points from daily settlements, while making every effort to complete the daily tasks. However, upon reflecting on this, Lin Fan's expression darkened as he scrutinized today's daily task, reproduction, which he found rather absurd. He suspected the system was mocking him. The points balance in the upper right corner of the system interface stood at 880, and he mused that it would not take long to reach 1,500 points. Having formulated his preliminary plan, Lin Fan took out his phone and began browsing the forum. Jianlong shelter. Snap! Zhao Jianlong struck Zhao Zhongxin across the face, instantly leaving a red mark on his cheek. How dare you? Such a grave matter concerning the Scar Sanctuary, and you handle it so carelessly. Upon learning that the news of the Scar Sanctuary's destruction was utterly different from what his nephew Zhao Zhongxin had reported, Zhao Jianlong was consumed by fury. Zhao Zhongxin stumbled back, clutching his face, his head bowed in silence, too afraid to utter a word. Yet, a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes, skillfully masked and quickly replaced by fear. Observing his subservient nephew, Zhao Jianlong's anger surged. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Do you have any idea that all the other shareholders of the sanctuary are waiting for me to make a mistake? Do you understand?" With that, in a fit of exasperation, Zhao Jianlong kicked Zhao Zhongxin with considerable force, sending him flying. Zhao Zhongxin rolled on the ground a couple of times. Panic etched on his face as he crawled back. "I'm sorry, uncle. I was momentarily negligent," he stammered, pausing momentarily. "You know that area is controlled by those thugs. The people in the sanctuary have ceased to obey any authority." Zhao Jianlong, gazing at his bruised and battered nephew sprawled on the ground, felt a pang of sorrow. He had health issues and was childless, having taken Zhao Zhongxin under his wing at the behest of his late brother. In their earlier years, his brother had treated him well, and in gratitude, Zhao Jianlong had regarded Zhao Zhongxin as his own. With a heavy sigh, Zhao Jianlong realized that the only way to silence the others was to demote Zhao Zhongxin. Upon hearing Zhao Zhongxin's words, he gently furrowed his brow, contemplating the group of individuals in the refuge. Suddenly, Zhao Jianlong's eyes sparkled with inspiration. He devised a plan. Chapter 40. A glimpse of your naivety. As night descended, the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse array of stars, casting a serene tranquility over the mountains behind Qinghe City. A contingent of soldiers clad in pine green navigated the foothills, diligently searching without uttering a single sound, relying solely on the faint light of the moon to guide their exploration. Gradually, they ascended the mountain, disappearing from sight. In Building 2, Room 308 of Wanrong Community, the lights flickered warmly. An elderly gentleman, referred to as Old Song, sat sipping tea with a military officer. In the post-catastrophe world, the temperature only felt cooler during the night and early morning. The officer lifted a teacup from the table, took a delicate sip, and exclaimed with admiration, "The lingering fragrance is delightful. Truly exquisite tea." Old Song regarded him with a bemused expression, finally replying, "If you do not understand, it is best not to speak recklessly. This tea cost me merely 50 yuan per jane at the market." The officer's face flushed crimson, surprised that the esteemed scientist's father indulged in such inexpensive tea. Old Song leisurely took a sip from his cup. "Deputy Wang, if you have a purpose, please state it promptly. It is late, and I cannot keep you here any longer." With Old Song's candid remark, Deputy Wang felt a surge of relief, as he had been contemplating whether to engage in pleasantries upon his arrival. Old Song had cut straight to the chase, much to his delight. "Old Song, then I shall be direct. Academician Song has sent me to escort you and the young lady back to Kyoto. Qinghe City is too small. It is unsafe." The last statement was indeed a heartfelt truth. When the deputy officer Wang passed by Scar's refuge, he caught a whiff of gunpowder. This unmistakably signified the presence of explosives. He was utterly taken aback, nearly terrified. Could it be that such a small place as Qinghe harbored bombs? Old Man Song set down his teacup, sighed, and produced a crossbow, handing it to Deputy Officer Wang. Puzzled, Wang accepted it. "Mr. Song, what is this?" he inquired, as he couldn't help but fidget with the crossbow in his hands. The sleek black frame of the crossbow resembled a majestic black dragon, adorned with flecks of starlight, exuding an air of mystery alongside its elegance. Grasping it, he felt its substantial weight. As he attempted to draw the bowstring, he found it impressively resilient. In an instant, Deputy Officer Wang fell in love with this crossbow. Although firearms were prevalent in the military, he personally favored cold weapons. The crossbow's design was extraordinary. Its hefty build suggested hidden intricacies. Sure enough, after a few adjustments, he uncovered its secrets. The structure of this crossbow diverged from traditional designs, boldly incorporating a magazine. "Ah!" This revelation prompted an involuntary exclamation from Wang, his hands trembling with excitement. This was truly exceptional. Overwhelmed, he stammered while gazing at Old Man Song. "Mr. Song, where did you acquire this crossbow?" Old Man Song, observing the deputy officer's fervor, couldn't help but roll his eyes at the youthful exuberance. In truth, Old Master Song had long forgotten the exhilaration he felt upon first encountering this crossbow. Affecting a calm demeanor, he declared, "You need not concern yourself with that. Return and instruct him to analyze the structure of this crossbow and the metals employed in its construction. If the analysis can be accomplished, I shall return." Upon hearing this, Deputy Wang momentarily froze. This was contrary to protocol, yet the resolute expression on Old Master Song's face rendered him perplexed. Were it anyone else, he would have swiftly taken them into custody, but in the presence of Old Master Song, a hero of the border counteroffensive, he felt a profound reluctance to act. Consequently, Deputy Wang's face flushed crimson as he stammered, "Old Master, I cannot make a decision on this matter." Old Master Song's countenance darkened. Was this the sort of individual his son had assigned to him? Observing Deputy Wang's ineffectual demeanor, Old Master Song felt a surge of frustration. Inside the room, Yang Ruashi listened to the sounds emanating from outside, her expression tinged with melancholy. Her father. A glimmer of confusion flickered in her eyes. From a very young age, her father had vanished, leaving her in ignorance of his whereabouts. When she inquired with her grandfather, he merely stated that they would reunite soon. Very soon. That soon had stretched into a span of 15 years. Her mother had perished during childbirth, and with her father's subsequent departure, she found herself utterly alone, becoming a child without parents in the eyes of others. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, tears welled in Yang Ruashi's eyes. Her gaze clouded with emotion. In a hushed whisper, she began to murmur to herself, "Once you leave, do not return. I shall consider you dead." Yang Ruashi felt a tumult of emotions within her. She yearned to see her father, Song Qingshan. Yet she harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him for abandoning her for 15 long years. What am I to do? Yang Ruashi was engulfed in confusion. Instinctively, she retrieved her phone and navigated to Lin Fan's private chat interface. Lin Fan had come to her aid during her most desperate hour, and now she unconsciously sought solace in him once more. Gazing at the chat window adorned with a fruit-themed avatar under the name Fruit Tycoon, she fell into deep contemplation. It struck her, I do not even know his name. In an instant, Yang Ruashi pouted in irritation. Meanwhile, Lin Fan relaxed on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Indeed, he was simply watching television. He had set up a TV in the living room of the shelter, which was currently receiving a satellite signal, albeit with some lag. The broadcast was ostensibly news, yet it felt more like a soothing declaration meant to placate the public. On the screen, enforcers were taking an oath. "We vow to uphold the safety and health of all citizens." As Lin Fan observed the solemn oath-taking on the screen, he felt a stir within him. However, he soon sighed, realizing that the enforcers of Qinghe City seemed to have been forgotten. Suddenly, Lin Fang's phone vibrated. He picked it up to find a message from a little sheep with its tongue sticking out. Upon reading the message, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Apartment 308. Building 2, Wanrong Community. The negotiations between the old man Song and Deputy Wang had reached their conclusion, with Deputy Wang ultimately unable to outmaneuver the cunning old fox that was Song. Very well, Mr. Song. I shall return to consult with Academician Song. The elderly Mr. Song nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, a realization struck him. You should visit the Enforcer's Sanctuary in Qinghe City. It seems there is a grave issue. His expression turned serious as he recalled Lin Feng's words from that day. Considering the rampant thugs, the Enforcer Department in Qinghe City should. Vice Officer Wang paused for a moment before nodding and departing from the sanctuary. After his departure, Mr. Song approached Yang Ruashi's door and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Coming, coming. On the other side, Yang Ruashi flustered and hurriedly opened the door. Upon entering, Mr. Song was met with the sight of a blushing Yang Ruashi and her phone discarded to the side. Noticing Mr. Song's gaze fixated on the phone, Yang Ruashi felt a pang of guilt and timidly asked, "What is it, Grandpa?" Observing Yang Ruashi's nervous demeanor, which she tried to mask with indifference, Mr. Song's expression darkened further. Something felt amiss. He experienced an inexplicable emptiness, akin to witnessing his homegrown cabbage being devoured by swine. Meanwhile, Lin Feng reclined on the sofa, his face adorned with a broad smile, chuckling like a pig. He let out a light snort. You think you can compete with me? Having dropped out of high school, Lin Feng navigated the streets and eventually rose to become one of the largest fruit suppliers in Qinghe City. Enduring considerable hardships along the way, he vividly recalled the efforts he exerted to secure initial funding from a wealthy woman. It took considerable persuasion to attain her investment. In all of Qinghe City, Lin Feng boasted that no one dared to claim superiority over his persuasive skills. Facing a mere 19-year-old freshman, this was surely an effortless task. In just a few fleeting moments, Lin Feng grasped the events that had transpired with Yang Ruashi. As he pondered his choice of words to continue the conversation, his phone chimed, heralding the arrival of a voice message from Yang Ruashi. Upon opening the message, Lin Feng was met with the thunderous roar of old Song, akin to that of a lion. You dare to flirt with my granddaughter again, and you shall see. The sound was deafening. Old Song's voice resonated with vigor, causing Lin Feng's ears to ring painfully. In an instant, he found himself in a state of stunned disbelief. Amidst the revelry of the night, a contingent of soldiers emerged from the rear mountains of Qinghe City, collectively bearing a massive crate. They marched with unwavering steps, their eyes glimmering with resolve even in the darkness. November 8th swiftly approached. After completing his morning routine, Lin Feng was met with the customary ritual of daily point assessment. Commencing daily point tally. After a lengthy gaming session to unwind and aid in recovery, you have earned 10 points. You successfully constructed a temperature control center, uplifting your spirits, and earned 10 points. You discovered clues pertaining to an epic quest, which excited you, earning 5 points. Watching the official broadcast stirred your emotions, granting you 5 points. You playfully teased a young lady, earning 20 points. You were caught in the act of teasing the young lady, resulting in a deduction of 3 points. Daily point tally complete. Today's overall evaluation, average. Upon receiving an additional 5 points, Lin Feng noted the system's final tally, 558 points accrued on November 7th, with a total of 938 points. A shadow darkened his expression as he read the last line. Was this truly being caught? He had merely assisted the young woman in addressing her psychological issues. What was wrong with that? Lin Feng scoffed disdainfully. The system was rather petty, yet he soon found himself bearing the consequences. As the daily tasks refreshed, a new challenge appeared. Daily fitness, rated as ordinary, requiring 4 hours of exercise, with a reward of only 20 points. Lin Feng pondered over the newly presented task for a considerable time. Eventually, he raised his head slightly and inquired into the void. System, is this deliberate? Suddenly, the difficulty of the task had doubled, yet the reward remained a meager 20 points. How outrageous! Lin Feng grasped the system's malicious intent. With such paltry rewards, was it even worth attempting? Though vexed, he yearned for those 20 points. However, with an injury to his leg, he was destined to fail. How shameless! The system had indeed succeeded in nauseating Lin Feng. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 14 days had elapsed. During this period, Lin Feng endeavored to complete his tasks daily, utilizing his spare moments to read and enhance his skills, occasionally chatting with Yang Ruashi to nurture their relationship. Over these 14 days, combined with the points earned from task completion, Lin Fan averaged over 20 points daily. Accumulating these rewards, his total reached 260 points. Although he still faced a significant gap to the 500 points needed to manifest the gene separator, he remained undeterred. However, after Lin Fan eliminated the scarred thug, his daily points income significantly dwindled. Despite his attempts to engage in various activities to increase his earnings, the number of points he could acquire remained disappointingly low. After several futile attempts, Lin Fan decided to abandon the effort. He glanced at the date, November 21st. How swiftly time passes, he mused. Today must be the day for task refreshment, he contemplated. I wish they would issue me a task soon. Lin Fan felt quite helpless, as his daily point increase was pitifully meager, and the system seldom provided him with tasks. Ding. Shelter upgrade task cooldown complete. Tasks are as follows. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Lin Fan's spirits lifted. Finally, it has arrived. Bedroom upgrade branch task. Softness. Task rating. Easy. Upgrade your bed to standard level. Task reward. 10 points. Lin Fan frowned at the newly issued task. After 14 days of waiting, the system presented him with such a trivial task? He felt quite dissatisfied. Just as Lin Fan was lost in thought, the system's voice resonated once more. Detecting changes in the external environment. Time-limited task triggered. Special task. Patrol. Task activation date. November 24th. Task duration. 3 days, from November 24th to November 27th. Task rating. Difficult. You have not patrolled your territory for many days. A significant crisis is imminent. Please prepare in advance and be ready to intimidate when the crisis arises. Upon encountering this exceptional task, Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. 200 points. A blueprint for the green AK-47 rifle? The daily task. Patrol. Such generous rewards. Especially upon seeing the blueprint for the green AK-47. Lin Fan felt a surge of exhilaration. After all, the firepower of a rifle surpasses that of a mere handgun. Had he possessed a rifle during his previous assault on Scar's hideout, he might have emerged unscathed, annihilating Scar's gang entirely. However, as he noted that the task's difficulty was categorized as challenging, he regained his composure. An exceptional task? Is it also time-sensitive? It wouldn't commence for another 3 days? Lin Fan pondered over the task information. Patrol. A looming crisis? He felt a sense of confusion. For the past 14 days, Qinghe's city had been tranquil, devoid of any incidents. Suddenly, a significant crisis was to unfold, necessitating his deterrence. Moreover, he was granted 3 days to investigate. Lin Fan was somewhat perplexed. But what troubled him most was the role he was expected to assume in this task. Initially, he believed he would be cast in the role of a savior, a notion he found somewhat distasteful, as he had yet to fully comprehend his existence in this apocalypse. To be designated a savior? What a farce. Yet, upon reading the term deterrence, he fell into deeper contemplation. Deterrence? Why was it deterrence? He, Lin Fan, was merely an ordinary individual striving for survival in this desolate world. The system's words made it seem as though he were a marauder. With this thought, Lin Fan shook his head. Clearly, he had forgotten his achievement, marauder. Lin Fan stretched his back and loosened his muscles. Having spent several troublesome days in the shelter, he welcomed this task as a means to occupy himself. Before venturing out, he entered his bedroom and accessed the information regarding the mattress he had purchased. Type, standard bed. Quality, mediocre. Material, subpar. Upgrade options. 1 material, 100 points. 2. Therapeutic, 500 points. Upon reviewing the system's assessment of the mattress, Lin Fan was not surprised. It was evident that he would need to expend 100 points to elevate the bed to a standard category in order to fulfill the task. Gazing at his 1260 points, he hesitated. These were hard-earned points accumulated over 14 days of survival. With the unlocking of the gene separator not far off, Lin Fan was reluctant to squander these insignificant points. After a mental struggle, he made his decision. He would prioritize creating the gene separator and defer everything else. Clad in protective gear and armed with a pistol, he prudently packed a few bombs for extra security. His actions bordered on the reckless. Who could withstand the thought of carrying explosives? He entrusted his dog to guard the home. Lin Fan exited the shelter, filled a small pickup truck with fuel, and hit the road. Although it had been over half a month since the meteorite impact, the temperature remained relatively unchanged, consistently hovering around 30 degrees Celsius. However, this did not concern Lin Fan. as he was clad in thermal insulation gear, an absolute lifesaver. As he drove beyond the shelter's confines and onto the main road, the landscape appeared unchanged, reminiscent of the days prior. Lin Fan found it difficult to comprehend the existence of what the system had deemed a grave crisis. As he navigated the road leading to the city center, he observed an increase in the number of scavengers surrounding him. With the eradication of the Scarface gang, these scavengers, liberated from their exploiters, had re-emerged. Concurrently, a new profession known as residential seekers had also surfaced. Most of these individuals were women, with a smaller contingent of men, engaging in a vocation reminiscent of those who once stood beneath streetlights at night, yearning for warmth. The only notable difference lay in the nature of their transactions, which had shifted from monetary exchanges to the barter of goods, and from the nocturnal hours to a more constant availability throughout the day. This phenomenon struck Lin Fan as utterly absurd. He could not fathom such behavior. Given the availability of superior options, why would anyone not seek refuge in an official shelter? Or was it possible that the official shelters were not as straightforward as he assumed? This was a conundrum that Lin Fan could not unravel at the moment. He was certain he would not venture into an official shelter. After all, was not a personal refuge more appealing? Along the way, numerous residential seekers extended olive branches towards him. While he could understand when some women, despite their apparent frailty, beckoned to him, he was perplexed to see a gaunt, effeminate man doing the same. Lin Fan licked his lips, feeling a twinge of headache. Throughout his journey, he had not encountered anything unusual. System, are you truly certain there will be a grave crisis? Lin Fan even began to question whether the system might be malfunctioning, but upon further reflection, this notion was quickly dismissed. Although the system occasionally led him astray, it had not exhibited any significant irregularities thus far. Just as Lin Fan was deep in thought, a group of individuals who should not have been present in this area suddenly came into his view. Upon seeing the group of individuals, Lin Fan suddenly realized something. It seemed he had uncovered a clue. Before him appeared a line of enforcers clad in black protective gear, armed with standard firearms, advancing steadily. After more than half a month, had the authorities finally dispatched enforcers to Qinghe City? Lin Fan scrutinized the enforcers before him. Their demeanor and expressions indicated they could not possibly be imposters. Could it be that the impending crisis was somehow linked to these enforcers? Lin Fan furrowed his brow. The squad of enforcers soon spotted Lin Fan's black pickup truck. They exchanged glances and approached him. Observing this, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, sensing that something felt amiss. In the Jianlong shelter, a timid young man stood before Zhao Jianlong, exuding an air of trepidation. He was notably slender, with shifty eyes that darted around, giving him an air of furtiveness. At that moment, he was somewhat subdued under the imposing presence of Zhao Jianlong, yet he continued to glance around anxiously. His gaze was erratic, occasionally flickering with a glimmer of cunning. It was evident that he possessed a modicum of cleverness, but he was predominantly a cowardly scoundrel. Zhao Jianlong had been observing Zhang Shu, the young man who had previously mobilized a crowd to procure supplies from a KTV. The more he observed, the more satisfied he became, not because Zhang Shu was particularly remarkable, but because he was easily manipulable. Despite having summoned Zhang Shu for quite some time, the latter had yet to muster the courage to meet his gaze, let alone look him in the eye. Such a person was ideally suited for control. Glancing at the time, Zhao Jianlong spoke. Zhang Shu, do you know why you have been summoned? Upon hearing Zhao Jianlong finally speak, Zhang Shu's anxious heart settled at once. Thankfully. A look of remorse crossed Zhang Shu's face as he sank to his knees. Zhao Jianlong observed this scene with increasing satisfaction. His subordinate should not have lost his composure and acted hastily without verification. As he spoke, Zhang Shu began to strike his own face. In no time, his cheeks flushed a vivid red, reminiscent of a monkey's backside. He desperately wished to survive. At any cost. Zhao Jianlong remained silent, merely watching Zhang Shu inflict blows upon himself. The sound of Zhang Shu's slaps echoed throughout the empty office. Soon, blood trickled from the corner of Zhang Shu's mouth, leaving him dazed from his own actions. Enough, Zhao Jianlong stated, having achieved his desired effect. The moment Zhao Jianlong finished speaking, Zhang Shu immediately ceased. Zhao Jianlong rose from his chair and approached Zhang Shu, saying, "Come now, get up. I harbor no intention of blaming you." Zhao Jianlong eagerly brushed off the dust from Zhang Shu's clothes and, without hesitation, took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from the corner of Zhang Shu's mouth. Given the circumstances, your decision was indeed correct. If that individual had truly concealed resources and gone unnoticed, it would have resulted in a significant loss. Zhao Jianlong positioned himself firmly in Zhang Shu's shoes. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment appeared in Zhang Shu's eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure. realizing that Zhao Jianlong likely had a task to entrust to him. Chapter 43. The enforcers have arrived. Zhang Shu gritted his teeth, having offended Zhao Zhongxin. He found himself devoid of any standing in the entire sanctuary. If this continued, he might very well be expelled. But now, an opportunity presented itself. Zhang Shu decisively declared, "Zhao, what would you have me do? I am willing to comply." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Zhao Jianlong's eyes. However, with an enigmatic tone. He replied, "It's not merely about what I want you to do." As he spoke, Zhao Jianlong produced a document and handed it to Zhang Shu. Receiving the document, Zhang Shu perused its contents, his eyelids twitching with increasing alarm. The more he read, the greater his astonishment grew. After a moment of silence, his voice emerged hoarsely, "Zhao." Flames of ambition ignited in his eyes. This was an opportunity he could not refuse. Zhao Jianlong patted Zhang Shu on the shoulder, a smile gracing his face as he said, "Now, call me Brother Zhao. I am but a few years your senior." Zhang Shu immediately regarded Zhao Jianlong with utmost respect, responding, "Yes, Brother Zhao." Zhao Jianlong's satisfaction deepened as he observed Zhang Shu's display of subservience. "The detailed plan is all laid out therein. You may go now." Zhao Jianlong paused before adding, "Burn this document once you have read it." With that, he discreetly cast a glance at Zhang Shu, relieved to see him still maintaining that compliant demeanor. "Understood." Zhang Shu opened the document, quickly scanning it several times before placing it back on Zhao Jianlong's desk. The latter was somewhat taken aback by this action. "You memorized it all?" Zhang Shu nodded respectfully. "I have taken note of everything." Zhao Jianlong cast a profound glance at Zhang Shu. "You may leave." Zhang Shu exited Zhao Jianlong's office, seated in his genuine leather executive chair. Zhao Jianlong turned to gaze out the window, his eyes penetrating the billowing clouds in the turbulent skies above. He required a gloved hand. The thugs from the Scarface gang had perished, and with the new enforcers now in place, an opportune moment had arisen. If all went according to plan, Zhang Shu would ascend to become the most formidable criminal in Qinghe City. At that juncture, moreover, Zhao Jianlong had received intelligence through certain channels that firearms would soon be in circulation. Contemplating this, Zhao Jianlong could not suppress a cold snort. The nation was rife with parasites, and in this apocalyptic scenario, there was scarcely anything that could not be acquired with resources. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Zhao Jianlong's gaze sharpened. All of this would culminate in a final frenzy. As he disembarked, the enforcers encircled him, each one eyeing Lin Fan with predatory intent. Their weapons were trained on him, a constant reminder of the peril he faced. Lin Fan felt a sense of helplessness. Though irritated by the multitude of firearms pointed at him, he complied and stepped out of the vehicle, understanding well that he could not contend against overwhelming force. An enforcer swiftly approached, pressing Lin Fan against the car. The familiar impact jolted him, and a flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes. Were all enforcers so alike? The captain of the enforcers advanced, scrutinizing Lin Fan intently as the others commenced a search of his person. The captain fixed his large eyes upon Lin Fan and inquired, "What is your name?" "Lin Fan," he replied. Lin Fan managed to suppress his anger and replied with a composed demeanor. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Calmness buff activated. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's initially heated thoughts instantly cooled, akin to consuming a large can of ice-cold soda. "What are you doing here?" "Searching for supplies." "Are you a personal refuge?" A flicker of surprise crossed the captain's eyes. "Indeed." The captain gently nodded. After this brief exchange, he signaled for his men to release Lin Fan, also returning the firearms that the other team members had confiscated from him. The enforcers were reasonable enough not to seize his belongings. Upon learning the basic details about Lin Fan, the captain's expression softened somewhat. "Young man, could you inform us of the location of the enforcer refuge in Qinghe City?" The captain's tone remained courteous, and Lin Fan detected a hint of fatigue in his gaze, suggesting he had traveled a considerable distance as he had not seen them arrive by vehicle. It appeared that these enforcers had also fallen from grace, lacking even a car. Lin Fan couldn't help but murmur to himself. The captain seemed to sense Lin Fan's thoughts, and a hint of embarrassment crept onto his face. Along their journey, they had faced some assaults from thugs, which had kept their nerves on high alert. Upon spotting Lin Fan's vehicle, it was natural for them to assume a hostile context, leading to the earlier misunderstanding. Lin Fan observed the group of enforcers. Their uniforms appeared somewhat tattered and emitted a faint odor. He could wager that these individuals had not bathed in at least 2 weeks. After scrutinizing them for a while, Lin Fan discerned no further abnormalities. A colossal crisis bears no relation to this group of enforcers. However, it is prudent to investigate further. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng patted his pickup truck and declared, "I can take you there." Upon hearing his words, the enforcers surrounding him displayed expressions of delight. For after such a long journey, they were truly exhausted. "Yet, you must provide me with supplies. Any supplies will suffice." As Lin Feng uttered his latter statement, the enforcers were momentarily taken aback. However, the captain was the first to recover, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, he was a refuge, venturing forth in search of provisions. The captain retrieved a packet of biscuits from his pocket, his eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance as he gazed at the meager offering. He then extended the biscuits to Lin Feng, who naturally accepted them. Though he lacked for nothing, he understood the importance of maintaining appearances. "Get in the vehicle," Lin Feng said nonchalantly. The other enforcers hesitated, casting uncertain glances at their captain, for that packet of biscuits had constituted the captain's rations for the past few days. Having journeyed this far, their food supply had dwindled considerably. The captain, observing his weary comrades, urged, "What are you staring at? Hurry and get in. Once at the refuge, you can enjoy a nice shower. We'll prepare a proper meal tonight." With these words, hope ignited in the eyes of the enforcers, and one by one, they vigorously nodded and climbed into the vehicle. Lin Feng, upon hearing their conversation, felt a flicker of confusion. Did these individuals remain unaware that the enforcers' refuge in Qinghe City had been obliterated by a meteorite? He chose not to inquire further. Once everyone was seated, he ignited the engine, and the pickup truck surged forward. After a brief moment, Lin Feng led them to the law enforcement shelter in Qinghe City. As they disembarked, the newly arrived enforcers were rendered speechless. They stood there, staring at the wreckage before them, their nostrils flaring as they inhaled the putrid air, struggling to comprehend their surroundings. The captain swallowed hard, his gaze glazed as he turned to Lin Feng and inquired, "Are you sure you haven't made a mistake, young brother?" "I was referring to a well-lit shelter with a grand facade." He emphasized his point by gesturing to the size of a sign. The other enforcers nodded in agreement, collectively convinced that Lin Feng had erred. Chapter 44, Information. Lin Feng realized that this group of enforcers had arrived without any knowledge of the situation in Qinghe City. He was at a loss for words. With a peculiar look, Lin Feng eyed the captain and queried, "Have you offended someone?" The captain, perplexed, gazed vacantly at Lin Feng. "What do you mean?" Lin Feng, maintaining a stoic expression, approached the collapsed shelter, searching through the debris until he extracted a sign. He tossed it before the enforcers. "Is this what you meant?" The sign bore the clear inscription, "Law Enforcement Agency of Qinghe City." Instantly, silence enveloped the scene. Lin Feng observed the captain, Zhou Jiangwo, rendered utterly dazed, his eyes vacant. The other team members were similarly affected. In his heart, Lin Feng offered a silent tribute for these unfortunate souls. They stood in stunned silence for a full 5 minutes before regaining their composure. Gazing at the woefully disheartened Zhou Jiangwo, Lin Feng offered his candid advice. "In truth, one may choose to seek refuge in the official shelter. I firmly believe that the official sanctuary will undoubtedly welcome you." Upon Lin Feng's utterance, Zhou Jiangwo was overcome with tears, resembling a child despite nearing 40. The situation was profoundly tragic. Lin Feng shook his head, recognizing that their distress would not dissipate anytime soon, and thus decided to depart. In light of the circumstances, the only recourse was to turn to the official shelter. As Lin Feng drove away, he opened the packet of biscuits Zhou Jiangwo had given him and took a couple of bites, only to find the taste somewhat off. Glancing down, he was aghast. Lin Feng's expression darkened as he noted the expiration date on the package. It had been over a month past due. Lin Feng was utterly disillusioned. Could this battalion of enforcers truly be reliable? He rolled down the car window and discarded the offending biscuits. A few meters down the road, Lin Feng caught sight of a scavenger joyfully clutching the cast-off package, glancing around as if fearful of being observed by others. Witnessing this scene deepened Lin Feng's skepticism regarding the official shelter. Perhaps it was prudent to return to the forum and investigate the nature of the official refuge. Why would even scavengers be unwilling to go there? With such thoughts occupying his mind, Lin Feng returned to his own shelter. After parking the car, he stepped out. And as he opened the door, his mechanical dog eagerly bounded out, circling around him in excitement. Instinctively, Lin Feng reached down to stroke the dog's cold metallic head, only to realize it was merely a machine. Sighing, he pondered that if he ever accrued enough points, he might upgrade the dog. Little did he know, he had expressed similar sentiments to the little pickup truck in the past. Lin Feng retrieved his computer and accessed the refuge forum, embarking on a perusal of posts related to the official refuge. Soon, a serious expression graced his face as he absorbed the information. Indeed, Lin Fan had underestimated the complexities of the official refuge. Within its confines, every aspect of life was stringently regulated. Individuals' meals were meticulously allocated based on their physical metrics. Restroom usage required prior notification, and a mere 2 hours of daily activity were permitted, during which standardized training sessions were conducted across various departments. The regulations were exceedingly strict, and violations incurred penalties of varying severity, effectively stripping away any semblance of freedom. However, despite this, Lin Fan did not encounter any overtly negative information. In the event of illness, the authorities would promptly provide medical assistance, and expectant mothers received adequate nourishment for their needs. The solitary drawback lay in the oppressive rigidity of the environment. Survival in the official refuge came at the cost of personal liberty. After reading the posts regarding the official refuge, Lin Fan's emotions became quite tangled. It seemed that freedom had wrought its own misfortunes. The scavengers, who once thrived in their individual shelters, had lived like emperors within their domains. Yet, upon entering the official refuge, they found it challenging to adapt to the imposed lifestyle. In a certain sense, however, adapting to life in the official refuge could indeed be enjoyable. Weekly team-building activities fostered camaraderie among the inhabitants. And even the prospect of marriage within the refuge was a possibility. Overall, there appeared to be little amiss. Perhaps it could be said that the scavengers were simply discontented. Lin Fan mused as he continued to explore the forum. Soon, Lin Fan came across a piece of news that made him furrow his brow slightly. Astonishingly, for notorious criminal organizations have declared their independence. In the United States, Gambia, in East Asia, Yaku, in Mexico, Moxico, and in Canada, Angel Hell. The attitudes of various nations towards these criminal factions remain enigmatic. After reading the post, Lin Fan was left in shock. Following their declaration of independence, these organizations have begun to seize official sanctuaries in several countries and have released numerous videos inviting scavengers to join their ranks, stirring fervor online. The situation abroad is far from optimistic, presenting a grave scenario. However, due to stringent firearm regulations in Huaxia, rampant criminal organizations have yet to emerge. How naive it is to underestimate the military of Huaxia. Lin Fan scrolled down to open a new post, which was equally intense. A significant number of addicts in Huaxia have erupted into chaos, as the impact of the disaster has severed their supply chains. Those who are usually refined and amiable have revealed their true nature, unable to withstand the withdrawal symptoms. It is said that some foreign suppliers have begun attempting to smuggle in supplies for the addicts in Huaxia. Lin Fan couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. The subsequent posts proved to be of little relevance. When he glanced at the trending topics, the most outrageous news surfaced. A celebrity by the surname Kuan actually proposed exchanging supplies for concert tickets, attempting to exploit his fan base. Astonishingly, his fans foolishly complied, leading to his immediate ban by the authorities. Truly absurd. After broadly surveying the recent events, Lin Fan entered the discussion group for Qinghe City. This forum was established by the residents of Qinghe City, initially intended for the swift exchange of goods. However, due to the limited number of participants, it remained rather desolate. Upon entering this discussion group, Lin Fan noticed a message. A fish vendor remarked, "I have seen military personnel frequenting the mountains behind Qinghe City. Is something significant about to occur?" Lin Fan furrowed his brows upon reading this. In turn, Lu, still in his probationary period, responded, "I noticed that too. Is there something unusual in the mountains behind Qinghe City?" A self-proclaimed iron-willed man chimed in, "Who knows? Our Qinghe City has nothing of interest to attract the military." The fish vendor continued, "Do you think it could be related to the legend of Qinghe City?" In turn, Lu inquired, "Legend?" The iron-willed man exclaimed, "No way. Are you referring to that legend?" Just as Lin Fan was about to join the conversation, a line of text appeared above. This discussion group has been shut down for suspected illegal activities, reactionary content, obscenity, and proselytizing. Please be a law-abiding citizen. Upon reading this, Lin Fan gasped in astonishment. Goodness! It was abruptly closed. The legend. Lin Fan's mind began to recall the well-known legend of Qinghe City. It is said that hundreds of years ago, Qinghe City was a parched little village, until one day, the sky erupted with countless colorful clouds. Descending a mysterious being enveloped in light, suspended in midair, motionless. The people of that time believed it to be a deity descending from the heavens, and they bowed in reverence, earnestly beseeching the divine for rain. Due to the extreme aridity that plagued Qinghe City at that time, the populace fervently yearned for rain, kneeling in desperate supplication, which moved the celestial deity. In response, the deity, defying the natural order, summoned abundant rainfall and even carved a river for Qinghe City. instantly alleviating its drought predicament. After years of growth, Qinghe City flourished into its current magnitude. It is said that after the deity bestowed the rain and opened the waterway, the exertion of divine power caused the deity to transform into a beam of light, soaring into the mountains behind Qinghe City. That very night, animals from 1,000 miles around descended upon the rear mountains of Qinghe, settling there as the deity's named disciples, practicing the art of immortality. Following this event, the people erected a temple to honor the deity, conducting annual rituals of remembrance. However, several decades ago, the temple was dismantled due to certain policies, and the matter faded into obscurity. As the 21st century dawned, the elder generation attempted to establish a new ancestral hall, but the mayor's decisions thwarted these efforts, leaving the idea abandoned and unmentioned henceforth. From this legend, little of tangible value can be gleaned, save for the notion that this so-called deity possessed the powers to summon storms and reshape landscapes, yet would succumb to slumber upon exhausting such abilities. If such a deity truly existed, one might conjecture that it would be among the weaker divine entities. Lin Fan pondered silently, questioning whether there was indeed something amiss in the mountains behind Qinghe City. If not, what could account for the military's ascent and the sealing of the discussion group? Such mysteries seemed perplexing. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt as though everything had become shrouded in enigma. The inspection mission, the rear mountains of Qinghe City. It all felt rather uncanny. After musing for a while without any resolution, he abandoned his thoughts and turned instead to the chat interface of Yang Ruashi. Lin Fan swore that he was not enamored with the 10 points awarded for the reproduction task. Rather, he simply harbored genuine affection for Yang Ruashi. Another ordinary day slipped by. The subsequent 3 days were similarly unremarkable for Lin Fan. During this period, he found no leads regarding the immense crisis in Qinghe City. Not even the epic mission clues refreshed, resulting in a complete lack of progress. The only notable change was that Lin Fan's points had reached 1379, bringing him one step closer to unlocking the gene separation machine. Today is November 24th. Task: the day of the official patrol has commenced. Ding. Time-limited task initiated. Time-limited task: patrol. Remaining time: 71 hours, 59 minutes, 52 seconds. Task rating: difficult. A significant crisis has arisen. Given the high difficulty of this task, please ensure your safety, and you may choose to abandon the task if necessary. Task rewards: 200 points, green A47 rifle blueprint, daily task, patrol. As Lin Fan examined the task information, a solemn expression gradually settled upon his face. It is worth noting that during his last encounter with Scar, the system did not prompt Lin Fan to prioritize his safety. The difficulty of this task is therefore evident. However, with pressure comes motivation. Lin Fan armed himself and departed from the shelter. He was determined to uncover the nature of this crisis. Upon exiting the shelter and entering the heart of Qinghe City, Lin Fan heard someone calling out to him. Lin Fan. The voice was somewhat familiar. Turning around, he saw Zhou Jiangwo, the law enforcement team leader he had previously assisted, greeting him with a cheerful demeanor. Captain Zhou? Lin Fan gazed in astonishment at the visibly revitalized Zhou Jiangwo before him. The current Zhou was akin to an entirely different individual compared to the haggard figure Lin had encountered previously. Zhou approached Lin with a beaming smile, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. After surveying their surroundings, he leaned in and whispered cheerfully, Lin Fan, I know everything. Lin Fan was taken aback. Know what? Zhou wore a mysterious expression and chuckled. Don't worry. I understand your situation. This matter will remain confidential. No need for fanfare. However, I have high hopes for you. Just think about treating me to a drink in the future. As he spoke, Zhou playfully patted Lin Fan's shoulder, leaving Lin even more perplexed. Could he be referring to the downfall of the Scarred Refuge? That hardly seemed noteworthy. Observing Zhou's peculiar demeanor, Lin felt a shiver run down his spine. An immense crisis loomed. Could it possibly be directed at him? Lin Fan, do you still require supplies? Zhou suddenly inquired with genuine concern. Lin nodded. Even if he were not in dire need, he would still claim to be lacking. Having additional resources might prove life-saving in a critical moment. Zhou sighed deeply. I understand the challenges of your personal refuge, but while the official shelters may offer inferior provisions, they ensure basic sustenance. Heed my advice. Consider the official refuge. It is far better than scavenging. Once you have children, you cannot let them go hungry, can you? At this, Lin Fan was left in a state of bewilderment. What? Why am I being advised in this manner? What is the matter with the child? Lin Fan's expression involuntarily shifted to one of perplexity. Observing the change in Lin Fan's demeanor, Zhou Jiangwo felt it inappropriate to comment further. After all, His was merely a well-intentioned reminder. At that moment, the walkie-talkie at Zhou Jiangwo's waist suddenly crackled to life, restoring a serious countenance to his face as he grasped the device. "What is it?" A frantic voice crackled from the other end. "Captain, you need to return immediately. Xiaozhang has been shot." "What?" Zhou Jiangwo's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Fan, standing nearby, heard every word clearly. "Shot? Has someone armed appeared again in Qinghe City?" Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. Without delay, Zhou Jiangwo sprinted back. He hadn't driven here. As he observed Zhou Jiangwo disappearing into the distance, Lin Fan pondered deeply. It seemed this imminent crisis might indeed befall him. Lin Fan glanced toward the scavengers hiding in the shadows. If anyone were to possess a firearm, it would undoubtedly be these scavengers who would be aware of such a significant event. Through the gaping roll-up door, a young man lay sprawled, his expression vacant as he stared blankly outside. Approaching the young man, Lin Fan intended to inquire about recent happenings. However, as Lin Fan stepped closer, the young man froze momentarily upon seeing him, then hastily began to undress, revealing his alabaster skin. Lin Fan. Chapter 46. I am not a thug. Upon realizing that Lin Fan was not there for a transaction, the young recluse hurriedly donned his clothing once more. A flush crept across his face, and his gaze flickered nervously, occasionally darting toward Lin Fan, causing Lin Fan to feel a sudden tension. "Speak up. Do you know who has acquired firearms recently?" Lin Fan pulled a small sausage from his pocket. The returning guest, upon seeing the sausage, swallowed hard and accepted it. He tore open the packaging and took a hearty bite. However, just as he had taken a couple of bites, a burly man emerged from behind the roll-up door. He glared fiercely at the young man and snatched the sausage from his mouth. Slap. The robust man delivered a stinging blow to the young man, his face contorting in anguish as he gazed at the sausage in his hand. "Damn it, did I let you eat that? Do you want to die? Get lost." The burly man raised his leg, ready to kick. Just as his powerful thigh was about to connect with the young man, Lin Fan intervened. Thud. Lin Fan expertly blocked the man's leg with a swift kick. The burly man roared in anger. "Kid, don't you dare meddle." He swung a fist the size of a sandbag toward Lin Fan, the wind whooshing with the force. Lin Fan slightly ducked to evade the blow, then retaliated with a solid punch to the man's abdomen. Instantly, the burly man staggered back, expelling some bile. Lin Fan coldly stated, "My transaction is with him, not you." With that, he advanced and reclaimed a small package of sausage from the burly man's grasp, returning it to the young man. The young man, with his smooth skin, dazedly accepted the sausage and mechanically took another bite. Lin Fan then inquired once more, "Now, tell me, who has obtained firearms in recent days?" The young man paused, taking a few more bites of the sausage before responding. A hoarse voice, incongruent with his appearance, emerged from his lips. "It is Zhang Shu. The Zhang Shu who betrayed the Jianlong sanctuary." He was unaware of how he had acquired firearms, but he had gathered a group of scavengers and was bravely confronting a pack of the black-skinned dogs. "Black-skinned dogs?" Lin Fan inquired, perplexed. The young man continued, "They are the enforcers who came later, perpetually chasing after the scavengers, much like dogs, hence the moniker black-skinned dogs." As the young man spoke, Lin Fan's mind conjured an image of Zhou Jiangwo, clad in a black uniform, running about aimlessly, which struck him as somewhat amusing. Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully. Zhang Shu was a name he had never encountered before. Having gleaned the essence of the situation, he prepared to depart. Suddenly, the young man grasped Lin Fan's sleeve. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. The young man's face flushed crimson as he stammered, "Please take me with you. I can do anything." In his desperation, he tugged down his shirt, revealing skin softer and more delicate than that of a woman, fair as milk and exuding an irresistible tenderness. Had the apocalypse not occurred, this young man might have stood as a beacon among the youthful elite. Observing the kneeling figure before him, whose eyes brimmed with hope, Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words. As the young man sensed Lin Fan's hesitation, he attempted to take Lin Fan's hand, guiding it toward his chest. With a blush, he murmured, "Though mine may be modest in size, it is quite soft." Lin Fan gently withdrew his hand from the young man's grasp. He cast a penetrating gaze at the young man. "I'm sorry." These two fleeting words shattered all of the young man's illusions, plunging him into despair. The hope in his eyes dissipated. He lowered his head, his gaze dimmed, and once more became numb. In a barely audible whisper, he murmured, "Is that so?" He then returned to the center of the shutter door, listlessly observing everything around him, staring into a future devoid of hope. Lin Fan sighed. "Damn it. You can just die." Suddenly, the burly man whom Lin Fan had felled rose again, brandishing a sharp knife and lunging towards Lin Fan with lightning speed. Lin Fan remained rooted in place, refusing to evade. He allowed the burly man to plunge the knife into him. The blade, however, failed to penetrate Lin Fan's protective gear, merely leaving a scratch upon its surface. The burly man was momentarily stunned by this outcome. Lin Fan, with an impassive expression, regarded the hulking figure before him, retrieving a gun from his pocket, aiming it directly at the man's forehead. No, no, no. Realizing he had met an insurmountable obstacle, the burly man retreated, terror consuming his features. Nevertheless, Lin Fan still pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun discharged a bullet with precision, striking the burly man squarely in the forehead. His eyes widened in shock, a rasping sound escaped his throat, and then his body slackened, collapsing to the ground. The young man witnessed Lin Fan's ruthless act without any reaction. His eyes remained dim and devoid of life. He had resigned himself to fate. Lin Fan paused, reflecting for a moment, before returning to the young man's side. The youth gazed at Lin Fan, who had returned, with an expression of bewilderment rather than surprise. "You do not belong in this world," Lin Fan remarked softly, a peculiar glimmer flickering in his eyes. "Is that so?" The young man stared vacantly at Lin Fan, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. With a sudden thud, the youth slowly collapsed to the ground. Lin Fan closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. The dying words of Scar echoed relentlessly in his mind. He could feel Scar's will within him, exerting its influence. Silence. Lin Fan suddenly bellowed, and the persistent voice echoing in his thoughts finally ceased. He was drenched, beads of sweat cascading down, having expended a considerable amount of mental energy. Exhaling heavily, Lin Fan sank to the ground, releasing a sigh of despair. As he calmed himself, after a while, he found tranquility enveloping him. He conceded that not everyone is suited to exist in this world. This is an apocalypse. Once, Lin Fan believed that everything was unrelated to him. Yet this perception had shifted. He lives in this desolation. Everything pertains to him. Every thread connects to him. He is a person, and as a person, he possesses humanity. There is no evasion. He has never been a saint, nor a villain. He is merely an ordinary individual striving to survive in the apocalypse. A common soul relying on a refuge for survival. A lord dreaming of constructing the ultimate sanctuary. Everything around him is his domain. With the key to understanding revealed, a flicker of enlightenment dawned within Lin Fan's heart. A relaxed smile graced his face. "System, you have lost." Lin Fan gently lifted his head, his laughter flowing naturally as he spoke to the void. In his heart, he added quietly, "I am no savage." The system paid him no heed. It felt as if Lin Fan were merely conversing with himself. Yet, the achievements page he had completed underwent a transformation, and subtly, two characters morphed into Lord. Suddenly, a thunderous boom erupted not far from Lin Fan, accompanied by a brilliant blaze that lit up the sky, while a dense, dark fog enveloped the heavens. That was the direction in which Zhou Jiangwo had fled. Lin Fan cast a glance towards that path, loaded 2 bullets into his gun, and seemed to murmur to himself, "Let us go and see who dares to wreak havoc on my territory." Chapter 47. The Passing of Life. Whoosh, whoosh. Bullets sliced through the air, striking the walls of the abandoned building with precision. A fierce barrage of firepower blanketed the area where Zhou Jiangwo and his companions sought refuge. Zhou Jiangwo looked on in horror at Xiao Zhang, who had been hit multiple times and was bleeding profusely, trembling uncontrollably. The warmth of Xiao Zhang's body gradually faded as the blood oozed from the bullet wounds, thick and warm. Just moments ago, Xiao Zhang had been sharing jokes. And now he was gone. Death had arrived with such suddenness. Meanwhile, on the other side, the group led by Zhang Shu was caught in a frenzy. Their eyes were bloodshot, immersed in the exhilarating rush of gunfire. The pressures of their daily lives poured forth in a cathartic release. Delightful. Come forth, black hounds. One of the marauders screamed ecstatically, his finger incessantly pulling the trigger of his rifle. Zhang Shu crouched in the rear, contemplating the forthcoming strategies. Zhao Jinlong had commanded him to annihilate all the black-skinned dogs, establishing dominance and becoming the most formidable gang in Qinghe City. Zhao Jinlong would provide Zhang Shu with ample weaponry, enabling him to expand his ranks. However, at this moment, Zhang Shu was burdened by a singular concern: the absence of any sign of the individuals capable of obliterating the Scarred Refuge. To single-handedly eradicate the Scarred Refuge was no trivial endeavor, especially considering they were armed and outnumbered him significantly. Zhang Shu was eager to discern what manner of ruthless individual could accomplish such a feat as Zhang Shu pondered. Suddenly, a gang member was struck by a bullet. Shanzi. The surrounding thugs gasped in shock. Zhang Shu rose, alert and scanning his surroundings. Had they arrived so swiftly? Bang! Another shot rang out, piercing through Zhang Shu's makeshift cover, and yet another thug fell, blood splattering. Conceal yourselves, Zhang Shu shouted hoarsely. Swish! A bullet grazed past Zhang Shu's scalp. He felt a sudden warmth on his head. Instinctively, he touched it and found a copious amount of blood, thick and scalding. Zhang Shu's pupils dilated in terror. He abandoned all concern for the others and bolted towards a safer location. The others, not lacking in wits, revealed their untrained instincts amidst the surprise attack. One by one, they fled in a panic, calling out for their mothers. Lin Fan observed the retreating mob with disdain etched across his face. A rabble of miscreants, lacking even the courage of Scar's underlings. Lin Fan could not help but shake his head as they approached the hideout of a few individuals under the leadership of Jiangua this week. The sudden cessation of gunfire outside caused a surge of anxiety among the enforcers. The silence did not necessarily indicate that the enemy had exhausted their ammunition. It could also signify an imminent charge. Upon entering, Lin Fan felt an alarm ringing within his heart. Whoosh! He swiftly crouched down, narrowly avoiding a hail of bullets that whizzed past his hair. Hiss! Lin Fan inhaled sharply. Xiao Wang, stop! Someone in the team recognized Lin Fan and urgently intervened. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Feng's brow. Being mistakenly shot would indeed be a devastating fate. He turned his gaze towards Zhou Jiangwo, who stood at the center, engulfed in sorrow. Approaching him, Lin Fan noticed a young enforcer lying in a pool of blood. His eyes wide with shock before death, but tinged with a sense of relief. Perhaps he had not anticipated the swift arrival of his end. Zhou Jiangwo lowered his head, his voice hoarse. His name was Zheng Weiman. He had just graduated from the police academy this year. He loved to tell jokes, and he was quite good at it. I would secretly laugh. He said he wanted to marry a policewoman. He said his lifelong dream was to die in the line of duty. As he spoke, tears streamed down Zhou Jiangwo's face. The other enforcers also wept. Lin Fan gazed at the young man, still smiling in death, lying in the crimson pool. He seemed to perceive the young man's soul beckoning to him, eyes filled with desolation and tinged with a hint of regret. Death is not to be feared. Rather, the true terror lies in the absence of meaning. He met his demise through a sudden ambush by Zhang Shu. Without any reason, without any forewarning. The moment the gunfire erupted, his life ceased to belong to him. Lin Fan remained indifferent, yet his heart was far from tranquil. He instinctively clenched his fists. Thug, thug. These two words echoed relentlessly within Lin Feng's mind. Suddenly, Zhou Jiangwo rose to his feet. Cradling the young man's lifeless body, he stepped outside. One deliberate footfall after another. Lin Fan trailed behind, participating in a solemn procession. They walked for a considerable time, traversing great distances, until they finally halted not far from the law enforcement refuge in Qinghe City. Lin Fan gazed up, astonished by the sight before him. Before him lay an area that had been cleared away, revealing a series of small mounds, nameless yet united under a common title, the Qinghe City Law Enforcement Office. Zhou Jiangwo approached one of the mounds, wielding a shovel, and began to dig, one scoop at a time. The surrounding enforcers, with choked voices, gradually made their way over. Among them, a young girl wept profusely, yet she maintained a tight-lipped composure. Her eyes reddened as she continued to excavate the earth. It felt as though the world had fallen silent. Only the sound of digging resonated through the land. In a moment of reverie, Lin Fan seemed to envision the young man's spirit standing beside him, gazing intently at the unfolding scene. The initial despondency transformed into a bittersweet smile. His gaze fixated upon the girl. With a gaze imbued with regret, sorrow, and self-reproach, Lin Fan stood in a daze before the soul that lay before him, uncertain of its authenticity. At last, the spirit appeared to notice Lin Fan, displaying a look of surprise, followed by a gentle wave and a serene smile. A flicker of emotion stirred within Lin Feng's heart. A gust of wind swept through, causing the young man's soul to become ethereal, as if it were to be carried away by the breeze. At that moment, the girl wielding the shovel froze in place, seemingly sensing something as she turned her gaze toward Lin Feng's side. Suddenly, tears streamed from her eyes, and she could no longer contain herself. Her soft sobs escalated into uncontrollable wails. She crouched on the ground like a helpless little girl, unable to bear it any longer. Lin Fan departed from that place. He made his way to the Science and Technology building in Qinghe City. After several days, he returned to this location once more. The rooftop was still besieged by hot winds, currents swirling languidly in the air. Below, scavengers continued to fight over resources. No one was aware that a young enforcer had lost his life. Lin Fan took a seat, gazing down upon the entirety of Qinghe City. His eyes sharp as he relentlessly searched for the hiding places of Zhang Shu and his band of thugs, seeking out their lair. The crimson sun began its descent, while a bright moon gradually ascended. The moonlight softened, and the sun arose anew. Chapter 48. The Rats of Qinghe City. Lin Fan remained on the rooftop throughout the night, yet he found no trace of Zhang Shu's hideout. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed behind him. Lin Fan turned his gaze and saw Zhou Jiangwo panting heavily, clutching a map of Qinghe City. Upon approaching, Zhou Jiangwo paused for a moment, astonished. "What are you doing here?" he inquired, moving closer. Lin Fan, aided by the soft glow of the rising sun, discerned the weariness etched on Zhou's face, which bore several new wrinkles, making him appear significantly aged, as if the night had added years to his countenance. Lin Fan stretched, easing the stiffness that had settled in his body after a night of sitting. "Naturally, I am here to assist that young man in finding his adversary." That young man. Zhou Jiangwo sat beside Lin Fan, a wry smile gracing his lips. "You are not much older than he is, are you?" Lin Fan shrugged. "Well, I am older by some measure." "All right then." Zhou Jiangwo chuckled sheepishly, giving Lin Fan's shoulder a pat. "Thank you. However, these matters fall under our jurisdiction as enforcers." Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike Zhou Jiangwo, and he laughed heartily. "You, do your best. The daughter of academician Song is not so easy to win over." Lin Fan was taken aback. "What does that have to do with anything?" he questioned, perplexed. Zhou Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not dwell on that. Have you uncovered anything?" Lin Fan gazed at Qinghe City, gradually bathed in a golden hue. Lost in thought. "Nothing. Zhang Shu is well hidden. I didn't notice anything amiss throughout the night." Zhou Jiangwo was taken aback, realizing Lin Fan had been there all night. He sighed with a hint of admiration. "You are quite dedicated. It's time to head back. This is a matter for us enforcers, and it is of no concern to you." Lin Fan cast a serious and resolute glance at Zhou Jiangwo, who had just taken a seat beside him. "This is his battle." Lin Fan chuckled softly as the sun began to rise on the horizon, casting a golden beam reminiscent of fine sand upon his face. "Very well," Lin Fan exclaimed, brushing off the dust from his clothes as he stood up. "However, should you encounter any difficulties, do let me know. I still possess some fighting spirit." All right, Zhou Jiangwo replied in a dismissive tone, his attention entirely focused on the entirety of Qinghe City, oblivious to Lin Fan's words. Assuming he had been heard, Lin Fan departed. A new day had dawned, and he needed to return to settle his accounts. Daily points settlement completed. Today's evaluation. Excellent. Earned an additional 10 points. Points earned on November 24th. 10, 0, 10. 110. Total points. 1, 489. Today's task. Communication. Task rating. Simple. Engage in conversation with other humans for 60 minutes. Task reward. 10 points. Lin Fan sat on the sofa in the shelter, closing his eyes and letting out a sigh. He was just 11 points away from creating the gene separator. Even if he were to find someone to chat with for 60 minutes now, he would still fall short by a few points. Truly, a small sum can thwart a hero. Lin Fan now had a profound understanding of this sentiment. At this moment, he had begun to grasp the nuances of the patrol task. It seems that the emerging violent organization, Zhang Shu, has become a significant concern. However, the weaponry employed by this group is acquired through dubious means. During a brief skirmish, Lin Fan noticed something peculiar. The firearms wielded by Zhang Shu were not standard issue for law enforcement. Their firepower was far superior, and observing their reckless expenditure of ammunition, he feared that. Lin Fan attempted to dispel his troubling thoughts, hoping that his suspicions were unfounded. If they were accurate, eliminating Zhang Shu would prove to be exceedingly challenging. Far more so than vanquishing the scarred one. Preparations must be made in advance. Lin Fan entered the workshop, determined to craft additional explosives. While the firepower of firearms is formidable, explosives would far surpass it. There is nothing that a well-placed bomb cannot resolve. If there is, then let there be another. Explosions are a form of art. In room 308 of Building 2, Wanrong Community, Elder Song sat before a ringing phone, the line persistently engaged. After what felt like an eternity, the call was finally answered. As soon as the connection was made, Elder Song launched into a tirade. "Why did you transfer Zhou Jiangwo over? What were you thinking?" There was silence on the other end of the line. Elder Song bellowed again. "Are you mute? Speak." At this, a deep yet somewhat hesitant voice responded, "Dad. How dare you still call me Dad?" Elder Song's expression turned stern. Meanwhile, Song Qingshan on the other end was feeling quite overwhelmed and could only patiently attempt to explain, "Dad, please listen to me. You remain in the vicinity of Qinghe City, still ensconced in your personal refuge, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. I cannot simply send someone over. It's utterly futile." Old Song's temper flared instantly, unleashing a torrent of invectives. A cascade of furious shouts resonated in Song Qingshan's ears as he braced himself for the storm of Old Song's wrath. After a prolonged moment, Old Song's ire began to subside, leaving Song Qingshan to wear a forced smile. Suddenly, Old Song spoke, "Your daughter is in danger of being abducted. It is up to you to handle it." With that, he abruptly ended the call. On the other end, Song Qingshan found himself momentarily stunned by this abrupt and disjointed proclamation before the gravity of the situation struck him. Goodness! Zhang Shu sat upon a dilapidated chair, scrutinizing a map of Qinghe City. However, this map was not ordinary. It bore numerous markings, subtly resembling a schematic of the city's underground pipelines. Indeed, it was a pipeline diagram. Zhang Shu had taken an unconventional route, procuring the city's pipeline map from Zhao Jianlong. After several days of labor, he had excavated a vast underground network beneath a grand villa, seamlessly connecting to the subterranean conduits of Qinghe City. This endeavor meant that Zhang Shu possessed an avenue for both ingress and egress, avoiding the fate that befell Scarface, who had his home raided. As long as he roamed the precincts of Qinghe City, Zhang Shu would be akin to a rat in the sewers, eluding capture. Moreover, he had meticulously memorized the entire course of the sewer system and its destinations. Given time, he would transform into the most formidable nightmare Qinghe City had ever known. Sighing deeply, Zhang Shu wearily massaged his temples. After prolonged mental exertion, he felt somewhat fatigued. He was attempting to devise a strategy to eliminate the enforcers. Everything was in place, the only variable being Lin Fan. This uncertainty was the reason for his hesitance. Ding ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, the phone that Zhang Shu carried with him rang. Glancing at the caller ID, a sycophantic smile spread across Zhang Shu's face as he answered the call. The voice of Zhao Jianlong resonated from the other end. "Zhang Shu, why have you not yet taken action?" "Zhao Zong, we have encountered a complication. We are facing the ruthless individual who annihilated the scarred refuge. He is an unpredictable element that could jeopardize our plan." "So, you chose an action?" Zhao Jianlong retorted, clearly displeased. A cold sweat broke out on Zhang Shu's forehead. "I apologize, Zhao Zong. I will commence immediately. Make sure to execute the task with precision," Zhao Jianlong instructed before abruptly ending the call. Holding the phone, Zhang Shu's expression oscillated between uncertainty and resolve before he made a decision. He was but one individual. What was there to fear? "I have been overly cautious." Zhang Shu rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of exhaustion from the past few days. "Go and relay my orders. Proceed according to the original plan," he commanded the person who had been standing beside him. The individual, expressionless, exited the room. This person was an agent placed by Zhao Jianlong to monitor him. Zhao Jianlong did not fully trust Zhang Shu. The subsequent plans were crucial, and he could not afford to be reckless. In the technology building of Qinghe City, Zhou Zhengwo scrutinized the map in his hands, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. He compared the city's layout, but found no sanctuary for Zhang Shu. Where could he possibly be hiding? Frustrated, Zhou Zhengwo struck the ground with his fist. Suddenly, a thought struck him. A look of astonishment crossed his face as he contemplated a possibility. Underground. The sewer system. If his memory served him correctly, Qinghe City had a system in place to collect rainwater into the Tianqi River that traverses the city. Consequently, considerable attention was paid to the construction of the pipelines. The sewers had ample space for an adult to navigate. His focus sharpened. Zhou Zhengwo shifted his gaze back to the map, reconnecting previously dismissed locations. Due to the disaster, many areas were inaccessible from the surface, yet the sewers offered a viable route. Realizing this pivotal insight, a cold sweat broke out on Zhou Zhengwo's brow. If his assumptions were correct, then the entirety of Qinghe City would become a haven for marauders. Their resistance against the thugs would prove exceedingly arduous. What had shifted from surface warfare was now an underground battle. Yet, this remained speculation. Zhou Zhengwo quickly descended the stairs to the ground level, map in hand, scanning the vicinity for manhole covers. There it was. He approached a manhole cover, disregarding the pipeline schematics, relying solely on conjecture. This cover connected various points throughout Qinghe City and likely led underground. There were countless such covers scattered across the city. Zhou Zhengwo lifted the manhole cover and descended down the ladder. After a brief moment of weightlessness, he felt a solid surface beneath his feet. A heavy, damp odor, mingled with a foul stench, assaulted Zhou Jiangwo's nostrils. He hastily covered his mouth and nose. Finally, Zhou Jiangwo peered into the darkness, and his expression shifted dramatically. He noticed unmistakable signs of human intervention in the subterranean pipes of Qinghe City. Furthermore, due to the sweltering heat, the underground conduits were notably dry, with refuse that had once been submerged in water now strewn along the roadside. Indeed, as he beheld the scene before him, a chill of dread coursed through Zhou Jiangwo's veins. If Zhang Shu had thoroughly cleared the entire underground system of Qinghe City, the prospect of capturing him would be nothing short of a fantasy. A considerable number of houses lay abandoned. Who could fathom how many dwellings Zhang Shu had infiltrated? Zhou Jiangwo clenched his fists in rage. Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope. Zhang Shu's manpower was limited, and his underground empire was still in its infancy. Once it reached its full potential, it would spell true disaster. Zhou Jiangwo's fists tightened, the veins on his forehead bulging. Time was of the essence. Exiting the sewer, he used his radio to summon the other law enforcement officers. A meeting was imperative. After a short while, all the officers reconvened at the Qinghe City Law Enforcement Department. Captain, the officers exchanged concerned glances with Zhou Jiangwo. His demeanor was unsettling. He was exhilarated, his eyes brimming with determination. Zhou Jiangwo inhaled a breath of the dry, heated air, a look of excitement illuminating his face. He seemed to have once again rediscovered the sensations of his youth. The experiences of the past now unfolded before him like scenes from a film, images flashing through his mind. After a long while, Zhou Jiangwo revisited those memories, as if reliving the events of yesteryear. When he blinked again, a dazzling brilliance had appeared in his eyes. The onlookers gazed at Zhou Jiangwo in astonishment, sensing a profound transformation in their captain from the very beginning. All right, everyone is here, Zhou Jiangwo declared, exuding an air of confidence. He spoke calmly. What lies ahead will be a fierce battle. Subsequently, he shared the map of Qinghe City along with his recent discoveries with the group. Upon hearing his revelations, everyone was struck dumb. The entire underground drainage system of Qinghe City connected the whole metropolis. A mere moment of contemplation left them trembling with fear. It was well known that during each rainy season, Qinghe City experienced substantial rainfall, resulting in the construction of remarkably sturdy underground waterways. If Zhou Jiangwo's assumptions proved accurate, once Zhang Shu became a formidable force, even the military would find themselves at a loss. As this realization dawned upon them, the group swallowed hard. It was terrifying. So, Captain, what shall we do? Zhou Jiangwo's face broke into a smile. What we must do. At that moment, Zhou Jiangwo's mind was clearer than ever before. He picked up a black carbon pen and began to sketch on the map. These locations were crucial nodes for flood drainage in Qinghe City, connecting the entirety of the area. We must first eliminate these points. As Zhou Jiangwo spoke with fervor, his spirited words resonated through the gathering, igniting a fervent passion in the eyes of all present. Eliminate him. Eliminate him. Meanwhile, Lin Fan lay in bed, recuperating his strength after a sleepless night that had left his mind in a state of disarray. Instead of fretting over the accumulation of points, he resolved to focus on his own responsibilities, preparing for the impending battle. Time passed slowly as Lin Fan slept soundly, oblivious to the duration of his slumber. Suddenly, a thunderous proclamation echoed in his mind. Daily point settlement begins. Daily point settlement complete. Today's evaluation is extremely poor. No additional points awarded. Points acquired on November 25th, 21. Total points, 1510. Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes, realization dawning upon him. He had sufficient points. Instantly alert, he called out to the system. Materialize the gene separation machine. Command received. Commencing materialization. Please select a materialization location. The ethereal interface of the sanctuary materialized before Lin Fan. He chose a spacious room. Materialization complete. With renewed vigor, Lin Fan sprang from his bed and hastened towards the gene adjustment room. Gene mixing chamber. Rating: average. A rudimentary mixing chamber equipped solely with a gene separator. Room effect: buff while working. Scientific. Working in the gene mixing chamber enhances efficiency by 100. Keeping the mind alert, the information about the gene mixing chamber briefly flashed in Lin Fan's mind. With a general understanding, he took out the formula for the first-tier body enhancement liquid. This gene separator was quite large, occupying a quarter of the entire room, featuring a silver control panel. A basic sterile workstation, a separation device, and a cooling apparatus. Its advanced design suggested it was not a product of Blue Star. Lin Fan placed the formula on the control panel and, following the instructions, plucked a strand of his hair. After diligently working for approximately half an hour, he successfully produced the first-tier enhancement liquid. A sense of relief washed over Lin Fan as he gazed at the liquid before him. Finally, it is completed. He looked at the clear, azure liquid in the vial with satisfaction. First-tier body enhancement liquid. Quality. Average. Significantly boosts physical attributes. A common supplement, devoid of side effects. Excessive consumption is futile. A supplement? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow at the final line, staring at the enhancement liquid, which resembled the magnificent azure sky. He hesitated to consume it. After a moment's contemplation, he downed the vial in one go. Upon finishing, Lin Fan smacked his lips. Goodness, it's flavored like orange. But the next moment, a wave of heat surged from his mouth, down his esophagus, and into his stomach. Boom, accompanied by a resounding explosion. Qinghe City lost not only a manhole cover, but also a crucial flood control hub. Success. Zhou Jiangwo reveled in the results of his relentless destruction alongside his fellow enforcers. They were diligently cleansing the invisible crisis. Casting a glance at the map, Zhou realized that further demolitions would be challenging, especially with their dwindling supply of explosives. Alas, he sighed, time was too tight and manpower insufficient. Achieving this extent of disruption in such a short span was commendable. At the very least, Zhou's actions had curtailed Zhang Shu's development by 2/3 for the foreseeable future. Let us move on. He tucked away the map and led the group towards a residential area. This was the last hub Zhou could dismantle. Little did he know, a pair of eyes was watching them from above. Zhang Shu, with a grim countenance, felt the impact of Zhou Jiangwo's interference on his future plans. Zhou's actions had indeed constrained him, though not as severely as he presumed. It merely limited Zhang Shu's growth by 1/3. Yet, that represented a significant portion of Qinghe City. Zhang Shu's heart ached at the thought. Nevertheless, it was all worthwhile. Upon witnessing Zhou and his team demolishing the sewer pipes, Zhang realized he had been discovered. However, he quickly devised a counterland, setting a trap, waiting for Zhou Jiangwo to fall into it. As he observed the direction in which Zhou and his enforcers departed, a cruel expression crept across Zhang Shu's face. The group of enforcers is doomed. Zhang Shu descended the stairs, lifted a manhole cover, and leaped into the abyss below, following the path etched in his memory. He navigated through the pipes and soon arrived at the location where Zhou Jiangwo intended to launch his assault. Everyone, pay attention. The black dog has been ensnared, Zhang Shu declared, addressing the anxious crowd. Upon hearing this, the ruffians rallied, their spirits invigorated. They checked their firearms and readied their explosives, concealed within the building, peering through the windows to observe the unfolding scene below. Each of these marauders aimed their weapons at the targets beneath, their expressions a mix of exhilaration and madness. This was a night destined for carnage. Zhou Jiangwo traversed a considerable distance before reaching the final detonation point. The atmosphere here was eerily serene. Upon his arrival, a grave demeanor settled upon Zhou Jiangwo's face as he caught the acrid scent of gunpowder. With a mere wave of his hand, he commanded silence. Attention, we are encircled. Prepare for battle. The weight of his words heightened the alertness of all present. Zhang Shu observed the faces of those below, resembling living targets, contorted with sinister glee. Fire! With Zhang Shu's command, the band of marauders launched their offensive. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire erupted. Multiple enforcers below were struck in the chest. Zhou Jiangwo felt the bullets whizzing past his ears, each projectile a whisper from the Grim Reaper, yet he narrowly evaded death's grasp. The acrid stench of gunpowder engulfed the area as the bullets discharged. Zhou Jiangwo turned in shock, witnessing his comrades falling one by one, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at him. In an instant, all of Zhou Jiangwo's fervor was shattered. His teammates were being mercilessly slaughtered by those thugs, and he felt utterly powerless. Ah! A beast-like roar escaped Zhou Jiangwo's lips. So hot, so hot. It is unbearably hot. Lin Fan felt as though he were ensconced within a furnace of searing flames. Every inch of his body was engulfed in an inferno, burning relentlessly, only to be restored and subjected to the flames once more. Time became an indistinguishable blur until Lin Fan finally opened his eyes. He sat up, having collapsed to the ground after consuming a vial of potion. A sharp pain pierced through his head. Lin Fan sensed an incessant pricking deep within his mind. akin to countless needles mercilessly stabbing at him. This sensation was excruciating, yet merely a prelude. The pain began to proliferate, spreading throughout his entire being, as if every inch of him was being punctured. After a brief interval, Lin Fan felt that sensation start to ebb. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of his surroundings. The entire gene adjustment chamber vividly manifesting in his mind, as if he were beholding it firsthand. This experience was surreal, yet it dissipated swiftly. Before long, Lin Fan emerged from that state, returning to normalcy. He rose to his feet. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, an unseen force toppled him over. Lin Fan landed painfully on the ground, staring in astonishment at his own delicate hands, and he took a moment to assess his body. A terrifying, surging power coursed through him, filling him with a sense of overwhelming strength. Now, Lin Fan appeared to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of energy, with his mind remarkably alert. He surmised the state of his own being. His physical prowess was now equivalent to that of two fully grown adults, and those adults were undoubtedly well-trained. The so-called terrifying strength was merely an illusion brought about by the rapid enhancement of his physical condition. In Chapter 51, Combat, Lin Fan gradually rose from the ground, attempting some fundamental fitness exercises to acclimate himself to his newly augmented physique. Breathing heavily, he performed squats, his body glistening with sweat, his face flushed. Upon completing the final squat, the illusion stemming from his enhanced physique dissipated, and Lin Fan gained a clear grasp of his newfound strength. Relieved, he suddenly detected a foul odor, sour and acrid. Wrinkling his nose, he inhaled a couple more times before realizing the unpleasant scent emanated from himself. Startled, Lin Fan hurried to the bathroom. Moments later, he emerged, having cleansed his body and donned a fresh set of clothes. Wiping his hair with a towel, he glanced at the clock. It was already past midnight on the 26th. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from the southeast. Lin Fan halted his drying motion. Recognizing the sound, it was a bomb. It seemed that Zhou Jiangwo had encountered those individuals. Lin Fan muttered, "Let us proceed." He gazed at his mission interface, noting that the patrol task was still counting down, indicating that the mission was ongoing. Exiting the shelter, Lin Fan drove his small pickup truck directly towards the southeast. A few minutes later, he arrived at the scene. As before, Zhou Jiangwo and the other enforcers were being overwhelmed by the assailants. There was utterly no means of resistance. Bang, bang, bang. After enhancing his physique, Lin Fan experienced a significant elevation in his perceptive abilities, swiftly identifying the positions of the assailants. The formidable force of the Falcon pistol struck two of the marauders. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Zhang Shu cursed under his breath, "Damn it. Focus your fire and eliminate him," he bellowed. Instantly, the attackers concentrated their assault on Lin Fan's location. However, Lin Fan had already taken refuge behind a cover. Bullets rained down upon the wall before him, rendering him unable to show his face. Such ferocious firepower? Lin Fan found himself taken aback by the sheer intensity of the onslaught. It was terrifying. He retrieved a white, spherical bomb from his pocket, gently tapping it against the wall. With a powerful throw, he sent the bomb soaring like a meteor, landing precisely on the balcony where the assailants were concealed. In the pitch-black night, the white bomb was nearly undetectable. After a brief pause, boom, a brilliant explosion erupted, accompanied by anguished screams. A group of marauders fell victim to Lin Fan's explosive device. Hearing the blast, Zhou Jiangwo led the enforcers to retaliate. The scene descended into chaos, with only the flames erupting from gun muzzles providing any semblance of direction. One more round. Lin Fan produced another bomb, launching it with a graceful parabolic arc suddenly. One of the assailants felt a weight in his grasp and instinctively picked it up. A round object rested in his hand. "What is this?" Before the marauder could voice his confusion, the bomb detonated. Boom. Another deafening roar ensued. The blazing flames illuminated the surroundings, revealing the panic of the rioters and the fury etched on Zhang Shu's face. It also cast light upon the resolute gazes of the enforcers. The counterattack persisted. The rioters did not flee in the face of danger. In such dire moments, escape equated to death. Lin Fan entirely abandoned the offensive with his eagle pistol. Its firepower was insufficient. What could compare to the exhilaration of hurling bombs? One by one, bombs, akin to white harbingers of death, were launched by Lin Fan. In an instant, the tide turned, and Zhang Shu's rioters suffered countless casualties. "Brother, we must retreat. We truly cannot withstand this. They are throwing bombs like they are free." A younger comrade, battered and caked in dust, wore a visage of sheer terror, while fear also crept across Zhang Shu's face. Each explosive shattered his every illusion. "Damn it! Give me a gun." Zhang Shu snatched his comrade's firearm. Armed, he charged forth. Once a life is lost, another can always be recruited. This assailant must perish. Madness flickered in Zhang Shu's eyes. Lin Fan was the flaw in his plans. Once Lin Fan was eliminated, the enforcers could be gradually worn down. If Lin Fan remained alive, he would inevitably return to wreak havoc, and that would spell disaster. Possessed of remarkable memory, Zhang Shu could faintly recall the direction from which Lin Fan had approached, contrasting it with the mental map in his mind. He had pinpointed Lin Fang's location. Lin Fan tossed out his final bomb and clapped his hands. A twinge of regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have prepared more explosives. These mere dozen were utterly inadequate. Yet, these bombs represented the pinnacle of what Lin Fan could produce, for the stockpile of gunpowder in the shelter was limited. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly heard a faint sound of footsteps. The noise was incredibly soft, and it was not from his own people. Lin Fan swiftly arrived at this conclusion within his mind. With a sudden movement, he darted to the side. The next moment, a barrage of bullets tore through the very spot he had just occupied. Zhang Shu had charged forward. In a hurried glance, Lin Fan spotted a frail man frantically spraying bullets with a firearm. This man seemed vaguely familiar, invoking an inexplicable sense of recognition. Without allowing Lin Fan to ponder further, a relentless volley of bullets was unleashed. Lin Fan relied on his enhanced physical prowess and stamina to evade swiftly. Moments later, he heard a distinct clicking sound. An opportunity. Lin Fan executed a roll and leaped out, only to find Zhang Shu reloading his weapon. Zhang Shu gazed in horror at the suddenly emerging Lin Fan. Astonished by his speed, he had meticulously calculated the distance between them. How could it be so fast? Zhang Shu had no time to reload. In a fit of rage, he swung his gun at Lin Fan. A cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Channeling all his strength through his right arm, he struck towards Zhang Shu. The sound of a powerful punch slicing through the air resonated ominously. If Lin Fan's blow connected, it would be devastating. Yet Zhang Shu appeared to attack, while actually retreating. He discarded his firearm and leaped into a nearby manhole. He had been prepared. Lin Fan swatted away the gun that Zhang Shu had hurled at him. Seizing this moment, Zhang Shu had already descended into the sewer and escaped. Lin Fan glanced back, deciding against pursuit, and returned to the front lines of the battlefield. At that moment, Zhou Jiangwo had eliminated all the assailants, but the cost had been equally heavy. 2 law enforcement officers had lost their lives. Lin Fan approached. Upon catching sight of Lin Fan, Zhou Jiangwo's expression shifted dramatically. "Be careful." Lin Fan, heeding Zhou Jiangwo's warning, swiftly dodged to the side. Yet, several bullets still struck his body. Fortunately, Lin Fan's reflexes were exceptionally quick, preventing any critical injuries. The sound of gunfire echoed as Zhou Jiangwo's weapon belched flames, and the remaining assailant succumbed to multiple gunshot wounds. Upon recognizing Lin Fan, Zhou Jiangwo was taken aback. "It's you." Lin Fan touched his wound, blood oozing slowly. Yet he felt no pain, as his enhanced physique had significantly increased his tolerance for discomfort. A grin spread across Lin Fan's face. "Why would it not be me? I did mention that I still possessed some combat capability." Zhou Jiangwo was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. "You call this a bit of combat capability? Your explosives annihilated 80% of the assailants." As Zhou Jiangwo's gaze fell upon the bullet wounds on Lin Fan's shoulder, he found himself unable to look away. The wounds had begun to show signs of healing, and the bleeding had already ceased. Lin Fan, too, recognized the remarkable changes within himself. Marveling internally at the efficacy of the body enhancement serum, Zhou Jiangwo departed to attend to others. Most had sustained injuries during the skirmish. They were headed to the official refuge, which was equipped with ample medical facilities. Lin Fan simply wrapped his wounds with cloth strips. Although he had been shot, he now had a legitimate reason to seek out Yang Ruoshi. A mischievous smile crept across Lin Fan's face as the small pickup truck roared away from the scene. Zhou Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback by the sound, and by the time he turned back, Lin Fan's figure had vanished from sight. He had intended to assist Lin Fan with his wounds, yet it appeared that Lin Fan possessed his own methods. With a sigh, Zhou Jiangwo reflected on Lin Fan's enigmatic nature. After all, in Huaxia, the complexity of handling explosives rivaled that of firearms. This young man's origins were truly a mystery. Subsequently, Zhou Jiangwo mused, No wonder he had the audacity to pursue the daughter of Academician Song. Suddenly, a thought struck him, sending a shiver down his spine. Knock, knock, knock. The door of Unit 308 in Wanrong Community was rapped upon once more. A smile graced Yang Ruashi's face as she approached to open the door, while Old Song's expression darkened. It was likely that young man again. Old Song felt a twinge of concern, not for Yang Ruashi, but for Lin Fan. Yang Ruashi's father would not be as lenient as he was, especially given his son's temperament. Old Song wished to send Lin Fan away, yet when he beheld the genuine smile illuminating Yang Ruashi's face, he hesitated. Just as this moment of indecision lingered, Lin Fan seized the opportunity and began a conversation with Yang Ruashi. Old Song found himself in a predicament. As Yang Ruashi opened the door, she gasped upon seeing Lin Fan outside. "Grandpa, come quickly." Old Song, still inside, felt his expression darken further at her exclamation. The incessant explosions he had heard earlier were unmistakably the handiwork of Lin Fan. However, a flicker of curiosity arose within Old Song. Just where had Lin Fan procured such an abundance of explosives? Stepping outside, he found Lin Fan seated on the sofa, gazing deeply into Yang Ruashi's eyes. Lin Fan was profoundly moved. Today, Yang Ruashi donned a delicate pale goose yellow gown, tastefully revealing her shoulders and showcasing her fair skin. Noticing Lin Fan's gaze upon her, a faint blush adorned Yang Ruashi's cheeks, rendering her even more charmingly bashful. Suddenly, a sharp pain jolted Lin Fan's shoulder, snapping him back to reality. Old Master Song was observing him with a rather ominous expression. "Young man, is my granddaughter not exquisite?" Lin Fan felt his face flush with embarrassment as he exchanged another glance with Yang Ruashi and candidly replied, "She is beautiful." A soft chime escaped Yang Ruashi's lips, deepening her blush. "Ouch, that hurts." Lin Fan cried out in distress as Old Master Song pressed firmly on his shoulder with quiet intensity. Just as Lin Fan was about to utter something, he noticed Old Master Song had fallen into a state of shock. The old man's heart was in turmoil. Lin Fan's shoulder wound was beginning to heal, with a faint layer of dried blood forming. Lin Fan was taken aback. Old Master Song suddenly fixed him with a piercing gaze. "What do you mean? Did you grow up on blood platelets?" Lin Fan's expression darkened. "Growing up on blood platelets. Is that even sensible?" Yang Ruashi's beautiful eyes also drifted to Lin Fan's injury, her gaze reflecting concern as she noticed the unusual scab. Instinctively, she covered her cherry-red lips in astonishment. This was simply unbelievable. Old Master Song retrieved a knife and an alcohol lamp, slowly proceeding to disinfect the wound, yet his eyes never left Lin Fan's injury. In all his years, he had never witnessed anyone's coagulation process occur so swiftly. The gunfire has finally ceased. How much time has passed? Lin Fan swallowed hard. For the gaze of the old man's Song was utterly terrifying, as if he intended to peel the skin off him and extract the tendons. With remarkable skill, the old man expertly extracted the bullets that had lodged in Lin Fan's body. After Yang Ruashi had neatly bandaged Lin Fan's wounds, she curiously poked at his arm. The sensation of his solid muscles made her realize the impropriety of her actions. However, Lin Fan remained unperturbed, while Yang Ruashi discreetly stole glances at him. The old man's Song inhaled deeply. What exactly was this young man's background? Lin Fan scratched his head, wearing a simple, honest smile. A native of Qinghe City. A truly ordinary person with roots firmly planted. Lin Fan beamed with sincerity, exuding an aura of naivety. The old man's Song rolled his eyes, choosing not to press further. Lin Fan undoubtedly harbored secrets, yet they seemed of little consequence. He had encountered numerous extraordinary individuals and events throughout his life, and one more would not make a difference. Observing Lin Fan and Yang Ruashi exchanging tender glances, he cleared his throat. "Lin Fan, are you not leaving yet?" Realizing the old man's face had darkened considerably, like the bottom of a pot, Lin Fan awkwardly chuckled before taking his leave. As he departed, Yang Ruashi gazed after him with reluctance, prompting the old man to reflect on the fleeting nature of youth. Having exited the Wanrong community, Lin Fan returned to his sanctuary. Task: patrol completed. Please collect your reward. Upon arriving at the sanctuary, the voice of the system echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Had it not been for the physical enhancement, he might have met his demise moments ago, either perishing under the assault of Zhang Shu or succumbing to the gunfire of the last subordinate. Lin Fan became acutely aware of the significance of points. A single misstep in decision-making could profoundly influence subsequent developments, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. When Scar perished, The system absorbed his will, impacting the alterations in future missions. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain to Lin Fan. However, one thing he is unequivocally certain of is the necessity to grow stronger, strong enough to become impervious to firearms. He yearns to transform the refuge into a genuine sanctuary, one that can endure even the annihilation of Blue Star. Lin Fan felt a surge of exhilaration as the system dispensed task rewards. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations. You have received 200 points, blueprint for the green AK-47 rifle, daily task, patrol. A shimmering green blueprint materialized before Lin Fan, and his points balance surged to 210. He grasped the blueprint tightly. This marked his second green blueprint. Once he constructs the AK-47, he would no longer fear anyone regarding firepower. However, this newfound achievement brought forth a fresh dilemma. The resources required for firearm construction were insufficient. Upon examining the prerequisites for crafting the AK-47, Lin Fan's brow furrowed further. The creation of the AK-47 necessitated precision processing equipment. Chapter 53, The Greenhouse. Zhou Jiangwo and Old Man Song. Precision processing equipment. Upgrade path. Upgrade the efficient raw material synthesis machine to enhance conversion ratios, which could yield precision processing equipment. Points required for upgrade, 300 points. Lin Fan took a moment to relax. Fortunately, the required points are not excessive. After claiming the recent task reward, Lin Fan's point total has reached 210. He only needs an additional 90 points, which is quite manageable. With the recent success of repelling Zhang Shu, today's point tally is bound to be substantial. Lin Fan then shifted his gaze to another reward. Daily task, patrol. Lin Fan found himself intrigued as to why this task had been issued as a reward. Consulting information. Task, patrol, task rating. Simple. You are the largest bandit lord of Qinghe City. Please patrol your territory. Task reward, 10 points. 10 chance of triggering a random event. Upon reading this information, Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. Further details continued to unfold before him. Random event. A task may be randomly triggered, with rewards starting at blue quality, with no upper limit. Wow. Lin Fan was utterly astonished. So much so that he dropped the green blueprint he held in his hands. This was simply outrageous. A reward of blue quality. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Lin Fan's eyes. It was superior to the green quality AK-47. Following the system's upgrade progression, blue quality items must at least be RPGs. Or perhaps a Gatling gun that emits blue flames. Lin Fan's excitement surged. He carefully stored the blueprint he held and sat on the sofa, leisurely sipping a bottle of soda. With a swish of his right hand, he scrolled through the discussion threads regarding Qinghe City, which were primarily filled with baseless speculations. Lin Fan shook his head in disbelief, as each person seemed to be speaking nonsense. One fool claimed to have witnessed Ultraman annihilating all the thugs. Lin Fan nearly choked on his soda, and then he left a comment below expressing his disagreement with such an absurd notion. Yet, this imbecile retorted that Lin Fan harbored a dark heart, incapable of believing in the light. Lin Fan was thoroughly exasperated. In a moment of resolve, he created a post declaring, "I confess. It was I who vanquished the thugs in Qinghe City." Once Lin Fan's post was published, the comments section erupted with fervor. The poster is full of hot air. Quick, someone hold him down. I must awaken him. I saw it. I witnessed the poster transform into a towering figure, delivering a single blow to annihilate all the thugs. The scene was utterly gruesome. However, the subsequent comments descended into a torrent of trivialities, and Lin Fan lost all desire to continue reading. The stark truth was that no one would believe him now. Lin Fan felt a deep pang of sorrow. After a brief respite, he turned his gaze to the task summary located in the upper left corner of the system interface. Task, cultivation, task rating. Simple, grow a single flower, task reward, 10 points. This was today's daily task. The mention of planting suddenly reminded Lin Fan of his greenhouse. He hastily rose from the sofa and made his way toward the depths of the shelter. The total area of Lin Fan's shelter was 500 square meters. Including the surface area, it amounted to 1,000 square meters. However, the ground was deemed unsafe, so he had only stored some miscellaneous items above, effectively using it as a half warehouse. The underground section, comprising 500 square meters, contained a greenhouse of 300 square meters. Lin Fan had not tended to his crops in quite some time. As he entered the greenhouse, he was met with an abyss of darkness. Lin Feng fumbled along the wall until his hand brushed against the light switch, illuminating the room. One by one, the ceiling lights flickered to life, revealing the greenhouse that had not been cleaned for nearly a month. A long corridor stretched before him, flanked by expansive patches of soil. Each patch was equipped with small artificial sunlight lamps, accompanied by misting devices that diligently sprayed water at intervals. The air was moist and humid. Lin Feng inhaled the earthy scent that permeated the atmosphere as he dashed to the designated crop area, meticulously inspecting each plant. Phew! Upon observing the condition of his crops, Lin Feng felt relieved. The situation was not dire. He had installed advanced equipment that autonomously sprayed the plants daily. This apparatus, imported from the arid regions of Africa, guaranteed minimal water usage without compromising plant growth. Lin Feng surveyed the flourishing state of his crops: celery, carrots, potatoes, onions. Ah, splendid! To his astonishment, the plants he had nurtured were thriving remarkably well. Initially, he had not harbored expectations of a harvest, especially with winter approaching swiftly before the meteorite's descent. Although his greenhouse appeared quite rudimentary, in the future, when resources dwindled, it might serve as Lin Feng's sole source of sustenance. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in contemplation. In the hopes of upgrading the greenhouse in the future, Lin Feng mused that it could indeed be regarded as a vital part of the shelter. Therefore, for the refuge to attain an ordinary level, it is likely that the greenhouse must also be elevated to that same standard. However, such considerations belong to a future yet to unfold. At present, Lin Feng is merely entertaining a vision. Moreover, once the temperature control center connects with various sections of the shelter, the subsequent enhancements will undoubtedly render it even more formidable. This prospect ignited a profound excitement within him. Progress shall be made gradually, step by step. I am destined to become a great lord in this apocalyptic world. With an invigorated spirit, Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware of the shadow of another looming over him. The door to the residence of Old Song was knocked upon. Yang Ruashi, filled with joy, opened the door, only to find Zhou Jiangwo staring at her in astonishment. After a moment of composure, Yang Ruashi maintained her usual demeanor and replied softly, "Uncle Zhou, have you come to see my grandfather again?" Zhou Jiangwo rubbed his nose, sensing that Yang Ruashi's tone was rather unusual. She stepped aside to allow him entry, and Zhou Jiangwo walked in. At that moment, Old Song was seated in a chair, feigning sleep, with a purple clay teapot and a delicate teacup before him, the latter still exuding steam. Hearing the commotion, Old Song slowly opened his aged eyes and, upon recognizing Zhou Jiangwo, greeted him, "You've arrived?" Indeed, Zhou Jiangwo took a seat opposite Old Song and proactively poured himself a cup of tea. "How are things progressing?" Old Song inquired, taking a sip from his cup. Zhou Jiangwo's expression turned placid, his gaze somewhat dim, as he hoarsely remarked, 7 people have perished." Upon hearing this grim tally, Old Song displayed no overt reaction, merely nodding slightly. "What of the assailants?" Zhou Jiangwo's eyes regained a flicker of vitality. "They have been virtually annihilated." "Isn't that sufficient?" Old Song replied. "From the moment the disaster struck, you entered a state of warfare. Death is an unavoidable reality." A silence enveloped the two for a brief moment before Zhou Jiangwo earnestly inquired, "Old Song, after years of conflict, did you ever encounter someone who could rapidly heal from gunshot wounds in your youth?" Old Song paused. An inexplicable image of Lin Feng flashed in his mind. However, upon realizing Zhou Jiangwo was referring to a person, he deliberately dismissed the thought of Lin Feng. Taking a sip of his steaming tea, Old Song responded, "Indeed. During the counteroffensive, one of my comrades possessed remarkable coagulation abilities." "What of it?" Zhou Jiangwo's expression shifted oddly as he said, "Lin Feng." The mention of those 2 syllables caused Old Song to abruptly interrupt Zhou Jiangwo. With unwavering conviction, he declared, "That lad is no human." Hearing Old Song's assessment of Lin Feng, Zhou Jiangwo's peculiar demeanor softened slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he could not restrain his curiosity. What exactly is Lin Feng's background? Old Song's expression darkened. "I do not know. I have not investigated. According to Xiao Shi, he is the largest fruit supplier in Qinghe City." Zhou Jiangwo nodded in acknowledgement. Observing Lin Feng's youth, it was indeed impressive for him to have achieved such prominence as the foremost fruit supplier in Qinghe City. "That's not too bad," Zhou Jiangwo remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Song, the elder, narrowed his eyes, his expression shifting. "He claims to be just an ordinary person." "Uft." Zhou Jiangwo spluttered his tea, his face contorting in disbelief. "He considers himself an ordinary person?" An ordinary individual carries a dozen bombs. An ordinary person possesses such formidable blood coagulation? Suddenly, Lin Fan was jolted awake by the mechanical voice echoing in his mind. Starting daily point settlement. You have consumed a first-tier body enhancement liquid, increasing your strength and earning 50 points. You patrolled the area, fulfilling your duties as a lord, earning 50 points. You expended all your bombs, resulting in a delightful explosion, earned 20 points. You were specifically targeted by the enemy leader, yet survived, earning 30 points. You were shot, earned 3 points. You shamelessly sought refuge at Elder Song's home, earning 20 points. You completed your patrol task, earning 10 points. You rested for an afternoon, earning 2 points. Daily point settlement completed. Today's evaluation. Excellent. Bonus of 30 points awarded. On November 26th, your total points earned are 18,557, 242. Total points accumulated, 452. Lin Fan, bewildered, rubbed his eyes and glanced at his phone for the time. Ouch. As he observed the time displayed on his phone, a pang of frustration struck him. System, are you malfunctioning? 2 a.m. for settlement? The screen clearly showed 2:31 a.m. Disturbed by the system, Lin Fan found himself wide awake, unable to return to slumber. He reluctantly rose from his bed, poured himself a glass of cold water, and sought to rejuvenate his senses. He then made his way to the processing chamber. System, upgrade the efficient raw material synthesizer. Command received. Beginning upgrade. Lin Fan's points plummeted from 452 to 152 as the processing equipment, occupying a significant portion of the space before him, commenced its upgrade. A brilliant flash of light erupted, nearly overwhelming Lin Fan's vision. When the radiance subsided, the machine had transformed before him. Precision processing equipment, quality, ordinary, capable of performing most syntheses and manufacturing, it represents the most commonplace technology in the universe. Upgrade options. 1. Capacity, 50 points. 2. Technological enhancement, 1,000 points. The originally black metallic body, adorned with specks of starlight, had morphed into a pristine white. Moreover, the machine's size had diminished by approximately 1/5, exhibiting a more integrated appearance. Lin Fan approached the almost unchanged control panel, clutching 2 green blueprints. After placing the raw materials, the machine whirred to life. This upgrade had also eliminated the previous cacophony, rendering the synthesis process remarkably serene. Glimpsing the required production time of 3 hours, Lin Fan decisively opted to return to sleep. As he settled back into his bed, now gradually growing cold, he couldn't help but reflect on how much warmer it would be if someone shared it with him. With thoughts of companionship lingering in his mind, Lin Fan drifted back into the realm of dreams. Despite the early hour, the Jianlong shelter was bustling with activity. At this moment, Zhao Jianlong was seething with rage, his suit open, hands placed firmly on his hips, pacing within his office. The phone on his desk emitted the voice of Zhang Shu. After listening to Zhang Shu recount the entire ordeal, Zhao Jianlong was utterly infuriated. He shouted into the phone, "Are you telling me that your entire team was annihilated by that ambusher? That you were bombarded with over a dozen explosives?" A bitter voice from the other end replied, "Yes." Zhang Shu felt a deep sense of despair. It was Zhao Jianlong's impatience that compelled him to act prematurely, causing the plan to falter. Yet now he was being blamed. Nevertheless, Zhang Shu had genuinely not anticipated that Lin Fan possessed explosives. Zhao Jianlong ran a hand through his hair, feeling dizzy. He had paid a tremendous price to procure firearms from those individuals, sacrificing everything to bolster Zhang Shu's position. And now, this was the outcome. Cautiously, Zhang Shu said, "President Zhao, rest assured, although we may have lost this battle, the other scavengers remain oblivious. Furthermore, the ambusher did not rally any support. We can still proceed according to our original plan. After all, many scavengers witnessed the law enforcers returning with the corpses." Zhao Jianlong suddenly grasped the implication of Zhang Shu's words. Indeed, his aim was to establish Zhang Shu as the preeminent criminal organization in Qinghe City, to unify the entire region. Since the ambusher had not sought to recruit other scavengers, the plan could still be executed. With this realization, Zhao Jianlong's expression softened somewhat. "Then let us continue as planned." "Yes." Zhang Shu respectfully spoke on the other end. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Jianlong sat in his executive chair, rubbing his brow, feeling increasingly overwhelmed recently. Gazing at his reflection on the screen, the streaks of gray hair starkly reminded Zhao Jianlong that youth had slipped away from him. Sigh. The weariness in his eyes was hard to conceal. This was his final frenzy. He was no longer a young man, ill-suited for this era, this apocalyptic age. November 27th. It had been 27 days since the meteorite's fall. Many lives had been lost, and numerous events had transpired. The societal structure was gradually transforming. In Qinghe City, this small town, the first wave of rioters was about to step onto the historical stage. The post-catastrophe apocalypse began to reveal its fangs. As the first rays of morning sunlight bathed Qinghe City in gold, global temperatures plummeted significantly, reverting to the comfortable 20s. A deceptive sense of relief swept through everyone's hearts, as if the disaster had passed, accompanied by the sounds of fireworks exploding. Lin Fan awoke from his slumber. Confused, he listened intently, the sounds of firecrackers and cannons echoing in succession. What was happening? Why were they setting off fireworks? Lin Fan was bewildered, feeling as though he had merely taken a nap, yet the world had transformed from the medieval era to modern society. Daily tasks had been refreshed. Daily task, patrol, daily task, wasteland wanderer. 2 new brief notifications appeared in the upper left corner of Lin Fan's system interface. He cast a glance. After finishing his breakfast, Lin Fan affectionately patted his diligent dog and stepped out of the shelter, making his way into the bustling city center. As he gazed upon the throngs of people joyously running through the streets, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. What was happening? The crowd was cheering and celebrating, joining hands in a collective march. Hey, over there, brother. Suddenly, Lin Fan heard someone calling out to him. Instinctively turning around to see a young man clad in a short-sleeved shirt, a hand resting on his shoulder, flashing a bright smile. Brother, the heat is gone. The scorching temperatures have passed. The calamity is over. Lin Fan surveyed the jubilant crowd around him. Everyone was elated, some even unveiling their cherished supplies to host an impromptu barbecue. Confusion flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. The calamity? Just like that, it had come to an end. Soon, clarity began to dawn upon him. It was far from over. The system was still issuing tasks. It was still operational. With a sudden urgency, Lin Fan broke free from the young man's grasp and sprinted back toward his shelter. Hey, aren't you going to celebrate? The young man exclaimed, astonished. Lin Fan ignored him, racing back with determination. Don't mind him. He probably needs time to process this, remarked a bystander. I was skeptical just moments ago. Enough talk. Let us celebrate. The young man soon abandoned his concern for Lin Fan and rejoined the festivities. As Lin Fan ran back with a troubled expression, he silently prayed. Upon returning to the shelter, he found that his system interface indicated he had completed 2 tasks. He powered on his computer and entered the forum. Currently, the forum is abuzz with discussions surrounding the vanishing heatwave. A faction believes that the catastrophe has subsided, while another contends that the turmoil is far from over, urging caution against premature conclusions. A third group is awaiting an official statement. Posts refresh at an astonishing pace, surpassing even the speed at which a meteor descends. The forum is experiencing significant lag. Lin Fan has exited the shelter forum, leaning back against the sofa, and poses a question to the system in his mind. What is your purpose, system? After a brief pause, the system responds. This system is dedicated to assisting the host in establishing the most formidable shelter to weather all impending calamities that Blue Star is destined to face. Indeed, Lin Fan shuts his eyes, the chaotic scenes of revelry outside replaying vividly in his mind. Those who were reveling with resources are essentially finished. Lin Fan murmurs. What utter chaos. He then ponders a crucial thought. Could the retreat of the heatwave signify the imminent arrival of a new disaster? This notion suddenly jolts him, sending a chill down his spine. At that moment, his phone vibrates. Lin Fan, it seems the catastrophe might be passing? He glances at the sender, Yang Ruashi. Quickly, he replies, no, far from it. Trust me, do not waste any resources. Yang Ruashi, taken aback, had merely intended to initiate a casual conversation with Lin Fan. She had not anticipated such a vehement reaction. However, a glimmer of determination sparkles in her eyes. She believes in Lin Fan. Old Man Song gazed through the balcony at the revelers outside, a somber expression gracing his face. He too believed that the cataclysm had not yet passed. Indeed, it could very well be just the beginning. His eyes deepened, resembling an ancient and dense jungle. Lin Fan stood beside the processing machine, contemplating 2 items in his hands, an AK-47 rifle and a temperature control panel. Temperature control panel quality, excellent, a superior temperature regulation material, capable of maximizing its efficacy when connected to the temperature control center, reducing the required points for connectivity, enables the rooms it is installed in to enjoy temperature regulation features, with buffs requiring additional points. boasts a decorative value of 2 points. AK-47 rifle quality, excellent. An exceptional rifle with formidable lethality and stable firing rate, but necessitates considerable physical prowess to wield. Magazine capacity, 30-30, can be equipped with a magazine. Required ammunition type, 7.62. Upgrade options, 1. Special ammunition, 50 points, 2. Micro self-targeting, 200 points, 3. Magical area strike, 1,000 points. The information regarding the two items appeared before Lin Fan's eyes. The temperature control panel would allow him to connect the rooms in the shelter to the temperature control center, enabling them to relish the convenience of climate regulation. Furthermore, should Lin Fan wish to link a room to the temperature control center, this panel would reduce the points required for such an integration. It promised to significantly diminish his future point expenditures, proving to be an invaluable asset. Lin Fan then turned his gaze towards the excellent quality AK-47 rifle. Measuring approximately 87 centimeters in length, the gun boasts a remarkably straight barrel, a sleek black steel body, and a rich brown wooden stock. It is undeniably exquisite. A true embodiment of beauty among firearms. The moment Lin Fan laid eyes on this weapon, he was utterly captivated. Gently caressing the cold, smooth surface of the gun, he could sense the faint essence of steel emanating from it. With the ammunition loaded, Lin Fan could no longer contain his anticipation and made his way to the elongated training ground. This area, about 50 square meters in size, housed various fitness equipment. And at the far wall, Lin Fan had set up a makeshift target, crudely painted with several circles using red dye. With the safety engaged, he pulled the trigger. At the moment of firing, a powerful surge of kinetic energy struck Lin Fan's shoulder with considerable force. The bullet glided effortlessly from the chamber, only to miss the target by a few meters. Lin Fan stared in astonishment at the gun in his hand, nearly losing his grip from the sheer power of the recoil. No wonder the system had emphasized the necessity of possessing a certain level of physical fitness to wield such a weapon. It was worth noting that Lin Fan's physique had undergone enhancement. Had he been unenhanced, he believed the formidable force could have resulted in a fractured bone or even more severe internal injuries. A wave of affection surged within him. He had genuinely developed an admiration for this gun. Grasping the handle once more, Lin Fan squeezed the trigger. The muzzle of the AK-47 erupted in flames. After an exhilarating bout of firing with the AK-47, Lin Fan surveyed the target before him, his expression darkening. The target bore only a few bullet marks, while the majority of the rounds had found their way into the surrounding walls. Did I truly lack the talent for shooting? Lin Fan gazed at his results, engulfed in profound self-doubt. The AK-47 required a substantial 200 points to upgrade its self-targeting feature, which caused Lin Fan a pang of reluctance. It was clear that an upgrade was not feasible at the moment. He resolved to wait until his points were abundant enough to enhance his weapon. With such thoughts, he departed from the training grounds and returned to his bedroom. Common bed quality, mediocre, a bed constructed with exceedingly subpar materials. Upgrade options, 1. Materials, 100 points, 2. Therapy, 500 points, system, upgrade my bed. Command acknowledged. Initiating upgrade. After the deduction of points, Lin Fan's total diminished to 72. A flash of light enveloped the bed before him, signaling the completion of the upgrade. Its exterior remained unchanged, offering no visible difference. Upgrade successful. Bedroom upgrade branch task enters a 3-day cooldown. Following the upgrade, the system's task once again entered a state of cooldown. Soft bed quality, ordinary, a bed crafted with meticulous attention to materials, providing you with unparalleled comfort, evoking your memories. The description of Lin Fan's bed transformed. Staring at the new information, he suddenly flung himself onto the bed. He was eager to discover what could be deemed ordinary by the system and what could possibly evoke memories. After all, he had invested a considerable sum in his mattress. As he landed on the bed, Lin Fan was enveloped by an exquisite softness. It was soft, smooth, and possessed a slight bounce. Yet, as he attempted to explore its texture closely, it seemed to elude him, teasing his senses like a tantalizing bait. Lin Fan closed his eyes, savoring the essence of youth. It felt as though he was once again confronted by her. After an indeterminate passage of time, he opened his eyes, the corners slightly moist, and memories of her flooded back. He wondered, how was she faring now? A bittersweet smile graced Lin Fan's lips as a cascade of past memories replayed in his mind. The visage of yesteryears had become indistinct. After so many years, even her memory seemed to fade. Yet, with renewed effort, Lin Fan managed to conjure an image of her once more. However, it was just a fragment. He could only recall her delicate, pert nose, time had eroded much of the clarity. Alas, this is the essence of my lost youth. Lin Fan reflected with a heavy heart. It was because of her that he had dared to confront someone beyond his means, leading to his expulsion from school. It was also for her sake that he had pleaded for mercy before that individual, securing his own life. Moreover, in his moments of despair, she had slipped him a card, preventing him from becoming a mere plaything of the affluent. His emotions towards her were profoundly intricate. I hope you are well. Lin Fan rose from his bed, the recollections of her once again buried deep within his mind. Observing the spacious bed, a smile emerged upon his face. Indeed, the assurance of a system-produced creation is unparalleled. Lin Fan genuinely admired the system. Task rewards are now being distributed. His point balance transformed into 82 points. Stretching his back, Lin Fan made his way to the processing room, intent on crafting additional temperature control panels to connect every room in the shelter. With this endeavor, he would be prepared for any eventuality, whether it be sweltering heat or biting cold. Thus, Lin Fan immersed himself in his work. Zhang Shu's countenance was grim as he observed the throng of marauders. It appeared that nearly everyone believed the catastrophe had come to an end. No one had chosen to embrace the role of a brigand. Society seemed poised for stabilization. But would the authorities seek retribution once the dust settled? Zhang Shu exhaled deeply, resigning himself to the reality of his predicament. It was time to contact General Zhao. As he closed his eyes in acceptance, a message from the authorities was disseminated just as individuals began to emerge from their shelters, and some distanced themselves from the official entities and corporate sanctuaries. The announcement warned of a strong cold front expected to descend in approximately 3 days. The catastrophe was far from over. The catastrophe was far from over. The catastrophe was far from over. The official communique conveyed an unmistakably grave tone, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. This was particularly true for those who had hastily flaunted their supplies in a frenzy, their faces drained of color. Soon, the streets of Qinghe City were filled with a cacophony of dispersing crowds, many exchanging furtive glances at those who remained rooted to the spot, their provisions in hand. While this news may spell misfortune for some, it was, in fact, a stroke of luck for others, an unexpected feast. Alas, a man on the streets of Qinghe City succumbed to despair, while numerous women wept in sorrow. The lingering crowd, among whom were scavengers and ruffians, revealed their true natures once more, casting dangerously predatory glances at the women. Beauty, whether exquisite or grotesque, mattered little. The essence lay in their femininity. These men gazed hungrily at the alluring curves of the women's bodies, licking their lips, unabashedly displaying their excitement. Suddenly, a gunshot pierced the air, signaling the arrival of law enforcement. Zhou Jiangwo, accompanied by his team, arrived to restore order. The sound of the gun was remarkably effective. Many ordinary citizens dispersed. However, a faction of the ruffians and scavengers remained undeterred by the enforcers. They had heard tales of the most formidable gang in Qinghe City, the Mouse Nation, which had recently triumphed over the lawmen, resulting in heavy casualties among them. Zhou Jiangwo furrowed his brow as he observed the lingering scavengers. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He discerned the veiled intent in their eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Jiangwo fired another warning shot. This action finally prompted some to stir and depart. Under the influence of others, a few ruffians blended into the crowd and followed suit. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa, Zhang Shu had resigned himself to his fate. At that moment, a call from Zhao Jianlong interrupted his thoughts. With a bitter smile, Zhang Shu answered the phone. Zhang Shu, what are you doing? Zhao Jianlong's irate voice echoed on the other end. A pang of bitterness surged within Zhang Shu. He had no desire to engage further. Such a great opportunity, yet you're not mobilizing your people quickly. Zhang Shu was momentarily taken aback. Opportunity? What opportunity? Speak. Zhao Jianlong's tone was fraught with urgency. Zhang Shu cautiously inquired. Zhao, what opportunity do you speak of? Zhao Jianlong, taken aback by Zhang Shu's question, furrowed his brow and retorted, Zhang Shu, what folly is this? The authorities have already declared it. The catastrophe is far from over. Chapter 57. The Developing Marauders. Why are you not seizing this moment to gather your forces? To my knowledge, there are numerous fools squandering their resources on revelry. Zhao Jianlong's words struck Zhang Shu like a bolt from the blue, rendering him momentarily speechless. The phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground with a thud. Hearing the commotion on the line, Zhao Jianlong frowned further and urged, Zhang Shu, hurry and act. The voice of Zhao Jianlong echoed from the fallen phone, and Zhang Shu was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. Shock. Astonishment. He had never anticipated such a fortuitous turn of events. In the midst of this overwhelming surprise, he completely forgot about the phone's fall. In that moment, one thought consumed his mind. Zhang Shu was alive. This was a tremendous opportunity. He needed to act swiftly, rally those who had succumbed to despair, and bring them back to the fold. Quickly, Zhang Shu commanded his subordinates, his breath quickening with excitement. The revelation was simply astounding. Destiny! Destiny! Ha! Paying no heed to the gazes of others, Zhang Shu threw his head back in a triumphant howl. Move aside. The Mouse Kingdom is in operation. A band of marauders, armed and reckless, raced through the streets. They were already aware of the enforcers' positions, so there was no need to worry about a collision between the two parties. The leader of the squad surveyed the cautious onlookers surrounding him and proclaimed loudly, "Listen, an opportunity has arisen. Our nation of rodents is now recruiting. As long as you possess courage, fear not death, and value loyalty, we welcome you." Upon hearing this, hesitation spread across the faces of the scavengers nearby. An old saying goes, "It is pleasant to rest under a great tree." In these apocalyptic times, rather than scavenging for supplies amidst the ruins, one might as well join the band of marauders and seize from others. While aligning with the outlaws carries the risk of peril, at least one would be assured of sustenance, warmth, and a semblance of freedom. Under the squad leader's persuasive words, a multitude began to gravitate towards him. "I wish to join you," declared a man with a bare torso and eyes ablaze with resentment. He was one of those fools who had recently indulged in a frenzy of resource hoarding. The squad leader glanced at him and nodded. "Very well. Count you in. Is there anyone else?" As he spoke, the squad leader checked his watch and cast a sideways glance at the still hesitant crowd. "We will only be recruiting for 5 more minutes. So, if you wish to join, act quickly. Join us, and you shall have food, women, and brothers, everything you desire." The atmosphere around them began to stir with urgency. From beneath the rubble of a collapsed building emerged a young man. He was slender, with disheveled yellow hair that had grown foul from neglecting to wash it for an extended period. He gazed at the squad leader outside, who was recruiting thugs. Feeling a stir of intrigue, he had heard whispers of the organization behind the thugs, claiming they were well-armed and abundant in resources, having even triumphed over the enforcers. A rustling sound emerged from behind him. A woman stepped out of the building, wrapped in a thin blanket that revealed extensive, snow-white skin. As she emerged, a beam of sunlight illuminated her rather ordinary face and her graceful figure. On the street, anyone who caught a glimpse of her silhouette could not help but indulge in fantasies. Yet upon seeing her visage, such desires would swiftly diminish, evoking sighs of regret and resentment towards the injustice of fate. Why bestow such a stunning physique upon a woman so commonplace? Aside from her figure, she appeared devoid of merit. As the woman approached, she embraced Cheeping, resting her face against his back, burying herself deeply. Just as Cheeping intended to turn, she tightened her grip, interrupting his movement. "You wish to go, don't you?" she whispered, her voice a melodious and captivating sound that emanated from her lips. Upon hearing her voice, one would be astonished. Why was her voice so enchanting, resonant, and crystalline? It flowed like a clear stream in a valley, crashing against the rocks, producing a sound as pure as a bird's song. After witnessing her form and features, hearing that voice would drive one to madness, igniting a tempest of rage and loathing towards that wretched fate. Why must such a diabolical figure and such a melodious voice be bestowed upon an ordinary woman? Chi Ping's throat tightened as he prepared to speak, only to be interrupted once more by the woman. It was as if she could read his thoughts. "I know. You are a thug, one of the ruffians from that scar-faced gang. If you wish to leave, then go. I shall not be a burden to you," she murmured, her voice delicate as a feather drifting to the ground. Unable to endure any longer, Chi Ping turned and fiercely embraced the woman. "Xiaoling." Chi Ping's heart stirred, truly stirred. "I am sorry." He gazed at the woman before him with remorse. She held him tightly, closing her eyes and burying her face in his chest. "There is nothing to apologize for. In fact, I should thank you. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for giving my parents a proper burial." Xiaoling spoke in a calm tone, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chi Ping held Xiaoling close, his heart aching for her. "Go on. I am your woman, now and forever." Xiaoling continued in that same tranquil manner, causing a tremor to ripple through Chi Ping's heart. "I understand. The times have changed. Only strength can ensure survival in this apocalyptic world. You wouldn't want our children to be bullied in the future, would you?" Xiaoling's soft words stirred Chi Ping's heart, one gentle provocation after another. Chi Ping remained silent, tightly embracing the person who had been wounded by his actions. After a long while, they finally parted. "Hurry along now," Xiaoling urged him at last. "Take the gun. They will regard you with greater esteem. She pressed a standard-issue pistol into Qi Peng's hands. Previously, he had snatched a gun while escaping from Lin Feng's grasp, and it had become his lifeline in these past few days. Very well, Qi Peng nodded, realizing that he had truly fallen for this woman before him. You stay hidden here. I will come for you. Everyone around knows you. They won't come. Qi Peng spoke with confidence, having taken many lives in his pursuit of a stable existence. Xiaoling replied softly, smoothing Qi Peng's hair, her gaze serene, betraying no emotion. 1 last minute. The distant squad leader announced for the final time. Go. All right. Qi Peng affectionately ruffled Xiaoling's hair and planted a kiss on her forehead. Wait for my return. He gazed at her with deep affection, as if making a vow. Qi Peng departed, decisively. He was no longer the same copper enthusiast he once was. He had been awakened by the scarred man and frightened by Lin Fan. At the same time, he understood where his destiny lay. As Qi Peng stepped out of the building, with each stride, an inexplicable aura enveloped him. Mysterious and enigmatic. Strange yet intriguing. Ultimately, when he approached the squad leader, that aura seamlessly integrated with him, indistinguishable from one another. Xiaoling quietly observed from behind, watching Qi Peng depart. The squad leader furrowed his brow as he regarded the last arrival, yet upon catching sight of Qi Peng, it was as if he beheld Zhao Jianlong and Zhang Shu. His superiors. Odd, the squad leader murmured. Qi Peng had joined Zhang Shu's mouse kingdom, leaving this place behind. Time flowed like water, slipping away unnoticed. December 1st, Lin Fan rose from his bed, as usual. The upgraded bed was truly marvelous. It always left Lin Fan reluctant to part with it. Daily points settlement completed. Total points balance, 181. Today's task, treat oneself to a meal and conduct an inspection. Lin Fan had little to occupy his time in recent days, thus his points acquisition had slowed somewhat. This inspection task was the second he had refreshed. Upon its completion, his probability of triggering a random event would rise to 20. Lin Fan proceeded with his daily points settlement, reviewed his tasks, washed up, had his meal, and opened the door, preparing to let in the dog, which had charged overnight. Although the dog's intelligence was limited, it added a lively atmosphere to the shelter. However, due to a flaw in its design, the dog's battery life was dreadfully short. After a period of activity within the shelter, it had to return to the corridor to recharge. As Lin Fan pondered this, he walked into the corridor. The moment he opened the door, he was struck by a bone-chilling gust of cold. Lin Fan could not help but shiver, staring in astonishment at the outside world. Lin Fan felt a rush of warm air escape from the room as he opened the door, mingling with the frigid temperatures beyond and transforming into large droplets. The mist quickly obscured his vision. This is. Lin Feng's pupils constricted as he surveyed the scene before him. The dog lying on the ground had also succumbed to the low temperature, entering a state of diminished energy. Undoubtedly, the outside world had undergone a transformation. The second catastrophe had arrived. This time, it was the cold. Lin Fan decisively retreated to the shelter, standing before the wardrobe. His gaze fixed on the insulated protective suit hanging within, adorned in red and yellow hues. Insulated protective suit, quality, ordinary, features, insulation. Basic protection, description, a protective suit offering insulation and basic defense, still a distance from the all-encompassing protective gear. Upgrade options. 1. Fire resistance, 100 points. 2. Oxygen supply, 300 points. 3. Insulation, 100 points. System. Upgrade insulation capabilities. Command received. Commencing upgrade. A faint blue stripe appeared on the protective suit before Lin Fan, which now displayed a tricolor composition of red, yellow, and blue. The information regarding the protective suit had also been updated. Multifunctional protective suit, quality, ordinary, features, insulation, basic protection. Cold resistance, description, a protective suit with enhanced insulation and basic defense, now closer to the all-encompassing protective gear. Upgrade options. 1. Fire resistance, 100 points. 2. Oxygen supply, 300 points. 3. Magical resistance, 500 points. Lin Feng's expression shifted as he noted the upgrade option for magical resistance. Is this nonsense? He exclaimed. System. Fetch me a magician. Let me open my eyes. Lin Fan couldn't help but murmur inwardly. Of course, he dared not voice his thoughts. Ever since the incident with the fitness task, Lin Fan had come to a clear realization that the system possessed a bit of a temper. Should he speak out? Given the system's disposition, it was highly likely that a sorcerer would be summoned to enlighten him. Naturally, Lin Fan was reluctant to contemplate the consequences of such an event. Beep. Anomaly detected in Blue Star. Achievement unlock conditions detected. Detection successful. Achievement unlock conditions met. Suddenly, Lin Fang's mind was filled with the system's cold mechanical voice. A surge of joy washed over him, marvelous. He had unlocked yet another achievement. Moments later, the details of the achievement materialized before him. Achievement completed. Meteorite survivor. You have survived the terrifying meteorite strike. Achievement reward. 500 points. Chance to initiate a random difficult task. Lin Fang's eyes sparkled at the sight of the achievement reward. 500 points. A chance to initiate a random difficult task. Such rewards were indeed bountiful. Beep. The host will receive achievement rewards for surviving any disaster. Surviving in high-difficulty disasters grants a chance for legendary rewards. The system timely supplemented Lin Fang's thoughts. Legendary rewards. Lin Fang felt a jolt of excitement. This was incredibly powerful. His points surged dramatically, reaching a total of 581. Just as the joy in his heart had yet to fade, the system dropped another bombshell. Beep. The shelter upgrade task cooldown has concluded. The final phase of the bedroom upgrade task has been unlocked. Branch task for bedroom decoration. Decoration task rating. Ordinary, elevate your bedroom's decoration level to over 10 points. Current decoration level, 2 task reward, 100 points, formula for Tier 2 reaction enhancement potion. Upon witnessing the reward of a Tier 2 reaction enhancement potion, Lin Fang momentarily found himself in a state of astonishment. A potion of the second tier, specifically targeting reaction capabilities. This implies, Lin Fang swallowed hard. If he could conquer Soul of Light 3, he would undoubtedly vanquish those bosses. Overwhelmed with joy, Lin Fang shed tears of happiness, as he had recently faced relentless challenges from formidable bosses. However, Lin Fang furrowed his brow upon observing the conditions for task completion. The system mandated that the decoration level of his bedroom must exceed 10 points. His current decoration level of merely 2 was solely attributed to the temperature control panel. This task seemed rather daunting. It left Lin Fang with an unsettling sense of uncertainty. System, how can I enhance my decoration level? He attempted to inquire. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the system remained unresponsive. Instead, it issued a notification. Ding. Detected opportunity to initiate a random difficult task. 1. Would you like to proceed? In that moment, Lin Fang's mind was flooded with memories of the challenging tasks he had unlocked recently. Without hesitation, he chose to proceed. Initiating random difficult task. Random success. Task. Subjugation task rating. Difficult target. Subjugate 10 individuals task progress. 110 task rewards. 200 points. Random ordinary level ability. Blueprint for blue high molecular bulletproof vest. Lin Fang was taken aback upon reading the task information. Subjugation? The nuance of these two characters was profound. A frown etched itself upon his brow. Curiously, Lin Fang noted that his task progress was at 1, rather than starting from 0. Whom have I subjugated? What constitutes the standard for this subjugation? His mind was awash with questions. The system offered no answers to Lin Fang's inquiries. He could only gaze longingly at the enticing task rewards. 200 points. A random, ordinary level ability. A blueprint for a blue high molecular bulletproof vest. The rewards were indeed bountiful, arguably the most generous he had ever encountered. The prospect of acquiring a random ability thrilled him even further. Lin Fang's heart surged with excitement. Clenching his fists, he vowed to seize this task. He must accomplish it. Resolutely, Lin Fang donned his upgraded multifunctional protective suit and prepared to venture outside the shelter. As he passed by the dog, he made a point of carrying the frozen pup back into the room. Standing before the outermost door of the shelter, Lin Fang took a deep breath. Beyond this threshold lay an entirely different world. With a gentle push, he opened the door. Instantly, a flurry of snowflakes poured in, cascading like pristine white goose feathers. Enormous flakes danced before Lin Fang, swirling in the air. The biting cold wind ravaged the air, leaving the fragile snowflakes utterly defenseless, drifting aimlessly in its relentless gusts. What a heavy snowfall. Lin Fang stepped outside. As one foot sank into the snow, he took 2 steps before suddenly feeling a lightness beneath him, followed by a resounding whoosh. Half of his body was engulfed in the snowdrift. After a struggle, he managed to extricate himself from the deep snow pit. Upon emerging, Lin Fang found himself utterly astonished. This was utterly irrational. He gazed in bewilderment at the scene laid before him. An endless expanse of pure white blanketed everything, devoid of any other sight. Only the sparkling snow lay piled on the ground, glistening blindingly under the sun's rays. The heavy snowfall had buried countless objects, with long, crystalline icicles hanging from every towering building. Just days ago, a vibrant world had once flourished here, now transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Lin Feng bent down to scoop up a handful of snow, rubbing it slowly between his fingers. The texture was delightful, fine, and soft. He even entertained the notion that a mere gust from his hand could send the delicate snowflakes soaring into the air. This snow was astonishingly light. In previous years, Lin Feng would have marveled at the adage that a timely snowfall heralds a bountiful year. Yet now, this was hardly an auspicious sign. A wave of unease surged within him. Many lives in Qinghe City were once again at risk. Reflecting on this, Lin Feng continued to traverse this lifeless world. The snow continued to fall from the sky, the cold wind showed no signs of abating, and the sun had become a complicit adversary. The dazzling sunlight struck the pristine snow, refracting into blinding rays. Lin Feng's eyes had begun to feel discomfort, a slight sting and swelling prompting involuntary tears. He understood that this exploration must come to an end, otherwise, he risked succumbing to snow blindness. He exhaled deeply, without a moment's hesitation, turning away from the scene and returning to the shelter. Upon entering, the recovering dog wagged its mechanical tail in welcome, greeting Lin Feng's return. He gently patted the dog's head and removed his protective suit, hanging it back in the wardrobe. He made his way to the bathroom, splashed water on his face, and eased the throbbing pain in his eyes. Should he venture outside again, a pair of sunglasses would be necessary. After washing his face, Lin Feng ventured into the forum. Upon entering the forum's interface, he was astonished to find that the background had transformed into an illustration of a frigid, snow-covered landscape. Moreover, the forum's title had changed to Ice Age, Shelter Forum. Lin Feng chuckled, remarking on its timely relevance. He proceeded to browse through the posts. With the forum's development, it subtly appeared to be evolving into the official Shelter Forum. Of course, Lin Feng could not dismiss the possibility that the forum was indeed being operated by the authorities. As he refreshed the posts, he gleaned information about the external conditions. One post described an individual who had placed a bottle of water outside for merely 2 seconds, only to retrieve it frozen. In a short video, a girl opened a window, and a rush of icy air swept into the room, enveloping it in a misty haze. Reminiscent of a celestial paradise with the aid of special effects, eliciting numerous comments below. Certainly, there are numerous pleas for assistance, alongside some posts from certain members of official shelters flaunting their circumstances. It is unavoidable that, as the situation has evolved, individual shelters are increasingly confronted with shortages of supplies. While the official shelters may not offer the most sumptuous fare, they at least provide sustenance sufficient for survival. According to a seasoned individual from an official shelter, they have commenced greenhouse cultivation in response to the fluctuating temperatures, ensuring a steady food supply. Some conscientious corporate shelters have even collaborated with official shelters to acquire certain agricultural techniques. While browsing, Lin Feng received a sudden message from Liang Gongzi of Qinghe City, with whom he had previously exchanged a mechanical crossbow. "Boss, do you have any surplus supplies? I would like to trade for some fresh meat." Upon reading the message, Lin Feng felt a pang of concern. Although he had seized a considerable amount of supplies from the marauders, alleviating his immediate food worries, his stock of fresh meat had dwindled. The fresh meat resources he initially stored had already been partially consumed, with the remainder preserved in the freezer. As time passes, the freshness of this meat is bound to diminish. With this thought, Lin Feng typed on his keyboard, "I have none left." "Is that so?" "Well." Liang Gongzi responded with a regretful emoji. Lin Feng shook his head. In a certain sense, canned goods are easier to preserve than fresh meat. Though the flavor may be somewhat inferior, it is still meat. Lin Feng then opened the discussion group for Qinghe City. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a message seeking exchanges. "Heavens! Who will come to my rescue?" A user with the avatar of Jizun Bao exclaimed, posting 3 consecutive messages, followed by a series of images. Lin Feng opened the image and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The picture depicted a box of rations, with the words inscribed, "Apocalyptic Rations." Inside the box were numerous sealed bags of food. The subsequent images showcased these so-called apocalyptic provisions. In the second chapter, the exchange of supplies commenced. One bag contained an assortment of grains and beans, including yellow soybeans, green peas, black beans, and other mixed legumes. Next, there was a bag of dehydrated vegetables, appearing to be quite substantial in quantity. Following that was a bag of instant meat, the type of which remained unidentifiable. The individual known as Supreme Treasure lamented in the discussion group, "I've been eating this for a month. I truly cannot endure it any longer. I implore any kind soul to come to my aid." Accompanied by a crying emoji, he added, "I would exchange anything. I beg you. I would be eternally grateful." Supreme Treasure commenced a frenzy of messages, only to be swiftly silenced. A glimmer of insight flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Observing this mentally distressed young man, he contemplated that perhaps he could contribute to the task at hand. Lin Fan opened the private chat window and sent a message. I can offer you an exchange. What do you desire? His message was met with a response in less than a second. Ah, thank you, kind stranger. Anything would suffice. I genuinely wish to cease consuming this. It was evident that the young man was indeed on the verge of a breakdown. After careful consideration, Lin Fan recognized that the quantity of those provisions was indeed considerable and nutritionally balanced. He did not wish to take advantage of others, for that was not in his nature. How about this? I shall trade you 2 boxes of canned goods, 1 box of meat and 1 box of vegetables, in exchange for 3 boxes of rations. What do you think? Lin Fan dispatched the message. This was the most optimal conversion method he had deduced after careful contemplation. Firstly, if Lin Fan were to sample this item, 3 boxes would suffice. In terms of quantity, exchanging 2 boxes for 3 was certainly not a loss for him. The primary objective of this exchange was to gauge the system's evaluation criteria. Indeed, Lin Fan sent the information, and the response from the other party was almost instantaneous. Eager not to miss the opportunity with Lin Fan, he nodded lightly. Very well. Where shall I procure the goods? The young man on the other end provided an address. It was not the location of a shelter, but rather a street corner in Qinghe City, a place Lin Fan was familiar with. It was a spacious intersection, quite suitable for a hasty escape. Lin Fan nodded in appreciation. The young man possessed a modicum of intelligence. All right, see you in 10 minutes. After sending this message, Lin Fan donned his protective suit and armed himself with an AK-47 and explosives. As he approached the door, he smacked his forehead. He had forgotten to grab his sunglasses. The outside world was blanketed in snow, and prolonged exposure would surely impair his vision. Having made ample preparations, he carried the 2 boxes of canned goods outside, only to realize the predicament at hand. The ground was completely covered in snow, rendering it impossible for his pickup truck to traverse. Alas, Lin Fan turned back. Gazing at his canine companion seated before him, a foolish grin spread across his face. Come on, pup, let us venture outside for a stroll and clear our minds. The dog tilted its head at Lin Fan, its intelligence limited to understanding rudimentary commands. Once outside the shelter, Lin Fan placed the 2 boxes of canned goods atop the dog's back. The canine's propulsion system is formidable. Such a burden presents no challenge whatsoever. Observing the dog traversing the snowy expanse, Lin Fan felt a surge of emotion and clenched his fist. Fear not, dear companion. Once I accumulate sufficient points, I shall ensure you receive an upgrade. Lin Fan, filled with ambition, silently vowed. The dog and Lin Fan meandered through the frigid landscape. The temperature was tolerable, hovering around -10 degrees. Donning additional layers hardly made a difference. The ones most affected must surely be the scavengers. Meanwhile, the returnees might still experience an uptick in their fortunes. As the ancient saying goes, a warm and satisfied belly breeds desire. In such bitter cold, one can be certain that some returnees would seek refuge. Indeed, Lin Fan had gleaned from various forum discussions that the current scavengers resembled roving marauders, banding together to intimidate others. Some of these thugs had even imprisoned returnees, compelling them to serve in exchange for resources. After a while, Lin Fan arrived at the designated meeting point. Upon arrival, he spotted a young man, bundled up like a Michelin tire, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Lin Fan approached him. Where are the goods? He queried, frowning at the empty-handed young man. The young man, taken aback by Lin Fan's vibrant attire of red, yellow, and blue stripes, momentarily faltered. He had donned numerous layers, enduring a test of will to emerge, and now he beheld someone dressed so sparsely. A peculiar look crossed the young man's face as he scrutinized Lin Fan. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Where are your items? 2 boxes of meat and vegetable cans are no trivial matter. The young man casually glanced around, already contemplating withdrawal. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. With a gentle clap of his hands, the mechanical dog emerged, carrying 2 boxes of supplies. The young man was momentarily stunned upon seeing the robotic canine emerge from the snow. He murmured in awe, Wow, this is incredibly cool. His excitement surged as he gazed at the dog with fervent eyes. Brother, is this dog for sale? Lin Fan's expression darkened. Why did everyone want to purchase his dog? What was the matter with them? He shook his head firmly. Not for sale. The young man nodded regretfully and plunged into the snow pile behind him. Moments later, he emerged, dragging 3 boxes, which were the so-called doomsday rations. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and inquired, Are these genuine? The young man, alarmed, replied, I assure you, They are authentic. Lin Feng handed over the 2 boxes of supplies he intended to trade, receiving the young man's 3 boxes of rations in return. They exchanged glances before bending down to inspect the contents of the boxes. Lin Feng counted the items, confirming the quantities matched. Suddenly, the young man let out a loud exclamation. Lin Feng jumped in surprise and turned to see the young man had opened a can of meat. Tears of joy welling in his eyes as he savored the taste. He chewed contentedly, radiating bliss. After a considerable time, he finally wiped his tears, which had frozen to his face, causing him discomfort. Lin Feng was astonished. This young man, unfazed by the frozen tears on his face. He extended his hand toward Lin Feng. Ambiguously, he said, "Hello, brother. My name is Huang Fei. In the future, if you have anything you wish to exchange, I can certainly make the connections for you. In Qinghe City, I possess some influence. There is nothing in the realm of proper dealings that I cannot handle." Huang Fei proclaimed with a thump on his chest, a look of pride evident on his face. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng replied with a smirk. "If you have such connections, why are you still trading supplies with me?" This lad was audaciously posturing before him. Huang Fei's expression faltered, and with a wry smile, he admitted, "I had no choice. I purchased 2 tons of rations all at once, and everyone around me has already traded with me." Lin Feng was taken aback. 2 tons. What a staggering concept. Enough sustenance for this young man to last nearly a decade. Incredible! This time, it was Lin Feng who was astonished. Chapter 3. I should not have boasted before you. Huang Fei continued, "My original intention was to stockpile those 2 tons. It would sustain me until the very end of days. After all, those rations are comprehensive and nutritionally balanced." As he spoke, Huang Fei scratched his head, realizing he had overestimated himself. He took a step forward and embraced Lin Feng. Lin Feng recoiled slightly, asking, "What are you doing?" Huang Fei, with a quivering voice, expressed, "Brother, I am immensely grateful to you. You are like a second father to me. I apologize for my earlier demeanor." Lin Feng cleared his throat lightly, responding, "There is no need for that." After Huang Fei finished speaking, Lin Feng's mind was suddenly filled with the system's notification sound. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief. If this was all there was to it, the task's difficulty was not insurmountable. "All right. Thank you, brother." Huang Fei expressed his intention to depart after acquiring the supplies. Despite the biting cold, the lurking threat of marauders remained a concern. Suddenly, a sharp command pierced the air, startling both Lin Feng and Huang Fei. "Don't move. Raise your hands." An enforcer emerged from the snow, catching them utterly by surprise. They had been unaware of another's presence all this time. The enforcer was heavily clad, obscuring his features, and brandished a firearm directed at Lin Feng and Huang Fei. He pressed the intercom and whispered, "Captain, Captain." 2 suspicious individuals detected, suspected of exchanging illicit substances. The voice of Zhou Jiangwo crackled through the device. "Received. Keep a close watch on them. Any movement warrants a shot." "Understood." The enforcer, now on high alert, regarded Lin Feng and Huang Fei with a stern gaze. Lin Feng felt a headache brewing. He sighed in resignation, about to speak, when Huang Fei interjected, "Sir, we are merely exchanging food." "Silence." The enforcer retorted with a scoff. "No, Huang Fei attempted to continue, but before he could finish, the enforcer fired a shot. A hole appeared in the snowbank before Huang Fei, draining the color from his face. Instinctively, Lin Feng's lips began to move. The law enforcement officer fixated his gaze upon Lin Feng with an intensity reminiscent of a man betrayed, perceiving every individual as a potential rival. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in dismay. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, echoing in front of him as the officer coldly declared, "This is your second warning. Next time, I will not hesitate to shoot." Lin Feng, taken aback, thought, "Is this a case of paranoid delusions?" Narrowing his eyes, he felt the reassuring weight of his firearm resting at his waist, poised for a swift draw. Moreover, his loyal companion remained alert, ready to spring into action at any moment. Yet, he deemed it unnecessary to escalate the situation. The officer before him appeared unfamiliar, likely a newcomer, given his evident vigilance. Lin Feng chose not to complicate matters, anticipating the arrival of old Shou, whom he could tease at that opportune moment. After their previous encounter, a tentative camaraderie had blossomed between Lin Feng and Zhou Jiangwo. After a brief interlude, Zhou Jiangwo arrived, driving an off-road vehicle entirely blanketed in snow. He parked and, accompanied by a group of individuals, descended from the vehicle, encircling Lin Feng and Huang Fei. In stark contrast to Lin Feng's calm demeanor, Huang Fei was on the verge of tears, his face drained of color at the sight. He was no stranger to such intimidating scenarios, after all. He was merely an ordinary rich heir, a hapless soul relegated by his family to a small town. His legs had trembled since the onset of the confrontation. Zhou Jiangwo approached the newly assigned officer with an air of authority, inquiring, "Xiao Wang, what is the situation?" The law enforcer, whom Lin Fan had never encountered before, stood upright and saluted, stating, reporting, "Captain, during my patrol, I overheard the two of them discussing the authenticity and purity of the goods. They even inspected the merchandise. After the examination, one of them exhibited overwhelming joy. Huang Fei's eyes widened in astonishment as he stammered, "You mustn't slander us. We only inquired about the authenticity of the goods, not their purity. Moreover, amidst our extensive conversation, how could you only catch that one phrase?" The newly appointed law enforcer glanced at Huang Fei and remarked, "The criminal has demonstrated a stutter, likely a long-term consequence of substance abuse, thus confirming his guilt." Huang Fei? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiangwo's gaze sharpened. He had always harbored a profound disdain for these addicts and their suppliers. His expression hardened as he waved his hand decisively, "Take them away." "Hey, don't do that," Huang Fei exclaimed in desperation, casting a pleading glance at Lin Fan. "Brother, speak up, clarify the situation." Lin Fan remained impassive. Zhou Jiangwo turned his attention to the exchanged goods and noticed a pitch-black mechanical dog. He suddenly looked at Lin Fan, and although Lin Feng's attire, originally adorned with red and yellow stripes, had transformed into a combination of red, yellow, and blue, Zhou Jiangwo still recognized him. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "Shaolin, what are you doing here?" "Shaolin? Ah, it's Lin Fan." In an instant, the surrounding law enforcers, upon seeing the dog, realized the situation. Zhou Jiangwo's face displayed a wry smile as he questioned, "Shaolin, what on earth are you doing?" Lin Fan replied cheerfully, "There's nothing I can do. I wish I could explain, but your new colleague takes everything far too seriously." At this remark, Lin Fan cast a teasing glance at the newly arrived enforcer. Zhou Jiangwo chose not to elaborate further and beckoned to the new enforcer, "Xiao Wang, come here. This is Lin Fan." Huang Fei, who had just witnessed a scene of drug trafficking, was now bewildered by this unexpected reunion. What was happening? He felt a sense of confusion wash over him. Zhou Jiangwo turned his gaze towards Huang Fei and remarked, "All right, thank you for your cooperation. You are free to leave now." With that, he dismissed Huang Fei, and the other enforcers gathered around. Huang Fei felt a burning embarrassment on his face. He had just boasted that he could handle any matters concerning the righteous path in Qinghe City, only to be so swiftly proven wrong. Before departing, he cast a lingering glance at Lin Fan, eager to remember this hidden figure of influence. Wan Xiaojun stood before her idol, Lin Fan, momentarily frozen in astonishment. She had never imagined that her first encounter with him would unfold in such a chaotic context. Lin Fan regarded her with a subtle smile, leaving her feeling somewhat dazed. This was all so hasty. "Come here, Shaolin. This is my disciple who, upon hearing of my transfer to Qinghe City, volunteered to assist me," Zhou Jiangwo said, giving Wang Xiaojun a reassuring pat on the shoulder. In a daze, Wang Xiaojun extended her hand, her voice slightly off-kilter. "Why you? Hello. My name is Wang Xiaojun. I graduated from the Kyoto Law Enforcement University." Lin Fan graciously accepted her handshake. He has just now realized that it is a woman. "I am Lin Fan," he stated earnestly. Ding. Task progress updated. Current progress, 310 Lin Fan. Chapter 4. The Pretender. Has this completed a task progress? Lin Fan gazed at Wang Xiaojun, who was wrapped up like a tire, his eyes gleaming. He promptly grasped her hand with fervor. What a stroke of luck. An unearned advancement in task progress. This saved Lin Fan quite a bit of trouble. With this thought, his gaze towards Wang Xiaojun grew even warmer. Wang Xiaojun was taken aback by Lin Feng's enthusiasm. Deep down, she felt a surge of gratitude, realizing that not only did Lin Fan possess a heart full of justice, but he also treated others with such warmth. In an instant, through Lin Feng's transparent visor, she beheld his heroic, masculine, and handsome visage, stirring something within her. Initially, she held a sense of admiration for Lin Fan, but that admiration had now blossomed into deep respect. Lin Fan, holding Wang Xiaojun's hand, squinted his eyes. What a truly good person. After a brief exchange, Lin Fan parted ways with Zhou Jiangwo. This incident was merely a grand misunderstanding. Lin Fan instructed his companion to return the supplies while he continued to stroll through the snowy landscape, seeking other objectives. He was more than willing to engage in such benevolent acts within his capacity. There was no choice. The system offered far too much. Lin Fan could only resolutely cling to this task, refusing to let go. Spotting a figure collapsed in the snow, he hurried over. It turned out to be a middle-aged man, poorly dressed, his complexion pale and devoid of color. Moreover, the man's complexion appeared rather peculiar. Lin Fan hastened to his side. The middle-aged man weakly cast a glance at Lin Fan, his gaze somewhat strange. It was inevitable. Lin Fan's protective suit was exceedingly distinctive, adorned with 3 vibrant stripes that seemed excessively flamboyant. Lin Fan assisted the man to his feet. Food, the middle-aged man murmured, his weakness palpable. Lin Fan retrieved a bag of rations containing beans from his pocket and offered it to him. A glimmer of joy flickered in the man's eyes upon seeing the beans. What a fool. Yet, the next moment, the middle-aged man regarded Lin Fan with a sense of unease. Lin Fan, eagerly watching him, waited for an extended period. Yet he did not eat. Growing impatient, he urged, "Why aren't you eating? Come on." Lin Fan, exasperated, thought, as the intended target of this mission. One should possess the awareness befitting a target. The middle-aged man paused, sensing something amiss. After a moment's contemplation, he weakly shook his head. "Thank you. However, I must take this back for my son." Lin Fan's eyes lit up. He promptly extracted another bag of rations from his pocket and handed it to him. The middle-aged man was astonished. He stared at Lin Fan in disbelief, then glanced at the bag of rations. Was this person mentally unhinged? Or was there something amiss with the food? A flicker of clarity crossed the man's eyes. He comprehended. This food was undoubtedly suspicious. Gazing at Lin Fan's seemingly amiable expression, he felt an overwhelming chill. A sense of dread enveloped him. It seemed this young man was not to be trifled with. Lin Fan, observing the middle-aged man, too realized that something was amiss. A normal person, after enduring days of hunger, should instinctively tear into food upon sight, much like Huang Fei, who would devour a couple of hearty bites before embracing Lin Fan with heartfelt words of gratitude. Lin Fan would have successfully achieved the task, leading to mutual joy. With minimal cost, Lin Fan would advance further towards his objective. However, he furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze upon the middle-aged man. Coldly, he uttered, "Eat." The middle-aged man was taken aback, internally exclaiming in dismay that he had truly encountered a formidable opponent. Panic surged within him. Trembling, he inhaled deeply. "Young man, which side are you on?" "One of us." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's expression darkened instantly. He snatched back the 2 bags of supplies and muttered, "A waste of time." The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned. A waste of time? He shivered, realizing that he had heard tales of marauders resorting to cannibalism. The thought sent a tremor through him. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment before retracing his steps. After toiling for half a day and squandering so much time, how could he not seek some return on his investment? Lin Fan, filled with exasperation, thought that had it not been for the task at hand, he would never have bothered to rescue a starving middle-aged man in this apocalyptic world who had time for trivialities. As Lin Fan returned through the snow, the middle-aged man grew even more anxious, trembling visibly. Lin Fan approached him, coolly stating, "Hand it over." The middle-aged man burst into tears. "I don't have it." Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. The middle-aged man was utterly terrified. Lin Fan's gaze was truly fearsome, as if contemplating where to feast upon him. With remarkable decisiveness, the middle-aged man retrieved a packet of instant noodles from beneath the snow where he sat. Lin Fan accepted the noodles and glanced at the brand, yet another from Kong Shuifu. He then resumed his intense scrutiny of the man before him. Suddenly, the middle-aged man burst into tears, pleading on his knees, "Big brother, please spare me. This packet of noodles constitutes my sustenance for the day. No one else would fall for this." Lin Fan's expression faltered momentarily. Realizing he had misspoken, the man hastily produced a bar of chocolate from his shoe, gritting his teeth as he declared, "This is all I have left. Truly, there is nothing more." Lin Fan cast a disdainful glance at the heavily odorous chocolate before continuing to observe the middle-aged man. After a prolonged internal struggle, the man removed his clothing. Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Surely he had not encountered yet another bizarre recluse. However, it quickly dawned on him that he had misjudged the situation. The man's clothing was affixed with heat packs, which clarified why he had managed to endure the cold without succumbing to frostbite. Lin Fan comprehended the absurdity of the situation. To venture out in such frigid conditions and feign death, who was he trying to deceive? The visage of Shou Jiangwo's weathered face surfaced in Lin Fan's mind. He shook his head, pondering the nature of those they were meant to protect. The resources of the enforcers were scant, reliant on the official shelters for sustenance. With a look of disgust, Lin Fan delivered a swift kick to the middle-aged man. The enforcers patrolled diligently to ensure the safety of these personal sanctuaries, unaware that there were still scoundrels devising such schemes. A middle-aged man cried out in anguish. Lin Fang's kick was immensely powerful. With his enhanced physique, Lin Fang possessed formidable strength. Once Lin Fang had moved away, the middle-aged man finally lifted his head. Realizing that he had not deceived the enforcers but had instead fallen prey to a formidable adversary. This time, he was truly in trouble. "Old Jiang, what happened to you?" Suddenly, someone gasped upon witnessing the middle-aged man's dire state. Old Jiang turned to see his colleague, Old Zhang, and a faint smile of resignation appeared on his face. Both belonged to the same gang of thugs and shared a close bond. "Alas, I've met my match. Even instant noodles were stolen from me. It's just too much." Old Zhang's spirits plummeted. Chapter 5, The Pure Maiden. "What?" Old Zhang was taken aback. "He had a gun?" Old Jiang shook his head. "Damn it. Which direction did he go?" "I'll help you get it back," Old Zhang exclaimed, irate. It was the first time he had heard of someone daring to rob a thug. Old Jiang hesitated for a moment before gesturing towards the direction Lin Fang had taken. "Here, help me retrieve it. I will deal with him." Old Zhang handed over the supplies he had scavenged to Old Jiang, who was profoundly moved by the gesture. As Lin Fang traversed the snowy expanse, each step he took was swiftly concealed beneath the falling snow, obscuring his path. "The snowfall is indeed heavy," Lin Fang mused. "If it continues like this, we might face a power outage." A few years ago, Qinghe City experienced a massive blackout due to an extraordinary snowstorm, with power lines succumbing to the weight of the snow. As Lin Fang pondered, a startled exclamation pierced the air not far from him. "Ah!" A flicker of realization ignited within Lin Fang. The mission indicators had arrived. He hastened towards the source of the commotion, only to discover a group of thugs surrounding a cluster of individuals clad in uniforms, resource workers from the Jinlong shelter, tasked with transporting supplies. At that moment, they crouched on the ground, encircled by the assailants, who appeared intent on seizing their provisions. Lin Fang concealed himself amidst the snow, refraining from intervening immediately. It was only when the situation reached its zenith of urgency that these individuals would recognize the necessity of his assistance. Thus, his mission objectives would find resolution. Lowering his body, snowflakes danced against his transparent visor, slightly obstructing his view. A minivan stood nearby, while the thugs loomed over the uniformed group. Judging by their attire, they were indeed from the Jinlong shelter. "Move faster," urged a gun-wielding thug, the team leader, as the other ruffians, numbering around a dozen, busily shifted the goods. Meanwhile, the resource workers from Jianlong dutifully remained crouched, hands clasped atop their heads. Suddenly, Lin Fang's gaze fell upon a girl, firmly restrained by another member of the group, preventing her escape. Dressed in a snug pink down jacket, she was thoroughly bundled against the elements. Through the swirling storm, Lin Fang caught a glimpse of her clear, radiant eyes, akin to an unfrozen spring in the midst of a frigid landscape, perfectly transparent. In that moment, the owner of those eyes radiated fury, and Lin Fang discerned a profound, unadulterated anger within them. Narrowing his eyes, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. "This is intriguing." The firepower of this group of marauders was not particularly formidable. Lin Fang could handle them single-handedly. As he seized the opportune moment, he unleashed a flurry of 7.62mm bullets just as the squad leader of the thugs turned around. Within mere seconds, he emptied a magazine, the squad leader sustaining numerous gunshot wounds. Lin Fang swiftly reloaded, exhaling a sigh of relief. Under the fervent pressure of his shooting, the bullets did not stray too wildly. Suddenly, the chaos erupted. The remaining marauders scattered in disarray, hastily retreating to their vehicles, having already transported a substantial portion of their loot. Their demeanor suggested they had undergone training, exhibiting remarkable decisiveness and efficiency. Lin Fang, having prepared his ammunition, cautiously emerged from the snow. The occupants of the Jianlong shelter lay flat on the ground, paralyzed by fear, terrified that the gunfight would encroach upon them. At that moment, Lin Fang noticed a girl who had freed herself from the constraints of the others, stepping forth to stand before him. Her eyes, clear and pure, gazed quietly at him. Ding. Mission progress increased. Current mission progress. For 10, Lin Fang found himself momentarily entranced by those crystalline eyes, without needing to consider anything else. The mere sight of her eyes ignited a profound curiosity within him. Such eyes seemed too pristine to belong to this world, possessing an unparalleled purity that even that of a newborn could not rival. Lin Fang was momentarily taken aback, a smile gradually spreading across his face. "Are you all right?" Although he addressed a group, his gaze remained fixated on the girl before him. As Lin Fang spoke, the others gradually came to their senses, though they remained somewhat incredulous at how swiftly the gunfight had concluded. A woman emerged from the squad, appearing to be in her 30s, her skin somewhat weathered. Suggesting her role as the team leader, she approached Lin Fan with grace, bowing respectfully and expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Lin Fan, however, shifted his gaze away from her eyes. Despite the leader's evident appreciation, he couldn't help but smirk internally. If you truly are grateful, why not contribute to my mission progress? Lin Fan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. With a dismissive wave, he had no intention of lingering any longer. After all his toil, he had merely earned a task indicator. He glanced at the crowd of survivors, who appeared as if they had emerged from a disaster, and sighed. Their hypocrisy was palpable. Yet, it was understandable. The supplies in the shelter belonged to the collective, and the looting by thugs hardly concerned them. It was merely a matter of a meal or two. Lin Fan turned, casting a fleeting glance at the girl, only to realize she had been gazing at him intently. He paused for a moment, momentarily entranced. Her eyes were simply exquisite. Rendering himself conscious. My name is Zhang Shan, she suddenly spoke. Though her features were obscured, the purity of her gaze pierced Lin Fan's heart. He was taken aback and instinctively replied, I am Lin Fan. After stating his name, the girl earnestly took note of it before turning back to her team. It was as though the encounter had never transpired. Lin Fan swiftly turned around to mask his embarrassment. Slowing his pace, he distanced himself from the gazes of the crowd. Zhang Shan cast a final glance in the direction Lin Fan departed, her eyes reflecting an enigmatic sentiment that was difficult to articulate. As Lin Fan traversed the snowy terrain, sunlight cascaded upon the snow, refracting a dazzling brilliance of pure white, almost dreamlike in its quality. Yet, at that moment, his thoughts remained fixated on the pair of eyes he had just encountered. It was undeniably too clear, he mused, half in awe and half in lament. He then shook his head, feeling a twinge of regret. The girl had donned too many layers, obscuring her visage, her face concealed beneath a pink scarf. Nevertheless, Lin Fan imagined that she must be quite beautiful. He suddenly chuckled at his own absurdity. He had been acting increasingly peculiar lately. System? Have you influenced me once more? Lin Fan pondered, filled with doubt. However, the system offered no reply. If it had, it would likely have stated, this system does not engage in any actions that affect the host. Of course, these were mere jesting thoughts. As the apocalypse deepened, Lin Fan found himself gradually transforming. Chapter 6. Give me the instant noodles. You there? Stop. Just as Lin Fan was indulging in self-deprecating humor, a voice yanked him back to reality. He turned in confusion to see a middle-aged man clad in a fur coat, topped with a yellow mink hat, beckoning him. Lin Fan furrowed his brow and replied coolly, What is it? Do you need something? The middle-aged man approached, snorting disdainfully. Are you unaware of what you've done? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, sensing that this individual was seeking trouble. What had he done? A hint of speculation arose within him, yet uncertainty lingered. The middle-aged man approached Lin Fan and swiftly threw a punch aimed at him. With a slight sidestep, Lin Fan effortlessly evaded the attack. Absurd. After undergoing physical enhancement, the attacks of ordinary individuals appeared to him as if in slow motion. A smile graced Lin Fan's lips, yet his gaze remained icy. Pray tell, what have I done? The middle-aged man, taken aback by Lin Fan's evasion of his punch, exhibited a flicker of surprise. Initially, he had intended to deliver a blow to intimidate Lin Fan, but he hadn't anticipated the latter's agility. Hand it over. How dare you steal from us? Are you tired of living? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan suddenly recalled the matter at hand. So you seek my instant noodles? A smirk played upon his lips as understanding dawned upon him. Indeed. To present them forthwith? The middle-aged man then scrutinized the protective gear Lin Fan was donning, shifting his tone. As a form of interest, do remove that attire you wear. Observing Lin Fan's relatively light clothing amidst the heavy snowfall, he surmised that the garment must be extraordinary. Lin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Soon after, an expression of defiance adorned his face, and he brazenly retorted, Do you have any notion of whom I belong to? The middle-aged man's heart sank at the response. A sense of foreboding enveloped him as he pondered, Whom do you serve? The old dog from the west? Or perhaps the third one lurking beneath the bridge? Lin Fan smiled silently, while simultaneously committing the names of these individuals to memory. These small bandit organizations were indeed the source of chaos in Qinghe City. Observing Lin Fan's silence, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow and tentatively remarked, Could it be that you are from the Mouse? Indeed, I am a citizen of the Mouse Nation, Lin Fan declared loudly, fearing the man might not hear him. Upon realizing he was confronted by someone from the Mouse Nation, the middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to encounter such a formidable opponent. Lin Fan adeptly leveraged the reputation of Zhang Shu to intimidate him. A flicker of realization crossed the man's eyes, but he quickly expressed his confusion. Why have I not seen your companions? Simultaneously, a glimmer of shrewdness appeared in his gaze. He was not one to be easily deceived by Lin Fang's mere words. Lin Fang retrieved an AK-47 from his waist, pointing the dark muzzle directly at him. Here it is, he quipped with a hint of mockery on his face. The middle-aged man trembled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Oh, so you are indeed a brother from the Mouse Nation. I am affiliated with the He Dong Wang family. Following this, the middle-aged man let out a hollow laugh, his eyes twitching slightly, inwardly cursing Lao Jiang for putting him in this precarious situation. He had a gun. At that moment, Lao Jiang must have been regretting his decisions deeply. Lin Fang took a step closer, aiming the gun at Lao Jiang's forehead, causing him to tense up immediately. Brother, don't misunderstand. We are all on the same side. Despite wearing multiple layers, Lao Jiang now felt an overwhelming chill. Lin Fang, with righteous fervor, stated, "Take me to your refuge." Old Zhang was momentarily taken aback, a cold sweat trickling down his brow as he stammered. You. Lin Fang, with a smile that held an ambiguous intent, replied, "Indeed, I intend to rob you. What is your opinion on that?" As he spoke, Lin Fang pressed the barrel of his gun against Old Zhang's forehead. A wave of darkness washed over Old Zhang. Despair engulfed him. He was about to be robbed. Choose. Will you lead me to your sanctuary, or shall I send you to the afterlife? Lin Fang spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. His time was precious, not meant to be interrupted by just anyone. If one dared to disturb him, they must be prepared to face the consequences. After all, those who could feign death to elicit sympathy from law enforcers were unlikely to be virtuous individuals. Feeling the icy touch of the gun against him, Old Zhang gritted his teeth and resolved his fate. The sanctuary was not his own, yet in the face of death, survival took precedence. I will take you there. Old Zhang obediently began to walk in a designated direction. Lin Fang maintained a distance of 4 to 5 meters behind him, cautious and alert. After several minutes of walking, a dilapidated building came into view. This structure appeared no different from the other abandoned houses, making it difficult to distinguish. Lin Fang scrutinized the windows of the building. If it were occupied, one would expect to see frost on the panes due to the warmth within. However, after examining the surroundings, he found no signs of frost adorning the windows. Old Zhang continued to walk, trembling with fear. Terrified Lin Fang might end his life with a single shot. When silence fell behind him, a shiver coursed through Old Zhang, and he nervously turned to inquire, "Sir, why have you stopped?" Lin Fang gazed at him coldly and said, "You had better not resort to any tricks." Lao Zhang, believing that Lin Fang had discerned something, swallowed hard and replied, "We still have quite a distance to our refuge." Anxiety gnawed at Lao Zhang's heart. He had already circled the vicinity of the refuge, and logically, those patrolling should have spotted him by now. A bitter pang stirred within him. If all else failed, he would have no choice but to lead Lin Fang into the refuge. Just as Lao Zhang was lost in thought, a voice suddenly interrupted him. "Lao Zhang, why are you still here? What is the situation? Did you manage to retrieve the instant noodles?" Lao Jiang approached eagerly, but upon noticing Lin Fang standing behind Lao Zhang, he was taken aback. "What on earth? How did you bring this esteemed individual back?" Lao Jiang was utterly bewildered. At the Jianlong refuge, the supply team returned with the dwindling provisions. Under the explanation of the female captain, the administrator refrained from further inquiries, merely filing a report, leaving the subsequent decisions to higher authorities. The others dispersed, returning to their respective tasks. Zhang Shan blinked and navigated through clusters of buildings towards a vast greenhouse. Although referred to as a refuge, Jianlong Refuge differed from Lin Fang's. It was not constructed underground, but primarily comprised of substantial above-ground structures. Dubbed a refuge, it resembled more of an expansive community. Every conceivable facility was available, even in the event of power outages or water shortages. Jianlong Refuge possessed the means to restore services promptly. The medical facilities were particularly commendable, as Jianlong was affiliated with a pharmaceutical conglomerate. Exchanging resources and applying for services are conducted through a system based on contribution points. Drawing inspiration from various international practices, this substantial refuge sprawls across an expanse of 900 hectares. Chapter 7. The Necklace. Zhang Shan traversed through clusters of modest dwellings. Countless individuals greeted her along the way. Yet she remained silent, walking with a calm demeanor, while others expressed no signs of discontent. They had grown accustomed to her presence. This child, with a stoic exterior yet a warm heart. After several minutes of walking, Zhang Shan entered a vast greenhouse. Within, The space was divided into numerous plots, each separated by pathways, where several staff members were diligently working. Their spirits appeared buoyant, as the temperature inside the greenhouse was considerably warmer than outside, creating a cozy atmosphere. Upon noticing Zhang Shan, the staff members greeted her with enthusiasm, yet she continued to disregard them. Upon entering the greenhouse, Zhang Shan's mood visibly brightened. She softly hummed a melody unknown to her, proceeding directly to a small studio enclosed by transparent glass. As she stepped inside, a woman's voice echoed, "Welcome back, Xiao Shan." Zhang Shan quickened her pace to the speaker's side. The woman, a striking young lady, donned a simple, somewhat oversized work shirt, which accentuated her impressive figure. She adjusted her neatly pinned-up hair and gently inquired, "What has transpired? Why are you in such high spirits?" The beautiful woman turned around, holding a crop growth record filled with dense data. Zhang Shan suddenly dashed into the woman's embrace, her small face flushed and charming. The woman affectionately tousled Zhang Shan's hair, her eyes radiating warmth. "What is the matter?" Zhang Shan, playfully shifting in the woman's arms, lifted her head. Those clear, pure eyes held a hint of blue. "I met someone." "Oh." The woman's eyes sparkled with amusement. "What about this person?" Zhang Shan's face turned crimson, and after a moment of shyness, she replied, "He seems quite different." The woman's smile broadened. "In what way is he different?" Zhang Shan tilted her head, seriousness overtaking her features as she said, He seems to see right through me. I can feel him looking into my eyes." So intensely. As she spoke, Zhang Shan buried her head into the woman's ample bosom. The woman's soothing motions gradually ceased, a look of solemnity emerging on her face. "Are you trying to deceive me again?" Lin Fan glared at the bewildered Lao Zhang and Lao Jiang before him, his tone unfriendly. Lao Zhang was sweating profusely in panic. "No. Please, let me explain." The moment Lao Zhang saw Lao Jiang appear, he mentally cursed all of his ancestors. Lin Fan's smile vanished, replaced by seriousness as he said, "Listen, this is your last chance. Do you understand?" Lao Zhang broke out in a cold sweat, nodding vigorously. "Over there, come here." Lin Fan called out to the bewildered old Jiang. Old Jiang, rendered speechless, approached slowly, having lost the ability to think. Old Jiang, now wary of playing tricks, navigated through two corners and arrived at an enclosed, abandoned residential area. Accompanied by old Jiang, he led Lin Fan through a remarkably concealed passage to their stronghold. Lin Fan made a beeline for the supply depot. The inventory was scant, yet it held many women. Some were heavily made up, seemingly resigned to their fate. Others, barefaced and expressionless, and some, entirely undressed, had lost all hope. Lin Fan surveyed the women before him with a tranquil gaze, as if he perceived nothing, yet simultaneously understood everything. "Sir, it's here." Old Jiang slowly turned, cautious not to startle Lin Fan, aware that a mere tremor of his hand could lead to his demise. Old Jiang trembled as he glanced at Lin Fan. Approaching the supplies, Lin Fan frowned upon seeing the meager offerings. "Is this all you have? Just instant noodles?" he inquired, his brow furrowing. Old Jiang quickly nodded, confirming that only instant noodles remained. Old Jiang, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, also nodded in acknowledgement. Unsure of how to respond, Lin Fan gestured toward the women lying not far away. "What will they eat?" A bittersweet smile appeared on old Jiang's face. "To be honest, our leader has already planned to trade these women to Old Dog in the West. Our supplies are running low. Many of the brothers have voiced their concerns." Lin Fan, perceiving the sincerity in his words, nodded in understanding. Old Jiang observed Lin Fan's youth and cautiously suggested, "Why not take these women with you, sir? It would save you a trip." Old Jiang was quite slick, addressing him with a constant "sir." Upon hearing Zhang's words, Lin Fan shook his head. Everyone has their own fate. Although he fancied himself the Lord of the Apocalypse, his current strength did not permit him to support a harem of women. However, Lin Fan soon realized something and glanced at Old Jiang. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" "Not at all." Old Jiang immediately fell silent, even slapping himself twice in reprimand. Lin Fan gazed at the impoverished bandit organization and felt a profound disappointment. This was pitifully inadequate. He found it hard to believe that such a destitute organization could still persist. What absurdity! Lin Fan silently lamented. Sighing, he thought of the time wasted without any gain. Nevertheless, a thief never leaves empty-handed. He began to search the area. Old Jiang and Old Jiang exchanged glances, both filled with resentment. After a brief search, Lin Fan's attention was captured by a small wooden box. Approaching it, he opened the box, only to find it empty. Yet, the texture felt distinctly unusual. Lin Feng possessed an acute sensitivity to weight. He gently shook it, but it emitted no sound. Producing a small knife, he pried open the wooden box, revealing a dazzling string of pure silver necklaces before him. Crafted from sterling silver, it was adorned with lustrous white pearls, each bead glistening exquisitely under the light. Lin Feng inhaled sharply, taken aback by its beauty. This necklace is a Tiffany pure silver freshwater pearl necklace, valued at an astonishing 130,000. Lin Feng had previously seen some ladies wearing it at a gathering of dignitaries in Qinghe City. Tentatively, he reached out to touch the necklace, and he was certain of its authenticity. The women nearby, resigned to their fates, could not tear their gazes away from the necklace in Lin Feng's hand. To women, this necklace was utterly irresistible. Without delay, Lin Feng called over Lao Zhang and Lao Jiang. Where did this necklace come from? Lao Zhang scrutinized the piece before him, pondering, but could not recall any prior knowledge of it. Lao Zhang examined the necklace and glanced at the wooden box, recalling some details about it. After a moment of thought, he remarked, "This box seems familiar. I believe I found it on the hillside that time. A woman was fleeing, and it fell from her bag. Seeing how heavy it was, I thought it might be made of good material, so I took it." As he spoke, Lao Jiang inhaled deeply. That woman was quite striking, but so pale. Lin Feng contemplated this too. It might indeed belong to some affluent matron. However, it mattered little. He placed the necklace back into its box, considering that it could serve as a gift. Once Lin Feng secured the necklace, he felt no desire to linger any longer and departed straight away, leaving Lao Zhang and Lao Jiang standing in place, both enveloped in a sense of surrealism. Was this truly the end? Lao Zhang found it hard to believe. While Lao Jiang slumped to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, he wiped the perspiration from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, with a loud clap, Lao Zhang shoved Lao Jiang. "Hey, what are you doing, Lao Zhang?" Lao Jiang exclaimed in surprise. Old Zhang's face contorted with anger. "You have truly deceived me." With that, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon Old Zhang's face. After a while, Old Zhang's fury subsided. And what of the others? Old Jiang, his face bruised and battered, managed to rise from the ground and sought alliance with Old Dog and his faction to the west. How can the leader of Qinghe City allow the Zhang family to dominate unchallenged? Old Zhang hissed through clenched teeth. His relationship with Old Zhang was amicable, forged through years of childhood friendship. A few blows exchanged were of little consequence. However, upon hearing Zhang's words, Old Zhang's expression shifted. If memory served him right, that young man had just been associated with Zhang's gang. With a heavy sigh, Old Zhang lamented, "In times of great peril, one must fend for themselves." That young man had departed without taking any action, which was perhaps the most favorable outcome. As Lin Feng stepped out of the refuge of the marauders, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding. Task progress increased. Current task progress, 610. Lin Feng stared in astonishment at his task metrics. Only 4 remained. The recent addition of 2 indicators likely stemmed from those 2 individuals he had just encountered. Resting his chin upon his hand, he pondered the criteria by which the system assessed one's submission. Nonetheless, with only 4 tasks left, he was nearing completion. Glancing in the direction of the nearest location to his refuge, he set off, hoping to encounter those in need of assistance along the way. Yet, Lin Feng's fortune seemed to wane. The snow fell heavier, obscuring his vision entirely. The roads were deserted, and the thick accumulation of snow now reached his waist. Throughout this journey, Lin Feng relied solely on his memory to navigate. Observing the intensifying snowfall, he reluctantly abandoned his desire to further explore the task at hand. After enduring a series of trials, Lin Feng returned to his sanctuary. He unloaded the supplies bound to the mechanical dog and found solace in spending time with it within the refuge. Lin Feng adjusted the temperature settings at the climate control center, significantly elevating the warmth of all rooms. In an instant, the overall temperature of the shelter rose considerably. Gazing out at the swirling snowflakes, he reclined on the sofa, savoring the haven's warmth, and murmured to himself, "Another catastrophe, perhaps? I wonder how many more there will be." Woof. The mechanical dog beside him echoed his sentiments with a pre-recorded bark. A smile crept across Lin Feng's face as he glanced down at the dog, playfully chiding, "Do you comprehend what I'm saying? You're merely a mechanical creature." Yet, he instinctively regarded it as a living being. The day swiftly passed, and December 2nd arrived. Daily score settlement completed. Yesterday's evaluation, excellent. An additional 10 points awarded. Settlement points, 45,550. Total points balance, 651. Today's tasks, fitness. Communication. Each day, Lin Feng awoke to the sound of score settlement. After rising, he washed up, had breakfast, completed his daily tasks to earn the 20 points, and donned his protective suit to venture outside once more. As he stepped beyond the sanctuary's threshold, a world draped in silver greeted him, revealing an expanse of unending white. The snow had ceased falling the previous night, and the accumulation on the ground reached Lin Fan's chest, making traversal exceedingly arduous. He could only inch forward step by step along the path. After some distance, Lin Fan suddenly heard gunfire echoing from afar. This sound was thunderous, distinct from the standard firearms used by law enforcement, imbued with a palpable sense of violence. Ever since Lin Fan crafted the AK-47, his daily practice had honed his sensitivity to firearms, transforming these gunshots into a subtle language through which the weapons expressed their emotions. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. This gunfire belonged to the men of Jiangsu, reminiscent of the sounds from their previous skirmish. He cautiously proceeded in that direction. Not long after, the frequency of the gunfire diminished considerably. Lin Fan ascended to the rooftop of a building, peering down below. Upon discerning that two factions were engaged in combat, he squinted. One faction was led by Jiangsu, while the other was an unfamiliar band of marauders. Instinctively, Lin Fan's hand reached into his pocket, retrieving a white bomb. After striking it against the ground twice, he swung his arm with all his might. The white bomb traced a graceful parabola, blending seamlessly with the silvery expanse of the sky. Others were hardly aware of its presence. Moments later, a deafening explosion resonated, leaving both factions stunned. They have a bomb. Retreat. The previously underpowered Marauder coalition found themselves thrown into disarray following the detonation of Lin Fan's explosive. The faction of Jiangsu exhibited a remarkable steadiness. Upon realizing that the bomb had not been cast by their adversary, they discerned the involvement of another party in the conflict and promptly ceased hostilities. They were unwilling to be taken advantage of by others. The two factions found themselves in a stalemate. Lin Fan, seizing the opportunity, ignited another bomb and hurled it forth. A young man with bleached hair within Jiangsu's ranks suddenly perceived something amiss and bellowed, "Get down." The command startled everyone into dropping to the ground. A deafening explosion ensued as another bomb detonated. The thugs, now covered in dirt and debris, frantically searched for Lin Fan's whereabouts. Lin Fan's gaze fell upon the young man with the yellow hair, and he felt a flicker of recognition, though he could not recall from where. Suddenly, a keen-eyed thug spotted Lin Fan. Without hesitation, Lin Fan recoiled, and in the next moment, a barrage of bullets whizzed past him, clattering against the surroundings. Realizing the opportunity had slipped away, Lin Fan retreated down the corridor. The captain of the thug squad turned to the young man who had issued the warning and inquired, "What is your name?" The young man beamed and replied, "I am Qi Ping." After Lin Fan's intervention, the two factions lost their desire to continue fighting, each opting for a truce. Ultimately, they withdrew to their respective sanctuaries. A notification resonated in Lin Fan's mind. The task progress reached its zenith. Ding. Congratulations on completing the special task. Subdue. Lin Fan paused for a moment, only to realize that among the brawling thugs, many were indeed cowards at heart. Lin Fan's actions inadvertently saved their lives. The mechanical voice of the system continued to resonate in Lin Fan's mind. Please return to the shelter to claim your rewards. Lin Fan swiftly made his way back to the shelter. Upon entering through the grand doors, the system's voice echoed once more. Congratulations! You have received a reward, 200 points, a random ordinary level ability, and the blueprint for a blue polymer bulletproof vest. Instantly, a blueprint with a blue border appeared in Lin Fan's hands, and his points balance rose to 851. Blueprint for blue polymer bulletproof vest, materials required for crafting, precision processing equipment. Polymer materials, crafted product, superior level bulletproof vest. The information regarding the bulletproof vest blueprint materialized before Lin Fan. However, he merely glanced at it hastily, not paying much mind to this matter, instead focusing intently on a spinning roulette interface that had appeared before him. Commencing random ability extraction. Extraction condition detected. Ordinary level limited. The ethereal blue interface before Lin Fan featured a wheel that began to spin. His gaze was fixated on the wheel, which was accelerating rapidly. Simultaneously, his heart raced with anticipation. What sort of ability would he acquire? Initially, Lin Fan believed the abilities would be mundane, such as photographic memory or X-ray vision. But after consulting the system, he was astounded to discover that extraordinary abilities were among the options. In other words, should Lin Fan draw an extraordinary ability, he could become a superhuman in the city. Something practical, please. Lin Fan silently pleaded within himself. He certainly did not wish to randomly acquire a useless ability, such as X-ray vision or acute hearing. Moreover, the system had imposed restrictions on the potency of the abilities, confining them to an ordinary level, no matter how formidable. They would not exceed that threshold. As Lin Fan contemplated this, the roulette before him began to gradually decelerate. His heart leapt into his throat. In the next instant, the pointer halted on an icon representing a city. Information regarding this ability materialized before Lin Fan. Random ability selection concluded. Congratulations! You have acquired the ability, City Resonance. Extraordinary ability, City Resonance. Ability level, ordinary, detailed information. Bound to Qinghe City, you will receive the city's blessings and can resonate with it. Lin Fan gazed at the ability he had randomly obtained, feeling somewhat bewildered. City Resonance? What sort of ability was this? A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. But in the next moment, his heart abruptly thudded powerfully. The sudden surge of energy sent a wave of palpitation through him. What is happening? Alarmed, Lin Fan clutched his chest. Thump. His heart beat forcefully twice more. After a sharp pang of pain, he sensed his perception expanding exponentially. As if he were soaring into the sky. The entire city lay exposed beneath him. Before Lin Fan's eyes, a peculiar black and white world unfolded, where everything was starkly defined in monochrome. All buildings, objects, and people existed in shades of black and white. A voice deep within him whispered, informing him, "This is Qinghe City." An eerie sensation coursed through Lin Fan's entire being. A refreshing sensation enveloped Lin Fan's mind, bestowing upon him an unprecedented clarity. Yet, this invigorating feeling dissipated in less than a second. In a vague awareness, Lin Fan sensed a newfound connection to the city around him. While the peculiar sensation in his heart vanished without a trace, he remained in a posture with his hand pressed against his chest, bewildered by the recent occurrence. Before him, the blue system interface displayed an additional status bar labeled Ability, accompanied by a small city icon above it. Had he acquired extraordinary powers? Lin Fan examined himself, but discerned no other sensations. It seemed that aside from the fleeting clarity of his mind, he felt nothing else. System, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Lin Fan probed his body once more, but detected no anomalies. Surprisingly, the system provided a rare response, yet it was as vague as silence. Ding. Please explore the usage of your abilities independently. A sense of frustration washed over Lin Fan. After another thorough check, he resigned himself to the reality that he felt nothing at all. Forget it. He sighed, a lingering feeling of being misled by the system gnawing at him. He glanced at the blueprint for the bulletproof vest and stepped into the workshop. The materials required for the vest were minimal, and he was capable of crafting it. After more than an hour had elapsed, while engrossed in his game, a subtle sensation stirred within Lin Fan. In 2 seconds, his phone would emit a sound, signaling that someone had sent him a message. Just as this feeling subsided, Lin Fan instinctively turned his gaze toward the phone he had set aside. Ding. Indeed. The phone vibrated twice. Lin Fan, startled, picked up the device. The message was from Yang Ruashi. Lin Fan, come save me. I'm at Fushan Community. Lin Fan's pupils dilated. This sensation is truly extraordinary. He marveled briefly, then felt a tinge of disappointment. Was his ability limited to detecting only the events that would transpire in the next 2 seconds? How utterly useless. While internally critiquing, Lin Fan donned his protective gear. Yang Ruashi had sent him a distress signal, indicating the gravity of the situation. He dashed out of the refuge. Upon exiting, Lin Fan froze in place. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, he stood motionless. His consciousness resonated with Qinghe City. Once more, his spirit detached from his body, hovering above him. In this state, the world appeared to him in shades of black and white. The visible range expanded continuously until it reached approximately 30 meters around him before halting. Is this the resonance with the city? A monochrome cityscape reflected in Lin Fan's mind. Sympathetic connection. Resonating with the city. Lin Fan comprehended. He murmured, "Where's Yang Ruashi?" Instantly, an image materialized in his mind. It depicted a black and white street, not far from Fushan Community. So that's it. A smile graced Lin Fan's lips, and a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. This ability of urban resonance is extraordinarily potent. It could be said that as long as Lin Fan remains within this city, his sixth sense receives an almost limitless enhancement. The city continuously emanated a welcoming aura towards him. Lin Fan smiled slightly. If I were in the Marvel Universe, I would undoubtedly be a superhero. Yang Ruashi was concealed within a building, exhaling softly. Dressed in an adorable white down jacket, she held her phone, quietly awaiting Lin Fan's arrival. Suddenly, a phone number appeared on her screen, and after a moment's hesitation, she chose to hang up. The phone rang several more times, but she continued to disconnect the call. Forgive me, Grandpa, Yang Ruashi thought, feeling a pang of guilt in her heart. Meanwhile, Old Song's face was dark with displeasure as Deputy Wong stood before him. Visibly uneasy, he had been tasked with escorting Old Song and Yang Ruashi, but now that Old Song was ready, Yang Ruashi had fled. Where could she possibly be hiding? Deputy Wong was equally perplexed. Continue searching. I refuse to believe she can elude you right under your noses. Old Song snorted in anger. He was genuinely infuriated this time. Deputy Wong felt overwhelmed and could only instruct his men to expedite their efforts. Lin Fan, with his eyes closed, sprinted swiftly through the snow-laden ground, occasionally pausing to stand still and attune his senses. He entered a state of resonance with the city, transforming everything within a 30-meter radius into a monochrome image. Even beneath the blanket of snow, Lin Fan perceived everything around him with remarkable clarity. The distance between him and Yang Ruashi was steadily diminishing. Captain, we have discovered Miss Yang's footprints. The team searching for Yang Ruashi reported back. A soldier crouched low to the ground, pointing at the distinct footprints imprinted in the snow. The captain of that unit nodded and gestured for the other soldiers to follow. The crowd hastened their search. If Yang Ruashi were to escape right under their noses, they would surely be infuriated. However, such an eventuality seemed impossible. As Yang Ruashi anxiously waited in the corridor, a flicker of unease surged within her. Without hesitation, she departed from the corridor where she had lingered for about 5 minutes. She forcefully entered an abandoned ground floor room and escaped through a broken window. Leaving a trail of footprints in the snow, she swiftly began to run across the snowy expanse. Panting softly, Yang Ruashi exhaled, her breath mingling with the frigid air, forming wisps of vapor. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she sensed the soldiers searching for her drawing ever closer. Lin Fan, hurry up. Yang Ruashi felt a rising urgency, sending voice messages to Lin Fan as she ran. She did not wish to return. She did not want to leave Qinghe City. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers entered the very corridor where Yang Ruashi had recently been. After the captain scanned the area, he quickly pinpointed the location from which she had just leaped. We must move swiftly. The captain's face bore a hint of relief at this pace. It was merely a matter of time before they apprehended Yang Ruashi. One by one, the soldiers jumped from the window she had just exited, racing after her footprints. Yang Ruashi's anxiety intensified, as though a massive stone weighed heavily upon her heart. What should she do? Her unease deepened, fueling her desperation. She sent another message to Lin Fan, but he had yet to respond. Turning a corner, she gasped in surprise. She collided with a robust figure. Looking up, she discovered it was Lin Fan. At that moment, Lin Fan had his eyes closed, a smile gracing his face. Upon recognizing him, Yang Ruashi exclaimed in delight, Lin Fan. Shoo! Lin Fan placed a finger to his lips. Instantly, Yang Ruashi ceased her exclamation. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction and took hold of Yang Ruashi's hand. Have you made up your mind? I will take you away, but I cannot promise to bring you back, Lin Fan said, half in jest, half in earnest. Yang Ruashi nodded vigorously. I will go with you. Very well. A smile illuminated Lin Fan's face. Stay close to me. Gently. He led Yang Ruashi in the direction from which she had come. Wait. We can't go that way. There are people. Yang Ruashi hurriedly protested. Lin Fan turned his head, still with his eyes closed. Do you trust me? He asked lightly. A tremor coursed through Yang Ruashi. Lin Fan, with his eyes shut, spoke such commanding words. Her heart raced with fervor, flushing her cheeks with a rosy hue. I trust you. A glimmer of infatuation, desire, and happiness sparkled in her eyes. Then let us go. Lin Fan took Yang Ruashi's hand, and they strolled through the snow, guided by Lin Fan's broad, warm hand. Yang Ruashi felt her heart enveloped by the warmth of his grasp. She felt somewhat dazed, following Lin Fan through the snowy expanse like a dream. Somehow, with Lin Fan holding her hand, the unease that once lingered in her heart dissipated into thin air. Gazing upon Lin Fan's masculine and handsome visage, Yang Ruashi felt her heart and body melt away. Though Lin Fan appeared to have his eyes closed, his spirit resonated with the city of Qinghe. He could perceive those around him searching for Yang Ruashi. 5 meters to the right, then turn, Lin Fan mused inwardly. Suddenly, he accelerated and turned into a corner, causing Yang Ruashi to collide with him once more. Ah! She gasped softly, her voice barely audible. No one noticed. In Lin Fan's partially obscured black and white vision, one of the soldiers glanced over the spot where Lin Fan and Yang Ruashi had just passed, failing to detect anything amiss as they continued their search. A smile crept across Lin Fan's face. Indeed, just as he had anticipated. Seizing the opportunity, he led Yang Ruashi onward. Unlike her earlier panic, Lin Fan moved as if strolling through his own garden. Not here. The group of soldiers found themselves in a dead end. The captain's expression darkened. It seemed that Miss Yang had intentionally led them in circles. Even if they could follow the footprints, they now faced a cul-de-sac. A sense of foreboding flashed through his mind. Quick! Hurry! He urged his comrades to retreat swiftly. Ultimately, they traced the footprints back to the dead end. They had utterly failed. The footprints left by Yang Ruoxi and Lin Feng intertwined, as if the two had vanished into thin air. Captain, I have found something. Suddenly, a soldier noticed an anomaly. The soldiers turned their attention to a size 44 shoe print in the snow. Without a doubt, it belonged to a man. The captain's face turned ashen. He had been deceived. Yang Ruoxi had been rescued by a man. Meanwhile, Lin Feng exhaled with relief. How dare he challenge me? A wicked smile spread across Lin Feng's face. As he opened his eyes, he found Yang Ruoxi staring at him in a daze. What's wrong? Yang Ruoxi's cheeks flushed as she exchanged a fleeting glance with Lin Feng, hastily lowering her head to conceal the turmoil in her eyes. What should I do? He was undeniably handsome just now. Chapter 11. Welcome to my sanctuary. Lin Feng escorted Yang Ruoxi back to the sanctuary. After passing through 2 iron gates, Yang Ruoxi entered Lin Feng's refuge. Upon entering, her eyes sparkled with wonder. Wow, it's so warm. Lin Feng smiled gently. The dog, sensing the commotion, approached them. Yang Ruoxi crouched down to pat the dog's head. The dog obediently lay down, wriggling its body. So adorable. Yang Ruoxi's spirits soared, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Lin Feng removed his protective gear, emerging in casual attire. Yang Ruoxi also took off her pure white down jacket, revealing a cream-colored knitted sweater as she sat on the sofa, playfully teasing the dog. Upon seeing Lin Feng come out, she offered him a warm smile, sweet and delightful. Lin Feng chuckled softly and settled onto the opposite end of the sofa. Oh, by the way, here you go. Lin Feng retrieved a small wooden box from beneath the coffee table and handed it to Yang Ruoxi. What is this? Yang Ruoxi accepted the small box and opened it. The sterling silver freshwater pearl necklace emanates a lustrous glow, quietly resting in its box. At the moment it is unveiled, it radiates a delicate, shimmering light. Each meticulously polished pearl, smooth as a droplet of water, comprises the entirety of the necklace, with each pearl no larger than the tip of a pinky finger, ensuring it does not appear cumbersome when worn around the neck. Upon glimpsing the pearl necklace, Yang Ruoxi gasped in astonishment, instinctively covering her mouth. She picked up the necklace, her gaze captivated by its beauty. Do you like it? Lin Feng inquired nonchalantly. Yang Ruoxi's heart began to race uncontrollably. It's far too precious. I cannot accept this. Reluctantly, she gazed at the exquisite piece before her and pushed it back toward Lin Feng. She instantly recognized it as part of Tiffany's hardware collection. Lin Feng, however, merely shook his head dismissively. In this apocalyptic world, these are merely beautiful trinkets. If you adore it, keep it. With that, Lin Feng approached Yang Ruoxi, intending to place the necklace around her neck himself. Flustered, a hint of bashfulness flickered in her eyes. As Lin Feng's hand deftly maneuvered the necklace around her alabaster neck, he gently secured it in place. Observing Yang Ruoxi, he sincerely complimented, "It's stunning. This necklace complements you perfectly, radiating brilliance." With a playful wink, he added a charming touch. Yang Ruoxi's cheeks flushed a deeper shade, her enchanting almond-shaped eyes glistening with a hint of emotion. Lin Feng found himself momentarily entranced. Yang Ruoxi's fair visage radiated even greater brilliance against the backdrop of her necklace, her skin, as delicate as jade, devoid of any blemish. Her silky black tresses cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, a subtle fragrance reminiscent of innocence wafting through the air, ensnaring Lin Feng's senses. The atmosphere became enchanting in an instant. Yang Ruoxi's pair of glistening eyes fixated intently on Lin Feng, rendering his throat somewhat parched. Just then, the melodic chime of her mobile phone shattered the moment. Yang Ruoxi snapped back to reality, hurriedly grasping her phone and instinctively answering the call. Lin Feng cleared his throat, a hint of regret swirling within him. From the phone emerged the furious voice of Old Song. "Yang Ruoxi, where are you?" His ire was palpable. Addressing her by her full name, Yang Ruoxi fell silent, her slender fingers gripping the phone tightly, her heart a tumult of emotions. Lin Feng chuckled softly, taking the phone from her grasp. "Old Song?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Old Song momentarily paused, his anger intensifying. "You rascal, how is Xiaoxi with you?" Yang Ruoxi cast a worried glance at Lin Feng, who merely smiled gently and tousled her hair. "Old Song, rest assured that Xiaoxi is with me. I would never harm her, and she has expressed her desire not to return to see her father. Even if you were to force her back, she would likely not be pleased." On the other end, Old Song fell silent, both parties enveloped in a poignant stillness. Yang Ruashi bowed her head, her snow-white hands nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment. Lin Feng chose not to utter another word, patiently awaiting the next moment. After a considerable pause, the old man's song finally spoke with a tone laden with complexity. Listen, I have granted her 7 days. After that, I shall take her away, no matter what. Do you understand? And let me make this abundantly clear, young man. Do not presume that I am oblivious to your intentions. If you dare to harm Xiaoxi, I shall break your limbs. The old man's voice on the other end was frigid, and his tone was exceedingly grave, causing Lin Feng to involuntarily shiver. A sudden chill permeated his being. Yang Ruashi, on the other hand, felt a flush rise to her cheeks, her gaze drifting towards the walls of the shelter. Lin Feng cleared his throat a couple of times, assuring, rest assured, I shall refrain from any wrongdoing. Hand the phone to Xiaoxi. The old man barked. Lin Feng passed the phone to Yang Ruashi, who took it with a composed demeanor. Lin Feng, understanding the unspoken cue, gracefully seated himself on the sofa, opting not to eavesdrop on their conversation. After a brief interlude of 1 or 2 minutes, Yang Ruashi ended the call with a sigh of relief. Gazing at the charming Yang Ruashi, Lin Feng smiled and remarked, Welcome to my sanctuary. He rose and made a gentlemanly gesture towards her. Now, esteemed Miss Yang, may I take this opportunity to introduce you to my humble refuge? Yang Ruashi observed Lin Feng's somewhat unrefined gesture and erupted into a fit of laughter. Your gesture is far from proper. Oh, is that so? Lin Feng feigned surprise. With a rosy hue adorning her cheeks, Yang Ruashi extended her hand, modestly proclaiming, It is an honor. Lin Feng took Yang Ruashi's delicate hand, guiding her through the refuge. Old Song sighed, his expression a mixture of complexity. The cherished little cabbage he had nurtured for so many years had been deceived away. A sense of unease settled in his heart. Meanwhile, Deputy Wang wore a grim countenance. The captain responsible for locating Yang Ruashi stood before him, having failed at such a simple task. How could they allow Miss Yang to be taken away? Deputy Wang unleashed a tirade of reprimands. The young captain bowed his head, acknowledging his underestimation of the situation. Yet he could not deny that Lin Feng had been elusive, skillfully evading them. Enough. Stop talking. Let us move. Old Song interjected, cutting off Deputy Wang's scolding. Reluctantly, Deputy Wang gestured for the captain to prepare for their next course of action. Old Song took a moment to regulate his emotions at his age. He found it increasingly difficult to withstand emotional upheaval. A sharp pain gripped his chest. Attempting to shift the conversation, he casually inquired, How is the research on that crossbow progressing? A serious expression crossed Deputy Wang's face. Old Song, that crossbow. Chapter 12. Epic Clue Update. As Yang Ruashi gazed at the array of equipment materializing before her, she fell into a profound state of self-doubt. Lin Feng was introducing her to the precision machining devices, tapping on the pristine white casing. Come, this is precision machining equipment. With blueprints, one can create things. Yang Ruashi found herself lost in thought, contemplating the machinery that occupied nearly half the room. She considered herself a minter of equipment on the forum, yet she had never encountered such devices before. Yang Ruashi began to doubt herself. With a soft scoff, Lin Feng's face illuminated with a hint of joy as he strode confidently towards the production area. Yang Ruashi observed him approaching, an advanced bulletproof vest in his hands. Behold, this is the newly produced bulletproof vest. High molecular bulletproof vest. Quality, exceptional, extraordinarily superior bulletproof vest. Upgrade options. 1. Protection, 500 points. 2. Resilience, 500 points. 3. Portability, 500 points. Instinctively, Yang Ruashi accepted the vest, her fingers gliding over the unique fabric. It possessed an intriguing texture, smooth to the touch, yet remarkably resilient. A complex expression crossed her face. Ever since her arrival at the Temperature Control Center, she had found it all incomprehensible. The technological advancements here were utterly astonishing, entirely unlike anything one could find on Blue Star. Noticing the intricate emotions reflected on Yang Ruashi's face, Lin Feng inquired with concern, What's the matter? Yang Ruashi shook her head, assuring him, It's nothing, all right. The bedroom. Lin Feng suddenly recalled that he had yet to introduce her to the bedroom. Exiting the processing area, he casually hung the bulletproof vest on a rack and led Yang Ruashi into the bedroom. As he did, a voice resonated in his mind, announcing, Ding. Detection of 9 charm points detected. Commencing evaluation. Upon completion, the voice continued, Evaluation complete. Assessment, National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance. Lin Feng momentarily froze, a smile breaking across his face, He had not anticipated the system would offer an evaluation. Bedroom decoration value increased. Congratulations on completing the bedroom upgrade task. The shelter upgrade task is now in a 3-day cooldown. Lin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, he observed on the system interface that the decoration level of his bedroom had reached an impressive 11 points. Yang Ruashi alone had contributed 9 points to the decor. Lin Fan's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Goodness. So this is how the decoration level increases. He had learned something today? Claim the reward. Lin Fan silently urged himself. Reward distributed. The blue digits in the upper right corner surged rapidly, culminating at 951 points. Simultaneously, a formula materialized in Lin Fan's hands. Second-tier body reaction enhancement liquid formula, ingredients required. Gene adjustment laboratory, water, user's DNA, high-energy substance. Mixing skill, novice, final product, second-tier body reaction enhancement liquid. Lin Fan scrutinized the formula, his expression turning serious. Mixing skill, novice? Yang Ruashi, noticing Lin Fan's sudden stillness, inquired. What's wrong? Snapping back to reality, Lin Fan tucked the formula away. Nothing, come and try this bed, he said with a smile. Okay. Yang Ruashi directed her gaze towards the bed, which appeared rather ordinary, lacking any extraordinary features. However, as she extended her delicate hand to touch the bed, she was utterly captivated. So soft. Unable to contain herself any longer, she leaped onto the bed. Lin Fan, witnessing the scene before him, couldn't help but swallow hard. At that moment, Yang Ruashi lay sprawled across the bed, her back silhouette accentuated. While it may not be described as a stunning figure, it was certainly pleasing to the eye. After reveling in the comfort of the bed for a while, Yang Ruashi finally regained her composure. With a slight blush, she rose from the bed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lin Fan, on the other hand, wore a smug smile. The bed was of extraordinary quality. So much so that even he was taken aback by its comfort, let alone Yang Ruashi. After regaining her composure, Yang Ruashi gazed curiously at Lin Fan. Are you truly from Blue Star? Lin Fan chuckled heartily. I am not from Blue Star. Am I supposed to be an extraterrestrial? Yang Ruashi scrutinized him closely, attempting to discern any subtle differences that might set him apart from ordinary humans. However, after a moment, the only peculiarity she noted was a small black mole near the base of his neck. Otherwise, he appeared entirely normal. Lin Fan glanced at the time. It was already noon. It's time for lunch, he declared, turning to Yang Ruashi. Can you cook? Yang Ruashi froze for a moment, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. Lin Fan's eyes widened in surprise. You can't possibly be saying you don't know how to cook, he teased. With a sense of indignation, Yang Ruashi replied, I don't. Lin Fan scratched his head in resignation. Then you shall have the pleasure of tasting my culinary skills. Yang Ruashi's body quivered slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. You can cook? Of course, Lin Fan said, affectionately ruffling her hair. He noticed that she seemed to have a particular fondness for this playful gesture. After a brief interlude, Lin Fan prepared a few home-cooked dishes and presented them. Wow! Yang Ruashi exclaimed, her eyes shimmering like stars as she beheld the array of dishes Lin Fan had brought forth. Lin Fan chuckled softly. Dig in. He then placed a piece of braised fish into her bowl. Yang Ruashi took a bite, and the delectable fish meat mingled with the sauce released a burst of flavor in her mouth. It's absolutely delicious. Tears welled up in Yang Ruashi's eyes. Overwhelmed by emotion, Lin Fan, with a gentle smile, casually pushed his rice around. He suddenly felt that this life wasn't so bad after all. After a brief lunch, Yang Ruashi proactively offered to wash the dishes. Seeing her determined demeanor, Lin Fan graciously relinquished the opportunity to her. He settled onto the sofa, feeling quite relaxed. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected wave of anxiety washed over him. He sensed that the city was resonating with him. What was happening? Lin Fan was taken aback. Typically, the resonance from Qinghe City should merely embody a fleeting consciousness, devoid of any active awareness. But why was it seemingly reaching out to him? Lin Fan accepted the resonance from the city. In that instant, he was enveloped by a profound sadness, an anguish tinged with resentment. What was this feeling? Suddenly, an image flashed in his mind, vaguely recognizable as the foot of the mountains behind Qinghe City. Is that it? Lin Fan murmured to himself, as ripples of emotion stirred within him, as if the city were responding. Stunned, Lin Fan pondered, did this city truly possess a will of its own? Qinghe City. Ding. At that moment, the system triggered a task. The long-dormant Epic Quest line had been updated. A line of text appeared before Lin Fan. Clue updated. Epic quest clue. The Shattered Utopia text prompt 1. There lies the cradle of their derived malevolence. Text prompt 2. That is their most exalted utopia. These textual hints intertwined with the images conveyed to him from Qinghe City. Chapter 13. Utopia. Lin Fan's expression hardened. Yet the gravity of the situation was evident from the content of the prompts. From cradle to utopia. The resonance persisted. Vivid images flooded Lin Fan's mind. He pinpointed the location, the Ankang community, not far from the back mountains of Qinghe City. Sensing the urgency emanating from Qinghe City, Lin Fan understood he must make his way there. What astonished Lin Fan the most was the realization that Qinghe City possessed consciousness. He had recently researched the phenomenon of urban resonance. In essence, it significantly enhances one's sixth sense within the city, granting a near-divine perception. However, one must be wary, as prolonged awareness greatly depletes mental energy. This ability had been observed in the United States, where a legendary agent was suspected of possessing urban resonance. In his city, no case eluded his perception. It seemed this ability was reciprocal. Lin Fan sighed softly. He had initially believed he could enjoy this enhancement unilaterally. It appeared he would need to address some of the city's troubles. Although reluctant at that moment, the system issued a new task. Special mission, the city's request. Mission rating, difficult. Assist the city in fulfilling its wishes. Reward, 200 points, the city's protection. Random green blueprint, random incomplete blue blueprint. Lin Fan decisively rose from the sofa, donning his bulletproof vest. Moments ago, he had tested the vest's resilience with a few rounds from an AK-47, and the results were astonishing. Xiaoxi, I am stepping out for a while to attend to some matters. You stay safe at home, he called out towards the kitchen. Yang Ruashi, adorned in yellow rubber gloves, peeked out but found that Lin Fan had already departed. Upon exiting the shelter, Lin Fan made his way directly to Ankang community. Along the route, he encountered a considerable number of scavengers, each distinctly marked by their attire to signify different factions, armed with a firearm. Lin Fan noticed that others merely cast glances at him, hesitant to take any action. Navigating through the city with the ease of familiarity, Lin Fan soon arrived at Ankang community. The moment he entered, he was met with the palpable anger emanating from the bewildered consciousness of Qinghe City. The community was eerily silent, with no signs of human presence upon the snow-covered ground. Was there truly something amiss here? Lin Fan couldn't help but harbor doubts, furrowing his brow as he pondered, and what does the ideal land refer to? No one was present to alleviate Lin Fan's confusion within an underground shelter. The air was thick with the ragged breaths of creatures akin to beasts, interspersed with agonizing moans and feeble whimpers. Scrawled upon the cement walls in a hue reminiscent of blood was the phrase, the ideal land of God. The underground shelter looms ominously, its labyrinthine corridors sprawling throughout the entire facility, revealing its true nature as a bomb shelter. Upon entering this refuge, one is greeted by spacious warehouses brimming with a plethora of supplies. In one room, nearly 100 square meters in size, a robust man with golden hair suddenly glances upwards, where Lin Fan resides. Has someone arrived? He halts his actions, allowing him to discern the woman beneath him, who possesses a modicum of beauty. At this moment, her face contorted in agony, tears cascade down her cheeks, embodying profound despair. Boss, what's wrong? A group of men surrounding Sun Yong, panting heavily, inquires as they observe his sudden pause. A glint of coldness flickers in Sun Yong's eyes as he softly replies. Someone is coming. Another one? The expressions of some men shift, while others gleam with lustful anticipation. Another one? Let us hope it's a new woman. I've grown weary of these few. Just be content with what you have. The other day, that fiery little vixen bit off old Seven's manhood. I mourned for quite some time after that. Her temperament was fiery, unlike these few, who are akin to mere children. As they spoke, these men revealed their pearly gums, biting down on the shoulder of the woman beneath them, leaving wounds that oozed droplets of blood. The women situated below bore countless scars on their shoulders. When bitten, their faces displayed no emotion, resembling mere automatons. It was a man. Suddenly, Sun Yong, who had fallen silent, spoke up. The other men were momentarily taken aback, their eyes flickering with disappointment. I had hoped for a change of pace, preferably with a wealthy heiress. What a pity about the previous one. However, the heiress who had fled earlier returned, truly foolish. Why even mention her? In the end, she bit her tongue, and the meat was hardly palatable. A group of men debated among themselves. Suddenly, one man's face flushed, and his breathing quickened. The others erupted in laughter. The third one is in trouble. It hasn't been long at all. Lin Feng had circled the Ankang community, yet he found nothing amiss. However, the vague consciousness of Qinghe City persistently informed Lin Feng that there was an issue here. Regrettably, that consciousness was too indistinct to convey its meaning clearly. After nearly an hour of investigation, Lin Feng still had no significant findings. As dusk began to settle, he sighed and glanced at the darkening sky. Let's call it a day. He appeared to be speaking to himself, but in truth, he was conversing with the vague consciousness of Qinghe City. Indeed, after Lin Feng finished speaking, the indistinct consciousness of Qinghe City evidently bore a tinge of disappointment. Lin Feng could only manage a wry smile. I truly cannot find anything. It's quite vexing. In fact, from the very beginning, Lin Feng had suffered from a throbbing headache, akin to being pricked by countless needles. He surmised that this was a sign of his mental energy being excessively depleted. The vague consciousness of Qinghe City voluntarily disengaged from the resonant state. Lin Feng rubbed his aching head. Well then, I shall seek some information from the enforcers and return tomorrow, he remarked. Yet he could not sense the emotions of Qinghe City as if he had detached from the state of resonance, rendering him unable to perceive its sentiments. Sighing in resignation, he returned to the shelter, only to face a new dilemma. He had but a single bed. Yang Ruoshi and Lin Feng exchanged glances. With a deep sigh, Lin Feng gathered the bedding and made his way outside. I will sleep outside. A faint blush adorned Yang Ruoshi's face as she hesitated, contemplating whether to call out to him. Lin. Just as she mustered the courage, Lin Feng had already succumbed to slumber on the sofa outside. Having expended too much mental energy throughout the day, he was utterly fatigued. As Yang Ruoshi gazed at the deeply sleeping Lin Feng, a smile crept onto her lips, and she softly murmured, "Thank you." She then lay upon the soft, expansive bed, staring at the dark ceiling, quietly reflecting on her own matters. Daily points settlement complete. Yesterday's rating, average. Additional 5 points awarded. Settlement points, 32, 234. Total points balance, 985. Today's task, indulge your appetite. Wasteland Wanderer, Lin Feng was roused from his thoughts by the notification that echoed in his mind. Yawning, he acknowledged the lingering headache from the excessive mental strain of the previous day. After hastily attending to his morning routine, he joined Yang Ruoshi for breakfast before heading straight to the Qinghe City Enforcement Office. Before departing, Lin Feng upgraded his dog. Homeland Defender Detection Type, Quality, Ordinary, equipped with weapons, an excellent watchdog with detection capabilities. Upgrade options, 1. Low-level intelligence, 100 points, 2. Energy, 500 points, 3. Cosmic Combat Detection K9, 1,000 points. To be cautious, Lin Feng spent 200 points to enhance the dog's ability to project a field of vision. Although Lin Feng possessed the capacity for resonance, it merely allowed him to perceive rather than serve as a genuine sight. Holding the blueprint, Lin Feng conducted the upgrade on his dog before leaving the shelter. As Lin Feng departed, Yang Ruoshi watched him go, suddenly feeling a sense of unease, as if something significant were about to transpire. Meanwhile, within the ideal shelter, Sun Yong, bare-chested, was adjusting a rifle, and others were also preparing for combat. Sun Yong gazed at the spot where Lin Feng had stood the previous day, his expression calm. He then looked up at the sky, as if muttering to himself, "What does it matter if you despise me?" The sky over Qinghe City subtly shimmered with faint ripples. Lin Feng, walking along the road, abruptly halted and gazed upward. A black and white resonance image was deeply imprinted in his mind, as the consciousness of Qinghe City seemed to remind him. Contemplating, Lin Feng continued his journey to the law enforcement office. Upon acquiring the information regarding Ankang community, he hastened to the location. According to the data, Ankang community housed an abandoned air raid shelter. Lin Feng speculated that this might be the source of the impending trouble. He glanced once more at the documents in his arms, a serious expression gracing his face. Lin Feng, accompanied by his robotic companion, once again arrived at the Ankang community. As he stepped into the vicinity, he immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Suddenly, he dashed towards the wall, and in the next moment, a barrage of bullets struck the very spot he had just vacated. The sound of gunfire resonated, and a serious expression crossed Lin Feng's face. Was there still a bandit organization operating here? Remaining calm, he assessed the number of individuals surrounding him. Only about a dozen, a rather meager assembly. "Go, dog," Lin Feng commanded. His companion sprang into action, armed with 2 AK-47s. The sound of gunfire echoed as bullets ricocheted off the metallic exterior of the robotic dog, and with several shots, the steel shell was nearly compromised. The caliber of these bandits exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. The group of assailants remained silent, fixated on shooting at the robotic dog and monitoring Lin Fang's position. In his grasp was a small tablet, projecting the visuals captured by the dog. Lin Fang skillfully maneuvered his companion through the device, and the two AK-47s unleashed a precise hail of bullets, eliminating several foes. However, in a swift turn of events, a bullet from an adjacent building struck the dog's forehead, obliterating its internal chip. The robotic creature came to an abrupt halt, rendered immobile. Had the chip been hit again? Lin Fang was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. The chip's placement was uniquely positioned, making it nearly impossible for a random barrage to score a hit. A series of monochromatic images flooded Lin Fang's mind, revealing everything that lay beyond the wall. A white bomb was taken out by Lin Fang, who struck it forcefully against the ground before hurling it into the air. In an instant, a man's voice echoed from the side, "Retreat." Within Lin Fang's resonating vision, the group of thugs quickly sought shelter. A deafening explosion followed, yet Lin Fang's bomb landed in solitude as the thugs skillfully evaded the blast. Infuriated, Lin Fang clenched his teeth. He sensed something amiss. It was as if their leader possessed a similar resonance with the city, accurately predicting Lin Fang's assault on 2 occasions. This posed a problem. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fang darted out, firing rapidly. 2 thugs emitted muffled grunts as they fell beneath his gunfire. After discharging his weapon, Lin Fang retreated behind the wall. Bang! Another bullet struck the very spot he had just occupied. Had he hesitated for even a second longer, he would have been hit. His heart raced, pounding fiercely against his chest. He had underestimated the gravity of this epic mission. Vivid black and white images flooded Lin Fang's mind, as the consciousness of Qinghe City exerted every effort to assist him. Upon a cursory glance, he estimated that there were still 7 or 8 thugs remaining. Drawing a deep breath, he advanced toward another direction. On the 3rd floor of the Oncon community, Sun Yong adjusted the aim of his gun, targeting the path Lin Fang was about to take. Just as Lin Fang was about to peek from this new angle to launch his attack, his heart skipped a beat. A stark black and white image materialized in his mind, a dark muzzle of a gun on the 3rd floor of Oncon community coldly aimed at the position he was about to emerge from. A cold sweat broke out across Lin Fang's body. He narrowly escaped death. What transpired? Lin Fang's heart was filled with astonishment. The other party undoubtedly possessed formidable abilities. This thought lingered in Lin Fang's mind, refusing to dissipate. As Lin Fang concealed himself behind the wall, Sun Yong gestured with his hand, and the remaining thugs understood immediately, dividing into 2 groups to encircle him. In a state of resonance, Lin Fang instinctively sensed the imminent danger, causing alarm bells to ring within him. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Lin Fang's ear. Epic quest line clue updated. Text prompt 3, shattered under the witness of the gods, shattered. Lin Fang's eyes brightened. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved the last remaining bomb from his pocket. He refrained from detonating it, biding his time. Since the adversary also possessed sensory capabilities, he decided to take a chance, wagering that their abilities were inferior to his own. It is worth noting that Lin Fang's prowess was deemed merely ordinary by the system. He had expended substantial resources, and the majority of shelters, both domestic and international, were assessed by the system as rudimentary. So let us put this to the test. Lin Fang revealed his pearly white teeth. Should he fail this time, it would mean certain death. A series of monochrome images flashed through Lin Fang's mind as the 2 groups of thugs drew ever closer. On the 3rd floor, Sun Yong lowered his gun and, after sensing the atmosphere, frowned and said, "Have you given up resisting?" A mocking expression crept across his face as he gazed at the overcast sky. "Is this the reinforcement you sought?" The sky shimmered faintly, with a thunderous roar. A fiery explosion erupted. Sun Yong stared in disbelief at the sight of the explosion, accompanied by several anguished cries. Charred bodies were hurled out by Lin Fang. On the other side, the assailants surrounding Lin Fang were swiftly pierced by a barrage of bullets. Sun Yong's subordinates were utterly annihilated by Lin Fang. Sun Yong's face contorted in rage, a ghastly expression upon it. Very well. Sun Yong aimed his gun at Lin Fang's position, convinced that Lin Fang would emerge. The moment he did, regardless of whether he appeared on the left or right, Sun Yong was determined to eliminate him instantly. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Fang pressed his body against the wall, his chest heaving violently. The previous encounter had been perilously close. He had narrowly escaped being surrounded by 2 groups of assailants. And then there was that one individual. The monochrome image of Sun Yong flickered in Lin Fang's mind. The 2 men found themselves locked in a stalemate. Sun Yong was aware of Lin Fang's location, just as Lin Fang was cognizant of Sun Yong's. Both were acutely aware of this tension. Lin Fan cautiously moved to the left, crouching beside the wall without exposing himself. After a brief wait, he returned to the right, only to circle back to the left once more. After pausing for a few seconds, Lin Fan picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it from the right side. Bang! In an instant, a gunshot rang out. But it emanated from beside Lin Fan. Sun Yong had not been fooled. It was evident that Sun Yong's skills were not easily tricked. With a sigh, Lin Fan suddenly envisioned a monochrome image in his mind. Following the city's guidance, he turned his head and spotted something that should not have been there. A smile crept across Lin Fan's face. Bang! Sun Yong's shot missed its mark as Lin Fan bolted forward. In a heartbeat, Lin Fan pinpointed Sun Yong's location, and his AK-47 unleashed a torrent of bullets. Ding! 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 A sense of foreboding enveloped Sun Yong as he lowered his head in the instant after the gunfire. Lin Fan's volley of bullets found their mark nowhere. Damn it! Sun Yong cursed under his breath. Swiftly advancing, Lin Fan ascended the stairs, guided by an acute sense of resonance. After evading Lin Fan's assault, Sun Yong experienced a throbbing headache, his vision momentarily clouded. Staggering, he entered a room on the third floor. With a forceful kick, Lin Fan shattered the door and stepped inside, warily scanning his surroundings. The resonance vividly illustrated the scene before him. Lin Fan zeroed in on a particular room. Come out. I am aware of your presence. Sun Yong's voice echoed from within that chamber. The atmosphere within resonated in Lin Fan's mind, causing his expression to darken considerably. Pushing the door open, he entered the room, where he beheld a disheveled pregnant woman suspended from the balcony, her body ensnared in ropes, the other end held firmly in Sun Yong's grasp. Still wishing to struggle? Lin Fan remarked coolly, having unraveled the secret behind Sun Yong's ability to anticipate his every move. Sun Yong chuckled softly, his gaze drifting as he remarked, You and I are cut from the same cloth. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of such a statement. Let us not dismiss this too hastily. Sun Yong retrieved a bottle of alcohol from a small refrigerator within the room and took a hearty swig, wiping his lips afterward. Now, speak. When did your powers awaken? Lin Fan hesitated, his expression betraying a mix of emotions. When he failed to respond, Sun Yong continued unabated. If you refuse to divulge, then allow me to go first. A decade ago, I experienced an awakening, albeit my perceptive abilities were feeble at the time, only surfacing in the presence of imminent events. Yet, I was aware that I was distinct. I devoted 10 years to honing this gift, but as I approached a godlike state, do you know what I perceived? Sun Yong took another sip of his drink, speaking as if oblivious to his surroundings. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. Sun Yong turned to him, his demeanor earnest. I sense that this city repels me. Everything within this city rejects my existence. Can you fathom the loathing emanating from every corner of the city? The stones on the road, the blades of grass, the small creatures all gaze at me with disdain. Gulp. Sun Yong took another swig. Lin Fan struggled to comprehend. You don't understand, do you? Sun Yong chuckled, downing the remainder of his drink in one go. He then smashed the bottle against the wall with a resounding crash, shattering it into pieces. Lin Fan fell silent, unsure of how to respond. When he resonated with the city, he had only felt its warm embrace. Every tree and blade of grass in Qinghe City greeted him with fervor. You would not grasp it. A look of hatred crossed Sun Yong's face. I loathe this city. I detest everything here. Why must I endure such treatment? Why? Sun Yong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Lin Fan remained silent. After a moment, he spoke softly. What is your ability? Sun Yong's turbulent emotions flickered with uncertainty. Me? My abilities naturally encompass the perception of all things. Sun Yong bellowed. Lin Fan shook his head and replied, No, your abilities do not lie in perception. All of this is merely a figment of your imagination. Lin Fan's words struck a nerve in Sun Yong, plunging him into silence. From his pocket, Lin Fan produced a stack of documents and began to read aloud. Sun Yong, Class A patient at the Qinghe City Mental Hospital. This succinct statement rendered Sun Yong mute. Therefore, your abilities are not perception. In fact, you possess no abilities at all. Lin Fan shook his head. The man before him was pitiful. Prior to this encounter, he had visited the enforcement agency, where he was shown an image of Sun Yong by the consciousness of Qinghe City. He had obtained Sun Yong's information. No, it can't be. Sun Yong crouched on the ground, clutching his head, the clarity in his eyes alternating with confusion. Lin Fan continued, You installed surveillance cameras outside Hong Kong community. You can observe all my movements. As he spoke, Lin Fan approached the window on the third floor, where a tablet displayed the surveillance footage. albeit with several screens shrouded in darkness. These black screens were the result of Lin Fan shattering the cameras outside. What so-called perceptive abilities were merely the delusions of Sun Yung. A utopia. Lin Fan's gaze was complex. How could such a mental patient lead a group of thugs to establish a sanctuary? It was utterly absurd. However, perhaps he truly possessed a remarkably strong sixth sense, albeit exceedingly weak, insufficient to constitute any real ability. Sun Yung crouched on the ground, clutching his head, his body trembling in anguish. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, a frenzied look etched upon his face. This is my domain. Ultimately, you shall perish. With that, he tightened his grip on the rope in his hand. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the will task. Task, choice, origin, scar. You are destined to be devoured by the apocalypse. Please make a choice. Slaughter release. Task reward. 200 points, ability seed. Struggle, you kill me, and she will also die. Sun Yang's visage twisted with rage, the rope firmly held in his grasp. Lin Fan fell into silence, confronted with the sudden emergence of the task. Should he spare him? Or should he end his life? In a daze, he seemed to see Scar smiling at him. How to choose? Casting a glance at the pregnant woman by the window, Lin Fan's expression turned icy as he remarked, "What does she have to do with me?" Bang! A bullet struck Sun Yung squarely in the chest. In this apocalyptic world, compassion only leads one toward death. Sun Yang's body shuddered, his eyes wide with disbelief that Lin Fan had actually killed him. The rope slipped from his fingers, falling with a thud to the ground. Choice completed. Lin Fan picked up a cigarette from the nearby table, ignited it, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Gazing at the hazy vapor, he spoke softly, "In the end, it is you who will die." Sun Yang's body slumped, his eyes filled with hatred. "I am unwilling." After taking a few puffs of the cigarette, Lin Fan was seized by a violent cough. The smoke was too acrid. He could hardly endure it. Discarding the cigarette, but to the side, Lin Fan once again heard the systematic prompt echoing in his mind. Sun Yang's will recorded. Future system task direction altered. Will task completed. Reward issued. 200 points. Ability seed. Striving. Achievement unlocked. Destroyer of utopias. You have shattered a utopia. Achievement reward acquired. 100 points. Materialist buff. Materialist buff. You believe in science. Future system task altered. Lin Fan's points balance reached 1085. Suddenly, a green seed appeared on the system interface before him. With a soft pop, the green seed emitted a gentle sound. Striving green can evolve enhances one's own fortune. Source, Scarface. Lin Fan gazed at the ability seed, a flicker of understanding igniting in his eyes. Everything began to make sense. Scarface's ability to hit the chip of the dog seemed to stem from luck, and Lin Fan had acquired a new ability. After a moment of contemplation, he did not sense any immediate changes. Perhaps this ability was passive? He pondered. However, upon hearing that the system had recorded Sun Yang's will, Lin Fan was genuinely perplexed. Did Sun Yung truly possess any capability? Or was there something extraordinary about him? Lin Fan retrieved Sun Yang's profile once more. He was merely a psychiatric patient. How strange. What could possibly be amiss? Shaking his head in confusion, Lin Fan took a moment to rest before hastily descending the stairs to assess the dog's condition. After a brief examination, it was evident that the only injury was a bullet wound to the forehead. Is it merely a stroke of luck? Lin Fan scanned his surroundings and found no surveillance cameras. However, he couldn't help but sigh. As for that materialistic buff, it was beyond his comprehension. So be it. Lin Fan resignedly muttered. The quality of the dog was woefully inadequate. Ordinary steel was insufficient to withstand high-caliber bullets. Lin Fan hoisted the dog onto his shoulders, intending to fabricate a chip so that it could still be of use. After taking a few steps, the will of Qinghe City transmitted a black and white resonance image. It depicted an abandoned air raid shelter in Hong community. The vast supplies and some stark visuals flooded Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan's gaze remained tranquil as he chuckled softly. Supplies could be replenished once more. As for those images that could stir the primal instincts of an ordinary man, Lin Fan feigned ignorance. He returned to the shelter with the dog and placed it in the processing room for repairs. Upon seeing Lin Fan return safely, Yang Ruashi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Let's go gather some supplies together, Lin Fan suggested. The resources at Sun Yang's shelter were plentiful, and he couldn't transport them all alone. Oh, all right. Yang Ruashi nodded obediently, her sparkling eyes gazing at Lin Fan with innocence, warming his heart. The two of them drove a pickup truck to Hong community. As soon as they disembarked, Yang Ruashi covered her mouth and nose upon smelling the metallic scent of blood. There, she surmised the grim reality within. Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. Just dealt with it. Were they thugs? Indeed. Yang Ruashi placed her trust in Lin Feng, suppressing her discomfort as she followed him into the Onkong community. Upon witnessing the corpses of the thugs, a shiver of fear coursed through her, prompting her to stay close to Lin Feng. He maintained a state of resonance as they descended into the basement of Building 3. The oppressive darkness within unnerved her, and she instinctively grasped the sleeve of Lin Feng's garment. Lin Feng chuckled softly, ruffling Yang Ruashi's hair. Come on. It's merely a converted air raid shelter. They cautiously advanced further inside. After taking a few steps, Lin Feng halted and turned to her, saying, You should wait here. The sights within are unsuitable for you. Yang Ruashi, somewhat bewildered, nodded in response. As Lin Feng ventured into the inner warehouse, he traversed a short distance before his gaze fell upon what resembled human tibia on the ground, causing his expression to shift. It appeared that this refuge was far more harrowing than he had anticipated. Casually nudging the bones aside, he began to transport supplies. Once Lin Feng departed, Yang Ruashi heard faint groans emanating from within, stirring a sense of curiosity within her. Torn between her emotions, she pondered whether someone might be injured. Despite Lin Feng's assurance that he had dealt with all the thugs, should she dare to investigate? Yang Ruashi pursed her lips in contemplation. Lin Feng emerged, pushing a small cart, and she assisted him in loading the supplies onto the pickup truck. Lin Feng, what exactly lies within? Yang Ruashi could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. Lin Feng paused momentarily, then a smile graced his face. If you wish to know, you may take a look. However, I would advise against it. Is it bloody inside? Yang Ruashi hesitated for a moment. Lin Feng shook his head, saying it is not gory. But I doubt you would wish to see it. If you are truly curious, you may take a look. It is nothing. Well, Yang Ruashi followed Lin Feng as they ventured inside. As they walked through the spacious corridor, she cast her gaze towards the rooms emitting moans. Upon glimpsing the scene within, she was taken aback and covered her mouth in shock. The interiors resembled a hellish nightmare. Bodies, pale and lifeless, were confined to the beds like livestock. Some women lay with closed eyes, their lips devoid of color, while others curled up, clutching their knees, their eyes filled with a dull despair. The sheets were stained with dark, crimson splotches that were not the result of wounds. Her delicate face turned ashen, her fists clenched tightly, gritting her silver teeth. She uttered 2 words with palpable venom: beasts. Lin Feng, however, remained unfazed. He had encountered such sights before when he eliminated Scarface. It could only be deemed unfortunate that Qinghe City had descended into such chaos. Chapter 17. I truly dislike maids. On the first day of the meteor's descent, the enforcers of Qinghe City were caught in the ensuing turmoil and perished. When Zhou Jiangwo arrived, he was met with the establishment of Rat Nation by Zhang Shu. While other thugs and scavengers disregarded the enforcers entirely, the enforcers' capacity to exert influence was indeed limited. Yang Ruashi trailed behind, her expression grim. Lin Feng. Have those thugs been eliminated? She inquired, her face as cold as ice. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, Of course, they have all been dealt with. What? Do you wish to vent your frustrations? Yang Ruashi lowered her head in silence. How could they be this way? In an instant, a profound reality shattered Yang Ruashi's worldview. Lin Feng casually loaded supplies onto a small cart and remarked, Last time, had I not saved you, he refrained from completing his thought. Yet he trusted that Yang Ruashi would comprehend. Yang Ruashi's small face turned pale. What would happen to them? A look of confusion clouded her eyes. Lin Feng, somewhat irked, replied, Naturally, we cannot concern ourselves with them. Do you intend to bring them all back? Yang Ruashi froze. It was simply impossible to bring them all back. Should they leave some supplies for them? Her complexion grew uneasy. Lin Feng offered no response. You could inquire if any of them wished to leave, he suggested as he continued pushing the cart upstairs. He recognized that the recent events had undoubtedly impacted Yang Ruashi. A faint ripple of intent emanated from Qinghe City, hoping that Lin Feng could rescue those women. Lin Feng's expression remained indifferent. Assisting you in dealing with Sun Yong sufficed. Taking them away was impractical. He declined the request from the will of Qinghe City. It was merely an innocent consciousness, lacking substantial thought, typically acting on a whim. Upon hearing Lin Feng's refusal, it did not insist further. Instead, it felt a sense of joy in having someone like Lin Feng with whom to communicate. To Lin Feng, the will of Qinghe City was but a fragment of his own abilities. The resonances of other cities, traceable and evident, paled in comparison to Lin Feng's strength. It was due to this naive will of Qinghe's city that it could collaborate with him and provide assistance. Throughout the journey, the city of Qinghe had made numerous appeals, such as requesting the removal of stones obstructing the roadside and extending assistance to those who appeared destitute, among countless others. Lin Feng had declined them all. However, he could not overlook the matter concerning Sun Yong, particularly as it was a clue related to an epic quest. Epic quest clue. Utopia completed. Return to the shelter to claim rewards. A flicker of excitement danced across Lin Feng's face as he pondered the potential rewards. It was known that completing an epic quest clue would yield a reward of blue quality, which was indeed substantial. Yet, the challenge was considerable. Without the ability of city residents, addressing Sun Yong's situation would have posed quite a dilemma. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that it would not be insurmountable, especially since he still possessed a bulletproof vest. Lin Feng loaded the supplies onto the vehicle, while Yang Ruoxi, with an innocent demeanor, approached the women and declared, "The thugs are dead. You may leave now." Upon hearing Yang Ruoxi's words, several women's eyes flickered momentarily, as if regaining a glimmer of hope. However, this spark quickly faded. Yang Ruoxi observed the impassive expressions of these women, momentarily stunned. As Lin Feng continued to load the supplies onto the vehicle, Yang Ruoxi's eyes reflected deep confusion. She bit her lip and questioned, "Why?" In response to Yang Ruoxi's inquiry, Lin Feng replied calmly, "Consider this. If you were imprisoned here for over a month, how would you feel? The marauders would not allow you to perish easily. Instead, they toy with you daily." Yang Ruoxi was momentarily taken aback, her gaze becoming complex. "Lin Feng, have you encountered something akin to this before?" Lin Feng nodded. "I saw those women imprisoned by them during the last obliteration of the Scarred One's hideout. However, there is a notable difference." Lin Feng glanced at the women who resembled mere shells of their former selves. The women who survived the Scarred One's domain had devoured the flesh and blood of their captors. It was a true consumption of blood and flesh. Lin Feng uttered these chilling words, sending shivers down Yang Ruoxi's spine. She turned to look at those women, who behaved like swine, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. Lin Feng gently patted Yang Ruoxi's shoulder, urging, "Let's go. There is still much to be done." Yang Ruoxi nodded slightly, following in Lin Feng's wake. Yet she couldn't help but cast one last glance at the numbed women, whispering to herself, "If it weren't for Lin Feng, would I have become like that? What has transpired cannot be altered." Suddenly, Yang Ruoxi felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Standing beside Lin Feng, assisting him in transporting supplies. Time flew by swiftly as Lin Feng made multiple trips with the provisions. With the final batch of supplies in tow, Lin Feng and Yang Ruoxi prepared to depart from Ankang community. Before leaving, Lin Feng placed 2 white bombs before the women and informed them, "If you truly wish to escape this existence, you may detonate these." This was Lin Feng's final act of compassion. Gazing at the vivid red characters proclaiming ideal land on the abandoned air raid shelter, Lin Feng's face betrayed a hint of derision. Retracting his gaze, he returned to the pickup truck, where Yang Ruoxi, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What were you up to?" Lin Feng chose not to disclose that he had left the bomb from Dogsy's body behind. Instead, he produced several pristine sets of women's clothing that had never been worn. "These are for you. You will be staying with me for 7 days. It wouldn't do for you to wear just one outfit. See if any of these fit you." As Lin Feng handed over the garments, Yang Ruoxi's face flushed crimson upon realizing what he had offered. She retaliated with a sharp punch to Lin Feng. "What was that for?" he exclaimed, turning to her, only to find her cheeks as red as a ripe apple. Sensing something amiss, Lin Feng glanced at the attire he had presented her and blinked in confusion. Clearing his throat, he stammered, "I truly just grabbed these at random." What he had offered were several made costumes, complete with black and white lace trimmings, blue ram cosplay, and pink ram cosplay, all impeccably assembled. Lin Feng coughed to mask his embarrassment. "I swear, I only picked up a set on a whim." The spirit of Qinghe City echoed his sincerity. "I simply selected them based on their delightful texture and substantial fabric." Yang Ruoxi remained silent, her head bowed, concealing a burgeoning warmth in her gaze. Did he actually have a preference for this? She gently bit her luscious lip. Thus, the two returned to the shelter in contemplative silence. Upon returning to the shelter, Yang Ruoxi abruptly abandoned Lin Feng and hurried inside alone. Lin Feng managed a bitter smile. Should he offer an explanation? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. What was there to explain? He had openly confessed his fondness for Lolita. He simply adored maids. Surely, Yang Ruashi wouldn't he regard him as a pervert? The thought brought an awkward smile to his lips. Yet, it was indeed a possibility. Alas, Lin Feng's spirits plummeted at that realization. However, when he turned to glance at the passenger seat, he was astonished to discover that the maid outfits had already been taken by Yang Ruashi. Gulp. A bold notion surged within him. Lin Feng gazed at his shelter. Could it be? Sigh. He feigned indifference as he returned to the shelter, transporting supplies to the warehouse. Casually, he cast a glance at Yang Ruashi, but she was nowhere to be seen. Could it be? A rush of warmth ignited in his heart as the image of Yang Ruashi clad in a maid outfit flashed through his mind. Gulp. He swallowed again, shaking his head in exasperation at his lack of self-restraint. Yet, he felt a thrill of anticipation. Lin Feng wore an expression of eager expectation. Click. The bedroom door swung open. Yang Ruashi emerged, and upon seeing Lin Feng's expression, the smile that had adorned her face suddenly froze. Hearing the door creak, Lin Feng turned to look, feeling a tinge of disappointment as he did not witness the scene he had envisioned. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, cleared his throat, and glanced at the time. Xiaoxi, are you hungry? Please wait a moment. I will prepare a meal for you. Lin Feng entered the kitchen, seeking to alleviate his own discomfort. He wondered if she had noticed his earlier expression. A sense of unease crept into his heart as he recalled the moment. Lin Feng's face involuntarily contorted into that very expression again, and the reflection of the kitchen knife sent a shiver down his spine. He couldn't help but question himself deeply. How could he have made such a repulsive face? Lost in thought, Lin Feng suddenly remembered that he had yet to claim the reward for completing the epic quest line. Addressing the system in his mind, he commanded, "System, claim the reward." Ding. Reward dispatched. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Request from the city task completed. You have received 200 points, city protection, and a choice between a random green recipe or a random incomplete blue recipe. Lin Feng felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to the spirit of Qinghe City. Faced with the choice of a random green recipe or a random incomplete blue recipe, he decisively opted for the green recipe. Why would he choose an incomplete recipe? How would he replenish that in the future? Lin Feng was not one to fall for the system's trick. Moreover, selecting the green recipe now meant he could utilize it immediately, with benefits far exceeding those of the incomplete blue recipe. He chose the random green recipe. Random selection complete. Second-tier construction material recipe. Explosive-proof brick. Materials required. Precision processing equipment, coal gang, fly ash, tailings. Marine sediment. Production ratio, 3, 4, 5, 9. Final product. Excellent grade explosive-proof brick. In his hands, Lin Feng held a new green recipe. Explosive-proof bricks indeed? Lin Feng was not entirely satisfied with the reward. However, the blast-proof bricks could indeed enhance the defensive capabilities of the shelter, which was a positive aspect. The rewards for completing the epic quest clues materialized in his mind. Reinforced alloy mechanical intelligent door. Quality, exceptional, and unparalleled security force. Bestow your shelter with newfound strength. Fingerprint unlock. Reinforced alloy. You deserve this. Upgrade options. 1. Defense power, 500 points. 2. Comprehensive advancement in electromagnetic systems, 2,000 points. 3. Comprehensive advancement in memory alloy systems, 4,000 points. A door shimmering with metallic luster appeared in Lin Feng's imagination. It bore a striking resemblance to a conventional door, yet it was equipped with a sophisticated circuit system, and the material was a special alloy. However, the most critical aspect was the quality of this door, its blue classification. Given Lin Feng's understanding of the system's tendencies, this door was undoubtedly extraordinary. He even found himself wondering if this door could withstand a missile strike. Please select a placement location. A three-dimensional blue interface of the shelter materialized before Lin Feng. Currently, the restroom, workshop, gene mixing room, and bedroom were all displayed in white, signifying that these rooms were of ordinary grade. The only non-ordinary rooms remaining were the warehouse, kitchen, greenhouse, and living room, which were limited in number. A relaxed expression crossed Lin Feng's face. Over the past month, he had successfully upgraded 2 rooms, and at this pace, it wouldn't be long before he completed the shelter upgrade mission. Please select a placement location. The system seemed to impatiently voice its thoughts within his mind. Lin Feng had no choice but to cease his daydreaming and direct his gaze towards the interface before him. However, he failed to notice that the three-dimensional blue interface of the shelter was predominantly blue, save for a few upgraded rooms. There were numerous placements for doors, and Lin Fan could install doors in any room that possessed one. Yet, he immediately ruled out the rooms within the shelter, opting instead to place them in the corridors. This led to a dilemma. Should he install the first door outside the shelter, or the second door within the corridor? Lin Fan found himself in a quandary, as the effects of the two locations would differ significantly. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to substitute the door in the corridor with a reinforced alloy door. This way, even if the adversary breached the outermost door, upon reaching the second door, they would only be met with a formidable nightmare and the ferocious guard he had prepared. With that thought, he mentally positioned the door at the innermost point. Installation complete. Suddenly, a startled exclamation erupted from outside. Lin Fan hurriedly dashed out. Yang Ruashi stood there, her expression akin to one who had encountered a ghost, fixated on the shelter's door. Observing this, Lin Fan felt a pang of dread. He had forgotten that Yang Ruashi was still outside. Lin Fan, this door. She stammered, her gaze fixed on it, seemingly at a loss for words. It seems to have just vanished for a moment. Lin Fan quickly gathered his senses and reassured her. You must be mistaken. He glanced at the shelter's door, noting that the design crafted by the system mirrored that of the original door. Isn't that so? Yang Ruashi furrowed her delicate brows slightly. She gently knocked on the door twice, but there was no response. A sense of uncertainty washed over her. Perhaps she had simply misjudged the situation. Taking a deep breath, Yang Ruashi wearily rubbed her eyes, attributing her confusion to fatigue. Just wait a moment, I will be right there, Lin Fan reassured her. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The earlier incident had been truly terrifying. There was no way Lin Fan would engage in such behavior. Yang Ruashi felt a tinge of bewilderment, but soon her thoughts began to crystallize. This time, she could distinctly feel that she had indeed been submerged in water. A shiver ran through her. Her beautiful lashes fluttered as she opened her eyes, revealing the bathroom before her. The sound of rushing water echoed in her ears. It truly was him. A veil of mist clouded Yang Ruashi's gaze, as a mixture of subtle joy and lingering disappointment settled in her heart. She felt an emptiness within. Lin Fan, sensing Yang Ruashi's movements, emerged from the water with his eyes still closed. You're awake? He inquired, wiping his face with his hand, the cold water clinging to his tousled black hair. Upon seeing Lin Fan with his eyes shut, Yang Ruashi took a moment to assess her own body, and her unease dissipated. It appeared he had done nothing untoward. As this thought crossed her mind, a sudden inexplicable anger bubbled within her. How could Lin Fan do nothing at all? Do you feel better now? I noticed you had a fever, so I administered a dose of my exclusive medicinal concoction, Lin Fan said, still with his eyes closed, reaching for a towel hanging on the wall to dry his face. Meanwhile, Yang Ruashi began to sense the changes within her body. The most immediate change is that her skin has become smoother and more elastic. Additionally, there is a newfound sense of strength coursing through her body. Yang Ruashi, bewildered, pinches her own skin. What has happened to me? Lin Fan chuckles softly. If I am not mistaken, your physical condition has likely experienced a significant enhancement. Take a moment to feel it for yourself. I will fetch you some clothes. By the way, spend a little more time in the water. After such a transformation, your body needs to expel impurities. After giving his instructions, Lin Fan exited the bathroom. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan composed himself, stepping out of resonance mode. He made his way to the bedroom in search of Yang Ruashi's attire. His gaze fell upon the neatly arranged white lingerie at the bedside, and he felt a sudden dryness in his throat. Lin Fan steadied his nerves. It had been far too long since he had been with a woman, which explained his current state. Naturally, this was also due to Yang Ruashi's enchanting allure. A woman capable of elevating the bedroom's aesthetic to a score of 9. Even the system deemed her a paragon of beauty. Presently, Yang Ruashi had yet to fully blossom. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be a formidable presence. Lin Fan picked up Yang Ruashi's clothes, also grabbing a black and white maid outfit, not for his own viewing pleasure, but rather for her. After all, one should frequently change outfits. He placed the garments on the clothing rack in the bathroom before stepping outside, intending to get some fresh air. Meanwhile, Yang Ruashi remained submerged in the water, unable to regain her composure. She could distinctly sense the changes within her. What exactly did he make me drink? A profound sense of confusion enveloped her thoughts. She glanced at the nearby water pipe and gently applied pressure, leaving a small fingerprint upon its surface. Witnessing this scene, Yang Ruashi's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Fan was truly enigmatic. A single individual capable of dismantling an entire gang organization, and the sanctuary was filled with numerous devices she had yet to encounter. It all felt as though Lin Fan were an extraterrestrial. How could he possibly achieve such feats? After her initial shock, Yang Ruashi extended her hand to glide softly over her own skin, which was remarkably delicate and fair. She found herself questioning whether this truly was her body. Her strength and skin had undergone an extraordinary transformation. Yang Ruashi felt a sense of disorientation, utterly incredulous. After a prolonged moment, she eventually gathered herself, cleansing her body and accepting the reality. Stepping out of the bathtub, she approached the clothing rack, her gaze landing on the garments Lin Fan had laid out, her cheeks flushing crimson. A black and white maid outfit. Yang Ruashi bit her luscious, red lip. Was Lin Fan suggesting that she wear this? Her cheeks blushed deeper. Lin Fan exited the sanctuary, taking a moment to regain his composure. The outside world remained largely unchanged from the past few days. The snow had long ceased. The snow on the ground had hardened, and the roads were now sprinkled with melting agents. The personnel from the official sanctuary had commenced their labor. Groups of individuals clad in official uniforms spread the melting agent along the roads. The gang leader Zhang Shu had also vanished in recent days, leaving one to wonder if he was plotting something significant. Lin Fan's anticipated scenario of snow severing the power lines had not materialized. Even the water supply remained intact, albeit slightly cool. Qinghe City was remarkably unique. The underground water retained warmth, and such frigid temperatures had not affected it in the slightest. Lin Fan walked along the road, passing by the official shelters where curious onlookers gazed at his peculiar attire, their stares reminiscent of those directed at a monkey. Unperturbed by their scrutiny, Lin Fan continued on his way. After a while, he was astonished to discover that the thugs on the street had vanished, as had the scavengers and the homeless. How peculiar. Lin Fan marveled, making his way directly to the law enforcement station. The station had been rebuilt, and several enforcers were clearing snow at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Fan, they greeted him warmly. Lin, Mr. Lin, he heard them exclaim. With a smile, Lin Fan acknowledged their greetings. Where's old Zhou? He inquired, approaching an enforcer clad in thick clothing. The enforcer looked up, and Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback to see Wang Xiaoyan, a woman known for her vigilant demeanor who had left a profound impression on him. Master has gone to the official shelter. He will be back in some time, Wang Xiaoyan replied, her eyes reflecting admiration for Lin Fan. His exploits had become the stuff of legend among others. Is there something you need, Mr. Lin? She asked, setting aside her broom. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. Nothing of great importance. I merely wish to know where the thugs and scavengers have gone. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. We are uncertain. It appears that the scattered thugs have joined the Rat Kingdom, trading the supplies they looted from the Jianlong shelter with the thuggish organizations in Qinghe City. They seem to be expanding the Rat Kingdom. Master went to the official shelter precisely for this matter. In Lin Fan's mind, the face of Zhang Shu suddenly materialized. He was indeed quite astute. Having acquired the information he sought, Lin Fan had no intention of lingering. Wang Xiaoju nodded slightly and resumed sweeping away the snow. Standing at the enforcement station, Lin Fan observed the diligent enforcers, sighing inwardly at their genuine contributions to the public safety of Qinghe City. Alas, be careful, get out of the way. Suddenly, the enforcers, engaged in snow removal, cried out in alarm, as if they had encountered a great terror. Lin Fan was taken aback. He felt no immediate threat. Yet, in the next moment, the other enforcers stared at him, their eyes wide with astonishment and even shock. Lin Fan turned around, his heart racing. A telephone pole, overwhelmed by the weight of the snow, had toppled directly in front of him. If it had tilted even slightly, it would have surely crushed him. What a close call. Lin Fan felt a shiver run down his spine. The enforcers dropped their tasks, dumbfounded as they gazed at Lin Fan. He chuckled helplessly. It was just a near miss, wasn't it? You needn't react so dramatically. Enforcer Xiao Lu looked at Lin Fan with utmost seriousness. No, to be precise, you should have been struck. The other enforcers nodded in agreement. Lin Fan was perplexed. But just now, that pole was headed straight for you. Yet, at the moment it was about to hit, it seemed as if a pair of hands pushed it away in midair. Xiao Lu attempted to describe the event that had just transpired. Lin Fan was equally bewildered. What do you mean, a pair of hands pushed it? As Lin Fan found himself engulfed in confusion, a sudden realization dawned upon his heart. A flicker of understanding blossomed within him. So it was you. The spirit of Qinghe City resonated deep within Lin Fan's soul. Could this be the sanctuary of the city? Lin Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the spirit of Qinghe City possessed such capabilities. If it could indeed offer him protection within its bounds, would he not be free to traverse the city with impunity? But why did you not personally eliminate Sun Yong? Lin Fan pondered, perplexed. The spirit of Qinghe City remained silent, seemingly unable to comprehend Lin Feng's inquiry. A sense of resignation washed over him. After all, the spirit was merely an innocent consciousness, incapable of grasping intricate matters. Lin Fan glanced at the law enforcers surrounding him and managed a smile. It's all right, I managed to evade them. He spoke with an air of ease. The other law enforcers rejoiced in Lin Feng's stroke of luck. They were genuinely pleased that someone as virtuous as Lin Fan could receive blessings from the unseen forces. With a clearer understanding of the current situation, Lin Fan chose to relinquish his worries about the rioters. Since Zhou Jiangwo had already engaged with the authorities, there was little reason for him, and auxiliary personnel, to expend excessive effort. After all, Lin Feng's time was precious. Wouldn't it be more delightful to indulge in some gaming and tease Yang Ruoxi? What need was there to save the world? Upon returning to the refuge, Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. There sat Yang Ruoxi on the sofa, elegantly clad in a black and white maid outfit, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Fan inhaled sharply, taken aback. Yang Ruoxi noticed the direction of Lin Feng's gaze, and a glimmer of triumph flickered in her eyes. You're quite a bargain, Lin Fan remarked, smacking his lips. You look splendid. In her maid outfit, Yang Ruoxi epitomized innocence, her bright almond-shaped eyes darting shyly towards Lin Fan. This was her first experience donning such attire, and a hint of bashfulness lingered. Have you had your fill of gazing? Lin Feng's unwavering stare caused her cheeks to flush. Clearing his throat, Lin Fan regained his composure. Achievement unlocked. Maid. Congratulations, you have acquired a maid. Achievement reward. Reduced cooldown for shelter upgrade tasks by 1 day. A notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Another achievement completed. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Cooldown for shelter upgrade task has concluded. New upgrade task initiated. Security task, impenetrable fortress. Task rating, difficult. Upgrade the shelter's defense capability to standard level. Task reward, 300 points. Opportunity for room buff upgrade. Ancient martial arts technique. Wild horse splitting mane. A fresh upgrade task materialized before Lin Fan. He paused, captivated by the rewards. Setting aside the 300 points, the prospect of a room buff upgrade and an ancient martial arts technique was enticing. Glancing at the task objectives, Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. Upgrading the shelter's security to standard level was within reach. With a second-tier explosive brick formula in hand and a reinforced intelligent alloy door installed, this security task was a mere trifle for him. Yang Ruoxi observed Lin Fan standing in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Fan, what's the matter with you? Lin Fan quickly regained his composure, assuring himself that all was well. With determination, he dashed into the workshop, intent on fabricating the explosion-proof bricks. He activated the precision processing equipment and prepared the materials. As the machines commenced their operations with a thunderous roar reminiscent of a miniature locomotive. Adjusting the noise cancellation settings to the maximum, Lin Fan managed to diminish the cacophony. Glancing at the processing time, he noted that it would take merely 30 minutes, quite a swift endeavor. Emerging from the processing area, he found Yang Ruoxi gazing at him with curiosity, her cheeks flushed. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "So fast?" Lin Feng's expression stiffened, sensing an underlying implication in her tone. He caught her discreetly stealing glances toward his lower body, and comprehension dawned upon him. His face darkened as he approached her and delivered a firm tap on her head. "What are you thinking?" "Ouch!" Yang Ruoxi yelped, pitifully cradling her head. After absorbing Lin Feng's reprimand, she seemed to recall something vital. "Grandfather just called. The military district from Kyoto has sent someone to pick me up. And the team leader is Ling Tianyu. Please avoid any conflict with him." Lin Fan paused, raising an eyebrow. "Ling Tianyu? Who is he?" At the mention of Ling Tianyu, Yang Ruoxi's expression shifted subtly. "He was my neighbor when we were children. He lived next door until I turned 6. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. Yang Ruoxi, seemingly apprehensive of Lin Feng's misunderstanding, remarked, "It's not that. He seemed to have an interest in me since childhood, but I never liked him." Lin Fan, with a half-smile, replied, "I haven't said anything. Why are you so anxious?" At his words, Yang Ruoxi's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, "I'm just worried you might misunderstand." "What?" Lin Fan couldn't quite catch her words. Her voice was too faint, and despite his enhanced hearing, he could barely discern the movement of her lips. A hint of seriousness crossed Yang Ruashi's face as she urged, Lin Fan, listen to me. Do not engage in conflict with him. His family hails from an ancient martial arts lineage, and he has been training since childhood. You will undoubtedly be no match for him. Lin Fan frowned momentarily. Is he that arrogant? Yang Ruashi shook her head. I don't know. I haven't seen him in over a decade. He was quite impulsive as a child. Lin Fan nodded. So, he comes from an ancient martial arts family. What does he practice? It seems to be Baji Quan, Yang Ruashi recalled. Baji Quan. Lin Fan expressed his surprise, but upon reflection, it made sense. The old man's song had a military background, and his neighbors were likely not ordinary people. What puzzled Lin Fan was why the old man had chosen not to leave Qing'e City. You must avoid any conflict with him, understood? Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. He possessed the resonance of the city, the protection it offered, enhanced physical capabilities, and an unclaimed reward. The ancient martial arts technique wild horse splitting mane. The fact that the system recognized this as a reward certainly indicated its significance. Yang Ruashi pouted in dissatisfaction, saying, Lin Fan, I am speaking to you earnestly. Lin Fan chuckled, don't worry. As long as he doesn't provoke me, I shall refrain from taking action. As he spoke, Lin Fan playfully ruffled Yang Ruashi's hair. Upon hearing this, Yang Ruashi felt somewhat speechless. If he does provoke you, do not overreact. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Let me share a secret with you. I also practice ancient martial arts, he said mysteriously. Yang Ruashi rolled her eyes. She then spoke earnestly, Lin Fan, I am not joking with you. With that, Yang Ruashi leaped into Lin Fan's embrace. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air as Lin Fan held her close. I do not want you to get hurt, Yang Ruashi whispered softly. Lin Fan paused for a moment, a gentle expression surfacing in his eyes. It had been years since a girl had treated him this way. He gently stroked Yang Ruashi's head and replied tenderly, All right, I will heed your words. Lin Fan sensed something unusual about Yang Ruashi today. It seemed the distance between them had suddenly diminished significantly. Yet, he did not dwell on it. The feeling of having a beautiful girl in his arms was delightful. Lin Fan smiled. The two remained in this tender moment as half an hour swiftly passed. Yang Ruashi had fallen deeply asleep in Lin Fan's arms. Carefully, Lin Fan laid her down gently and rose to head towards the workshop. A batch of freshly baked explosion-proof bricks, still steaming, lay on the conveyor belt. Explosion-proof bricks. Quality, excellent. Bricks endowed with unique properties, possessing exceptional explosion resistance. Non-upgradable. System. Upgrade the shelter's bricks. Beep. Detected that the shelter structure is made of first-tier seismic bricks. Replacement material is second-tier explosion-proof bricks. Would you like to proceed with the replacement? Yes. Replacement successful. First-tier seismic bricks will be returned. Lin Fan felt a slight tremor in his shelter. The blue three-dimensional interface of the shelter materialized before him, its borders now transformed to white. Lin Fan gazed thoughtfully at the upgraded bricks. With the brick upgrade, the level of the shelter had risen. Yet, the second-tier explosion-proof bricks were of exceptional quality. Would the shelter's brick structure degrade by one level upon enhancement? Beep. Task completed. Security system upgrade. Congratulations. You have earned 300 points, an opportunity for room buff upgrade, and an ancient martial arts technique, wild horse splitting mane. The shelter upgrade task enters a cooldown period of 1 month. Lin Fan's points balance soared to 1708, providing him with a newfound sense of abundance. In an instant, he felt a wealth of knowledge flooding his mind. Only one technique, 2 forms, continuously surged within the depths of his consciousness, reminiscent of moves he had practiced diligently for an extended period. Lin Fan exhaled deeply, a glimmer of enlightenment sparking in his eyes. The wild horse splitting mane was remarkably simple, a move from Tai Chi, yet after undergoing the system's transformation, it had evolved into a formidable technique of offense. This maneuver comprised 2 forms, left wild horse splitting mane and right wild horse splitting mane. Though its name seemed unassuming, its power was indeed formidable. Ancient martial arts technique, wild horse splitting mane, rating, excellent, divided into 2 forms, left wild horse splitting mane, right wild horse splitting mane. It may appear unremarkable, yet its power is unparalleled. When exerted, the force is astonishing, utilizing the strength of the waist and abdomen, along with the rebound force from the ground. It possesses remarkable explosiveness. A system evaluation appeared before Lin Fan, aligning closely with his memories. Wild horse splitting mane, he murmured as he gazed at his hands. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring an ancient martial arts technique. Achievement unlocked. Introduction to ancient martial arts. You have mastered an ancient martial arts technique. Achievement reward. 1 Great Vitality Pill. Great Vitality Pill. Quality. Excellent. Significantly enhances the user's vitality. Lin Fan felt a weight in his hand as an antiquated small box materialized. Upon opening the box, a pill the size of a longan, resplendent in fiery red and with a smooth surface, caught Lin Fan's eye. He picked up the pill, scrutinizing it closely. Is this the Great Vitality Pill? It appears rather unremarkable. After observing for a moment, Lin Fan smiled. It would be better to taste it than merely look. With a gulp, he swallowed the Great Vitality Pill. Initially, Lin Fan anticipated the pill would get stuck in his throat, given its size. However, it was only the size of a longan, which was still considerable. Upon entry, the pill transformed into a warm current, melting instantly and traveling down his throat towards his dantian. A wave of heat coursed through Lin Fan's entire being. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan felt a surge of formidable strength coursing through his body. Suddenly, a sharp sensation caused his nose to bleed. Startled, he quickly tilted his head back to prevent the crimson droplets from staining the ground. Entering a state of heightened awareness, he grabbed a tissue and promptly stifled the flow. Have I pushed it too far? Lin Fan mused with a wry smile. The mechanical voice of the system once again echoed in his mind. Please utilize the opportunity to upgrade your room buffs. Lin Fan surveyed the options presented by the system, which included the restroom, the gene modification chamber, and the bedroom. Only these 3. After careful consideration, he opted to enhance the bedroom. The restroom offered little in terms of worthwhile upgrades, and the gene modification chamber was no better. Upgrading bedroom, declared the system. Ding. Results of bedroom buff upgrade are as follows. Rest and relaxation level 2. Sleeping in this environment increases sleep quality by 100 to 150, and stamina recovery speed by 50 to 60. A new effect has emerged. Durability increased by 50. Lin Fan was quite pleased with the significant enhancement in sleep quality and stamina recovery, yet he pondered the meaning of this newfound durability. He blinked in surprise. What aspect of the bedroom necessitated such an improvement? Suddenly, a thought struck him. He inhaled sharply, astonished. Goodness! So this is the nature of the system. Calculating in his mind, he realized that with a 50 increase, his time had been extended to 1.5 hours. Lin Fan smacked his lips, satisfied. Among these buffs, the system had finally provided something genuinely useful. He exited the processing room and returned to the bedroom. Yang Ruashi had awoken, gazing at Lin Fan with a melancholic expression in her eyes, likely roused by the recent tremor. Lin Fan approached her, gently caressing her face and inquiring, "Are you hungry?" Yang Ruashi shook her head and wrapped her arms around him. "Lin Fan, I am so scared," she murmured, burying her head in his embrace. Scared of what? Lin Fan softly stroked her hair, while making a conscious effort to avert his gaze from the revealing expanse of her maid outfit. Chapter 23. Ling Tianyu, I have a premonition that this journey to Kyoto will be our last meeting. Lin Fan chuckled lightly, responding, "What nonsense are you speaking?" Yang Ruashi nestled deeper into his arms, remaining silent. After a brief moment, he noticed her stillness. Upon glancing down, he realized she had drifted back to sleep. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Why has she fallen asleep again? He gently touched her forehead, finding her temperature normal. How peculiar. He then lifted Yang Ruashi and carried her into the bedroom. At the foot of a certain mountain, a troop of soldiers had ignited a bonfire, preparing their meal. A young man with piercing eyes and well-fitted military attire stood erect, gazing solemnly towards Qinghe City. His mere presence exuded a resilience akin to that of a steadfast pine tree. After a moment of contemplation, a flicker of apprehension crossed his features as he regained focus. Xiaolu, how far are we from Qinghe City? Ling Tianyu inquired. A logistics soldier, busy tending to the cooking, looked up and replied, Not far. We should arrive in no more than 2 days. 2 days, you say? A flicker of impatience and unease crossed Ling Tianyu's eyes as he cast another glance towards the direction of Qinghe City. He mused to himself, in just 2 days, we shall meet. Gazing into the distance, Ling Tianyu clenched his fists, the sound of creaking echoing in the silence. The other soldiers, sensing the weight of Ling Tianyu's presence, found their breaths slightly constricted, the atmosphere becoming somewhat oppressive. A few soldiers exchanged glances. Lieutenant Ling's strength has evidently increased. It is said that Academician Song has made some new breakthroughs in his research. Sigh, I too wish for such a formidable father-in-law, murmured a soldier who was preparing porridge to his companion. Hush, keep it down, cautioned another soldier who approached. It is rumored that Academician Song's daughter was taken away by a man. Hiss. The group fell silent, their expressions turning peculiar. It's true. I have heard the same. Several other soldiers joined the discourse. One of them furrowed his brow and remarked, to my knowledge, it appears that Academician Song did not give his consent. Heh. Who knows? Sighed another soldier. The others echoed his sentiment, as Lieutenant Ling had always treated them well, and they did not wish for him to become a figure of ridicule. What are you talking about? Little Lu, noticing the hushed conversation among the soldiers, approached them. The soldiers' faces shifted slightly. One, summoning his courage, inquired, Lu Go, just tell us, is it true that Academician Song's daughter was taken away by a man? Upon hearing this, little Lu's expression changed further, and he glanced around before whispering, are you seeking death? Who spread this rumor? The surrounding soldiers clenched their teeth one by one. Lu, we cannot stand idly by while Captain Ling is mistreated. Indeed, Lu. The other soldiers gazed at Xiao Lu with eager anticipation. Noticing their expressions, Xiao Lu's countenance shifted. With a sigh, he lit a cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke. I must inform you, this is not to be disclosed. Understood. Absolutely. The soldier's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Xiao Lu took a drag from his cigarette and continued, what I am about to share aligns closely with what I've already conveyed. The foundation of Academician Song's research was established with the support of the Lin family. This time, with Old Song being taken back. The fact that Academician Song's daughter did not return has severely impacted the Lin family. This situation is quite serious. Do not share it with anyone. Xiao Lu, shouted Ling Tianyu from a short distance away, his voice resonating with authority. Xiao Lu hurriedly passed the cigarette to a soldier and patted his backside as he moved forward, cautioning, do not speak of this to others. Then he exclaimed, here I come. Xiao Lu dashed forward. The remaining soldiers inhaled deeply, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. Brothers, what shall we do? A few soldiers cast furtive looks towards Ling Tianyu, their eyes tinged with sympathy, as if they could perceive vast expanses of despair. Alas, Captain Ling is indeed a man of misfortune, the soldiers lamented. A glimmer of ferocity flickered in one soldier's gaze. If you ask me, we should break his arms and legs to teach him a proper lesson. Whom are you teaching a lesson? A voice suddenly emerged from behind the crowd. The soldier furrowed his brow. What are you listening for? Naturally, it is to deal with the one who has offended Captain Ling. The veteran turned impatiently, eager to discern the identity of the one who lacked the sense to remain silent. However, upon turning, he was taken aback. Captain Ling. The veteran stammered, his words caught in his throat. Ling Tianyu maintained an expression of calm, a hint of indifference gracing his features. Who has dared to offend me? He inquired, his eyes piercing like those of a hawk, fixating on the veteran. The old soldier felt a chill run down his spine, as if plunged into an icy abyss. See Captain Ling. The veteran stuttered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Ling Tianyu huffed coldly, retrieving a cigarette, igniting it, and taking a couple of puffs, releasing two perfect smoke rings with a sense of enjoyment. The other soldiers were taken aback. Ling Tianyu had never been one to smoke. Why, then, did his actions appear more adept than those of the seasoned smokers among them? Captain Ling. What is this? One soldier asked, astonished. Ling Tianyu raised an eyebrow. With the old man absent, I feel utterly stifled. He remarked, a look of irritation crossing his face, as if he were weary of the world. The crowd stood in shock. Exhaling, Ling Tianyu produced an exceptionally flawless smoke ring. You all carry on. Pay no mind to me. Discuss whatever you wish. I am merely listening. His declaration left the others in disbelief, astonished to discover this facet of Ling Tianyu's character. A new recruit, summoning his courage, inquired, Captain Ling, what kind of person is it that dared to offend you? Ling Tianyu cast a dissatisfied glance at the new recruit, who immediately felt an overwhelming aura of terror. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Ling Tianyu asserted, let us be clear. Who dares to imply that I wish to marry that fellow's daughter? I have never uttered such intentions regarding Song Qingshan's daughter, despite his disdainful tone. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes at the mention of her name, leaving those around him astonished. One soldier ventured, but I have heard that the daughter of Academician Song is exceptionally beautiful. Ling Tianyu waved his hand dismissively. Enough of that. As he reminisced about days gone by, a shiver involuntarily coursed through him. Why are you trembling, Lieutenant Ling? Inquired a straightforward soldier. Nonsense. I am not trembling. Ling Tianyu retorted, his eyes widening in disbelief. The soldier scratched his head, questioning his own perception. Ling Tianyu narrowed his eyes, now profoundly intrigued by a certain Lin Fan. What manner of individual could possibly constrain her? Even after more than a decade, he remained ensnared in her shadow. Chapter 24. Arrival at Qinghe City. Years had passed, yet the memory of the snot-nosed boy had matured, sending shivers down his spine as he recalled the days spent as neighbors with Yang Ruashi. Contemplating this, Ling Tianyu's hand trembled once more as he smoked. Lieutenant Ling, you trembled again. The forthright soldier exclaimed loudly. Ling Tianyu's face darkened instantly. Silence. His voice boomed with authority, enveloping the soldier in an aura of dread. Within moments, the soldier was drenched in sweat, prompting the seasoned veterans to hastily pull the earnest recruit aside. Ling Tianyu gazed towards the direction of Qinghe City, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. One couldn't help but wonder how Sister Yang Ruashi had fared over the years. Although her presence had cast a shadow over his childhood, she had always treated him with kindness. Yet, in comparison to Yang Ruashi, Ling Tianyu found himself far more intrigued by Lin Fan. Who exactly was this Captain Ling? The other soldiers redirected the conversation back to Lin Fan. Ling Tianyu's expression deepened, and after taking a puff of his cigarette, he remarked, I heard from Vice Officer Wang that this fellow is merely an ordinary person, and he learned this from old Song, so it must be true. An ordinary person, exclaimed the soldiers in disbelief. How could a mere commoner have won the heart of Academician Song's daughter? One soldier indignantly remarked, Academician Song's daughter certainly has poor taste. The others nodded in agreement. Coming from a prestigious military family, Ling Tianyu was not only handsome, but also possessed an admirable physique. Before the calamity, he would attract a throng of admirers simply by going out to buy groceries. Ling Tianyu sighed at the soldier's comments, thinking to himself, I, too, am curious about the nature of such a formidable individual. The soldiers laughed, mistaking his words for mockery of that person. The porridge is ready, exclaimed Xiao Lu suddenly. Ah, time to eat. Let us go. I still have some old dried vegetables. Hey, bring me some. The surrounding soldiers hurried over. After the meteorite fell, the once smooth roads had become treacherous, and with the heavy snowfall, they dared not drive too quickly, even with vehicles at their disposal. Ling Tianyu finished the last puff of his cigarette, extinguishing the butt beneath his foot, and proceeded to have his meal. Benefiting from the events of that day, the bond between Lin Fan and Yang Ruashi had significantly deepened over the past 2 days. The two now spent their days nestled together, indulging in the games stored on Lin Feng's device. Come on, we're running out of time, Yang Ruashi exclaimed eagerly, clutching a pink controller in her hands. Lin Fan swiftly manipulated the controller, guiding the character on the screen to dash forward. As the character placed a dish on the table, the game timer reached 0. Upon seeing that they had successfully completed the level, Yang Ruashi let out a sigh of relief. However, Lin Fan found himself at a loss. He had sought advice on a forum and learned about a game called Kitchen Rush 3, which was reputed to swiftly enhance romantic feelings between couples. Yet, after half a day of playing, Lin Fan felt that his emotional connection with Yang Ruashi had inexplicably diminished. This seemed rather absurd to him, and he felt somewhat deceived. I'm done with this. Yang Ruashi, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, had long since overcome her initial awkwardness and no longer minded Lin Feng's distracted glances. Lin Fan sensed that their distance had indeed narrowed, though he had yet to voice any desire for further closeness. Yang Ruashi rose from the sofa and headed towards the laundry room. In recent days, she had made considerable progress, willingly taking on Lin Feng's household chores, and apart from her inability to cook, she had managed quite well. She even expressed a desire to learn cooking, but after she inadvertently caused 2 explosions in the kitchen, Lin Fan quickly intervened to halt her efforts. At this rate, his resources could not withstand such extravagance, prompting Yang Ruashi to relent. Lin Fan observed Yang Ruashi hanging up the laundry and set aside the handle, feeling utterly fatigued. He realized that gaming might not be his forte after all. The hours spent in this virtual realm had left him emotionally drained. Suddenly, a chime resonated, and a smile graced Lin Feng's face. The ordinary thermal suit he had crafted for Yang Ruashi was complete. He stepped into the processing chamber. System: upgrade the thermal suit to a multifunctional protective suit. Command received. This transaction will consume a total of 200 points. In an instant, the thermal suit in Lin Feng's hands transformed into a multifunctional protective suit, and his point balance adjusted to 1594. Over the past 2 days, his daily settlements and task completions had steadily accumulated over 40 points, reflecting a gradual increase. Once the laundry was done, Yang Ruashi emerged. Lin Fan presented the multifunctional protective suit to her. As she gazed at the lightweight, three-striped garment before her, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Is this for me?" she inquired, having long recognized the exceptional quality of the protective suit. During their previous visit to Oncon community, she had bundled herself in layers to withstand the frigid temperatures of -20 degrees, while Lin Fan had ventured out in merely a protective suit. Of course, Lin Fan insisted, gently placing the suit into Yang Ruashi's hands. This protective suit was custom-made for her, serving as a gift for her departure in 2 days. "Go ahead and try it on. Let us go out and have some fun," he encouraged, narrowing his eyes playfully. Yang Ruashi had certainly grown weary from her days spent in the shelter. "All right," she replied, her eyes transforming into crescent moons, her smile radiant and sweet. After a while, Yang Ruashi emerged clad in protective gear. Lin Fan had also donned similar attire. The two exchanged a knowing smile, both adorned in peculiar outfits reminiscent of couples' attire. Lin Fan gently touched Yang Ruashi's small hand, and together they stepped out of the shelter. The path was still laden with snow, after authorities had cleared a significant area. Another light snowfall descended, though not as heavy as the first. Meanwhile, on the other side of Qinghe City, Ling Tianyu arrived with his soldiers. Observing the dramatically transformed Qinghe City, he felt a wave of nostalgia. Having been away for so many years, he was unaware of the significant changes that had taken place in his hometown. The once humble dirt roads had been replaced by smooth asphalt. "Time truly flies." Ling Tianyu sighed. "Do you know the whereabouts of Yang Ruashi?" he inquired, glancing at Xiao Lu. Although Xiao Lu was merely a logistics officer, he had assumed a minor leadership role in this operation. Taken aback by Ling Tianyu's question, Xiao Lu scratched his head and, with an awkward smile, replied, "Captain Ling." When Vice Officer Wang left, he had no idea where Miss Yang had gone. Ling Tianyu's expression instantly stiffened. "You came to retrieve someone. How can you claim ignorance of their location? What about the phone? Surely you have that." Ling Tianyu's impatience was palpable. Despite years of military training, he remained somewhat impulsive, a trait he shared with his father, seemingly unchangeable. Chapter 25. The First Encounter. Xiao Lu patted his pocket, a look of panic crossing his face. After searching for a moment, his countenance turned ashen, and he lamented, "It's over. I think I've lost it." Ling Tianyu facepalmed, utterly exasperated. "Quickly call Vice Officer Wang." "Yes," Little Lu exclaimed, quickly dialing the aide to Wang. Beep. After a few minutes, Little Lu stiffly turned his face away. No answer. Sigh. Ling Tianyu found himself at a loss for words. "Then let us wait. We'll make the call again once the line connects." With that, Ling Tianyu strode away. "Lieutenant Ling, where are you going?" Little Lu called out in haste as he saw Ling Tianyu departing. Ling Tianyu waved his hand dismissively. "I'm just going for a stroll. No need to mind me." The soldiers exchanged glances, a few of them intending to follow. "No need." Ling Tianyu's voice faded into the distance, leaving the soldiers to sigh in helplessness. "What now? What else can we do?" "Keep calling." Little Lu could only persist in making the phone calls. As Ling Tianyu walked through the snow-covered Qinghe City, nostalgia filled his eyes. Has it been 12 years? Ling Tianyu reflected. It has been 12 years since he last returned to Qinghe City. He relied on his memory to locate Wanrong community. After wandering for quite some time, his expression shifted. He seemed to have lost his way. After the snowfall, the buildings in Qinghe City all appeared remarkably similar. On one of the buildings, a heavily bundled thug spotted Ling Tianyu and his troop entering, and hurriedly reported to Zhang Shu. As Lin Fan and Yang Ruashi emerged from the shelter, Yang Ruashi joyfully frolicked in the snow. Incredible! So lightweight. She was utterly astonished inside. The garment Lin Fan had given her was truly remarkable. Although the material seemed ordinary, it effectively repelled the cold. "Lin Fan, how did you accomplish this?" Yang Ruashi's beautiful eyes fluttered with curiosity towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan, however, responded with a mysterious smile, claiming it was a family heirloom skill. Yang Ruashi rolled her eyes, completely unconvinced. In a fit of frustration at his evasiveness, she picked up a handful of snow from the ground and hurled it at him. Lin Fan deftly dodged her attack, a hint of excitement gleaming on his face as he gathered a large handful of snow and retaliated, hitting Yang Ruashi squarely in the face, covering her transparent mask with flakes. "Ah, Lin Fan!" Yang Ruashi screamed. Lin Fan took off running, with Yang Ruashi in hot pursuit. He skillfully maneuvered through the streets, quickly leaving her behind. The smile on his face faded, replaced by a cold demeanor. He had sensed the arrival of Ling Tianyu and his companions when they entered Qinghe City. After gauging Ling Tianyu's location once more, Lin Fan deliberately made his way towards him. As for Yang Ruoshi, he cleverly created a maze with his footprints, ensuring she would struggle to find him for quite some time. He intended to engage with Ling Tianyu meaningfully, and since Ling Tianyu was to escort Yang Ruoshi home, Lin Fan felt compelled to instill some intimidation. After taking a few steps, Ling Tianyu appeared before him, still wandering aimlessly in Qinghe City. How has Qinghe City changed so much after all these years? Ling Tianyu wondered, his impatience growing. Hearing footsteps, he turned around to find Lin Fan. "Brother, do you know where Wanrong community is?" Ling Tianyu inquired, but Lin Fan remained silent as he approached, scrutinizing him intently. The young man appeared relatively fair-skinned. Yet the years spent in military service had lent his complexion a subtle wheat tone. Clad in a sturdy military coat, he stood upright, meeting Lin Fan's gaze. He was certainly a spirited young man, though he fell somewhat short in terms of attractiveness compared to Lin Fan. With a smirk that danced on the edge of a smile, Lin Fan inquired, "Are you Ling Tianyu?" Upon hearing his name uttered by Lin Fan, Ling Tianyu's expression sharpened dramatically. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" No sooner had Ling Tianyu finished speaking than a bullet whizzed towards him. Lin Fan, sensing the impending danger, swiftly dodged to the side. Ling Tianyu's reflexes were equally impressive as he evaded in tandem. Not far from them, Zhang Shu looked down upon Lin Fan and Ling Tianyu. "Boss, it missed," one of his underlings remarked, his anxiety palpable. If he couldn't hit 2 living targets, he feared Zhang Shu's wrath. However, Zhang Shu remained fixated on Lin Fan and Ling Tianyu. "It's all right. I don't blame you." Both Lin Fan and Ling Tianyu turned their attention towards Zhang Shu's position. They had noticed. "This way," Zhang Shu declared with a penetrating gaze, decisively retreating. "That way," Ling Tianyu shouted, his steps powerful as he pursued. The recent gunshot had ignited his fury. Lin Fan observed the departing figure of Ling Tianyu. His ability to evade that bullet indeed indicated that Ling Tianyu was no ordinary adversary. It was worth noting that Lin Fan had undergone physical enhancement and city resonance to detect such threats instantaneously. The fact that Ling Tianyu could also evade. Lin Fan lowered his head, deep in contemplation, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Lin Fan, come out now." In the distance, the anxious voice of Yang Ruoshi interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts. "Oh no, Xiaoxi is still there." Lin Fan hurriedly rushed back. Yang Ruoshi stood helplessly in the snow, glancing around. "Xiaoxi, I'm back. Are you all right?" Lin Fan dared not waste a moment. Upon seeing Lin Fan safe and sound, Yang Ruoshi let out a sigh of relief. "We must leave quickly. I just heard gunshots." Concern flickered in her eyes. Lin Fan turned to look in the direction where Ling Tianyu had departed. As the resonance of the city conveyed the scene to his mind, 3 thugs lay on the ground, their chests caved in, unmistakably lifeless. However, Lin Fan had not witnessed Ling Tianyu's intervention. "Lin Fan," Yang Ruoshi said, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Lin Fan promptly returned to the present. Just as Yang Ruoshi was about to say something further, Lin Fan interjected, "Let's head to the shelter." Observing Lin Fan's serious demeanor, Yang Ruoshi obediently followed him. The two returned to the shelter. Yang Ruoshi couldn't help but inquire, "Lin Fan, what happened back there?" Lin Fan chuckled as he ruffled her hair. "It's nothing, just a group of thugs. They've already been dealt with." Upon hearing that they were merely thugs, Yang Ruoshi's heart momentarily lifted, but she breathed a sigh of relief upon learning they had been resolved. Lin Fan gently closed his eyes, the spirit of Qinghe City providing him with updates. Zhang Shu, haunted by remnants of fear, led the remaining individuals back through the tunnels to their headquarters. At that moment, Zhang Shu was drenched in cold sweat. Who was that person just now? So terrifying. Zhang Shu's mind was filled with the harrowing image of Ling Tianyu slaying his 3 subordinates with mere punches. Was that individual truly human? Zhang Shu was profoundly astonished. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively reported to Zhao Jianlong. This group of unidentified soldiers must not jeopardize their plans. Chapter 26. Is Lin Fan an ordinary person? Upon returning to his previous position, Ling Tianyu discovered that Lin Fan had already departed. What was that individual, truly? Ling Tianyu furrowed his brow, as he had no recollection of Lin Fan whatsoever. Creak. An enforcement vehicle came to a halt before Ling Tianyu. Zhou Jiangwo opened the door and stepped out. "Lieutenant Ling." Upon hearing Zhou Jiangwo's address, Ling Tianyu felt a surge of astonishment. He quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, "Uncle Zhou, there's no need for such formality." Zhou Jiangwo belonged to his father's generation and had imparted some invaluable lessons to him. "Uncle Zhou, I was just attacked by thugs." Ling Tianyu's countenance turned serious. Zhou Jiangwo sighed. "We arrived as soon as we heard the gunfire." Ling Tianyu pondered before asking, "Uncle Zhou, why are the thugs in Qinghe City so rampant? It is truly outrageous. The Kyoto refuge has not a single thug, nor even a petty hoodlum in sight." Zhou Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. "This is Qinghe City. Moreover, the enforcers here." He hesitated, leaving the rest unspoken. Ling Tianyu was taken aback, falling into silence. Having departed from Qinghe City for 12 years, he had nearly forgotten that it was merely a small city, a locale with a resident population of approximately 200,000. The number of law enforcers was inherently limited. Suddenly, Ling Tianyu recalled Lin Fan. "Indeed, Uncle Zhou, I just encountered someone who recognized me." Zhou Jiangwo was taken aback. How could anyone in Qinghe City recognize Ling Tianyu? "What does he look like?" Zhou Jiangwo inquired, perplexed. Ling Tianyu pondered for a moment and replied. The person was dressed minimally, adorned with 3 stripes of red, yellow, and blue. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiangwo immediately understood. It was Lin Fan. A glimmer of realization flashed in Zhou Jiangwo's eyes. "Uncle Zhou, do you know him?" Ling Tianyu observed that Zhou Jiangwo seemed to recognize the individual he had just mentioned. "Yes, you are familiar with him as well." Suddenly, Ling Tianyu recalled Lin Fan. He was the one who had taken Xiaoxi away. Ling Tianyu asserted with conviction. "Yes, it is he." Zhou Jiangwo appeared puzzled, wondering why Lin Fan had sought to meet Ling Tianyu. "All right, let us go to my place for a discussion. I wish to converse with you about him." "Very well." Ling Tianyu felt a burgeoning curiosity toward Lin Fan. Initially, he had not perceived anything extraordinary upon their first encounter, but upon reflection, Lin Fan seemed remarkably exceptional. He sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from him, as if Lin Fan could unsheath a knife and strike him at any moment. Moreover, he felt certain that should Lin Fan choose to attack, he would be utterly unable to evade it. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. Ling Tianyu boarded Zhou Jiangwo's vehicle, heading toward the enforcement office. Upon arriving at the law enforcement office, Ling Tianyu observed that the soldiers who had accompanied him were seated, leisurely sipping hot tea. Judging by their demeanor, they had been there for quite some time, each face adorned with smiles, having consumed several pots of tea. "You all." Ling Tianyu momentarily paused, taken aback. Just then, Xiao Lu spotted him and hurriedly approached. "Captain Ling, I have managed to obtain Miss Yang's phone number." As he spoke, he produced a yellowed piece of paper, on which a hasty string of digits was scrawled. This interruption caused Ling Tianyu to momentarily forget his earlier thoughts. He accepted the number, glanced at it briefly, and tucked it into his pocket. "I'll call later, there's no rush." The acquisition of Yang Ruashi's number made Ling Tianyu feel a surge of anxiety. Zhou Jiangwo also settled into a seat, intending to have a serious discussion with Ling Tianyu regarding Yang Ruashi. Deep down, Zhou Jiangwo was inclined to support Lin Fan, believing that Ling Tianyu, having grown up in his presence, was not suited for Yang Ruashi. This was the sentiment of someone who had experienced such matters firsthand. "Please, take a seat." Observing Ling Tianyu still standing, Zhou Jiangwo took a sip of his hot water. Wang Xiaojun brought over a chair and offered it to Ling Tianyu, all the while casting curious glances in his direction. He isn't as handsome as Lin Fan. Upon seeing Ling Tianyu's face, Wang Xiaojun instinctively compared him to Lin Fan. Having reached this conclusion, her curiosity about Ling Tianyu diminished significantly. Ling Tianyu sensed Wang Xiaojun's abrupt shift in demeanor after her fleeting glance, leaving him puzzled. Shouldn't a typical woman be enchanted upon seeing him? Why was this woman so different from the rest? Ling Tianyu felt a sense of bewilderment. "Tianyu, what do you know about Lin Fan?" As Zhou Jiangwo spoke, he captured the attention of the soldiers around him. How intriguing. There was gossip afoot. Each of them perked up their ears to listen. Ling Tianyu shook his head. "I have little knowledge of him. The only information I possess comes from Officer Wang." Zhou Jiangwo's eyes brightened. "Oh, what did old Wang say?" Ling Tianyu hesitated before replying. "He mentioned that Lin Fan is just an ordinary person." The moment Ling Tianyu uttered the term ordinary person, Zhou Jiangwo spat out his tea. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Jiangwo's face turned crimson, nearly choking on the tea. "What did you say?" Old Wang claimed Lin Fan is merely an ordinary person. Ling Tianyu gazed at Zhou Jiangwo in bewilderment. unable to comprehend why Zhou Jiangwo's reaction was so intense. Officer Wang said he heard it from old Song. Observing Zhou Jiangwo's expression, Ling Tianyu began to speculate. Indeed, Lin Feng is no ordinary individual. How could someone who instills a sense of danger in him be merely ordinary? Zhou Jiangwo exhaled deeply. Speaking with significant implication, he is not only not an ordinary person, but he is also somewhat exceptional. Ling Tianyu's heart trembled at this revelation. I think so too, Ling Tianyu affirmed solemnly. The moment I encountered him, I sensed a looming threat. Zhou Jiangwo paused mid-sip, his expression shifting as he urgently inquired. Tianyu, have you broken through? A note of seriousness appeared in Ling Tianyu's eyes. Indeed, I achieved my breakthrough last month. With a sharp intake of breath, Zhou Jiangwo felt a chill run down his spine. Ling Tianyu had indeed surpassed his limits. Yet, he could still sense a looming threat emanating from Lin Feng. Could it be that Lin Feng was an awakened being? The soldiers around them were left in a state of confusion. They understood the notion of danger, but the concept of breakthrough eluded them. The logistics officer, Xiao Lu, changed his expression upon hearing the word breakthrough. The fact that someone like Ling Tianyu, who had transcended the human threshold, felt threatened suggested that Lin Feng was no ordinary individual. This was serious. I must report this to the higher-ups. A fleeting thought crossed Xiao Lu's mind, unnoticed by anyone else. After a moment of contemplation, old Zhou spoke up. I shall summon Shaolin immediately. Ling Tianyu parted his lips slightly, then closed them once more. He too was eager to witness Lin Feng's prowess. His hesitation stemmed from the concern that Yang Ruoshi might accompany him. Chapter 27. Who do you look down upon? What? The military wishes to see me? Lin Feng answered the call. Yes. Shaolin, why don't you come over for a visit? Old Zhou suggested. The visage of Ling Tianyu flashed in Lin Feng's mind. He smirked subtly while casting a furtive glance at Yang Ruoshi, who was snacking on the sofa. Very well, I shall head over right away. All right, it's settled then. Old Zhou hung up and turned to Ling Tianyu. It's all arranged. Prepare yourself. Prepare? Ling Tianyu was taken aback. Indeed, when Shaolin arrives, you shall engage in a contest with him. Old Zhou took a sip of hot tea to soothe his throat. Very well. Ling Tianyu removed his outer garment and stepped into the snowy expanse. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Lieutenant Ling is. My goodness. Look. As a multitude of soldiers looked on in bewilderment, Ling Tianyu's body rapidly flushed crimson, resembling a perfectly roasted lobster. Zhou Jiangwo observed this scene with a slight nod. Contemplating. Indeed, Song Qingshan's research has yielded success. The world is destined for transformation. With a sigh, Zhou Jiangwo seemed to glimpse a future fraught with turmoil and bloodshed. Ling Tianyu stood resolutely in the frigid air, braving temperatures plummeting below 20 degrees Celsius. Goodness! Lieutenant Ling. Standing there, he remained as immovable as a mountain. His sun-kissed skin gleamed under the open sky, and the contours of his eight-pack abs were distinctly visible. Several female law enforcers were left mesmerized. My heavens! How striking! Gulp! Ling Tianyu's physique exuded an aura of raw vitality, leaving the surrounding female enforcers momentarily stunned. Wang Xiaojun, however, merely cast a fleeting glance before losing interest, finding little to celebrate. Suddenly, Ling Tianyu bent down to commence his warm-up routine. After a few exercises, everyone was astonished. Wisps of white steam began to emanate from his body. Some soldiers gaped in disbelief. Is this still a human? In the bitter cold of 20 degrees below zero, Ling Tianyu was generating heat with his own flesh to combat the frigid air. Little Lu's eyes sparkled with realization upon witnessing Ling Tianyu's display. Indeed, I must report this to the higher-ups. After completing a few warm-up exercises, Ling Tianyu felt an invigorating rush. Exhilarating. He typically refrained from strenuous activity, fearing that igniting his own vitality would leave him unable to regain composure. However, the situation has changed. The temperature outside is quite frigid. After a short while, the invigorated vitality within him will settle, allowing him to showcase his true prowess. Ling Tianyu felt a profound satisfaction as he sensed the awakened vitality coursing through his veins. This vitality, known by many names such as inner strength, internal energy, or even chakra if one so wishes, is the latest achievement of Song Qingshan's research. It significantly unleashes the body's potential, triggering this vital force and transcending the limits of the human body. Yet, Ling Tianyu, having just awakened, found that the vitality he had cultivated was not exceptionally potent. In comparison, He was far inferior to a certain self-awakened individual from the military district of Qinghe City. The figure of that person involuntarily surfaced in Lin Tianyu's mind. They were truly extraordinary. Their chilling aura was undeniably unforgettable. Lin Tianyu clenched his fists tightly, a surging momentum erupting skyward. Everyone instinctively squinted, as if a gust of wind had suddenly swept into their eyes, causing discomfort. As Lin Feng walked along the path, he suddenly sensed Lin Tianyu's presence. He chuckled softly. The aura was formidable. However, Lin Feng had consumed a potent vitality elixir, and now the energy within him surged like molten lava. Once set in motion, it would erupt with terrifying force. In contrast, Lin Tianyu's vitality resembled a mere trickle of mud flow, impressive in appearance, yet ultimately ineffective. Lin Feng gently shook his head and quickened his pace. In less than a minute, he arrived at the enforcement office. Lin Tianyu stood bare-chested, his posture as straight and resilient as a sturdy pine tree. As Lin Tianyu's piercing gaze, sharp as that of an eagle, fell upon Lin Feng the moment he appeared, it met with Lin Feng's tranquil eyes, reminiscent of a vast and serene ocean. It was akin to tossing a small pebble into the sea, creating no ripples whatsoever. You've arrived. Lin Tianyu adjusted himself to peak condition. Lin Feng surveyed the gathered crowd, Old Shou, Wan Xiaojun, other law enforcers, and a group of soldiers. Such a multitude had convened at the enforcement agency. Lin Feng approached Lin Tianyu, halting approximately 20 centimeters away. Xiaolin, Old Zhou, observing the tense standoff, felt a pang of anxiety. He had once harbored a glimmer of hope for Lin Feng, but upon witnessing the steam swirling around Lin Tianyu and his terrifying form, reminiscent of a crimson shrimp, he quickly lost faith in Lin Feng's chances. He surmised that Lin Feng was merely a superhuman with superior physical attributes. Yet he was far from being able to contend with Lin Tianyu. In a hurry, Old Zhou jogged to the center, positioning himself between Lin Feng and Lin Tianyu. Please stop. Xiaolin, I have come merely to facilitate an introduction between you and Tianyu. There are no ulterior motives. Noticing Lin Feng's silence, Old Zhou turned his attention to Lin Tianyu. Tianyu, please halt. We are merely discussing matters. Initially, Old Zhou intended for Lin Tianyu to gauge Lin Feng's strength. But witnessing the escalating tension, he feared that a confrontation would result in Lin Feng being severely harmed. If Lin Feng were to suffer any grave injury, would Yang Ruoshi not bring the heavens crashing down? Lin Tianyu's gaze flickered momentarily. After unleashing all his vital energy, he no longer sensed the imminent threat emanating from Lin Feng. He mused to himself. Indeed, he is merely an ordinary individual with slightly more prowess than the average person. Although there remains a discernible gap between us, perhaps now it is minor, but as I continue to grow stronger, this disparity will inevitably widen. However, this is not necessarily a fortunate circumstance. Lin Tianyu pondered, letting out a faint sigh. In order for Song Qingshan to safeguard his research from external interference, he must forge alliances. The Ling family has always been perceived as a steadfast support for Song Qingshan. His parents also harbored intentions of marrying Yang Ruoshi to him. After all, familial ties are often more advantageous than mere alliances. Presently, Lin Feng is only marginally stronger than the average person, making it unlikely for him to become Song Qingshan's favored son-in-law. The awakening of one's vital energy is not something just anyone can achieve. It requires one to be a master of ancient martial arts to possibly harness a fraction of their refined essence. Subsequently, through Song Qingshan's research, one could grow even stronger, scientifically cultivating that vital energy. Lin Tianyu took a step back, his expression exuding approachability, yet concealing a hint of disdain. He smiled and said, "You must be Brother Lin." The chasm between him and Lin Feng was anything but trivial. Lao Zhou also breathed a sigh of relief. With Lin Tianyu conceding, it seemed Lin Feng would not act recklessly. Ding! Quest triggered. Who do you look down upon? Chapter 28. The Confrontation. Quest. Who do you look down upon? Quest rating. Ordinary. Lin Tianyu regards you with disdain. How will you respond? The task rewards 100 points. A first-tier extraordinary detoxification potion recipe. Lin Feng's eyes flickered momentarily. The system's issuance of this task seemed somewhat provocative. Nevertheless, he was quite pleased to accept the 100 points and the tire blueprint. I hear you practice ancient martial arts? Lin Feng inquired casually. Lin Tianyu, who had turned away, paused briefly in surprise. Zhou Jiangwo raised an eyebrow, sensing that something was amiss. Lin Tianyu's face betrayed a hint of impatience. Indeed, I do practice ancient martial arts. At that moment, steam continued to rise from Lin Tianyu's body. He had activated his vital energy, and calming it would take some time. Let us have a spar. Lin Fan boldly proposed a challenge. Lin Tianyu was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Zhou Jiangwo was utterly flabbergasted and sternly admonished, Lin Fan, this is not the time for reckless impulses. Lin Fan rolled his eyes in exasperation. I am not acting rashly. I too possess some knowledge of ancient martial arts and wish to engage in a friendly contest. The surrounding soldiers and enforcers were momentarily speechless. For goodness sake, good sir, can you not see the situation clearly? Lin Tianyu is standing bare in the snow. What are you thinking about competing for? Even a fool can see that Lin Tianyu is extraordinary. Do you dare? Lin Fan pressed on. A flicker of anger passed through Lin Tianyu's eyes. He had believed that Yang Ruoshi's choice of boyfriend was formidable, but it now appeared he was merely a petty rival consumed by jealousy. This revelation left him profoundly disappointed. What is there to be afraid of? Lin Tianyu declared loudly, and then with a hint of sarcasm added, however, I must say, Yang Ruoshi's taste leaves much to be desired. With that, Lin Tianyu sprang into action. Zhou Jiangwo had yet to comprehend the situation when Lin Tianyu charged forward with the swiftness of lightning. Lin Fan witnessed a colossal fist enlarging in his vision. Yet in the next moment, he merely chuckled softly, tilting his head slightly to evade the blow. Lin Tianyu's punch met with emptiness, instead of persisting in his assault. A cold smirk appeared on his face as he stepped back, scrutinizing Lin Fan. Some things. Lin Fan gently patted his protective suit, shaking off the dust with a nonchalant demeanor. I possess more than you. The moment these words escaped Lin Fang's lips, an astounded silence enveloped all those present. Was Lin Fan deliberately instigating a conflict? Wang Xiaojun regarded Lin Fan with a mix of astonishment and suspicion. This was not characteristic of Lin Fan. Although she was not intimately acquainted with him, she had gleaned some understanding of his nature. Such behavior seemed utterly out of character. What could possibly drive him to this? Wang Xiaojun was baffled. Upon hearing Lin Fang's words, Lin Tianyu's expression darkened to an ashen hue. Very well, he seethed, utterly incensed. Since the age of 6, he had diligently practiced his punches, drawing strength from the first rays of the morning sun. Now, someone dared to claim superiority. Lin Fan remained composed, aware that his provocations were deliberate, intending to suppress Lin Tianyu before Yang Ruoshi's departure. Regardless of Lin Tianyu's current feelings towards Yang Ruoshi, Lin Fan was resolute in eliminating any possibility of rivalry. His selfishness was evident. Yang Ruoshi was his, and there was no room for negotiation. Lin Tianyu summoned his inner vitality, channeling it with fervor. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers as the energy coursing through Lin Tianyu's body writhed like a serpent. Animated and vibrant, the very essence of his being seemed to awaken with life. Lieutenant Ling was formidable. The soldiers cast glances of reverence towards Lin Tianyu, now acutely aware of his formidable strength, which had previously remained concealed. Wait a moment. Lin Fan suddenly interjected. Lin Tianyu, his expression as frigid as ice, retorted with a mocking smile, what's wrong? Are you afraid? Zhou Jiangwo, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down his brow, sought to offer Lin Fan an avenue of retreat. Shaolin, Tianyu began training in martial arts at 6 and took to the battlefield at 12. If you were to lose, it would not be shameful. Lin Fan, a benefactor to Qinghe City and a good man, deserved not to harbor resentment over this matter. Lin Fan replied coolly, no, I just need to remove my clothing first. It restricts my movement. The moment his words fell, the crowd was taken aback. Could it be? Had he lost his senses? Did he truly wish to show off in front of Lieutenant Ling, who stood bare? The soldiers regarded Lin Fan with a hint of disdain, while the other enforcers exchanged helpless glances. Lin Fan had indeed saved them in the past, yet now he seemed to be at odds with Lin Tianyu. Sighs of exasperation escaped the enforcers. Only Wang Xiaojun sensed something amiss. Lin Fan had just exuded an overwhelming presence, akin to a mountain blocking her path, leaving her breathless. Lin Fan felt somewhat helpless himself. It was his first time activating his vital essence for combat. He had intended to unleash his energy, but found himself hindered by the protective gear, causing a blockage in his flow. After all, it was his first attempt, and he lacked experience. Lin Tianyu extended 5 fingers towards Lin Fan. I grant you 5 seconds. His voice was chilling, as if the temperature of the surroundings had plunged by more than 20 degrees. Zhou Jiangwo's expression shifted dramatically at this sight. Lin Tianyu grew up beside him. Well aware of his temperament, he usually suppressed his irritable nature, but when provoked, he would erupt with fury. The current situation had become rather difficult to manage. Lin Fan, however, leisurely removed his protective suit. Exhaling a breath of white mist, he rubbed his body, feeling a bit cold in his thin autumn attire. He had not engaged in any physical activity to invigorate his blood flow, hence he shivered slightly. Witnessing this scene, Ling Tianyu's anger intensified, his gaze seeming capable of shattering Lin Fan. From atop a high-rise in Qinghe City, Zhang Shu observed the unfolding situation. Just moments ago, Zhao Jianlong had instructed him to closely monitor their movements. What were they up to? Zhang Shu found himself perplexed by Lin Fan and Ling Tianyu, both shedding their clothing in this frigid weather. Ling Tianyu, however, astonished Zhang Shu. That man was indeed extraordinary. Zhang Shu mused. Could it be that inner strength truly exists in this world? The memory of Ling Tianyu dispatching 3 of his subordinates with 3 punches was indelibly etched in his mind. Evoking a sense of wonder, Lin Fan moved slightly on the ground and then calmly stated, "All right, let us begin." As soon as the words left his lips, Ling Tianyu, who had been enduring for quite some time, unleashed a powerful punch. A fierce gale swept through, akin to a colossal hammer in motion. Lin Fan entered a state of urban resonance, his eyes sharpening with intensity. Once again, he deftly tilted his head to evade Ling Tianyu's strike. This time, however, Ling Tianyu did not relent, transforming his fist into an open palm to execute one of the killing moves of Bajiquan, the splitting mountain palm. Like a steel axe, Ling Tianyu's hand descended with tremendous force. Lin Fan stirred the vital energy within his body, yet its sheer magnitude made it challenging to fully activate in an instant. In a state of resonance, he suddenly leaned to the side, seizing Ling Tianyu's arm. Then, with a resounding thud, Lin Fan unleashed an ancient martial art, Wild Horse Splits its Mane. With another thud, Ling Tianyu was propelled away by this formidable technique. What? How could this be possible? Oh my! Lieutenant Ling! The crowd of law enforcers and soldiers gasped in astonishment, as if witnessing an ant slay a giant elephant. Ling Tianyu staggered backward a few steps, then took a deep breath, circulating his vital energy to steady himself. You! Ling Tianyu fixed his intense gaze upon Lin Fan. Lin Fan chuckled lightly and waved his hand. Continue. Excellent. A spark of excitement flickered in Ling Tianyu's eyes. Since his breakthrough, he had not encountered anyone as formidable as Lin Fan. His combative spirit surged. Lin Fan's previous Wild Horse Splits its Mane undoubtedly reflected over a decade of mastery. This technique, derived from Tai Chi, is characterized by its tremendous tension. It can embody both softness and hardness. Lin Fan's execution was purely aggressive and direct. He chose not to employ Ling Tianyu's strength with a more yielding approach, fearing that excessive internal force might inadvertently injure Ling Tianyu. Again, Ling Tianyu lunged forward like a ferocious tiger, his strikes fierce and domineering. Lin Fan remained as immovable as a mountain, patiently awaiting Ling Tianyu's assault. This, Zhou Jiangwo rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Is this truly Lin Fan? How could he possess such skill? Zhou Jiangwo's mind was awash with memories of Lin Fan's recent execution of the Wild Horse parts, its main technique, igniting a fervor within him. This was the essence of a master. In the martial arts community of Blue Star, a saying has long been revered: divine skill. The demeanor of a master. Eyes like thunder, lightning in the void. This implies that if one can wield a technique with divine finesse, they embody the aura of a master. Yet, if their gaze holds the might of thunder and sparks ignite in the void, they are truly a martial arts grandmaster. Zhou Jiangwo had just witnessed this with utmost clarity. The Wild Horse parts its mane of Tai Chi, which inherently relies on the principle of yielding to force, was executed by Lin Fan in such a manner that it repelled Ling Tianyu with sheer strength. In that moment, it was as though he beheld a wild stallion rearing up, unleashing a thunderous neigh. The essence of that technique was unparalleled. Patience, he would observe further. Zhou Jiangwo restrained his excitement as he watched the duel unfold between Lin Fan and Ling Tianyu. Ling Tianyu's vital energy surged like a tempest, clashing briefly with Lin Fan. Seizing the moment, he unleashed another lethal move from the Eight Extremes fist, the Hammer of Support. The Arrow of the Bow. With a booming shout, Ling Tianyu's left fist descended upon Lin Fan with relentless ferocity, akin to the striking of a temple bell. In that instant, a black and white resonance of Ling Tianyu's movements materialized in Lin Fan's mind. Under a heightened state of concentration, Ling Tianyu's actions appeared to slow in Lin Fan's perception. Wild Horse parts its mane. Lin Fan, invigorated by Ling Tianyu's fervor, roared in response. Boom! Lin Feng's right arm collided with Lin Tianyu's left fist. Lin Feng sensed an internal force surging into his body, intent on wreaking havoc. Yet, in the next moment, he slightly gathered his energy, and his own formidable vital force erupted like a volcano. What? Lin Tianyu exclaimed in astonishment. The surge of internal energy he directed towards Lin Feng was almost instantly dissipated. Yet, this was not his sole tactic. Stepping forward, Lin Tianyu unveiled another deadly move, the Five Mountains Ascending Needle. However, in the next moment, an overwhelming surge of vitality erupted from Lin Feng's body. This terrifying force of vitality rendered Lin Tianyu immobile, halting his half-executed strike. White steam began to emanate from Lin Feng, with a quantity several times greater than that of Lin Tianyu. Goodness, that fellow. He possesses steam as well. The soldiers were left in awe. Little Lu, witnessing the steam rising from Lin Feng, was taken aback. This guy also possesses vitality. He furrowed his brow and thought to himself, this is not good. The son-in-law of Song Qingshan actually possesses the power of vitality. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiangwo, upon seeing the surging vitality from Lin Feng, was left dumbfounded. His lips twitched involuntarily. Lin Feng. He is not merely a martial arts master. He is a transcendent being who has broken the limits of the human body to harness vitality. Damn it, this fellow is truly hiding his strength. Zhou Jiangwo gritted his teeth and said. The sight of Lin Feng's rapid blood condensation resurfaced in Zhou Jiangwo's mind. It was likely that his ability to condense blood so swiftly stemmed from his vitality. No, it could also be a supernatural ability. Zhou Jiangwo speculated, his gaze deepening as numerous possibilities flooded his mind. However, he was mistaken. Lin Feng had relied solely on his ordinary physical prowess until now. Lin Tianyu roared in fury and executed the splitting palm. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiangwo's expression changed dramatically, and he could not help but exclaim, this cannot be. The split and hang palm was Zhou Jiangwo's ultimate skill, honed over many years. It was he who had taught Lin Tianyu in the past. The Eight Extremes Fist, embodying the essence of strength and vigor, necessitated the support of another style to achieve harmony. The split and hang palm was the perfect complement to the Eight Extremes Fist. The fusion of the two created a seamless balance of hardness and softness, wielding a power that even the supernatural would fear. Lin Tianyu extended his arms, reaching out for a distant strike. The distance between him and Lin Feng was considerable, making the split and hang palm the most suitable technique to employ. It struck directly towards Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng's vital energy surged like viscous magma, stirred by Lin Tianyu's internal force, awakening his full potential. Thump, thump. The powerful heartbeat reverberated within Lin Feng's chest, akin to the deep thrum of a bullhide drum. Come on, Lin Feng bellowed. The wild horse splits its mane. With both hands moving in an upward and downward motion, he traced a perfect circle. Bang, crack. The sound resonated as Lin Tianyu's arm collided with Lin Feng's. In an instant, Lin Tianyu was sent flying by Lin Feng's strike. Although the split and hang palm leaned towards gentleness, and could counter Lin Feng's wild horse splits its mane, Lin Tianyu's mastery was insufficient. Under Lin Feng's nearly masterful execution of the technique, the subtlety was shattered, flowing away like a receding tide. Lin Tianyu fell to the ground, his face flushed, his vital energy surging. Hiss! The scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was stunned. Even Zhang Shu, who was observing from afar with binoculars, stood frozen in place. Silence. A deathly stillness. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, a plume of white breath extending over 3 meters long, resembling a white silk ribbon. After being expelled, it lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. After a while, it remained suspended. Lin Tianyu had just risen from the ground. He gazed at Lin Feng, his eyes brimming with respect, retracting his previous opinions. He cupped his hands and bowed, exclaiming, I stand corrected. Lin Feng chuckled heartily, replying, likewise. Since Lin Feng had ascended in strength, he had not engaged in combat, leaving him uncertain of his own capabilities. However, with Lin Tianyu's presence, he had inadvertently gained clarity regarding his prowess. Suddenly, Zhou Jiangwo darted over, his gaze fixated on Lin Feng with an intensity that suggested he wished to consume him whole, causing Lin Feng to feel somewhat uneasy. Lin Tianyu joyfully remarked, Brother Lin, your strength is truly formidable. My sister, Yang Ruoxi, has an exceptional eye for talent. He felt a surge of happiness for Yang Ruoxi from the depths of his heart. Sister? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, sensing something amiss. Ding. Task, who do you look down upon? Completed. Return to the shelter to claim your reward. Chapter 30. The Gathering. Ling Tianyu bashfully scratched his head, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was somewhat bewildered. Brother Lin, how many years have you practiced this wild horse splitting mane technique? It's astonishing. Ling Tianyu felt an instant camaraderie with someone of similar age who possessed greater strength. He understood that the wild horse splitting mane was a technique reliant on leveraging power, leaning towards the softer side. Conversely, Lin Feng had just displayed a vigorous and assertive style during their recent encounter, indicating that Lin Feng had held back. Instinctively, Lin Feng accepted the cigarette, lost in thought. Had Ling Tianyu just referred to Yang Ruashi as sister? Lin Feng uncertainly inquired. What did you just call my sister? Ling Tianyu was momentarily stunned, instinctively responding, sister. Following this, a look of envy and admiration appeared on his face. Brother Lin, how did you manage to win over my little sister She? Her temper is quite fearsome. Ling Tianyu once again found himself engulfed in memories of past fears. Lin Feng fell silent. A fearsome temper? Could they possibly be speaking of the same person? At that moment, an image suddenly surfaced in Lin Feng's mind. Yang Ruashi delivering a fierce kick to Scarface. A shiver ran down his spine. It seemed Ling Tianyu's words rang true. Lin Feng blinked and said, well, actually, Xiaoxi is quite well behaved with me. Upon hearing this, Ling Tianyu was utterly astonished. As the saying goes, a dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement. If Yang Ruashi were to alter her temperament, Ling Tianyu would leap from the summit of Everest. His expression turned somewhat peculiar, yet his gaze towards Lin Feng became even more reverent. Ahem. Zhou Jiangwo cleared his throat, drawing the attention of Lin Feng and Ling Tianyu. With a friendly demeanor, Zhou Jiangwo remarked, Xiao Lin, your prowess is remarkable. Observing the expressions on Ling Tianyu and Zhou Jiangwo's faces, Lin Feng realized he may have revealed too much. It's nothing, I just practice a bit casually. The faces of Ling Tianyu and Zhou Jiangwo froze. Practicing casually? Was that even coherent? Zhou Jiangwo felt Lin Feng was being somewhat pretentious and, clearing his throat, said, Xiao Lin, I've trained in the split palm technique for over 30 years and have yet to reach the level of your wild horse dispersing mane. A flicker of understanding crossed Lin Feng's eyes. Indeed, quality is guaranteed when produced by the system. He casually rewarded a martial arts technique that could rival over 30 years of practice by old Zhou. Lin Feng thought to himself that he could not appear too pretentious, so he reluctantly stated, I have been practicing since I was 6. Upon hearing this, both of their expressions improved significantly. If Lin Feng were merely dabbling, they would perceive it as an affront. Zhou Jiangwo licked his lips, visibly excited. So, little Lin, can you tell me with certainty, are you a master? The previous battle had concluded so swiftly that Zhou Jiangwo had failed to discern the reality. Hearing Zhou Jiangwo's inquiry, Ling Tianyu was also intrigued. Although he was not a master, he could harness the power of a master through his vital energy. Lin Feng not only exhibited extraordinary prowess in the wild horse splitting mane technique, but also possessed such immense vitality. It was astonishing. At that moment, Ling Tianyu yearned to return and give Vice Officer Wang a good dressing down. Was this truly what you referred to as an ordinary person? Old Song's pretense. Did you actually believe it? Ling Tianyu's teeth ground in vexation. Lin Feng, bewildered, wondered, Master? What master? What are we discussing? Faced with their eager gazes, he could only suppress his confusion and speak candidly. I am no master. And what is this master you speak of? Zhou Jiangwo and Ling Tianyu erupted in unison. Akin to startled cats. You don't know what a master is? Lin Feng was thoroughly perplexed. He genuinely did not know. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Jiangwo scrutinized Lin Feng intently. I understand. Rest assured, we will not disclose this. Zhou Jiangwo discreetly signaled to Ling Tianyu, who immediately grasped the implication. Oh, I see. Ling Tianyu suddenly grasped the situation. Why did Lin Feng choose to conceal his true self? It was simply to surprise Song Qingshan later. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Tianyu made sense of it all. Rest assured, I will return and tell them you are merely an ordinary person. Ling Tianyu confidently pledged, patting his chest. Lin Feng found himself both amused and perplexed. What does this even mean? However, Lin Feng shrugged off the urge to inquire further. By the way, suddenly, Zhou Jiangwo's expression turned serious as if a thought had struck him. Are you interested in joining the military? It would be a pity for someone with Lin Feng's capabilities not to enlist. After all, the situation at the border has been quite unstable lately, and additional personnel are urgently needed. The major general stationed in Qinghe City has already been deployed to the border for quite some time. Ling Tianyu's eyes lit up. If Lin Feng were to join the military, they could become comrades in arms. Eagerly, Ling Tianyu exclaimed, Lin Gu, you could come to our Jizhou military. We are in dire need of manpower. Lin Feng shook his head. He merely wished to upgrade his sanctuary and had no desire to join the military. Admittedly, he had a rather selfish nature, but if he were capable, assisting the authorities would not be out of the question. Not for now. I do not entertain such thoughts at the moment. Lin Feng did not dismiss the idea entirely. He needed to consider the future. What if marrying young Ruashi necessitated being a military talent? Of course, that was merely a jest. Observing Lin Feng's persistent stance, the two chose not to pursue the matter further. Yet, a glimmer of excitement shone in Ling Tianyu's eyes. Lin Gu, when you return, summon Xiaoxi over, and let us share a drink. A spark of combativeness reappeared in Ling Tianyu's gaze. His father, Ling Wei, was quite the notorious drunkard. Having introduced liquor to Ling Tianyu at an early age, Ling Tianyu possessed remarkable resilience when it came to alcohol. Indeed, Zhou Zhengwo's eyes brightened at this prospect. Such a gathering could undoubtedly strengthen the bonds among them and ease young Ruashi's departure. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. All right. Good. In a fit of excitement, Ling Tianyu dashed back. Quick, let us bring forth our supplies. Tonight, we shall revel, he declared to his soldiers. Little Lu's expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, this is unthinkable, Lieutenant Ling. Yet, the other soldiers erupted in cheers. They had subsisted on porridge for several days. Long live Lieutenant Ling. Let's go for it. The soldiers rushed out to gather supplies. Zhou Zhengwo, shaking his head slightly, addressed the other enforcers. Let us also contribute some supplies. As a welcoming feast for Tianyu and a celebration for Shaolin. The enforcers cheered in response. Lin Feng observed the lively scene before him and couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. His vitality had calmed. He hastily donned his protective gear once more. Achoo! Ling Tianyu sneezed unexpectedly, still bare-chested. Chapter 31. The alarmed Ling Tianyu watching Lin Feng depart. Zhang Shu took a deep breath. The preceding events had been utterly terrifying, surpassing his wildest fears. He fished out his phone and dialed a number. Jianlong shelter. Zhao Jianlong was seated in a spacious conference room, surrounded by a circular table filled with people. One shareholder was in the midst of an outburst. What a jest! My exploration team has been robbed 8 times in just 1 week. Is this reasonable? It is utterly unreasonable. The shareholder was seething with rage, while the others remained silent. Though they too had fallen victim to Zhang Shu's thievery, their losses paled in comparison to his. Cough, cough, cough. There is no need for such urgency, Mr. Wang, remarked a well-groomed gentleman with a Mediterranean appearance. Can I possibly remain calm? It is not your possessions that have been stolen. Mr. Wang banged the table in frustration. The Mediterranean gentleman turned his gaze towards the only woman in the conference room. Dressed in a white lab coat, she sat poised at the table, her upper body resting on it. The alluring young woman appeared languid, her eyes fixed on the table, exuding an air of indifference. Academician Zhang, the Mediterranean gentleman, Mr. Li, shot a lecherous glance at the beautiful young woman, his eyes brimming with desire. Zhang Mani slightly regained her composure and looked at Mr. Li. What is it, Mr. Li? Mr. Li cleared his throat. Ms. Zhang, how long until the first batch of crops from the greenhouse can be harvested? Zhang Mani tilted her head in thought, a demeanor that was entirely at odds with her youthful charm emerging. Every man present held his breath, for the enchanting young woman radiated a peculiar charm of youthful innocence. This was an unprecedented allure they had never encountered before. The combination of a mature woman's voluptuousness and a young girl's modesty was irresistibly captivating. The men snapped back to reality, lowering their heads to conceal their gazes. Only Zhao Jianlong remained unfazed, his eyes devoid of any fluctuation, revealing only an infinite depth. It should take about 2 months to harvest. Around early February, it will be ready, Zhang Mani declared. I shall take charge. I will allocate a portion of my share to you. Mediterranean Li, observing the gravity in Wang's gaze, fell silent after exchanging a profound glance with him. One among them sighed. Continuing down this path is not a solution. Who exactly is this Zhang Shu? Merely a petty scoundrel. Damn it. Wang's teeth ground in frustration at the mention of Zhang Shu. It was intolerable to be continually undermined by him. Recently, many had perished. A refined gentleman adorned with a golden tie remarked. The other's brows knitted in concern. What do those black-skinned dogs have to say? What else could they possibly say? They still cling to that same old narrative. They claim that once they enter the tunnels, they vanish. Nonsense. It's all just a load of rubbish. Wang erupted with indignation, his emotions surging. Meanwhile, Zhang Mani remained lost in thought, staring blankly at the table. Ding ding ding. Zhao Jianlong's phone suddenly chimed. He glanced at the caller ID before swiftly ending the call. What is it, Zhao? Inquired Mediterraneanly. Zhao Jianlong maintained a composed demeanor. Nothing important. Just a call from a former collaborator. Oh, Li nodded slightly, choosing to pry no further. So what shall we do now? Wang resumed his loud outburst, prompting others to engage in fervent discussions. Zhao Jianlong, however, remained absorbed in his thoughts, staring blankly at the table. Xiaoxi. Lin Fan returned to the shelter. Suddenly, Yang Ruoxi, clad in a charming pink-maid outfit, rushed towards him, radiating warmth and a delightful fragrance. Lin Fan embraced Yang Ruoxi, inhaling her gentle scent, and tenderly proposed. Come, Xiaoxi, let us dine at the law enforcement office. Dine? Yang Ruoxi was perplexed as to why they suddenly had to dine at the law enforcement office. Lin Fan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. All right, I shall change my clothes. Reluctantly, Yang Ruoxi left the warmth of Lin Feng's embrace and made her way to the bedroom. Lin Fan took a deep breath to steady his emotions. He realized that the brief moment with Yang Ruoxi had invigorated him far more than the internal energy from Ling Tianyu. Lin Fan was certain that if Yang Ruoxi lingered any longer, he would be unable to resist the temptation of her presence. He shook his head in resignation. System. Claim the reward. Ding. Task completed. Who do you look down upon? Reward acquired. 100 points. Tier 1 Special Anti-Alcohol Potion Recipe. The upper right corner of Lin Feng's system interface flickered, indicating that his points balance had reached 1694. In his hands appeared a small recipe. Tier 1 Special Anti-Alcohol Potion Recipe. Materials required. Precision processing equipment. Amino acids. Vitamins. Final product. Tier 1 Anti-Alcohol Potion. Lin Fan gathered some food rich in amino acids and vitamins and entered the processing room. With a few simple manipulations, dozens of anti-alcohol tablets materialized on the opposite side of the conveyor belt. Tier 1 Anti-Alcohol Tablet. Quality. Ordinary. Effect. 100 effective in alleviating the effects of intoxication from beverages with an alcohol concentration below 65. 1 tablet to be taken before drinking. Cannot be upgraded. Lin Fan gazed at the tablets in his hand, a genuine smile spreading across his face. He picked one up and placed it in his mouth. Some matters required precaution. Staying alert would enable him to tackle unforeseen circumstances. Lin Fan. The voice of Yang Ruoxi echoed from outside. Lin Fan set down the medicine and stepped out. Yang Ruoxi was clad in a cream-colored knitted sweater, layered with protective clothing. Let us go, Lin Fan declared, gathering some food and drinks before escorting Yang Ruoxi out of the shelter. Before departing, Lin Fan issued a command to the dog. Should anyone breach the first door, there would be no need for restraint. It should bite fiercely. The dog stared blankly at Lin Fan as he left, seemingly unaware of the order's meaning. Afterward, Lin Fan and Yang Ruoxi climbed into a small pickup truck and drove off. A flicker of confusion appeared in the dog's mechanical eyes as it scanned its surroundings. As if awakening, moments later, Lin Fan arrived at the law enforcement station with Yang Ruoxi in tow. Ling Tianyu watched the approaching black pickup with a mix of excitement and trepidation. I wonder what Xiaoxi is like now. Ling Tianyu felt a surge of anxiety. With a creak, the pickup came to a halt. Lin Fan and Yang Ruoxi disembarked. Lin Fan carrying a box of beer along with some slices of lamb, vegetables, and other hot pot ingredients. Xiaoxi. Upon stepping out, Yang Ruoxi heard someone calling her name. Huh. Yang Ruoxi turned towards the voice. Upon recognizing the person, she paused momentarily before a smile gradually spread across her face. Ling Tianyu felt his throat tighten at the sight of her smile, his legs trembling. Yang Ruoxi slowly made her way to Ling Tianyu, extending her hand to tug at his face, her expression playful as she exclaimed, "Isn't the Xiaoyu?" Her eyes narrowed into slits, though her gaze bore a hint of displeasure. No wonder Lin Fan chose to dine here. It was because Ling Tianyu had come. Ling Tianyu felt the piercing gaze of Yang Ruoxi, rendering him immobile. Chapter 32. A drinking contest? Yang Ruoxi casually remarked, "Aren't you supposed to arrive in a few days? What brings you here so early?" As she spoke, her grip on him gradually tightened. Ling Tianyu felt tears welling up. Indeed, Yang Ruoxi had not changed one bit. Xiaoxi Jia. Ling Tianyu braced himself, wishing he could slap his own face for his foolish fantasies about Yang Ruoxi's transformation. Lin Fan handed food to an enforcer who had come to carry things away. He clapped his hands and observed Yang Ruoxi playfully pinching Ling Tianyu's cheeks. Surprisingly, Ling Tianyu did not feel anger. Wow, Xiaoxi, it seems you and Tianyu share quite a bond. Lin Feng exclaimed, astonished. Yang Ruoxi turned with a smile, half-jokingly saying, Of course, little you even said he wanted to marry me when he was younger. Ling Tianyu's eyes widened in disbelief. No, that's not true. He was flabbergasted, feeling as if a bucket of filth had been dumped over his head. That day, it was indeed Yang Ruoxi who had bullied him to the point of tears, prompting their parents to intervene. Under threat from Yang Ruoxi, he had claimed she was wonderful, expressing his heartfelt desire to marry her in the future. Lin Feng blinked, and Ling Tianyu was at a loss, nearly in tears. No, let me explain. Lin Gu. Yang Ruoxi appeared pleased upon hearing Ling Tianyu address Lin Feng. It seemed her authority as an elder sister still held sway. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, having discerned the fear Ling Tianyu harbored for Yang Ruoxi. All right, the water has boiled. Old Zhou stepped out of the house. The water was boiling. Let us go. Ling Tianyu weakly remarked, glancing at Yang Ruoxi. At that moment, he yearned to free himself from her clutches. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that Yang Ruoxi possessed an unexpectedly firm grip. Surely, it was just an illusion. Lin Feng approached, grasping Yang Ruoxi's hand as they made their way back inside. As they walked, Yang Ruoxi cheerfully urged Ling Tianyu, saying, Hurry, keep up. Yet, her gaze bore a semblance of menace. Should you dare utter any nonsense, humph. A cold sweat broke out on Ling Tianyu's brow. He had never felt such trepidation even when facing those awakened beings at the border. It was utterly terrifying. He began to worry that if he were to inadvertently divulge something to Lin Feng, Yang Ruoxi might take his life afterward. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and the possibility seemed all too real. Taking a deep breath, Ling Tianyu followed behind. The hall of the enforcement office was quite spacious, filled with numerous tables. Soldiers and enforcers sat together, engaging in idle chatter and boasting. At the center, a copper furnace simmered. I went through great lengths to procure this copper furnace. Logistics officer Xiaolu exclaimed. He had made a special trip to a Haidaleo restaurant in Qinghe City. The water in the furnace bubbled vigorously, steam wafting upward. Come, take a seat, Zhou Jingwo called out. The soldiers and enforcers at the surrounding tables were filled with excitement, secretly casting glances at Yang Ruoxi. Many men looked on with envy. Lin Feng was immensely powerful, and Yang Ruoxi was strikingly beautiful. Some female enforcers, upon comparing themselves to Yang Ruoxi, felt a pang of inadequacy. Wang Xiaojuan's eyes dimmed slightly, realizing that Lin Feng had already found someone so remarkable by his side. Old Zhou, wielding a long pair of serving chopsticks, began to dish out slices of lamb. In an instant, the air in the enforcement office was infused with a delectable aroma, tantalizing the taste buds and causing everyone to salivate. The enforcement officers and soldiers had not savored such exquisite food in quite some time. A large crowd soon erupted into a frenzy, clamoring for their share. Meanwhile, Lin Feng delicately picked up a piece of lamb for Yang Ruoxi, whose beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. Those around them couldn't help but exclaim how well-matched they were. After a few bites, Old Zhou suddenly shot a glance at Ling Tianyu, signaling him to toast Lin Feng. Ling Tianyu feigned ignorance, silently continuing to eat his vegetables. Old Zhou found it peculiar. They had just agreed upon this. So why the hesitation? Observing Ling Tianyu's demeanor, Zhou Jingwo thought little of it and raised his glass toward Lin Feng, saying, Here, young Lin, I toast to you. Thank you for your contributions to Qinghe City. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, replying, No need. Just doing my part. He lifted his glass in return. Soon after, several enforcement officers, catching Old Zhou's cue, stood up with smiles to encourage Lin Feng to drink. After a few rounds, Lin Feng began to understand. He glanced at Zhou Jingwo, a hearty smile spreading across his face. They were indeed trying to get him drunk. Amused, Lin Feng was relieved he had taken an anti-alcohol pill before arriving. Otherwise, he would have fallen prey to their scheme. Scanning the room, he noticed countless enforcement officers and soldiers eager to join in. With a mischievous grin, Lin Feng decided to take the initiative, ready to outmaneuver the cunning Zhou Jingwo first. Come on, Old Zhou. In recognition of your immense dedication to the public safety of Qinghe City, I raise this bottle in your honor. Lin Feng swiftly downed an entire bottle. Zhou Jingwo's expression abruptly froze. What a surprise. Lin Feng had taken the initiative. Not to be outdone, Zhou Jingwo seized a bottle and drank it down as well. Oh, alas. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Zhou Jiangwo regarded Lin Feng with a challenging gaze. When it came to drinking, he was quite the expert. Lin Feng offered a faint smile and downed another bottle. At this point, everyone was left speechless. Even Zhou Jiangwo appeared somewhat bewildered. Goodness, Lin Feng was clearly going all out. Zhou Jiangwo loosened his belt slightly and grabbed another bottle to drink. After finishing, he shook the bottle upside down as a sign that he had completed it. Lin Feng, with a serene smile, was about to take another bottle when Yang Ruoxi seized his hand. She was concerned for Lin Feng, as Zhou Jiangwo seemed like a seasoned drinker. Lin Feng smiled reassuringly at Yang Ruoxi. Trust me, I have never been bested in the art of drinking. Yang Ruoxi, though skeptical, knew Lin Feng had never deceived her and often brought about extraordinary occurrences. Thus, she allowed him to proceed. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Lin Feng downed yet another bottle. His complexion unflushed and his demeanor remarkably composed. The soldiers and enforcers were left dumbfounded. Lin Feng had already consumed 3 bottles, not including those he had drunk earlier. Zhou Jiangwo picked up another bottle and swiftly finished it in one go. His face displayed a slight flush, but he pressed on. Lin Feng effortlessly downed another bottle, showing no signs of inebriation. The crowd erupted in cheers. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. The logistics soldier, Xiao Lu, stood in a daze, marveling at Lin Feng's extraordinary prowess. Wang Xiaojun occasionally cast a glance at Yang Ruoxi, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort in her heart. Old Zhou was utterly bewildered. Was this young man truly so formidable in combat? Ling Tianyu, unable to bear witness any longer, seized Zhou Jiangwo's hand and whispered, "Do not drink with him. We, who have transcended the limits of the human body, metabolize alcohol at an accelerated rate. You will never be able to match him, no matter what." Old Zhou's expression stiffened, and he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Chapter 33. The night assault. Ling Tianyu, with a sense of resignation, replied. He initiated the challenge first. "I had no time to warn you, and you gulped down 2 bottles. Lin Feng observed Old Zhou with a bemused smile. No, he could not allow this young man to prevail. Old Zhou promptly produced a bottle of Erguo II, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Good heavens, beer paired with liquor, and then lying down to walk. An old enforcer who had been with Zhou Jiangwo for many years marveled. Brother Zhou is pulling out all the stops. Zhou Jiangwo was indeed a heavy drinker, but his strength lay not solely in beer. It was in his ability to mix beer with liquor. While others faltered under the combination of these 2 differing spirits, he, Zhou Jiangwo, was a prodigy. "Shaolin, do you dare?" Lin Feng remained silent, instead seizing a bottle of liquor and downing it in one go. Old Zhou was momentarily stunned. What the heck? Lin Feng is this fierce? How astonishing. My goodness. The surrounding soldiers and enforcers were left in shock. Old Zhou, looking at the bottle of liquor in his hand, also downed it in one gulp. Lin Feng chuckled, while Old Zhou felt a sense of foreboding. Lin Feng remarked, "This is merely the beginning." The vital energy within him had nearly decomposed the alcohol he had just consumed, and his hangover remedy had yet to take effect. With a vigorous motion, he downed another bottle. Old Zhou was utterly bewildered, observing Lin Feng's composed demeanor. Devoid of any signs of inebriation, he felt a growing discomfort in his own stomach. He surmised that soon, the effects of the alcohol would overwhelm him. Ling Tianyu, unable to bear the sight any longer, clapped Old Zhou on the shoulder. "Zhou, I'm stepping in." Zhou Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback by Ling Tianyu's sudden seriousness and somewhat solemn tone. Yang Ruoxi, noticing Ling Tianyu's intervention, discreetly tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve. "Don't drink with him. He's been conditioned by his father since childhood." Simultaneously, she shot a fierce glare at Ling Tianyu, who shuddered and reached for the liquor on the table. "Brother Lin, I salute you." With that, Ling Tianyu downed the liquor in one gulp, his eyes ablaze with determination. Lin Feng possessed formidable vitality, and so did he. In terms of alleviating intoxication, vitality played a minor role, yet it was sufficient to overshadow an ordinary individual like Old Zhou. Lin Feng flashed a grin, his pearly whites gleaming in the dim light. With another swift motion, he emptied the bottle in his hand. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "How impressive! How many bottles is this now?" inquired a soldier preoccupied with his meal. An observing veteran marveled. "Incredible. Excluding the earlier drinks, that's already 4 bottles of beer and 2 bottles of liquor." The soldier, having just taken a bite of meat, bit his tongue in shock upon hearing the veteran's words. What the hell? The crowd was rendered speechless, all eyes fixed in astonishment upon Lin Feng. In contrast, Lin Feng maintained an unperturbed demeanor, a smile gracing his lips. Ling Tianyu, meanwhile, downed yet another bottle of white liquor. Simultaneously, Lin Feng followed suit, consuming a bottle of white liquor. Ling Tianyu was left in disbelief. Lin Feng had already polished off 4 bottles of beer and 3 bottles of white liquor. Yang Ruoshi's concern was palpable as she cast a wary glance at Ling Tianyu. Recognizing Lin Feng's resilience, Ling Tianyu concluded that he was no match for him. With a resounding thud, Ling Tianyu set his bottle down, laughing heartily. Brother Lin, I concede. I cannot compete with you. Ha ha ha. It's no matter. Lin Feng waved dismissively, taking a seat. However, Ling Tianyu remained standing, his expression serious. Brother Lin, when will you marry my sister, Xiaoxi? I shall wholeheartedly toast to you. The soldiers and enforcers surrounding them erupted in laughter, while Yang Ruoshi's cheeks flushed crimson. Lin Feng, however, remained composed and clear-headed, responding with, absolutely no problem. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Let us eat. The others continued to serve. Thus, this brief drinking contest came to an end. Meanwhile, Zhang Shu led a band of thugs to the entrance of Lin Feng's refuge. This is the spot, boss. One of his underlings exclaimed. Zhang Shu nodded. How many grenades do we have? 20 in total, and 2 detonators. Another underling replied excitedly. Zhang Shu's gaze, fixed upon Lin Feng's refuge, shimmered with a dangerous intent. Lin Feng must perish. Hurry, let's detonate his sanctuary. Zhang Shu commanded. Right away. Quickly, brothers. The other marauders dispersed, seeking vulnerable points to breach Lin Feng's refuge. Zhang Shu found a vantage point from which he could observe the entirety of Lin Feng's sanctuary and awaited the impending explosion in silence. Boss, I'm ready here. One of the lackeys shouted hoarsely. Boss, I'm set too. Another echoed. So am I. The band of marauders placed grenades and detonators around the perimeter of the refuge. Scatter. Blow it up. Zhang Shu commanded coolly. As a spark ignited in the darkness, the air was filled with the hissing sound of combustion surrounding Lin Feng's haven. Zhang Shu disconnected a lengthy fuse specifically to link the grenades and detonators. The marauders gathered closely around Zhang Shu, eager to witness the obliteration of Lin Feng's sanctuary. Inside, the canine, lying in the passageway, perked up at the sound, its blue eyes gleaming. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the ground twice. Lin Feng's refuge was enveloped in a massive cloud of fire and black smoke. Zhang Shu and his companions found themselves unsteady. My word, that noise is tremendous. One lackey exclaimed excitedly as he regained his senses. How terrifying. Another lamented. Equally astonished, Zhang Shu fixed his gaze on the refuge shrouded in smoke. He needed to witness the collapse of Lin Feng's sanctuary with his own eyes to feel at ease. A gust of wind swept through, leaving everyone frozen in place. Zhang Shu's eyes widened, his breath quickening. What the hell? This can't be real. One lackey cursed in shock at the sight. The marauders were left dumbfounded. Lin Feng's refuge remained utterly unchanged, aside from the slightly darkened ground and the blasted iron gate. Lin Feng had proactively enhanced the security of his shelter by fortifying the surrounding area. Otherwise, if a ruthless individual were to tunnel beneath Lin Feng's refuge, it would spell disaster. In this regard, the system was exceedingly meticulous. Zhang Shu stared pensively at the shelter, which was left with only the blown-off gate. Could it be that the grenade and detonator were mere fakes? One of the subordinates found it hard to believe. It must be. Damn it. This is nothing but thunder without rain. A thug cursed vehemently. Zhang Shu, however, gazed at Lin Feng's shelter and pondered deeply. He sighed. Let us return to the shelter. Zhang Shu said. Boss, the gang of thugs was somewhat discontented. Zhang Shu shook his head. The battle between Lin Feng and Ling Tianyu during the day had already shattered his previous understanding, and now this incident further destabilized his fragile worldview, which was on the verge of collapse. Even if a mechanical watchdog were to suddenly emerge from within, he would not be surprised. Boss, look quickly. What is that? A subordinate suddenly stammered, pointing towards Lin Feng's shelter. Chapter 34. Yang Ruoshi and Lin Feng. Zhang Shu raised an eyebrow slightly and turned to follow the direction indicated by the subordinate. 2 blue lights floated in the air, resembling will-o'-the-wisps. What on earth is that? Zhang Shu was taken aback as well. Holy smokes! That ghastly thing is moving. A subordinate shouted in a hoarse voice. Suddenly, Zhang Shu felt a wave of impending danger. Run! Quickly run! Zhang Shu bellowed. The subordinates around him were momentarily stunned. The 2 blue lights surged towards them. Fire! Shoot quickly! A squad leader, gripped by terror, hastily began to issue commands. This was truly horrifying. Lin Feng's refuge remained unscathed amidst the barrage of grenades and explosives. Instead, two entities, resembling will-o'-the-wisps, lunged towards them. It was utterly frightening. One of the thugs managed to retain some composure, raising his flashlight to cast a beam of harsh white light. The true form of the creature was revealed. Zhang Shu discerned the being before him. It was clad in a sleek, obsidian armor, with elongated limbs and a head reminiscent of a dog. What in the world is this? A mechanical dog? A thug stood petrified with fear. The creature did not afford them much time to react, leaping towards them with alarming speed. Moreover, there was a glint of humanity in its eyes. The sound of gunfire reverberated as bullets rained down upon the creature. However, its swiftness, compounded by the darkness of the surroundings, rendered the thug's attempts to shoot exceedingly difficult. Yet, the creature's glowing blue eyes provided them with some semblance of guidance. As the bullets whistled by, the creature appeared to adapt, gradually mastering the art of evasion. With only the initial wounds marking its sleek form, Zhang Shu, witnessing the ghostly entity, was thoroughly unnerved. "Let us go. Stop shooting. Hurry," he urged calmly. The other thugs, now filled with dread, echoed his sentiments. The creature was undeniably terrifying. "Run, brothers, run," they shouted as they fled. Nevertheless, a hint of mockery flickered in the creature's eyes, as if it found amusement in their futile efforts. With a swift motion, the creature pushed its physical capabilities to the limit, transformed into a pale blue shadow. It lunged towards the group of thugs. "Good heavens!" cried one thug, pursued by the beast. Before the others could react, a blood-curdling scream escaped him. The chilling sound sent shivers through everyone present, as if they had witnessed an unspeakable torment. Zhang Shu led his companions swiftly ahead. Upon hearing the anguished cry from behind, his gaze sharpened, and he quickened his pace. Meanwhile, the creature expelled the flesh and blood from its maw. The unfortunate thug who lagged behind bore a gaping wound on his rear, from which blood flowed uncontrollably. His face turned ashen as he writhed on the ground, desperate to escape the scene. Yet, the severity of his injury rendered him powerless. After crawling a short distance, the thug succumbed to his fate. The beast, however, fixated on the direction in which Zhang Shu and his group had fled, refraining from further pursuit. It returned mechanically to the shelter, curling up against the wall, plopping down on a small charging station to replenish its drained energy from the earlier chase. Far away at the law enforcement office, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. His mind flooded with images from the shelter. The spirit of Qinghe City established a direct connection with him, and the black and white resonance map of the shelter appeared vividly in his thoughts. Lin Feng's expression darkened instantly. Ling Tianyu, noticing Lin Feng's demeanor, inquired, "Brother Lin, what troubles you?" Yang Ruoshi, hearing Ling Tianyu's words, turned her gaze toward Lin Feng, who had now managed to restore his composure. He spoke softly, "It's nothing. Just a few stray cats and dogs visited my sanctuary." Ling Tianyu was momentarily taken aback by Lin Feng's words. What? Stray cats and dogs? However, he did catch the latter part of the statement. Someone had entered his sanctuary. Although Ling Tianyu was uncertain how Lin Feng became aware of the incident at the sanctuary, he could comprehend that since becoming an awakened, his instincts had significantly sharpened. "Brother Lin, shall we return to take a look?" Lin Feng took a sip of his drink. "It's fine. It's already been dealt with." Lin Feng's demeanor remained unchanged, as if he were discussing something trivial. Yang Ruoshi, perceptive as ever, sensed something was amiss. Yet, since Lin Feng insisted there was no issue, she naturally chose to believe him. "Come, let us continue drinking." Suddenly, Lao Zhou crawled out from under the table. His eyes glazed with intoxication. Ling Tianyu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Zhou Jiangwo was clearly inebriated. "Drink. Keep drinking." "Shaolin, I can still go?" Zhou Jiangwo, reeking of alcohol, attempted to stumble toward Lin Feng's side. Ling Tianyu quickly restrained him. Upon seeing him clearly, Zhou Jiangwo chuckled. "Tianyu, how is it that after so many years, you've grown so much?" Ling Tianyu felt a wave of annoyance. This must be the effect of too much alcohol. Noticing that the food had nearly been consumed, he spoke up. "I'll take Master Zhou back now." "All right." Lin Feng nodded lightly. Ling Tianyu supported Zhou Jiangwo as they made their exit. Just as they reached the door, Zhou Jiangwo suddenly vomited all over Ling Tianyu. "Ah!" Ling Tianyu let out a cry of despair. The other soldiers and enforcers had long since dispersed. Yang Ruoshi gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes reflecting a profound tenderness. Suddenly, she embraced him. Lin Feng was taken aback, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Having indulged in a few drinks herself, Yang Ruashi, emboldened by the alcohol, seemed poised to take a bold step. Clinging to Lin Fan, her fair and delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, her gaze dreamy and enchanting, stirred a flutter in Lin Fan's heart. Lin Fan, I do not wish to part from you. A hint of sorrow flickered in Yang Ruashi's eyes. The time spent with Lin Fan could be deemed the happiest of her years. Lin Fan gently lowered her hands. Xiaoxi, you've had too much to drink. Yet, Yang Ruashi persistently reached for his chest. I have not drunk too much, she insisted stubbornly. All right. You haven't drunk too much. Lin Fan acquiesced to her. Yang Ruashi nestled deeper into his embrace. Lin Fan, I am so afraid. The same words tumbled from her lips once more. Lin Fan's expression softened, and he tenderly stroked her hair. Despite the overwhelming scent of hot pot surrounding them, it could not overshadow the delicate fragrance emanating from Yang Ruashi. Breathing in her alluring scent, Lin Fan felt a twinge of unease. Suddenly, a cool sensation brushed against his face. He looked up to see delicate snowflakes descending from the sky. Outside, the night was as dark as ink, while within the dimly lit hall of the enforcers, the yellowish light gently illuminated the crystalline snowflakes. The flurry of snow floated gracefully down. Chapter 35. The kiss. As Yang Ruashi followed Lin Fan's gaze, she momentarily fell into a trance. How beautiful! A look of enchantment appeared in her eyes. The soft yellow light enveloped the surroundings in a hazy warmth, while the snowflakes descending from the sky resembled fine sand, gently landing upon Lin Fan and Yang Ruashi's faces, caressing them as tenderly as a whispering breeze. Lin Fan. A flicker of clarity emerged in Yang Ruashi's eyes as she summoned her courage. Lin Fan turned his head, momentarily taken aback. He felt a warmth on his lips, soft and sweet, akin to cotton candy. Closing his eyes, Lin Fan gently kissed Yang Ruashi. Both found themselves lost in the moment. Suddenly, a vague figure appeared in the depths of Lin Fan's somewhat shadowy mind. Though indistinct, he sensed that she was female. It seemed as though she was gazing at him, her lips curving into a smile imbued with warmth. Then, like a wisp of wind, the figure dissipated like dust in the air. Strangely, Lin Fan felt a heaviness in his heart, a sense of emptiness, as if something precious had been lost. Yet, he could not grasp what it was. Just as the two were locked in an affectionate embrace, a soft sound interrupted their reverie. With a start, Lin Fan and Yang Ruashi sprang apart, as if electrified. Lin Fan, maintaining his composure, glanced toward the source of the noise, only to find Ling Tianyu staring at them in astonishment, having accidentally kicked over a bottle. Yang Ruashi's face flushed crimson, yet her expression bore a hint of displeasure, particularly upon realizing it was Ling Tianyu who had intruded upon their moment. Such a delightful occasion. Interrupted. I'm sorry, please continue. Ling Tianyu was startled by Yang Ruashi's murderous gaze, instantly feeling like a frightened rabbit, fleeing in haste. The vitality within him surged fiercely, compelling him to leave without delay. Lin Fan touched his nose and turned to Yang Ruashi, whose delicate face was flushed, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Let us continue, Lin Fan said in a low voice. Leaning down once more, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yang Ruashi's eyes before she closed them, quietly savoring the moment they shared. As Lin Fan tenderly kissed her, a sudden phrase echoed in his mind. It sounded crisp and gentle. It was the voice of a girl, somewhat familiar yet elusive. Lin Fan, let us kiss. Not sure how. Allow me to teach you. It is quite simple. Would you like to try? These words seemed to materialize out of thin air within his mind. As Lin Fan continued his actions, the voice from his memories gradually faded, eventually leaving his mind in serene silence. Unknowingly, a tear slipped from Lin Fan's eye, tracing down his cheek and lingering at his chin. Who was she? A sense of disorientation enveloped him, the feeling of emptiness intensifying, as if he had forgotten something significant. What could it be? His movements involuntarily halted. Yang Ruashi opened her eyes, gazing at the bewildered Lin Fan and the solitary tear gracing his face. An inexplicable pang pierced her heart. What is wrong? Yang Ruashi asked with concern. Lin Fan snapped back to reality, instinctively touching his cheek and feeling the cool tear. What is happening to me? Lin Fan felt a sense of bewilderment, as if he had forgotten something profoundly significant, yet the thought eluded him. What could it possibly be? He squinted slightly, attempting to gather his thoughts, but found no clues. A gentle breeze swept through, awakening both Yang Ruashi and Lin Fan from their reverie. However, Lin Fan was beset by an inexplicable irritability. All the delightful sentiments he had just experienced dissipated like smoke. His chest felt as though it were swelling with an unnamed fire, consuming him yet inflicting no harm. "Let us return," Lin Fan declared, shaking off the turmoil within. Yang Ruashi nodded obediently, her eyes shimmering with shyness. She donned her protective gear. "Ah, Lin Fan, what are you doing?" Yang Ruashi exclaimed in surprise. Her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Without hesitation, Lin Fan lifted her into his arms, startling her greatly. However, he then proceeded to carry her on his back, their bodies drawing close together. Lin Fan's broad, warm hand supported Yang Ruashi, prompting her to bury her face in his shoulder. "Hold on tighter," Lin Fan said softly. Instinctively, Yang Ruashi tightened her embrace, her arms encircling his neck. Together, they ventured into the enveloping darkness of the night, where delicate snowflakes continued to fall from the sky, as if they would never cease. December 8th. Ding ding ding. The mobile phone by the bedside erupted into a cacophony. Lin Fan rubbed his eyes, awakening from slumber. After silencing the alarm, he reclined once more upon his bed, gazing at the pristine white ceiling above. The lingering fragrance of Yang Ruashi still permeated the air, teasing his senses. It had been 2 days since she had departed. That night, Lin Fan carried Yang Ruashi back to the shelter, and nothing transpired between them. Concerned that Yang Ruashi had indulged too much, he even took the time to administer her a hangover remedy. Sighing, Lin Fan gazed at the pristine white ceiling. Lost in thought, exhaling deeply. After Yang Ruashi departed, the shelter fell silent once more, returning to a state of normalcy. Were it not for the lingering fragrance of Yang Ruashi on the bed, Lin Fan might have believed it all to be a mere dream. Ding. Commencing daily settlement. Lin Fan's reverie was interrupted by the system's prompt. He chuckled softly, deciding to cease his wandering thoughts. Daily points settlement complete. Yesterday's evaluation, average. Additional 5 points awarded. Settlement points, 23,124. Total points balance, 1999. Today's tasks. Exercise, patrol. Following that day, he had accrued a substantial 241 points. And with the daily tasks of the past 2 days, Lin Fan's points had surged from 1694 to 1999, tantalizingly close to breaking the 2,000 mark. Rising from the bed, he performed a quick morning routine and prepared breakfast. As he sat at the dining table, Lin Fan contemplated his future plans. With nearly a month remaining on the cooldown for the primary upgrade mission of the shelter, his only source of points acquisition was the daily settlement. However, the unexpected appearance of the patrol task today filled him with optimism. If fortune smiled upon him, he might even trigger the 10 probability of receiving a new task. Having completed the inspection task, Lin Fan contemplated spending a day in the shelter. It had been quite some time since he last visited the forum, and he wondered if there were any recent developments. With this thought, he stepped out of the refuge and walked aimlessly on the snow-covered streets. After wandering for a while, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Inspection task completed. Gained 10 random task trigger probability. Lin Fan stretched, realizing that he had encountered nothing particularly noteworthy during his outing. Time to head back, he murmured to himself. Currently, Qing'e City was a winter wonderland, with very few people venturing outside. Moreover, the scattered supplies had long been scavenged by those in need. Even the homeless had found new places to stay, either in official shelters or with marauding groups. Upon returning to the shelter, Lin Fan, feeling rather bored, took out his phone and accessed the shelter forum. To his astonishment, a post at the top declared the emergence of extraordinary beings. As he entered the forum, Lin Fan was captivated by the headline. Extraordinary beings? He whispered, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Curiosity piqued, he decided to delve deeper. Since the post had been pinned, it must hold some truth. Upon clicking the thread, a video immediately began to play. In the footage, a young man stood amidst a snowy expanse, and as he opened his mouth, a torrent of flames erupted forth, fiercely blazing and rapidly melting the snow before him. After a few moments, the young man's expression turned pale, and after a brief pause, he resumed unleashing flames. However, this time, the fire was considerably weaker than before, leaving a cleared patch around him. Lin Fan gazed at the video with a hint of skepticism, suspecting it might be edited. However, upon scrutinizing the details within the footage, he was struck with astonishment, for it was a live broadcast. Numerous viewers were sending comments in real time. As Lin Fan swiftly scrolled through the posts, the reactions of netizens appeared before him. This is genuine. I was watching the live stream at that moment. The host spewed fire without consuming anything. It just came forth from his mouth. Incredible. Is this for real? Are extraordinary beings emerging as the apocalypse approaches? To the person above, this is true. That individual has already been taken away by the official shelter. And we are uncertain of their fate. This is disastrous. I too have awakened. Just now, I bit down on an iron plate in one go. The person above has been possessed by a spirit. Amazing. Lin Fan felt increasingly alarmed as he read these posts. Many individuals disclosed that they or their acquaintances had awakened abilities. Yet, these powers shared a common trait. They were feeble, remarkably feeble. Take the fire-breathing fellow from the beginning. The flames he emitted were less potent than a mere torch. Lin Fan exited the thread and began searching the forum. There were indeed hundreds of posts regarding the awakening of extraordinary abilities. Had someone truly awakened? Lin Fan felt a stirring within. However, upon reflection, he dismissed it. His own tenacity stemmed from his scars. Hence, from a scientific perspective, everything was explicable. Yet, after so many days, Lin Fan had not sensed any changes. As for any improvement in luck, there was naught but stagnation. Could it be that the abilities were still too weak? Lin Fan pondered, harboring some speculation. After all, when he acquired the ability, the system labeled it as an ability seed. What a tumultuous season it has become. Lin Fan sighed. The emergence of superpowered awakeners raises uncertainty about whether this apocalypse is a boon or a bane. After a brief moment of reflection, the voice of the system echoed in his mind, accompanied by the animation of the ability seed. The verdant ability seed suddenly materialized before Lin Fan, emitting a soft pop. This seed radiated a luminous green light, enveloping Lin Fan in its glow. Ding. Ability. Strive to accumulate fortune for release. Triggering special task. HM? Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the system's voice. A 10 chance to trigger? This is quite fortunate. It seems this ability holds some merit indeed. A task interface appeared before Lin Fan. Special task. The city's request 2. Task rating. Difficult. Assist the city by clearing the snow from the city center. Rewards. 300 points. Favor from the spirit of the city. Random blueprints recipes. The city's request 2. Lin Fan could not help but chuckle at the task information. A plea from the spirit of Qinghe City, perhaps? Almost immediately, Lin Fan entered a state of resonance. The spirit of Qinghe City conveyed a wave of sorrowful emotion to him. What could be the matter? Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly. It is worth noting that the spirit of Qinghe City does not easily exhibit emotions. The last time it expressed anger was due to Sun Yang's incident. Now, what could this wave of sadness signify? A black and white resonance image appeared in Lin Fan's mind, depicting the city center of Qinghe City. In the heart of the city stood a marble statue, intricately carved in the likeness of a small dog. The reason for its placement in the city center remained a mystery to Lin Fan, despite his long residence in Qinghe City. He had only heard tales from the elders, who spoke of the dog as the foremost disciple of the deity residing in the mountains, eternally guarding Qinghe City. There were even accounts of miraculous events, where numerous individuals claimed to have been saved by a small black dog. Lin Fan prepared to investigate further. The essence of the spirit of Qinghe City was shrouded in ambiguity, leaving Lin Fan to ponder its meaning. The statue of the small dog was blanketed in snow, its expression seemingly one of indignation, as if urging Lin Fan to melt away the snow that enveloped it. Is that truly the case? Lin Fan mused. Yet, a subsequent image solidified his suspicions, a close-up of the snow, indicating that he was indeed meant to clear it. He chuckled softly, realizing that the spirit of Qinghe City might very well be this so-called dog god. However, Lin Fan frowned at the sight of the snow in the image. The accumulation was excessive. He glanced at his score of 2,009 points, recently acquired from a patrolling task, and thought to himself, perhaps I should upgrade something, especially with so many points at my disposal. After some contemplation, an idea struck him, and he swiftly entered the warehouse to search for the perfect tool to aid in snow removal. Aha, here it is, Lin Fan exclaimed, emerging with an object resembling an electric fan. Oh dear, what a dreadful contraption. The energy consumption is exceedingly high, yet it only yields this meager amount of heat. The upgrade options presented were 1. Power, 100 points. 2. Size, 100 points. Lin Fan gazed at the system's evaluation, utterly speechless. Goodness. This assessment appears to be the most dismal one among all the upgrades Lin Fan had previously undertaken. He couldn't help but mentally scoff. System upgrade. Ding. The system responded almost instantaneously, seemingly eager to enhance this little sun. Initiating upgrade. The small sun before Lin Feng emitted a dazzling light before undergoing a dramatic transformation. It bore little resemblance to its former self, as the original aluminum heat-collecting panel had been replaced with a new material. The heating lamp had also altered, becoming thicker yet more compact. Information updated. Mobile little sun. Quality. Ordinary. A portable heating device. Now this truly qualifies as a little sun. This indeed is a little sun. Upgrade options. 1. Power, 500 points. 2. Energy, 500 points. Lin Feng looked at the system's notes, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Why did the system harbor such resentment towards the little sun? Had it been scalded by it in a past life? He pondered in amusement. As Lin Feng grasped the mobile little sun, a wave of joy emanated from the spirit of Qinghe City. It seemed to be requesting his assistance in clearing the snow. Lin Feng felt a tinge of helplessness. With the mobile little sun in hand, he exited the shelter. As he passed through the corridor, the dog seemed to stir, observing Lin Feng's departure with a wagging tail. Naturally, Lin Feng paid no heed to these subtle details. In the sanctuary of the Mouse Kingdom, Zhang Shu gazed at his phone, a thoughtful expression gracing his features. He was perusing various posts, astonished to discover that some individuals had awakened extraordinary abilities. His mind involuntarily conjured images of Lin Feng and Ling Tianyu engaged in their fierce battle amidst the snow. Were they the awakened ones? No, that seemed implausible. Their power was far too formidable. Zhang Shu found the notion somewhat absurd. The so-called awakened individuals in these posts appeared remarkably weak, with some lacking even basic tools. How could Lin Feng and Ling Tianyu be considered anything less than extraordinary? He struggled to comprehend it, yet a mysterious intuition stirred within him, suggesting that he too might awaken some latent power. The mere thought startled Zhang Shu. Why would such a notion arise so suddenly, yet feel so tangible? As he pondered, a voice crackled through the intercom on the table. Boss, Lin Feng has left the sanctuary. He seems to be carrying something, perhaps a small sun? Zhang Shu paused at the report. A small sun? What could he possibly need that for? Although perplexed, he gently massaged his temples, realizing that Lin Feng was indeed a source of trouble. Let us go and see what he intends to do, he instructed his loyal attendant, the nimble-haired youth who had been diligently serving him. This young man, with his keen perception and unblemished record, had proven himself resourceful, prompting Zhang Shu to appoint him as his personal guard. Chipra followed respectfully behind Zhang Shu, his mind filled with vivid recollections of Lin Feng's obliteration of the scarred sanctuary and his fierce confrontation with Ling Tianyu. A subconscious shiver coursed through him. For Lin Feng, Zhang Shu represented a figure of terror. After walking a distance, Zhang Shu turned to Qi Peng and inquired, I heard you have a girlfriend residing in the western apartment? Qi Peng respectfully nodded. Yes, boss. Observing Qi Peng's deference, Zhang Shu nodded in satisfaction and continued, if it's convenient, bring her over. Although our mouse nation is still in its infancy, we can afford to accommodate one more person. As far as I know, the heating in the western apartment has been cut off. A look of joy appeared on Qi Peng's face. Thank you, boss. Zhang Shu lightly nodded and proceeded outward. Qi Peng was a talented individual, adept at his tasks, since he was by Zhang Shu's side. It was only prudent to provide him with certain benefits to ensure his loyalty. Zhang Shu had some understanding of management. Moreover, with the recent influx of women into the Mouse Nation's refuge, he was not interested in ordinary women. He found little allure in a plain girl with yellow hair. It was likely that there wasn't much to behold. Zhang Shu and Qi Peng exited the Mouse Nation's refuge. The two followed the intelligence gathered by scouts to pinpoint Lin Feng's intended location, the center of Qinghe City. It was puzzling. What could that young man possibly want in the heart of Qinghe City? Zhang Shu found himself perplexed. Qi Peng, however, was filled with apprehension, for his fear of Lin Feng had become deeply entrenched. Lin Feng, wielding a portable solar device, arrived at the city center. Was this the place? He compared the surrounding buildings. This was indeed the location where the spirit of Qinghe City sought Lin Feng's assistance. He placed the portable solar device on the ground and retrieved an exceptionally long power strip, casually selecting a house still blessed with electricity. Lin Feng connected the power strip to the small heater. He gazed at the upgraded heater, patiently awaiting its warmth. After approximately a minute, the device completed its preheating phase. The newly enhanced, thicker heating elements began to emit heat in a steady stream, causing the snow before Lin Feng to melt at a visibly rapid pace. Remarkably swift, the snow was dissolving much faster than it would with fire. The statue at the center gradually revealed its true form. Not far off, Zhang Shu and Qi Ping observed Lin Feng's curious endeavor of melting snow. Zhang Shu was perplexed, wondering what he was doing, while Qi Ping, too, found himself in a state of confusion regarding Lin Feng's actions. On the opposite side of the city center, Zhao Zhongxin led his exploration team down the street. The individuals trailing behind him were visibly anxious, having heard rumors of a new wave of marauders in Qinghe City. These brigands specifically targeted the construction of Dragon City, showing little concern for anything else, and they had a notorious penchant for violence. Young Master Zhao, perhaps we should return. There is nothing of value here, some seasoned individuals urged, attempting to exert pressure on Zhao Zhongxin. After all, his reputation had suffered a considerable blow due to recent events, causing many within the team to disregard his authority. A flicker of disdain crossed Zhao Zhongxin's eyes regarding the cowardice of his companions. Having been confined by Zhao Jianlong due to the previous incident, he had only just emerged from his confinement yesterday. It was imperative to re-establish order among his subordinates. Given the harsh cold outside and the presence of marauders, he intended to intimidate them. After all, Zhang Shu was aligned with his uncle. Zhao Zhongxin harbored no fear. That person looks remarkably familiar. One of the team members suddenly remarked upon spotting Lin Feng. Zhao Zhongxin turned to look, and after careful scrutiny, he recognized him. Damn it, it's that brat. Zhao Zhongxin gritted his teeth, harboring an animosity towards Lin Feng that soared to the heavens. Let's go see what he is up to. Clenching his jaw, Zhao Zhongxin led the others over, stopping at a distance to observe. Lin Feng, of course, heard their commotion, yet he paid them no mind. If they wished to watch, then let them. It was of no significant concern. As the warmth of the little sun increased, the snow atop the puppy statue gradually melted into water, trickling down from the sculpture. Zhao Zhongxin watched Lin Feng roasting the statue, his confusion mounting. What on earth is this kid doing? Chapter 38. The spirit of the city gains favor. Boss, it's Jianlong's people, Qi Peng remarked upon seeing Zhao Zhongxin's group. Zhang Shu cast a glance and immediately recognized Zhao Zhongxin. Memories of past events flickered in his mind. After being duped by Lin Feng that day, Zhao Zhongxin had embarked on a campaign of revenge, finding various excuses to withhold his food, leaving him nearly starving during those days. Had it not been for Zhao Jianlong's intervention, he might have perished from hunger. Among those he yearned to take revenge upon, Zhao Zhongxin ranked among the top 3. Zhang Shu buried his murderous intent deep within. Now was not the time for vengeance. Zhao Zhongxin was Zhao Jianlong's nephew, and he could not act against him yet. Pay them no mind. Let us focus on what Lin Feng intends to do, Zhang Shu remarked coolly. Shifting his gaze back to Lin Feng, the puppy statue was gradually revealing its original form under Lin Feng's roasting. Zhang Shu narrowed his eyes. What exactly is this kid planning? Is there something distinctive about this puppy statue? Zhang Shu was perplexed. On the other side, Zhao Zhongxin shared his confusion, and those accompanying him were even more bewildered. Could it be that this statue possesses some extraordinary quality? Zhang Shu speculated, but he quickly dismissed the thought. His overthinking had previously led to misfortune, and he was reluctant to repeat that mistake. Qi Peng's gaze remained fixated on Lin Feng's every move. What could he possibly be doing? Qi Peng pondered silently. As the last remnants of snow melted away, the puppy statue reverted to its original form. Simultaneously, a message from the system echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Special mission, City S request 2 completed. Congratulations. You have earned 200 points. And the city spirit's favorability has increased. Random blueprint available for collection at the shelter. Lin Feng's points surged to 2109. In a moment of daze, he felt as though the puppy statue before him had come to life, exuding a faint vitality and greeting him. Lin Feng was taken aback. At the same time, a sense of familiarity blossomed within him. He sensed the goodwill emanating from the entire Qinghe city. For instance, he realized that he could discern the locations of undiscovered resources within the city simply by willing it. In other words, his bond with the spirit of Qinghe city had deepened. Lin Feng scratched his head, unsure of what to say. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your bond with the city spirit has reached a significant threshold, granting you the buff, shelter, within Qinghe city. The little puppy will strive to protect you from any harm. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, subsequently sinking into a state of perplexity. Xiao Chai? What an absurd name. It sounds as if it belongs to a dog. He rubbed his temples, feeling a twinge of headache. Could it be that the legends of Qinghe city were indeed true? Lin Feng felt compelled to regard this matter with seriousness. Ultimately, he He decided to return and dispel these futile thoughts from his mind. Having completed his task, Lin Fan's spirits were relatively high. After his departure, Zhao Zhongxin and Zhang Shu remained, fixated on the small dog statue that Lin Fan had just cleared. This statue was undoubtedly peculiar. Yet, what exactly made it so special? Zhang Shu sensed something unusual, yet could not pinpoint its distinctiveness. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhongxin was intensely scrutinizing the statue. "Director Zhao, shall we head back?" At last, some of the team members could no longer contain themselves and urged him. They were inadequately dressed for this frigid weather, and remaining still in the biting cold was becoming untenable. Zhao Zhongxin seemed oblivious to their pleas, his gaze locked onto the small dog statue, hesitant to make any sudden movements. "Director Zhao, it's snowing. We must leave." Flakes of heavy snow began to drift from the sky, prompting several members of the exploration team to lament their predicament. Zhao Zhongxin's expression oscillated as he regarded the small dog statue. As the icy snowflakes struck his face, he finally wavered. "Let us retreat to the shelter." Some of the more naive team members cheered in delight. The seasoned veterans behind them exhaled in relief. However, at the very moment Zhao Zhongxin turned to leave, he froze. Had he just seen something extraordinary? He turned back, completely astonished. The other members of the exploration team, noticing Zhao Zhongxin's pause, followed his gaze towards the statue of the small dog. Soon, some began to discern the peculiarities, leaving them all in stunned silence. Zhang Shu and Qi Peng gazed in horror at the statue not far away. The snowfall intensified, yet no one moved. After an indeterminate period, one person swallowed hard. Gulp. Everyone's attention was abruptly restored. "My heavens! What is this?" The exploration team gasped in astonishment. Zhang Shu, staring at the scene before him, recalled the content of a post he had recently seen. The reason was that the small dog statue in the city center remained untouched by any snowflakes this time. The area around the statue, meticulously cleared by Lin Fan, was pristine. The snow descending from the sky seemed to be repelled by an invisible protective barrier. How extraordinary! A glimmer of greed flickered in Zhao Zhongxin's eyes. "This statue is undoubtedly remarkable. Quickly, let us transport this statue back," Zhao Zhongxin commanded. Some members of the exploration team, having also seen posts about awakening the extraordinary, became equally exhilarated. This object is surely exceptional. It might even awaken extraordinary abilities. The ordinary individuals gazed fervently at the statue. "Let us move. Let us take it away." Zhang Shu was equally eager. Qi Peng nodded slightly and stepped out alongside Zhang Shu. Suddenly, Zhao Zhongxin's expression changed as he noticed the two emerging. The other exploration team members, recognizing who they were, exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. It's Zhang Shu, a member from the Mouse Nation. We must flee." The exploration team cried out, with some seasoned members trembling in fear. They tugged at Zhao Zhongxin's sleeve, urging him to leave without delay. Observing the two individuals approaching the statue, Zhao Zhongxin felt a twinge of reluctance. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Let us go." The others exhaled in relief, a burden lifted from their shoulders. Zhao Zhongxin led the group from the shelter away from the site. However, before departing, he cast a lingering glance at Zhang Shu. He was not yet ready to confront Zhang Shu. He had his own plans to consider. Zhang Shu and Qi Peng stood before the puppy statue, with Qi Peng feeling little more than indifference. To him, the statue was merely an ordinary ornament. In contrast, Zhang Shu's complexion flushed with excitement as he gazed enraptured at the puppy statue. He sensed that his awakening was intricately linked to this very monument. Yet, in the next moment, Qi Peng suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Zhang Shu jolted, a chill running through him, as Qi Peng swiftly pulled him back 2 steps. With a resounding crash, a massive billboard descended from above, striking the ground before Zhang Shu. He gasped, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the incident. Surveying his surroundings, Zhang Shu noted the absence of towering buildings nearby, let alone any billboards. An unsettling chill coursed through him. This place was indeed bizarre. "Let us go," he uttered firmly, decisively turning away. The city center, it was too uncanny. Having narrowly escaped a dire fate, beads of cold sweat trickled down Zhang Shu's back. Yet, before leaving, he cast one last glance at the puppy statue. This was his opportunity. He would return. In that instant, the statue seemed to come alive, glaring ferociously at Zhang Shu. Its gaze was eerily reminiscent of the mechanical dog he had encountered at Lin Fan's shelter. The malevolence continually intensified, oppressing Zhang Shu's spirit. In an instant, he seemed to sense the entire city radiating hostility towards him. "Ah!" Zhang Shu suddenly cried out, his vision darkening as he fainted. Qi Peng was startled. Witnessing Zhang Shu's collapse, he hurriedly lifted him onto his back and fled. A cold sweat broke out on him. It was truly terrifying. He vowed never to return to this place. The visage of Lin Feng reemerged in Qi Peng's mind, sending a shiver down his spine, amplifying his dread of Lin Feng. At present, he revered Lin Feng as one would a deity. On a mountain hundreds of miles from Qinghe City, Yang Ruoxi sat on a small chair. Watching the delicate snowflakes descend from the heavens, a hint of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. Suddenly, she pouted in dissatisfaction and exclaimed, "How much farther to the Kyoto refuge? This wretched place lacks even internet." It had been 2 days since she last communicated with Lin Feng. Beside her, the cautious Ling Tianyu gazed at Yang Ruoxi with trepidation. "Sister Xiaoxi, it will take us about 2 more days to reach Kyoto." 2 more days? That's an eternity. Yang Ruoxi replied, her irritation palpable. Ling Tianyu awkwardly smiled in response. "We should inform Uncle Ling that the security in Qinghe City is appalling. Lin Feng has already dealt with 2 waves of thugs. Yet, they keep emerging." A bitter smile crossed Ling Tianyu's face. "Sister Xiaoxi, it's not that we are indifferent. The military in Jizhou cannot intervene in Qinghe City. Is that so?" Yang Ruoxi furrowed her brow. "Does Qinghe City not have any military presence?" she inquired, noting the absence of any soldiers from Qinghe City during her stay. Upon hearing these words, Ling Tianyu's expression grew grave. He spoke softly, "Sister Xiaoxi, the waters of Qinghe City run deep, and our knowledge is limited." Yang Ruoxi was momentarily taken aback by Ling Tianyu's statement. The waters of Qinghe City, deep? What about Lin Feng? A flicker of panic ignited within her. "No, why didn't you mention this sooner?" Yang Ruoxi fumed. "I must return." Leaping down from her small chair, she resolved to head back to Qinghe City. Ling Tianyu's face reflected helplessness. "Sister Xiaoxi, please do not make a scene. Returning to Qinghe City is impractical." Yang Ruoxi's countenance darkened, her lovely features now frosted with anger. She seized Ling Tianyu by the collar. "What about Lin Feng?" Ling Tianyu swallowed hard. The murderous intensity in Yang Ruoxi's gaze was terrifying. "Do not worry. As long as Brother Lin does not meddle with matters concerning the military research in Qinghe." He trailed off, suddenly apprehensive and drenched in cold sweat. "Oh." Yang Ruoxi narrowed her eyes. "Continue. What is happening with the military in Qinghe City?" Ling Tianyu lowered his head. "Sister Xiaoxi, I truly cannot divulge more. I have already risked too much by saying that." Releasing her grip on Ling Tianyu's collar, Yang Ruoxi gazed out at Qinghe City, her earlier unease resurfacing. As she watched the snowflakes drift from the sky, she murmured, "Lin Feng, you must not come to harm." Meanwhile, Lin Feng returned to the shelter. Shedding his protective suit, he sprawled comfortably onto the bed, a look of contentment on his face. Is there anything more delightful than being nestled in a warm refuge while the world outside is enveloped in a frigid blanket of snow? Ding. Random blue blueprint. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled upon hearing the system's announcement. It's time for the settlement. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained blue snowmobile blueprint. Blue snowmobile blueprint. Required for crafting. Precision processing equipment. 1 vehicle, several raw materials. Final product. Exceptional grade snowmobile. Hiss. Lin Feng inhaled sharply. He had randomly received the blueprint for the blue snowmobile. Without hesitation, he leaped from his bed and hurried to the processing room. He was determined to upgrade his little pickup truck. Placing the intricate schematics on the control panel, Lin Feng pressed the start button. Watching the countdown above, he felt a twinge of frustration. The upgrade would take a full 10 hours. By the time it was completed, it would likely be tomorrow. All he could do now was wait. With a sigh, Lin Feng settled onto the sofa and opened his computer. He intended to continue his intellectual duel with the bosses. Outside the shelter's passage, a dog with pale blue eyes vigilantly guarded the refuge, its gaze flickering with alertness. Time passed, the sun fully descended, and a hazy moon rose to illuminate the blue planet. In a secret base somewhere in Qinghe City, a squad of soldiers traversed the corridor, flanked by specially designed iron cages. As the soldiers approached, the creatures within the cages erupted in roars and clattering sounds. Undeterred by the cacophony, the soldiers steadily advanced to the end of the passage. This room is unlike any other cage, even the door is crafted from a more precious metal. The soldiers opened the door and stepped inside. As they entered, they were greeted by a pristine and spacious chamber. In the very center stood a simple wooden single bed, adorned with immaculate white sheets. Sitting upon the bed was a girl clad in a white gown, seemingly around 14 or 15 years of age, quietly gazing at the tiled floor, lost in her thoughts. As the soldiers approached the girl, their bodies tensed, as if they were not confronting an unarmed maiden, but rather an untamed beast. The girl lifted her head, revealing a youthful yet strikingly lovely face, hinting at the beauty she would undoubtedly blossom into with a few more years. The soldiers produced a pair of handcuffs made from a mysterious metal, glimmering with specks of silver, and secured them around her delicate, fair wrists. The girl offered no resistance and accompanied the soldiers out of the room, as if this were a familiar routine. Upon exiting the door, the previously agitated and furious creatures on either side fell silent, as if encountering a true sovereign. The girl maintained an expression of indifference as she walked. Emerging from the underground passage, Tang Qing, who was repairing the iron gate, suddenly spotted the astonishingly beautiful girl being escorted by a squad of soldiers. He could not help but ask another maintenance worker beside him, "Who is she?" The other worker, upon seeing the girl, immediately lowered his head and whispered, "Do not look at her. Hurry and finish the metal repairs, and we shall leave this place. You journey to Kyoto with your research achievements, while I shall continue my work as a maintenance technician, never to cross paths again. You will traverse your solitary bridge, and I shall walk my grand avenue. Never shall we meet again." The technician gritted her teeth as she spoke. A trace of helplessness appeared on Tang Qing's face. "Please, do not speak in such a manner. Are we not the best of friends?" Upon hearing this, the technician erupted with indignation. "What? You still acknowledge our friendship, yet you intrude upon my space. Were it not for my need to concoct an excuse, you would be in dire straits. Do you even comprehend where you are? I scarcely dare linger here." The technician, visibly enraged, revealed her wine-red hair and fair complexion from beneath her hood. Tang Qing sighed deeply. "I have no other option. That insufferable brute has been eyeing my work and has usurped my research." Tang Qing was truly at her wit's end. Shi Dongling, exasperated, rubbed her temples. "Hurry, complete the repairs on the metals here, and I shall escort you away from this place. I will speak on your behalf to Academician Song in Kyoto to facilitate your transfer. Beyond that, do not entertain any other thoughts." Shi Dongling declared fiercely. "Understood." Tang Qing lowered her head, diligently beginning to update the metals based on their properties. The metallic gates here utilized the latest research findings, which would greatly benefit her future endeavors in studying meteor alloy. A group of soldiers escorted the girl to a vast laboratory. At the center, surrounded by numerous instruments, stood an elderly man with graying hair, accompanied by other workers clad in white lab coats. Upon hearing the footsteps, a smile graced the elder's face, while the reactions of the other workers varied. Some were filled with excitement, others displayed expressions of sheer terror, and some remained utterly expressionless. "They have arrived." The elder eagerly directed his gaze towards the young girl. The girl maintained a serene demeanor. The soldiers brought her before the elder. "Academician Liu, the subject is in your hands." "Very well." The elder's eyes fixated on the girl, akin to an old lecher. The soldiers, observing the elder's demeanor, were momentarily at a loss for words. "Academician Liu, Major General Wang will be returning shortly. The subject 000's blood cannot be drawn excessively," a soldier cautioned. Academician Liu nodded slightly. "All right, you may leave. I am well aware of what to do." The soldier cast a deep glance at Academician Liu before stepping outside. "Ha ha ha." Academician Liu gazed greedily at the girl before him. "Let us commence." He produced a large syringe. A shadow of gray flickered in the girl's eyes, yet the handcuffs on her wrists began to emit a faint glow, and the gray in her eyes faded away. December 9th. Daily points settlement completed. Yesterday's evaluation. Average. Additional 5 points awarded. Settled points. 27,128. Total points balance. 2,147. Daily tasks. Exercise. Reading. Lin Fan awakened. After a simple wash and breakfast, he proceeded to the processing room. The snowmobile should be fully upgraded by now. Upon entering the processing room, Lin Fan was astonished to see a completely white vehicle frame adorned with thick fur on the opposite side of the track. "Is this the finished product?" Lin Fan marveled. Approaching the vehicle frame, Lin Fan extended his hand to caress it. The sensation of fur was remarkably vivid, as if he were not touching a metal chassis, but rather stroking a polar bear. How enchanting! Lin Fan could not help but marvel. "System, initiate the upgrade." He commanded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the quality of the owned vehicle is insufficient to support the snow vehicle framework. Forcibly using it will result in a decline in quality. Before Lin Fan appeared the data of a small pickup truck. Black pickup quality, mediocre. After considerable effort and modifications, it still remains subpar. It seems someone had mentioned upgrading it. Evidently, it has been waiting for quite some time. Upgrade options: 1. Material, 100 points. 2. Power, 200 points. 3. Ancient God Aspect, 2,000 points. Disregarding the system's commentary, Lin Fan opted to upgrade both material and power, expending 300 points, leaving him with a balance of 1847. Upgrade complete. With the system's notification resonating in Lin Fan's mind, the body of his small pickup shimmered, elevating its quality to ordinary. Commence structural upgrade. Lin Fan instructed. Beginning structural upgrade. Upgrade complete. The polar bear-like frame before Lin Fan abruptly vanished. Exiting the shelter and entering the garage, he pulled open the roll-up door with a flourish. The upgraded pickup revealed itself. While its size remained unchanged, it was now adorned with a layer of white fur. Resembling a slumbering polar bear, exuding an imposing aura, the data emerged. Snowmobile, quality, excellent, light blue, a pickup truck equipped with off-road capabilities and designed for snow driving. It has undergone a remarkable transformation. Upgrade options: 1. Special terrain tires, 500 points. 2. Enhanced protection, 500 points. 3. Fuel efficiency, 500 points. Lin Fan exhaled deeply, his gaze fixated on the pickup with an intensity akin to fire. He wondered about the exhilarating power that awaited him post-upgrade. A surge of excitement coursed through him. Ding! Triggering time-sensitive clue. Lin Fan felt a jolt in his mind. A time-sensitive clue? Epic quest clue. Back mountain, time-limited. Warning. This quest clue poses a life-threatening risk. Please consider carefully. Lin Fan was taken aback. The system had issued a separate warning for this quest clue. System. Will failing to complete this clue affect subsequent epic quests? Almost instantly, the system provided a succinct response. Yes. A single word, brief yet impactful. Lin Fan fell into contemplation. After a moment, he steeled himself. He was determined to take the plunge. Moreover, the back mountain of Qinghe City also falls within the jurisdiction of Qinghe City. However, to be prudent, Lin Fan decided to inquire further. He entered a state of resonance to communicate with the spirit of Qinghe City. Little Chai, does the back mountain of Qinghe City count as part of your protective domain? On the other side, the bewildered city spirit conveyed an affirmative emotion, clearly pleased with Lin Fan referring to it as Little Chai. Lin Fan felt a wave of relief. Since that area is considered Little Chai's territory, what danger could possibly lurk there? Lin Fan was perplexed. Off he went. Coincidentally, he had just completed the snowmobile, which would surely come in handy. To ensure safety, Lin Fan expended 500 points to enhance the snowmobile's protective capabilities, leaving his balance diminished to 347 points. Gazing at the dwindling balance, he felt a pang of regret. He boarded the vehicle, bringing along some provisions. The rear mountains of Qinghe City were vast, and searching for clues would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. The upgraded snowmobile ventured into the mountains, its deceptive white fur rendering it nearly undetectable. As the engine roared to life, the vehicle shuddered slightly, yet the sound was far less thunderous than before, thanks to the system's power enhancement. A mental map of Qinghe City appeared in Lin Fan's mind as he navigated towards the rear mountains, a journey that would take approximately 40 minutes. Upon reaching the foot of the rear mountains, the snowmobile proved its worth, ascending effortlessly. Gradually, the number of trees lining the roadside increased, and the snow deepened. Beneath the surface of this snow lay hidden perils, where a moment's carelessness could lead to a treacherous pitfall. However, under the protection of the spirit of Qinghe City, Lin Fan skillfully evaded these hazards. After another 30 minutes of travel, he found himself deep within the mountains, surrounded by a blanket of pristine white snow, making it difficult to discern the path ahead. Frustration welled within him. There seemed to be nothing of interest along the way, and no further clues from the system had been triggered. Looking up at the sky, he noted the sole silver lining. No snowflakes had begun to fall. Had they commenced, his return journey would have been obstructed, leaving him in dire straits. As he observed the towering trees growing ever more numerous around him, Lin Fan was taken aback. Were there truly so many trees in the rear mountains of Qinghe City? Essentially, every short distance is marked by a tree, spaced perfectly, prompting Lin Fan to ponder whether someone had previously come to plant trees in the back mountains. After advancing a little further, Lin Fan was astounded by what lay ahead. Could this be a rabbit? He observed a patch of soft white fur concealed beneath the snow, gently quivering. Grasping his AK-47, Lin Fan stealthily opened the car door. Fresh meat. After subsisting on frozen rations for several days, the sight of the wild rabbit filled him with uncontainable joy. He closed the car door and cautiously approached the rabbit hidden in the snow. Ding. Epic Quest clue updated. Text prompt 1. There are spirits in the snow. A notification from the system flashed through Lin Fang's mind. Spirits in the snow? He was perplexed by this textual hint. Just as Lin Fang prepared to take aim, the rabbit stirred. It rose to its feet, leaving Lin Fang utterly dumbfounded. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his face, his body trembling with anger. Standing before him was a rabbit over a meter tall, its muscular frame imposing, clutching a carrot in its mouth, its three-part jaw incessantly moving. With a pair of crimson eyes fixed on Lin Fang, it seemed to communicate. What are you doing, little brother? Hiss. In that instant, Lin Fang instinctively lowered his weapon. Why? Just moments ago, the spirit of Qinghe City had bestowed upon him a sense of calm. Lin Fang gazed at the rabbit, which was equally observing him. Beneath its soft white fur lay a mass of muscle, causing Lin Fang to shudder involuntarily. Is this truly a rabbit? This must be a rabbit spirit. Lin Fang silently critiqued the system for such a trivial hint. As the rabbit finished its carrot, it leaped playfully. Lin Fang widened his mouth in astonishment as the rabbit leapt an impressive 5 to 6 meters, landing right before him. The distance between Lin Fang and the rabbit was less than a meter, and they locked eyes. Clearing his throat softly, Lin Fang ventured a greeting. Greetings, dear rabbit. The rabbit remained motionless, its gaze fixated on Lin Fang, as if memorizing his features. Observing the rabbit's thick fur, Lin Fang pondered whether even his AK-47 could penetrate it. This was absurd. Was this truly a rabbit? It must surely be a rabbit spirit. In the next moment, Lin Fang found himself engulfed in profound doubt. Was this genuinely the blue star he once knew? Suddenly, his body shuddered with realization. Could the legends of Qinghe City truly be authentic? The tales of the disciples from the back mountain, the spirit of Qinghe City, the heavenly deities, could it be that divine beings actually resided in the back mountain? The very thought startled Lin Fang. If deities truly existed, then the back mountain posed a perilous threat. Did that mean he had come here merely to meet his demise? A cold sweat broke out across his brow. At this moment, aside from his AK-47, his only remaining asset was the wild horse's mane and his own vitality. Yet, as he glanced at the rabbit before him, he was taken aback. The muscle lumps on the creature were larger than his own head. The wild horse's mane? Lin Fang felt that this rabbit could easily rival that. While Lin Fang was deep in contemplation, the rabbit suddenly shifted. It seemed to lose interest in him and hopped aside, leading Lin Fang to witness a shocking spectacle. The rabbit bounded to a tree that required 2 people to embrace and, with a single kick, shattered it. With a thunderous crash, the tree slowly toppled to the ground. The rabbit, almost as if in protest, glanced back at Lin Fang, its 3-part mouth moving slightly. Lin Fang could sense the creature's gaze upon him. This rabbit has been possessed for centuries. This was the sole thought traversing Lin Fang's mind. After its display, the rabbit leapt away, vanishing from Lin Fang's sight in an instant, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fang decided to follow. Since Xiao Chai had not issued a warning, and the rabbit posed no threat, it must be safe. This was a crucial component of an epic quest, one he felt compelled to undertake. He entered his vehicle, ignited the engine, and pursued the creature. In Qinghe City, Zhang Shu gradually regained consciousness, his mind still foggy and chaotic. He stared at the ceiling of the shelter, lost in thought. Memories of what transpired before his fainting spell flooded back, prompting him to swallow hard. It was utterly terrifying. He had felt the entire city of Qinghe turning against him. "Boss, you're awake," Qi Ping exclaimed, rushing over upon seeing Zhang Shu sit up. Zhang Shu numbly nodded. After a brief pause, he hoarsely inquired, "What time is it?" Qi Ping glanced at his watch. "It's 12:34. 12:34. Zhang Shu acknowledged. "Let us go outside and have a look." He rose from his bed and donned his padded coat. Qi followed closely behind as they exited the shelter. As they ambled down the street, Zhang Shu suddenly halted, and Qi Ping, following his gaze, was engulfed in shock. "Boss, what is that?" Qi Peng's eyes were filled with terror. Zhang Shu, upon witnessing the scene before him, felt his mouth grow dry. A group of scavengers, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, wandered aimlessly through the streets. Most strikingly, they were clad in nothing but thin short-sleeved garments, with some even baring their torsos. They ambled along, their expressions vacant, until a sudden noise drew their attention, prompting them to turn in unison. Zhang Shu and Qi Peng shuddered, gripped by fear. What on earth has transpired in Qinghe City? "Hey, you two over there," called out one of the leaders from the group. Zhang Shu cursed under his breath. Having ventured out alone, he now found himself cornered. The intentions of these strangers were unclear. He and Qi Peng approached cautiously. Is there something you need? Zhang Shu managed to maintain his composure. The leader paused, then inquired. Do you know what time it is? Zhang Shu and Qi Peng exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting mutual astonishment. Was this their opening question? Qi Peng glanced at his watch and truthfully replied, It is December 9th, 12:47 p.m. The leader nodded slightly before posing another question. What year is it? Zhang Shu and Qi Peng were rendered even more incredulous.